We gotta go. Whoosh. All right, there we go. Okay, we're good. We're good. Coco Dow, take it away, leading people into the shillevator.
We have some echo right now. Let's try to fix that.
Oh, yep, that's because I'm not muted. Shame on me. There we go. Okay, thank you for checking. Thank you for checking our stream. Okay, we're good now, right? Audio only spaces. We're muted ourselves. We're good. Utkarsh, you can do a virtual background if you want to be fancy. But yeah, all right. Take it away. Okay.
Got it. Sorry,
Do you
I'm
need
like managing like
Do you need a
1,000.
green screen?
What, Utkarsh?
What were you saying, Utkarsh?
I'm saying, do you need a green screen to get a fancy background like how
No,
you
you
have?
don't. Green screen just makes it
Yeah?
perfect, but you can still put one. I only needed that because this mic
Cool.
looks really like finicky, blah blah blah. But yeah, no, you get.
Cool. I'm working on it.
Yeah,
Working
click
on it.
design and then yeah. Okay, let's back to the stream. All right, who's up? Coco down. Who's up? I think Utkarsh
Hello,
is
everyone.
Coco.
How's everyone doing? Hey.
great and grateful.
Who are listening there? Who is speaking? I think Emmy.
That was
is
Emmy.
speaking.
Yeah, the gorgeous Emmy has blessed us with
Hey,
her presence.
guys.
Hey
How's
there.
everybody?
Doing
Guys
good. How
ready?
about yourself? I haven't met you. Hello.
Hello, Coco. Nice to
This
meet you.
This is networking on steroids, friends. We're gonna make so many friends over the next 2 weeks. I love it.
Yeah. So yeah, hello everyone. It's my first time doing this broadcast, so yeah, be a little
Oh,
patient
yeah,
with
we
me.
need
I'm
you.
sure.
Yeah, we need you back. Oh yeah, you here. Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this. Oh,
Hey.
we got the none other than Check Fit Pranav, another co-founder of Let's Grow Live. Coco Dow is another co-founder of Let's Grow Dow. I mean Dow, the Dow. We're a Dow. We're an on-chain Mullik Dow. One person, one vote. Okay, I'm getting too excited. This is your time, Coco Dow. You take it away.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, maybe like I see like new faces in the space. Should we do like a little refresh? Share everything about Let's Grow Live, what we're
Yeah.
doing. But yeah, so hello everyone, welcome to Gitcoin. No, Gitcoin Radio is done. Now we are Let's Grow Live. We have
It's the
evolved.
evolution.
We have evolved, and now in this video format. So yeah, welcome everyone, and yeah, we're let me get some help from Jimmy, maybe to explain it a little bit better.
All right. So this is one of the most legendary things for the movement of public goods and regeneration. Okay, so why was Let's Grow DAO formed? You might ask. Well, I'm glad you did. It is formed to unite and grow the regen movement. Our first initiative is Let's Grow Live. We are live 24/7, not just on Spaces, but also video across many different social media platforms. I'm talking YouTubes. I'm talking Linky Dinks. I'm talking soon to be TikTok, Instagram. We just got to connect a few different things in the back end. But we got a video everywhere. Facebook's getting connected. All the places. All right. Why? We're trying to onboard people. All right. Not just talking in our echo chambers. We're onboarding the masses. Where do they live? Unfortunately, not Regen, Refi, Crypto, Twitter, Republicans. All right. It's pretty niche. All right. So we're going to open the pie. All right. We're going to grow the pie, invite people in. Now that we have video, we can walk people through. You got questions? Come on. I'm going to invite my nice 5-year-old granddad on here. And we're going to see if we can get him to bridge. Hilarious, right? Anyway, we're on board. That's the point. All right, back to you, Coco DAO. And given it, okay, it's a decentralized stream. Every hour we rotate hosts, right? And multiple co-hosts. We have 50 plus dedicated hosts every single hour. Stay tuned for our lineup. And yeah, but it's an open platform. You guys can come here anytime to shill. And when you shill, okay, I'm adding everyone who is a speaker right now to a group chat, and you're gonna get a link. It's a permalink to join the video stream, such that you can also show, not just tell, but show us your impact, baby. I want to see photos. I want to see videos. I want you to go out to the field and interview people whose lives you've changed. I want to tell stories, ladies and gentle friends. Do all the things. All right, back to you, Coco DAO.
Yeah, so I think it's important that all the links, you are gonna be able to find it in the website. So maybe we can pin the website right now. You can go to the Let's Grow Live profile, and there you're gonna find the website that our amazing co-founder Wasabi built. He's like a real beast, amazing. I've never seen such building in real time. So yeah, shout out to you, our friend Wasabi. You're very amazing. But yeah, there you're gonna be able to find the complete calendar. Maybe you can show it in the
yeah, it's in the jumbo
stream.
It's in the jumbo. Oh, in the video stream too. Yep. You know what? Yeah, I like the
yeah. It would be great to do a complete rundown of where to find the links.
Right. Okay, so we are gonna share screen, and we're gonna go to this tab, which we will navigate to. All right, and I hope I can share multiple things at the same time. Let's see. So I'm unmuting all of you so you can talk into the stream, okay? Because now I'm sharing something else, which is not the spaces. So you audio now, that's what happens when you share screen. No more space audio, so you're all unmuted. All right. Okay, here it is. Are we live? Hang on. Should be live. Let me just refresh. I have another thing right now. Okay, it didn't work. Oh, we're live! Look at that! Oh, I'm sharing it. Okay, great. Okay, sorry. Okay, all right. Now I'm growing to Let's Grow.network. Let us show off the beautiful work that our one and only Wasabi has created for us. All right, look at this. Beautiful. Support chat right here. You got questions? Look, he answers. Can I grow or can I grow? Guess what? You can grow. All caps. All right. So this is all right. So you click here. We're Wednesday. No, it's not in there. Okay. Now that I put the space, everyone pay attention. If
Yeah,
you're
now you're
streaming,
yeah, now you're
I
like
must mute thyself. Oh, you've already done it. Look at you. All right. I was muted that whole time, was I? Or did you guys just mute me? Hopefully I was just muted. All right, cool. So we're back. Coco Dao, you're muted. Okay, great. Amazing, Anna. Take it away.
Yeah, hello. So that's the website. It's gonna be always linked in the Let's Go Live Twitter or X profile. And here is very important because like when you go to the website, you're gonna find the video live stream. So you can either join through the Twitter space, so just listen to the sound, or you can go to the video live stream. So you can do either Twitch, you can go to YouTube, you can go to all these different live stream platforms if you want to see the visuals. And I think like this is like the most important change that we are live testing right now, because we're going to be able to introduce a lot of experiences. If you like sound healing in this slot 1 p.m, come back. Really, I am right now in Kopangan, so this is the amazing island, and we have a lot of yoga retreats, we have a lot of meditation, we have sound healings. So I have booked a few days, a few artists, and I have booked a few sound healing sessions. And yeah, we'll see what else you guys want to do, which again is unlocked by the power of video and live streaming. So yeah, what do you guys think if we continue doing the elevator?
I say let's do it.
As Ben West says,
Amazing.
chill like the wind.
Woo!
Is this Emmy who is speaking? Do you have a project? Do you want to go to the elevator? We have 69 seconds.
How many times are we going to say that magic number throughout the next 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, you got, okay, stepping in. Okay, so you got the timer ready, Coco Dao? You can do this? Just Google
Yeah.
timer. Okay, got it. You got the
setting
soundboard
up
ready?
the
Can you
timer right now.
Okay.
I do not have the soundboard, but I can
I'll
let
ping
you
it for you.
know. Okay, so we're setting up 69 seconds. We're also looking for the highest Gitcoin passport. So if you have a high Gitcoin passport and you
Winner
want to
gets
shell
what?
it,
NFT? What should we do for the highest Gitcoin passport?
yeah, we can do NFT
Let's make an NFT
for
for you.
sure.
A
We can do
custom-
some appreciation.
You know what? I think we
tokens.
should make the Let's Grow DAO logo like golden and just airdrop it to whoever gets the biggest, highest number in Gitcoin passport. Whoever shows us the highest number. Right now, 44 is the winner. All right. Whoever beats that, get a golden Let's Grow Live 1 of 1 NFT minted just for you. Okay, so here we go. Ready? You ready? Yeah. Ready, set, grow. That was you, Emmy. You got it. You got to get Grant. You can show. Elevator's broken. I'm sorry. Out of service. She's taking the stairs. Emmy. Oh, Emmy. What's your music, my friend? We did not hear you. Okay. All right. Wasabi actually had his hand up. Did you want to throw it over there?
Yeah, I want to chill. Let's grow. I want to use my 69 seconds to chill. Let's grow.
Hey!
Amazing.
Yeah, so let me know when you're ready.
Okay, setting
Ready,
up the
fam.
timer right now. Setting up the timer. Give me a second. Okay, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, go.
Okay, awesome. So
Bro.
let's grow DAO and let's grow live. This is just the very beginning of what we're doing, and this is all powered by volunteers, powered by the community people like you. We, even though we have a community currency, we have a governance token. Don't be scared about that. They have non-financial value. Feel free to want to join us. Feel free to participate because we will reward everyone with our community currency, and we're gonna build a whole financial services of powered by this community that is ultimately powered by the people. And we have a grant in the Web3 community and education. Support us because every cent is going to the DAO treasury, and this treasury is managed by the people like you. This is a Moloch DAO, one person, one vote, and is soul-bound governance. So when you become a member, you're gonna be a member for life if you want to. So thank you so much.
Time. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Wasabi.
All right, I'm tweeting it out right now. Okay, but it is in our bio. Link in bio. Check the linky dink in bio. It is under location station, the location where you can support Let's Grow DAO. 100% is going to a multi-sig treasury. I'll transfer it there as soon as the funds come in. That is my pinky promise. And as soon as that's set up, and we'll all be able to vote. It's one person, one vote. There's no, I got 10 times your voting power. No. One person, one vote, friends. And you can all join. There's a really cool link to apply to join. What was that? Linky dink? Should we not share that yet? Or we can share? Might as well apply. We might not approve you until the round ends. You got to actually put in some sweat equity, right? Support the movement, grow the movement, and then you will get accepted to the DAO. But what was that really cool link?
Thank you,
share with me?
Jimmy.
Okay. We'll tweet it.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
tweet it out.
We'll tweet it out for sure. Okay, so we have It Medellin in the room. If you want to share with you your elevator, your Shillevator, you have 69 seconds. We're also live donating. So if you have your link set up in your X account, we're going to be able to donate directly to you. We also have Ayoweka Uganda. If you want to shield my friend, come here. We also have Impact Market. Are you there, my friend? Do you want to shield us your project? We also have Igly. If you want to come join us, it will be amazing, Igly.
By the way, I have 50 something points in my passport, so yeah, I'm winning so far.
Okay, that's the highest so far, for sure.
The golden Let's Grow logo. 50 points. 50 what? I want to know the specifics. We got a number to beat, friends. We got a number
59,
to beat.
right? Right, Wasabi?
59?
No, it's 50.68. I gotta look for it, but I look
round up to
at it this
51
morning.
for you.
So yeah,
I'm
it's
coming
50.
at 46, bro.
It coach
I'm
is going
coming.
for
Wait,
69.
wait. Few more
Just
steps.
Yeah,
you
I'm
wait.
waiting for you, Alex. So come for me,
I'm going to
please.
stake all the GTC. All of it. We're going to sweep GTC. Stake it all. You're actually not even doxing. Fun fact, even though you submit your ID, you're not technically doxing. They don't store the information. That's super cool about that. On Thursday, we're getting a person from Gitcoin Passport here on Let's Grow Live. So stay tuned. Back to you, Coco.
What's the secret, Wasabi? How do you get such a high score? Tell us the secret.
You saying sorry?
Yeah, what's the secret? How do you get such a high score?
I didn't. I don't even have GTC stake. It's crazy.
Oh, snap.
Subtle flexes over there. I can see subtle flexes.
He's going to go to 69 points as soon as he stakes his GTC.
Yeah, I would go crazy like if I decide to stake, but I just have my identity like in every major ID solution out there. Like I try to sign up for whatever batch they post in the passport. I be signing up for everything. I'm trying to meet like the criteria because you never know. I love to be like ready for war.
All right, so it's up there in the Jumbotron. You can support Let's Grow DAO. So a little bit of the donations will help Max Impact become a podcast professionally edited. Don't worry, not too much of the funds will go to that. It's going to be a Fiverr person editing it. Most of the funds will be used to grow the movement for the Regenaissance Festival. We're going to do a Regenaissance citizen round in the future. And Let's Grow Live, however we can grow that. You get to vote how the funds are used if you join our DAO. All right, back to you. We got some hands.
who has their hands up? I cannot see right now
That's
who
it?
has their hands up because I'm
All
the
right, so we got
I can see Impact.
Impact
Impact
Market
Market.
is here.
yeah. Go ahead, my
Miss-
friend.
Mr.
Hello,
Fernando
who's
Mista.
there?
Hello, I'm Suzanne from Pack Market. Very happy to be here. See many familiar faces, many projects that I already know and I really appreciate. So, and also, I think it's very important. We are living in such a challenging moment whenever we see the news, the social media, it gets so overwhelming that being here surrounded by all these projects doing really relevant things for a better world, it makes me renew my hopes for a better world. So, really happy to be here. And well, as Impact Market, we are not really new to the space. We've been impacting lives since 2021 with UBI, with a conditional basic income, now expanding to other services. But we are pretty newbies on the Gitcoin round. So really happy to share that we are participating in the Web3 communities and education round and the climate solutions round. So we'll be happy to share a bit about how we are participating in this round right now.
All right.
Woo, amazing. That was less than 69 seconds. You have 37 seconds more. Do you want to add something else to your
Keep it growing.
elevator?
The time is already running. Okay, all right. So as Impact Market, so most of you might know us from the conditional basic income that we are supporting almost 50,000 people around the world with the UBI. We expanded now to microcredit, empowering small entrepreneurs in developing countries, learn and earn platform, and also our crypto wallet Libera. And then through these Gitcoin rounds, we really want to keep expanding all of our services to keep empowering these local communities, driving financial education, Web3 adoption, and also in the climate perspective, we really want to develop conservation basic income. So we already have the experience of the basic income. We know how to make it happen. We know how to make it work. We want to partner with projects already working on land preservation and stewardship of nature all around the world. And we want your support to develop all of these solutions as Impact Market. So that's your chance. Support Impact Market through the both Gitcoin rounds. You can find the links on our X and also on our link tree. So support Impact Market.
Woo. Let's grow.
Amazing.
Pin it up to the jumbo. Do you know how to pin, madame?
Sorry?
Do you know how to pin to the top of the space? To the garden, as we're going to start calling it?
No, not to
all
the space.
Shooting lessons 101. All right, let me teach y'all how to pin up to the top of the space. So here's what you do. You find your tweet. If it's not a tweet yet, tweet it out. That's step one. Step two, find your tweet. And then there's an upwards arrow. Looks like a bucket with an upwards arrow to the right of the tweet. That's the share button. Click that. If you're a speaker, it's going to be right at the tippy top option to actually pin it up to the Jumbotron. So that is how you pin it up there for us to easily click without even leaving the space. So there you go. A little bit of Impact Alpha for you.
Amazing. I will do this right away. So play the Impact Market.
Woohoo! All right,
Is this your guys' first time in the Gitcoin grants?
Yeah.
There was some conditions that I think we couldn't participate in the past. There is some other ways of supporting Pack Market, mainly through donations for the basic income. But then in this round, we really want to empower the community on supporting the development of all of these solutions that are impacting local communities all around the world. So it's not only about supporting the UBI itself, but also expanding the ways that you can make a change through Impact Market.
Amazing. So happy to have you guys here. I'm sure that you're going to be able to find a lot of projects to collaborate in Gitcoin. Yeah, it's amazing to see you guys here. Jimmy, do you see more hands up? I do.
I will be your eyes and ears.
Yeah, please.
Eve Medellin, which I just followed back from the left.
Hey, hello, Coco. Hello, Let's Grow. I love this initiative. Thank you guys for having me in this room. I just want to tell you that we are ETH Medellin. We are the local node in Medellin for Ethereum. And we want just to grow community, want to grow awareness of Web3. We want to teach people actually how to use Web3, how to build over there, and make the community as large as we can, and just build things that actually matters for the people, for the community. And not only here in Medellin, we can grow over the country and over the world and to the moon.
To the moon. I love it.
Amazing. You have 30 more seconds. Anything else
good.
you want to
Keep
add
it
to your
good.
later?
Let the show go in.
I'll feel the pressure. I don't know how else. What else I can share right now?
In
Where's
which,
your
in
link?
which round can we find you?
Okay,
Yeah.
let me just pin the my website and everything. I'll just find it out and we'll give it to you or put it here in this room.
Put it in the garden, the new garden.
In the new garden, and I love it.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to see so many projects from Colombia. So if you guys don't know about us, CocoDAO, we are also in Colombia. And it's been like absolutely amazing to see how public goods and how all these amazing refi and Gitcoin communities are being born and really growing and blossoming in Colombia. If you guys ever have the opportunity to go to Colombia, please do so. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm too biased, but for me, it's the most beautiful country in the world, the most amazing people, the most amazing nature. And yeah, you always feel the warmth of our people, even if it's just through a Twitter space. But we're always there, like giving love and warmth and being very, very kind to one another. So yeah, that was a elevator for Colombia.
For Colombia.
So,
Yeah, for
You
Colombia.
won't regret it. Just
I can
here,
attest to
you
that.
won't regret it.
Yeah, I feel the love through the spaces from you.
I
from
love
Juan,
Colombia. I haven't been there,
Juan
but I
Taramera.
love
I love you
Colombia.
I
guys.
hear Juan Taramera.
Wasabi,
Oh,
you have
yeah,
to go to
that's
Colombia for sure.
I do. I do. I even have an ex in Colombia. So yeah, I have
I
to
can't
go
wait.
there.
I would love to come to Colombia.
Okay. Yeah, Colombia, get down to Colombia.
Nice. So yeah, friends, go support it. Medellin. Did you put the pin on top? Not yet. Oh, I don't see it.
Did you pay
No,
attention
yeah.
during the show
I'm on it.
class? Of pitch? Yeah, you got it. All right.
Colombia love.
All the love for Colombia. All right.
Is it amazing? Who's next?
Jimmy sounds so funny in Spanish. It's crazy. Like when Jimmy's talking like those Spanish words, like it's priceless.
Manglares. We are planting manglares. We are growing. That's my
Bro,
favorite
you
word.
remember
it
we
says.
learned a few words last
Yeah,
time?
we did Regenlish last 24/7.
We
stream.
did. Like I think
did
it
that
was Juan
Manglares.
We
teaching
have
us.
fun here. We have fun here in the speakers.
Yeah, Juan,
What
give,
were the
give us
words?
another Regenlish lesson.
Juan.
We want to learn some Latino,
There were a couple of phrases.
Spanish. Yes, I want to learn some Spanish. You got to
Maybe
refresh our memory.
Parcero.
Hey, Jimmy.
Or...
Yo,
Hear me?
yeah,
Yeah,
teach us some Regen Spanish words.
Why?
What's
You
let's
can
grow?
pay.
Because I forgot
We
to say
love
let's
it.
grow. Come on, I remember there's like 12 different ways to say let's grow. We're like, how do you say that?
Hey, Jimmy, come on. Just come to Medellin and learn Spanish in Medellin. Stay
tell
a
your
month
mom.
and learn Spanish. Don't tell your mom, but
Don't
you can
tell your
call.
mom. Don't tell- Okay,
Hey.
let me explain this inside joke. So, like, my mother unfortunately has PTSD, very sad and serious. But and so I wanted to go to Medellin, but like, unfortunately, she like knows someone who like died there, which is kind of sad. So in Colombia, not Medellin specifically. And so she was not very keen of me going there. Yeah. So, but I really want to, and I love the people there. And so I was explaining this in the space, and like, guys, I want to go to Medellin. You know, like it's stressing out, you know, family. And then and he's like, and Juan was like, this is classic Juan. He's like, just don't tell your mom. He's like, don't tell your mom, dude. Just go and don't tell your mom. That was so good. I love it. Hashtag don't tell your mom.
Hey, Jimmy, just don't tell your
Goodbye,
mom. and
goodbye,
come.
y'all.
just
Stay
don't,
1
just
month,
don't
2
tell your
months.
mom.
Yeah. Hey, but seriously, I just want to say like hello to Susan from Impact Market. I love Impact Market. Every time I can support the Impact Market project is amazing because I have set up 2 communities in Medellin running in Impact Market, and from Impact Market is like a framework to set up the communities so people can donate to these communities and these communities can claim the UEI. So from Rifa Medellin, we donate to these communities every month. So people from the community can claim the UBI. But it's amazing because it's transparency. I mean, this is impact market, what it's built for. And it's Medellin. I'm super happy to be here, chilling at Medellin. Medellin have been doing a lot of great work, but the community needs funds to keep doing events, meetings, teaching people about Ethereum, about everything. And from Wi-Fi Medellin, we love to collaborate with Medellin, Impact Market, and all the projects that are here in the space. Because I think I know most of the projects that are here in the space, or 99%. And Wasabi, amazing work with the web page. I was super busy the last week, but I want to contribute, to help. Every time I can contribute and help, I will be there.
Woot woot! Hells yeah. Love it, friend.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. All right. Who is up here who has not shilled thyself? Wasabi, you shilled Let's Grow. It's about time we hear about the coconut nut. Hey, wait, Anna, have you stepped into the shill yet? You shilled Colombia. Did you shill coconut work?
No, I have not.
Oh my goodness, look at this. Hasn't even shilled herself, co-host and showing up. All right, you're about to step in. All right, the elevator has just opened. The doors are open. Woo! All right. And joining you in the shill-elevator is top 10 most giving Gitcoin donors, Mr. Jimmy Cohen himself. All right, so here's your time. Let me hoopity. Where is
I can set it myself.
Oh, look at you.
I have it
all right.
right here.
All right, she got this. All right. Okay. All right.
Okay, you
Ready?
do the alarm.
Grow!
Let's go.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Ana, as you heard from Colombia, very passionate about Colombia. And yeah, we have been working with CocoDAO for more than a year. We work with local rural farmers, preserving very small scale forests that are in danger of deforestation. All of the communities we work with are very low income communities that have been very, very affected by our internal conflict. We unfortunately have a lot of issues with illegal crops and illegal deforestation. And yeah, what we're building in CocoDAO is a way to sell their proof of impact. Everything is we are able to do it because of game forests. So they are our layer of trust. And all of this proof of impact that they are showing, taking care of their small scale forest, goes directly to pay for them to keep preserving this forest. So right now, what we are doing in CocoDAO is creating a blueprint methodology that can be used by other rural communities on ground. This blueprint methodology has an open source DMRB, again in collaboration with Game Forest, a proven business model that can sustain them in collaboration with agriculture. So this is, of course, a very agricultural area. Oof, my time is up. But yeah, we work with rural communities. So yeah, please, guys, go support us. Yeah, that was my time. It's hard. It's actually very, very hard to.
I know, right? 16
fit
takes
in
a lot of time,
16.
but it's important. It's important to practice, you know, because you there's a reason it's called an elevator pitch, right? You might actually get into an elevator with an investor or some very important person, and you ain't got all day. You got to be like pop, pop, pop. This is the most important thing, and get that message across. But of course, we got 2 weeks to go deep into the nitty gritty, and everybody's gonna learn everything about the details. But that's the high level. So thank you. And you know what? Let's see if IDRIS is working. Let's do another live Grow Nation. I hope you've been chilling on your pay. Okay, you got the short link already?
I just set it up.
Oh. Okay, I see you showing. Look at this. This is the co-host right here. This little puppy dog. Amazing. So here we grow.
I haven't tweeted it, but I put it in the link.
The short
on top.
link. All right.
Do you have to tweet it?
Cool.
To be able to use the IDRIS?
ID. Oh yeah, wait. No, IDRIS. I don't know. It's not popping up. It used to have a little logo right there. Hold off on your IDRIS donations until they fix it. I'm just kidding. Do what you like. But okay, I get to be a first donor. Let's go. I love it. Day one. Okay, add to cart. Boom. You got to just trust me on the stream if you're watching, because like if I swap to this, then you're not going to hear anything. Unless you know what, we can work around this. All right, hold on. I'm unmuting myself on the stream, such that I can show this tab. Come on.
I'm super curious, like, if anyone here in the space is also watching the live stream. Send, I don't know, an emoji, so we can like.
Yeah, there are. It doesn't video stream, but I've seen on Bankless we got viewers. On my page we got viewers. Probably on YouTube we got viewers. On Twitch we got viewers. Viewers everywhere, guys. It's taking over the internet to grow the movement. All right. So where was I? Oh, sorry. I gotta mute myself. See, very important. Once you bring spaces in, all right, stewarding lessons, you gotta mute thyself. All right. There is another person here who has not shilled, and he's with us in the video stream. He is the leader of the Regenaissance movement. He is the solar punk daddy himself. All right. Senor Utkarsh. Let's grow. I want to hear your shill. Step right into our shill-evator. We're growing to the 69th floor. The number you said at least a bajillion times last time we did a 24/7. All right. So let's hear it. All right. You ready? You got the timer ready, Anna?
I'm setting it.
I'm
Give me
already on
one
the
second.
69th floor, Jimmy, listening to you right now. So I feel like I can only go higher now. So let's go.
Let's grow.
Let's go.
Hey,
Let's grow.
what did you
Let's
just
grow.
say?
Let's
What
grow.
was that?
Who said go?
Well, let me
Who
get
said
me
go?
saying that word
Who
again,
said go?
okay? We said
Nobody
You
said
grow
go. No.
You
Who
said
said go?
I know what I
Bad.
heard.
Bad.
I know what I heard.
Grow. Grow.
Tiki.
grow,
All right.
Grow.
Okay,
Grow.
good.
All
Yeah,
right.
just say
All
it a
right.
billion times, and it'll just it's second nature. Here we
Grow.
go. Okay. All right.
Let's go.
Ready.
Okay, are you ready,
Huh?
Utkarsh?
Yep.
Ready?
Yep. Let's go.
Ready. Set.
Okay.
Go.
All right.
Did you just say it again? No. Hey.
Go for it.
Let's grow. All right. Let's grow. Let's grow.
Ready.
Go.
Let's go.
Set.
Ready, set, grow.
Grow.
Ready, set.
All right. So at Solarpunk DAO, we're building Earthcoin, which is designed as a new unit of value that's backed by climate assets, ecosystem services, and Solarpunk values. We've been busy building for the last now 18 months, and I am quite proud to say that we are probably a few days away from launching on the mainnet. And what you will see once we launch is you'll be able to purge your petrodollars for our Earthcoin on Uniswap and on our DApp. And all of those dollars that you purge will be going to 4 projects that we are piloting with. One which we have within us over here, which is Coconut Network. There is one solar farm in Mexico. There is one regenerative coffee production farm in Brazil, and there is one eco village in Portugal, which is by the traditional Dream Factory. So these are the 4 projects that we're funding for our pilot, and we're looking to raise like I think close to $80,000 to $90,000 for all of these 4 projects. And yeah, I will be shilling harder once we are launched, and you will be able to go and just buy some Earth and fund climate action anywhere in the world. That's it from me. Go own it, guys.
Just
Go
on
own it to
time.
everybody in the group.
Grow.
Time.
Grow. Gronate.
Do
It's
it.
going to be so overused. But we say Grovonate. All right. What's a donation? It's when you both donate and you vote for how the allocation should grow. It should flow towards the things that matter. Fund what matters, ladies and gentlemen.
Are we going to say gronate now? Like,
I like Gronate. Only, not everyone is a Gronation, okay? Only if someone is specifically growing the regen movement, right? Then it's a Gronation, okay?
Yeah, Gronation.
Infrastructure.
Wow.
If you get,
I feel like every Gitcoin round we evolve these words.
Yeah, I know. Everyone's a Vonation. But if you're growing the movement, it's a Gronation. All right. Enough of this nuances. Okay, so who is up next? Who has not shilled Life of the Wind?
Utkar, you didn't share your Gitcoin score.
Oh,
Gitcoin
my
passport score.
Gitcoin passport score?
Yep.
So I did not share it because I don't think I'm beating the top rank right now. I am stuck at a very lowly 46, 47.
Yeah, that's
And
pretty good, actually, dude.
I mean, compared to like, we just saw somebody put up like a 59 on the Telegram group.
But that was
That's
Wasabi,
boss.
you know.
That's
No,
Wasabi. He's
that's
he's
not
beast
Wasabi.
mode.
Yeah.
That's Muntala.
Dude.
Muntala, yes.
Dude, I'm in the 30s, guys. You need to step
Yeah,
my
that's
game up.
Muntala,
I don't
and
even-
he's on 57.6. And yeah, if I get a couple of more snaps, I can like cross 50. But I'm trying to see how do I get to 57. Now then I need to buy GTC. That's the only way.
Yeah, that's how they get
So,
you. That's how they
yeah,
get
yeah.
you.
But we all know which number you wanna get in that passport.
I know, right?
Because that's
Yo,
no
that-
secret.
Yo, if you make it to 69 passport score, I will personally make you a special NFT, and it's gonna be amazing and glorious. All right, it's just for
I
you.
mean, I feel like if I get all the identity stuff, I don't have Holonym yet, and if I also get GTC, it tells me I'm able to get 12 more points. And if Wasabi gives us some guild roles in the DAO, then all of that put together does get me to like 62, 63-ish. So yeah, it's a work in progress is all I can say. We've just started. It's the 15th. We have 15 more days, and I guess we will talk at the end of the round, is what I would say right now. I mean, the competition is just started. And I think I would also like to like see if we can like put this on our website where at least the hosts, people can probably just come in and give their wallet and we can have like a leaderboard of sorts. How about like we have oh dude, this would be quite interesting to map out
Rod was talking about a dashboard.
a dashboard. I feel like, I mean, our passport scores, yeah, but what if we were also able to map out whoever has come to the Let's Grow Live space and how much have they ended up like donating, gronating, and what was their passport score before and what is it after? I feel like that would be a kick-ass metric to have because we are actually like growing, right? We could see from the beginning to the end their passport scores, and the more that they engage, the more active they are in the space, the more projects that they will find out, and the more projects that they would be inclined to like donate to. And yeah, we could be able to track like how the progress goes from the last 2 weeks. It's simple for me to throw out ideas, and I think everyone knows who I'm talking to right now. But yeah, sir, if you have anything for us to do for this, then please let us know.
Is there like any kind of like maximum score, like 100 or something?
Yeah, it's 100. They've capped it at 100. If you're 100, I feel like you're good enough to run your own round from then on.
Yes. Love it. Love to see it. Okay, well, let the competitions begin. This is ultimately a love spreading competition. You know, in the end, the love you take is equal to the love you make. The more love that you spread, the more that will typically come your way. It's a beautiful thing. So spread a lot of it. Spread a lot of love and
Spread the love.
Spread the love, ladies and gentle friends. All right, so Who is up? Okay. Oh, we got
We
Ayaweka
have-
in here. Ayaweka, I think you're actually supposed to be co-hosting right now, correct? Or were they before? They an hour before?
Yeah, we're sharing this slot.
Oh, it is.
But
All right.
we also have
Ayaweka, I think you
Steve
co-host.
in the audience. Hello, my friend. Come up. I think you're the next host in a few minutes.
The hostess with the mostest.
Hello, hello,
Yeah.
hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
GM to everyone. My name is Jonathan Olwenyi. I'm the founder of Ayaweka Uganda, a community founded non-government organization working on environment and social development. I'm so happy to connect with everyone. This is your news and Gitcoin report of live from Uganda, East Africa. So I hope you all you're going to enjoy your stay with all of us. I know that I'm also a co-host in one of the sessions. So
This session.
Sorry.
It's this session. I sent you the invite.
Yes. So I really welcome everyone. I think I'm among the old grantees from GR12 till now. So our impact, actually, we've planted fruit trees in 98 schools so far now, and 68 and 68 health centers. So we are still planting more, and we run a series of activities onboarding communities on Web3, that is crypto education and awareness. We also never stop there. We run wetland and peatland restoration campaigns, plastic waste and management. We train a young generation in schools on agroforestry, whereby they can raise fruit trees and they can plant in their yards. So I'm really happy to connect with everyone here, and if you would love to connect with us in Uganda, and I hope next year you can come and visit our project that we are because we can speak a lot, and you say what are these guys talking about. So we are welcoming all of you next year to come to our project. Thank you for now. I'm going to speak maybe at a later time. Maybe if someone has a question for me, I'll be able to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'll DM you so we can plan the next tomorrow. We can share our slot. And yeah, like definitely go check out Ayaweka Uganda. Is for sure one of my all-time favorite Gitcoin projects. They work a lot with regional agriculture, real impact, on-ground impact. Their work with the communities is absolutely amazing. Shout out to you, Jonathan. You are doing an amazing job. So yeah, I think I'm gonna donate in this exact moment to you, my friend. Yeah. Hello, Steve. How are you doing, my friend?
GM, what's up?
All good. Doing great. Where are you? Are you in Istanbul too?
I'm in Istanbul, just about to jump in a taxi to Greenfield. We're just been at DPAC, which is all on about the region side of Web3. So here in the alpha, and sorry if my connection is terrible right now. This is badly planned on my end, but it's part of the event fun here in Istanbul.
When you get to Greenville, just whip out your laptop, throw on the camera, and just like get a walkie in there. Oh yeah, I'm sure they're very busy. But
I
yeah.
don't know. I can't
Or,
do that.
or
but-
see if we can broadcast Green Pill. Like that'd be super cool to like
Oh.
integrate that into this. Just speak with
We'll try
the
that.
program. It's probably way too last minute to do it, but you know, if you get there early, you know what I mean? Like, hey,
Yeah. We'll
But
try.
Steve, do you have some alpha for us from the Deepak?
oh,
I don't know, man. Whatever.
Give us some alpha. Not all of us can be in Istanbul right now.
He has something.
no. What's
I
the
don't know, man.
alpha?
Just a lot of talks about, decentralization, DAOs, what is working. I think the main thing that seems to be prevalent throughout everything is this idea of being sustainable. And most of us are not sustainable because we're relying on donations, right? It seems to be a common theme that I keep on hearing. So hopefully we sort this out and actually become sustainable,
Bull market back. Time to launch. Ignition ready. Everyone becomes sustainable. Let's hope. Do you guys really think it's back, or is it like a baby bull and then it's gonna go back down and then before the big bull? What do you think? Paul.
I think it's a rally before the main bull run. I don't think this is the bull run, but I think
The bull run.
Oh,
Okay,
run,
so
run,
let's do an emoji vote. Okay. Thumbs up if you think this is a bull run. Thumbs down if you think it's a mini rally, not the real thing. Okay. Are we at the thumbs up, thumbs down. Ready? 3, 2, 1. I don't know. I abstain. It's a thumbs down for most of you guys. Shit. Okay. Well, Bankless said we're back. So I don't know. I listened to their podcast the other day. And I was like, all right. Well, yeah. I think everyone's really excited.
We've definitely gone past the bottom.
Yeah.
But it's a bumpy ride, right?
A
So
bumpy one.
we'll see.
Yeah.
But recently I learned that just set your stop losses, right? Buy in and then set your stop loss. And if it goes down, who cares? But if it goes up, sweet, I'm in. So stop losses are power. Learn how to use them.
It's a power move for Shizzle. For Shizzle Manizzle. Loves it. Okay. All right. Well then. Who else is up here? We got Aqua Purge in the building. Aqua Purge, I believe, is also hosting. Is he a YouTube host? I hope you're hosting. Otherwise, it's great to see you here. Another project that has not launched yet, but has made a great amount of impact, picking up a lot of plastics. Ibrahim, are you with us, good sir?
Yes, sir.
What's
GM,
up,
GM.
fam? GTM. All right, so
this is the first time for us on Gitcoin.
hey,
And all.
we approved? Approved yet?
Yeah,
Interview.
approved already.
Woo! Congrats, man. Let's grow. I'm so happy for you, fam. So happy for you. Let's freaking grow. So right now it's supposed to be Steve hosting, but we got co-hosts as well. So new spirits. Everyone go to the chat, tag new spirits. Get them in here as well. But while we got you, Mr. Purge, okay, you just stepped into the Shillevator. All right, the Shillevator is growing up to the 69th floor. You got 69 seconds. Is the timer ready? Anna?
Setting it. I'm
Okay,
setting it.
setting it. Ready,
Okay.
your shill. On your marks. Get set. You ready?
Yeah, ready.
Get set, grow!
GM. Aquapudge here. So we are a Web3 platform that incentivizes people to report sightings and take active participation against ocean pollution. So we are building a platform that allows people to take real-time photos of polluted areas, and they get rewards for it. And we also reward people for participating in our cleanup events. So far, we've done 3 cleanup events. We have collected over 1,000 kilograms of trash from our beaches in Kenya. So go ahead and donate to us, and let's make an impact together.
What was that word you said before? Ahead? Not allowed. Grow ahead. Okay, grow. All right. Grow right ahead and donate. Grownate, in fact, because they're growing the movement. Love to see it. Okay, so, okay, let me retweet this. Boom. Yo, look at this. This space is lit, fam. If you haven't retweeted the space yet, bottom right, you will notice a beautiful oval with 20 comments in there, but we got 37 people. Everyone needs to comment. Compulsory. Type let's capital L grow all caps in the chat right now. If you haven't typed it, I'm gonna call you out. All right. Type let's grow in the chat. Bottom right meow. I'm gonna do it. Okay. Let's grow. Bonus points if you put 12 exclamation points. All right. All the enthusiasm. We're growing the movement. Let's grow. Boom. Steve did it. Aquapurge did it. I'm retweeting your let's grow comments too. Boom. All right. Who else did it? Refi Med Ian did it. Okay. Fork Forest did it. Come on now. Ioeka did it. Agaforest did it. Type in let's grow in the chat. Come on, everybody. Everybody. Ray
Everybody
did it.
now.
Everybody now. Coco Dow did it. Boom. Regen Bill did it. All right. Who else? Emmy did it. I'm retweeting you. Woo. All right. Everybody else, come on. Impact. Oh no, Impact did it.
Should we try to write it as a hashtag to see if we can make it trendy?
Ooh, I like the way you think. I like the way you think. You don't put apostrophes in hashtags, right?
No,
No. So is it all capitals? The capital letters matter?
I think it's either. You can do whatever.
Doesn't matter.
I think it doesn't really matter
Yeah,
the
but
capitals.
But the brand is just grow caps. So please try to do that. Okay, everyone in the chat, put a hashtag. Okay, if you've already done it, do it again. This time with a hashtag. Let's grow all caps. Boom.
Let's grow. Let's grow.
Grow. Okay. I'm also gonna pin you up to the top if you do the hashtag. Give you a little shout out. A shout out skis. All right. Let's see him. Let's see him. Bottom right. Go to the chat right about meow and type let's grow. We're growing this movemente. So many grows. Oh my goodness. I love to see this. Jerry said let's grow. Ioeka said let's grow. Kingfisher said let's grow. Looking for my hashtags. Where are my hashtags at, ladies and gentlemen? I want or maybe there's too many comments. I gotta click see more or something. Okay, all right. Yep. Yeah, there's even more comments. Oh, that's Public Goods. Whoa! Public Goods Africa got to 57.6. Oh wait, it's not 59 yet though, so that's the number to beat. See if you can get over 59. All right. All right. Yeah, I think it's gonna take a moment to populate. All right, we'll get to that later. All right, Simply Joe is trying to come up here. Yep, he's a student web developer, UI UX. All right, yeah, we'll let you up. Let's grow. Come on now, Simply Joe. Juan Tarameda is trying to come up. Wahida. Should we play Juan Tarameda? He threw down like a remix to Juan Tarameda. It's my nickname for Juan. It's Juan Tarameda. Wahida Juan Tarameda. It's 2:00 and I haven't had breakfast. But you know what? I got the energy anyway. I'm feeding off you guys. All these vibes over here. It's amazing. Makes me feel phenomenal. All right. So, Steve, you're supposed to be hosting. I'm guessing you're in a cab and it's difficult for you. But do your best. Come in here and be like, what you want to do? What you want? You got a workshop? Okay. Throw him on the spot. He's traveling. We got your back. That's what we do at Let's Grow DAO. We cover each other's backs.
When you say I'm meant to be hosting, you mean I'm hosting from Let's Grow?
No.
Because I don't know what you're...
No, hey, one at a time.
No, okay.
One at a time. Okay, so there are 3 different possible ways to contribute to this program here. Okay, numero uno is steward. Okay, steward is where you go from the main account and we rotate overlapping 5 minutes each time. That's stewarding from the main account. Hosting is actually coming up as a co-host. Okay, so we co-host you. And then you kind of facilitate conversation. The third one is a special guest. You can come in as a special guest. Guys, if you're not in the hosting schedule already, fret not. You can be a special guest. You can literally come here anytime. But if you want to be like a special guest, like I can interview you, or you can apply, go to letsgrow.network and you can apply to be a special guest on one of the programs. All right, so do it up. Those are 3 ways. So yeah, no. Oh wait. So that means I should co-host you. I think I sent you the co-host invite.
I didn't get one, but I think it's because you got 2 co-hosts.
Oh yeah, you're welcome.
You can have
Sorry, you're welcome. I'm removing co-host, but I still love you. All right, sending to Steve the man. So why don't you show yourself, Steve? Why don't you show what you got going on? Unless you got a lot of background noise, and you want to do that later. I'm putting you on the spot, but if you want to.
Can you hear background when I'm speaking right now?
Oh yeah, it's coming through.
There's a lot of background.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah.
A lot, maybe not. Maybe I won't steal too much. I'll just ask a question, and then we'll go from it. So I'm curious from the theme that I keep on hearing throughout DevConnect for region stuff about sustainability. So with the different projects, how are you thinking to go beyond donations? Do you have an idea of how to become sustainable beyond donations? And if so, what's that plan?
What an excellent question.
Good question. Good question. Accountability. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Here's the plan of TreeGen. So I'm speaking from Let's Grow, but I am Senor TreeGen. Okay. So here's how we're going to be sustainable. All right. So there's a few different revenue models for TreeGen. So first of all, we are launching a governance token. The reason we're doing a governance token is such that we can do something called a proof of plant. So we've got an AI tree counting tool where folks can whip out their phones, fill in the trees. It'll count how many trees have been planted. But then our TreeGen verifiers will be staking their TGN, our governance token launching very soon. They'll stake the TGN and they will look at the AI tree counting data. They'll look at GPS coordinates. They'll look at landmarks and the tree planted profile to avoid double counting. And then they will issue MGROW. So MGROW is our mangrove eco credit, right? And they're issuing that. So the total supply outlined in our green paper, which we can launch today. It's finally ready. You guys can open comment if you guys want to go see back on that. But basically, it's 300 million supply, 50 million for team, 50 million for airdrops, and then 200 million is for sale. And that sale will go to our DAO treasury. All right. So the DAO treasury will be able to vote and allocate and basically make an impact with that. So that's one of the models, right? TGN. The second model is the MGROW token itself. So we can plant trees and sell MGROW as a token. So can anyone who's near mangrove trees. And the third model is forwards. The beauty of selling the future value of ecological credits in the short term means, okay, yeah, you're selling it at a discount, but it's actually, in a lot of cases, an order of magnitude more funds than what it costs to plant the tree in the first place, which means you can plant a lot more. So initially, this concept was like carbon forwards, right? So selling the future value of a carbon credit to an impact investor who pays a reduced rate now, though they're taking on some longer term risk. That means we can plant more trees. And then in like the long term, we don't plan to leverage this funds for other purposes until the very long term. We plan to just reinvest back into more trees, and also reward the holders of MGROW tokens with these forwards. Now, we're actually looking at the ecological benefits framework. You're going to be hearing a lot about the ecological benefits framework throughout Let's Grow Live. But basically, this is looking at 6 different areas of impact. So we're looking at not just carbon, but also biodiversity credits, right? Also water, also air, also soil, and oh, look, we got the comments coming in. Absolute fire. I love it. So cool. And then also equity, right? So all of those things can be measured through the ecological benefits framework, sold as forwards. A lot of them sold as forwards to reinvest back into more of the good things. So these are 3 different models for Regeneración. If someone funds, so even though TreeGen has not launched our tech yet, right? We got the AI tree counting growing on, but we haven't launched TGN or MGROW, or some of these different mechanisms. But we have actually been funded and have successfully planted 2 million mangrove trees with 4 Trees Club, our on-ground tree planting organization already. 2 million mangrove trees in the ground, and the majority of those came directly through TreeGen's as a donation contribution. Shout out to Kyoto Protocol. They funded us to do 1 million mangrove trees, right? And so why did they fund us to do this even though we haven't launched these things? It's because we're radically transparent, right? So really trying to build the most rewarding and transparent tree planting through all these different things that I just spoke about there. And so the point, the reason I'm mentioning this is, so 4 Trees Club allocated 15% of towards fundraising. So when someone funds them, they want to try to raise funds for tree planting. So TreeGen is like a fundraising partner for for Trees Club. So when someone funds trees, 50% can stay within TreeGens to run our operations and build out the technology and do more of the good thing. And so that's another model for us there. Thank you. Any questions or pass
Okay,
to the
who's
next?
next?
Yep. Hands are up. Let's see some hand. Oh yeah. I guess you can't call upon them. Who still got their hand up? So, Utkarsh does. I think Impact Market had their hand up, but is not any longer raised. So put it back up if you want to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jimmy, listening to you talking is definitely exciting. You're a machine, so I'm pretty bullish of all of the projects that you're working on. It's amazing the energy that you're putting in all of these things. On behalf of Impact Market, what I can share, so it was pretty a challenge when we started only with the UBI. So we were really relying on donations. So we were receiving grants and some investments in order to keep the company running and also to keep the money flowing through the UBI communities. We launched our governance token as well, Pact. We did an IDO, so it helped us to have liquidity to the token and working so many things to improve our tokenomics and utility. But then also to expand and think about a long-term sustainability for the project, only thinking about the UBI, as we're not a non-profit, we're not a philanthropic project. We needed to think and come up with other revenue streams. So in our case, and also was a natural evolution of what we were doing as unconditional basic income. Once we started supporting people all around the world, that they started covering their basic needs with the salad dollars they were receiving. They were populations that they are normally unbanked, underbanked, not having access to so many financial services they were so used to. And then we understood also an opportunity in here because all these people, they are lacking, they really want to have access to more possibilities for savings, microcredit, and so many other things that for us are no brainer. In this case, as Impact Market, we started growing our product framework. We started developing new products also to attend this demand. So we have now the microcredit. So in this case, we have the interest that we receive by the funds that we are borrowing to small entrepreneurs all around the world. So far, the funds we've been receiving for some specific partners, providing the funds to be borrowed, distributed as loans. And then there is this model of the interest related to this. We also launched a learning educational platform, or Learn and Earn. And then in this case, we have set up fees. So all of your projects in here, for example, if you would like to reach a range of users that are especially in developing countries, and it's not only about having a space of promotion in a normal Learn and Earn as you guys see others around, but definitely there is all of these impact aspects that you're also bringing all the knowledge and the relevant information related to your project. It could be about the importance of planting trees, of many of the things that all of the cool things that you're doing as projects in here, and then how you can do it as a course and then put it available to thousands of users that we have in Brazil, Nigeria, Uganda, and so many places in all of these developing countries where we have Impact Market users. Soon this will be available to all the users of our crypto wallet, the beta. And then we also are the first DApp listed on MiniPay with the Learn and Earn solution. So we are expanding also reach beyond the Impact Market users to the MiniPay users as well. So I don't know how familiar you are with this new wallet launched recently by Opera, already reaching thousands and thousands of users in Nigeria and Kenya. So we have all of these different sources of revenue that we are working right now. So mainly all of these new microfinance services, which there's some tap fees and interests that I just shared with you.
Woohoo! I love it. So one of the many collabos that I want to explore during this stream is with yourself. When we spoke at Refi Week, had a really great conversation about the Learn to Earn platform that you built. And we got to teach people how to plant mangrove trees, right? Getting all the best information about spacing, 2 meters within the mother tree, etc. All the different ways to grow about it. We would love to collaborate with that. It's cool that you're rewarding people with impact. We could also chuck in some extra rewards there with our token as well. And, love the Learn to Earn model. It's really, really cool. So let's keep those discussions alive over the next 2 weeks. as we are together, united on the space. We got 4 people in here on the space and even more on the video streams across the interwebs. Friends, please retweet the room, bottom right, do the thing, quote tweet it, drop a comment, all right? Give it some love. If you love public goods, then give us a heart. If you want to grow the movement, then do comment. That's what the algo loves the most. And retweet just because it's nice to do. It actually doesn't do that much, but it's still very nice to retweet. Okay, so do the tweetings of the retweetings in the bottom right. Back to you. Anyone? Oh yeah, who else wants to share? Utkarsh, did you want to share your business model or how you're going to be self-sustainable beyond grant funds?
Yeah, Steve's here asking the tough questions, and I'm glad someone is now. So,
Yeah.
A lot of things actually. At least when we were designing Earthcoin, like the key was to make sure that it's just not yet another like currency backed by air, and how do we actually meme a new unit of value, right? Like as of now, other than the stable coins that exist that are fully backed, like everything else, I mean, all the layer one cryptocurrencies are backed by the blockchain. So we did have a challenge upon ourselves as to like how do we create something that's backed by real world assets. So the way we've designed this whole mechanism is that we are going to be doing a perpetual Earthcoin sale on the protocol. The price is set at a certain specific value, which is at a multiple of the intrinsic value. Now, not to get too much into the details, but basically, you purge your dollars for Earthcoin at the protocol, and all the dollars that are purged at the protocol when you're buying, like they're minting fresh Earthcoin at the protocol, all of that money goes towards projects that we have listed on the website. And those projects are from the 5 sectors that we focus on. So it's clean energy production, regenerative agriculture farms, ecosystem conservation, clean transport, and solar punk spaces. So these 5 sectors put together more or less contributes to like over 80% of the greenhouse gas emission problem. But at the same time, all of these 5 sectors cater to our core needs of humanity. So all of these 5 sectors provide essential service goods for us that we consume, and all of the projects that we will be putting money into have a natural revenue system baked in. So we're not expecting any exponential returns from the projects that we fund, but I think at least the ballpark is that we aim to get anywhere from like 8 to 20%, depending on the risk of the project. And on top of that, so like now Earthcoin is designed as a new unit of value, right? So it's a combination of the climate assets that are backing it. Plus, on top of it, we are also now trying to like price in all the positive externalities created by these projects. So I think Jimmy was referring to the ecological benefits framework. Like in our case, what we do is we flip that model around and we say that all the projects that we are funding are creating all these externalities that are beneficial to the environment. So we do a bunch of measurements on top of that, and that value of that plus what the asset is valued, let's say in this current neoliberal framework that we are inhabiting, those two bits put together like lead to the value of how Earthcoin is priced in the market. So for us, let's say if I have to break it down, the revenue, there is one a core revenue that comes from the projects that we fund, and then the cherry on top is like how much positive externalities are we able to generate via the projects, and how well are we able to price measure it and then like put a price on that. So a combination of these two things, and then if the community feels like putting a bit of an extra premium on top for the solar punk world that we are building, then that's all going to be a cherry on top. But these are the two things that we are going to focus on for the foreseeable future, because at the end of the day, like our goal with Earthcoin is to be able to put the value of ecology in the economy. And at some point that will just happen by default by anybody using Earthcoin. So it's designed in a way that it when you purchase it, you're building infrastructure for a net zero world, and then when you use it, you're building the solar punk world. So yeah, hopefully the fundraising bit like gets addressed in due course of time. But I do feel that like as a DAO that's going to run Earthcoin, like we might be looking to do at least like one raise to get the ball rolling. Post which we might take a call on how to go further. But yeah, it's tough to like fully gauge because expenses are quite high trying to like run a currency that's backed by real world assets. So looking to do at least like one round in the near future and then probably take it from there.
When you say round, you're talking about investment round?
As in like we might do like the DAO, the Solarpunk DAO might do like a fundraise in the near future.
How
But
much are they gonna raise?
man, times keep on changing, but like minimum we would start at like a million and a half, maybe going higher, but nothing less than that for now.
All right, only dealing with the big boys. Only dealing with the big
Yeah,
boys.
but you
You
need
want the
that. I
mamba?
mean, yeah, it's because for us it's also like we need to put in some efforts into like getting people to buy Earthcoin, and that will take some amount like pushing to get the momentum rolling on that. Like talk to the institutions and talk to the people like doing climate action, putting money in impact and stuff like that, and sell them on the whole idea. So I think to at least get the initial ball rolling, like we might undergo that. But I'll tell you what, like I mean, it's an interesting juncture that we find ourselves in right now because up until now I think it was just Gitcoin that was supporting like public goods funding and so on and so forth. But now there is optimism and there is Clear Fund and then there is Octant and now there's Gitcoin. So the way we are looking is as of now that like if things really don't change, then we will see how much can trickle down from all of these places for the DAO and just use all of that to like bootstrap the currency. So the product is the currency, and like we would just use all of those resources getting here. And yeah, it's not easy answer to give, but I don't know how things pan out exactly. It's what I can say for a fact is that had there not been any Gitcoin support, like we would not have been able to build. And thanks to all the love and support that we've gotten up until now, like I am in a position to say that like yeah, maybe a day or max 2 days from now that like we will be live on Polygon mainnet where like anybody can just put their DAI, buy Earth, and then just go fund like climate projects all over the world. So yeah, getting
All
till
right.
this point was very difficult because like I mean a lot of legal fees and developer like costs and stuff like that. But like yeah, Gitcoin really came through for us at that point in time. So we are at this position, and from here on out also if the funding is not that great, we at least have something out there that we can then work on and grow and take it forward. So yeah, personally quite excited and very grateful for the whole Gitcoin ecosystem, and hopefully we get to a position where we can start running like our own Solarpunk QF rounds. Yeah.
Yes. The
Yeah,
whole
yeah, soon.
Grand Tour to Grantee or Grantee to Grand Tour story is a beautiful one.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
love
yeah.
that. Yeah.
It's and I
Solar
don't think we
and
can
Solarpunk
definitely be
citizen.
starting small. Yeah, I mean maybe looking at like doing a 20-25K round in like a year or so should be definitely viable. I mean, it's also possible the people that end up buying Earthcoin say that we want to allocate 20K for a QF round and we can roll from there. So lots possible,
Right.
and yeah, figuring out.
Let's grow. Yeah, there's always challenges and setbacks, right? When it comes to launching something as big as this. Like I remember you saying, like after the last round, like a couple more weeks, we're gonna launch. And it's like, yeah, but you like, I can only imagine the legal stuff you're going through, right? When you're saying like we're gonna give returns and things like that. Yeah. Best of luck with it, brother. You know I got you. This is Jimmy Cohen speaking here from the Let's Grow DAO page, Let's Grow Live page. I'm rocking a solar punk tree gen right now. I'm rocking a solar punk. But you, my friend, because I believe in you. When I was in Bangalore, I stayed at Akarsh's place. He hosted me like a champ. He's like, here's a room. Here's some food. Cook me food and give me a room. And I saw the way he was working, how determined he is. He was grinding it out, biddling the solar punk future that we love. So love to see it, my friend. I love to see it.
Yeah, man. I think that was a pretty kick-ass week. I mean,
It was a
so
kick-ass
much
week.
of like brainstorming, so much of back and forth. And
Yeah.
like, yeah.
And you gave
Just
me a lot
growth
of
from
advice
there.
about tree gens. We like went to the whiteboard. And we're like, let's do this, and we're just surrounded by regens. I love being surrounded by regens and change makers. Like it makes me so happy. You notice like on these spaces that have a lot of energy. I'm not always like this. Like you meet me IRL, it's like, yeah, yo, dude, where's all the crazy energy? It's like, well, you know, it's about being surrounded by regens. If you see me at like a regen event, like, dude, it's the same energy because like I love it, dude. Because like everyone's got that spark in their eye. And they see like what's possible to like actually build a better future and make the world a better place. It's a beautiful thing, and I'm pumped and bullish on it. So let's grow. Looking forward to your launch and your citizen round and all the good things. All right, so
So
yep.
I think I did want to like put up a question to Steve because he's there and he's getting like some vibes and information from there. Like, what's the conversation like over there? Because a lot of the Web3 models that we or the protocols that we use as of now don't have like revenues baked in. And what's the flight to sustainability for like majority of the protocols, and what's the discussion like on that front?
Honestly, it's a state of everyone complaining and nobody having an answer. that's the main thing. I think the other part of it is DAOs. But yeah, nobody seems to have an answer. It just seems to be something everyone's talking about.
I mean, I think I'm at least glad that like the conversations come up, and like, I mean, even if there isn't any clear answer now, maybe a few more conferences later as a collective, we do figure it out. Because at some point, like, I mean, let's say the internet did figure out a revenue model which was ads and it worked quite well for them, not for like majority of the society, but it did work quite well for the internet companies. And in a pretty similar way, I feel like most of the crypto protocols will have to figure like where their value capture. I mean, let's say, I guess there's no other word for it, but in some ways, where are they able to capture some value that can ensure that their operations are sustainable, going beyond just token sales. I think we kind of get like used to the token sale behavior, just raking in crazy amounts of money during the bull, and then there's no focus on unit economics per se. But yeah, I think a few more of these stretches, and I feel the conversation shifts towards more sustainability.
I look forward to the time. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Steve.
No, I was just gonna say, it seems like the DAO discussion seems to be having some solutions. So when DAO started, it was like everyone should have access to voting, whereas now it's like, who do we give the right to vote? Because not everyone knows what they're voting for, or has contributed enough to the DAO to really make a competent vote. So it seems that people are turning more towards more like a reputational governance system, a bit like the democracy we have, but obviously on a much smaller scale.
Yeah, I look forward to the time when people can wake up in the morning, get out of bed, make their coffee, go out, plant some trees, or pick up some plastics, or just do the good thing and be adequately rewarded by what we actually value as human beings in the world, right? Like, really make a living from doing public goods. And this Gitcoin ecosystem is a cool way to do it. And then there's other ecosystems. There's Giveth, which I know you're also a part of there, Steve. I just want to show Giveth real quick.
I'll show Giveth in a bit when I'm out of this car.
Yeah. Get away from that background noise. It is painting our drums. Even though we love your voice, our eardrums are like, all right, it's okay though. We love you. So there's Giveth. There's Retroactive PGF. By the way, Let's Grow Live is a Moloch DAO built on top of Optimism. So Let's Grow. There's CLTR. There's all these different things. But then building these ecosystems, trying to reward people, like putting the values back into the money, right? So Earth Token is going to do that. mGrow is going to do that, right? And backing the money by real things. And then what are all the different ways that we can reward people for holding those things, right? Like we talked about ecological benefit framework forwards, right? From all these different EBF things. And then there's also all that grant funding that we can continuously pull in and then share with the holders of tokens and things like that as well, in the future. So all those things I think are basically realigning incentives, right? Like basically putting the value. Imagine there's like a scale, those old school scales of which one weighs more, right? Right now, the degeneration of nature, unfortunately, weighs a bit more. It's got that weight. It's the clear value. You chop the tree, it has the price. You can sell it wood. You can make, charcoal out of the stuff. But then there's another value over here, and that's regeneration, right? And what's the value of regeneration? Well, it is what we put on it and the systems that allow us to add and stack those values, right? So if there's demand for a token that's backed by regeneration, or if we're adding value by airdropping, different rewards, or like whether that be from grants or forwards or all these different things, we can slowly tip that scale and add more value towards regeneration. So I'm really bullish on all the builders that are helping tilt that scale, and yeah, build the Regenaissance, baby, a bright, beautiful future that is. Let's grow. Quick little shilling shout out to our channel partners. Shout out to Bankless DAO. You can find us on Bankless DAO YouTube. You can find us on Bankless DAO X, maybe even Bankless DAO Twitch, I think. Shout out to Refi DAO. You can find us on their YouTube. You can find us on their X, maybe LinkedIn. I think LinkedIn had some challenges. And yeah, shout out to Solarpunk DAO. We're retweeting on you. I mean, broadcasting on your page, Earth. Shout out to Tree Gems. We're broadcasting there. Shout out to all the different, of course, Let's Grow. We're broadcasting there. All the different channel partners who help us unite and grow the movement. All right, woot woot. Utkarsh is raising the roof in the in the stream here. All right, Mr. McGee has his hand up. Carbon Counting Club. What is going on, my friend?
I'd also like to encourage people to look at the power that the end user has on tokenomics and structuring systems that they want to add value to. The decentralized financial tools that we have available to us, the math behind them is fairly solid. You look at the projects, a lot of times it's poorly set up. There's a lot of people who have been given the opportunity to rug each other. You need to look at the way that the math functions on these tools. With the end user tokenomics, the liquidity pools can perpetually add demand to any product or service that we can adequately verify and put on the blockchain. And this can be done with small donations that you don't even have to send to the organization themselves. People with the tools are publicly available for us to do this in our own, just on our own, on different blockchains. And I'd like to show people how that works and even teach people the math that these algorithms use. Like these algorithms, they're able to do the math much faster than humans do. But I think there's a lot of people that don't even understand the actual equations that these robots are doing and how it adds to the demand creation. And generally that demand creation is in somebody's hands, but we can remove it from human hands and just put it on the blockchain to continue that project and progress forever. The Evergreen Coin Foundation plans to remain just purely philanthropic. They don't really look at producing products or profits or things like that. They will continue to rely on donations and the efforts of the community to add value to the chain in various ways. This is also where end user tokenomics are going to be very important for all of you that are hosting projects eventually. You're going to have people who are going to be using them. How can they use them and how does it affect you? It will become very important. It's good to educate yourself on these tools and your communities on these tools. Part of this also goes into diversity, which is where most of this space is going to thrive. We're not like my project's better than your project. We're like, hey, we're all going to be able to do good. And I think that's really going to put us a leg up over the competition. So thank you everybody for being here. I am happy to tell you guys about the math that goes on in the background of these machines during my hour later if you guys are interested in that.
Nice. Yeah, I'm really excited to get into it, man. We got time. We're gonna get into all the good stuff of how we can, calculate carbon, how we can really grow the movement in all the various fun and interesting ways. So, loves it, loves it, loves it, loves it. I see Guru and Anna in the green room. Did you want to come on the main stream? I think you can add yourselves now at this point. Yeah, you're good. You can add yourself if you want. No pressure. No pressure. All right, we're rocking it. We're rocking it. We're
I
rolling.
actually can't. I don't know if it like when we
Oh, you
changed
can't?
the links.
I see you as a team member, so you should be able to. But let me just.
Okay, let me check.
Bloop, bloop. Guru, give me a thumbs up if you want to come in. No, he's not. He's in the tropical island. All right, cool beans. All right, so loving this discussion. We're already getting into thoughtful discussions, not just shill. But we do love the shows. So if you're in the audience and you have a startup, I want to hear it. I see Nacion Bankless. Shout out to Nacion Bankless coming on at 11 p.m. UTC. Was that Median? Yeah, go ahead, Median. You gonna show like the wind? You got something to say?
Hey, Jimmy, I was trying to talk before, but I don't know what happened. Like when you ask about the alpha stuff of the event in Istanbul, I can share. It's not alpha, it's not official, but it's something that we are trying to do. And in Refimagine, we are building like a lending platform for people that sometimes doesn't have possibilities. Like for example, some hackers wants to participate or wants to travel or wants to learn. So maybe we can lend them some money at a low interest rate, just to help with some life goals or something like that. But it's only intended for community people. It's not a lending platform open to everyone. It's closed. So we need to allow whitelist a wallet that we know, that is somebody that we know participate in refi activities and stuff like that. So we vouch for this person and we let them lend the money. But at the beginning, we are gonna do this in the Celo network with the CUSD coin. But personally, me, Juan, I am working in a proposal to have a local currency, a SICOP currency running in Celo, because if somebody like take the loan and the dollar goes up, so it's gonna be difficult to repay the loan. So we are trying to move forward with a new local currency running on Celo, pegged to the Colombian peso. So I have the proposal in the Celo forum, and I invite everyone maybe to read the proposal and support the proposal. I was talking with Mento protocol, that is the protocol that back up the stable coins in Celo. I was talking to Marek, the founder, and a bunch of people, to Impact Market. I was talking to Impact Market so many times about this proposal, because I think it's necessary, this coin, to be able to do more things in Colombia. So it's not alpha because it's not a reality, but we want to have this new coin in the near future.
Right on, brother. I appreciate you sharing that here. Let's freaking grow. Let's grow the movement. Let's grow all of the good things. Okay, so Guru, you're on the stream, but you're not on the space. So I'm gonna take you off the stream because you got to jump on the space if you want to be on stream, so you can talk. Although we love looking at your beautiful face, we want to hear the words coming out of your mouth as well. So, all right, happy days. Let's keep it flowing. Let's keep it growing. If you're in the audience, I see you, Kingfisher. I see you, Wild Friends. Ayawaka, Uganda, Nacion Bankless. Shimon up here. Shimon up and shill. You can also shill a friend if you'd like. Shill a friend. That's a nice thing. You know what? I'm going to shill a friend. shout out to Kawagumba. So John of Kawagumba is someone who I met IRL, not just met, we did some shit together, okay? So if you didn't know this, I personally broke the world record for most trees planted in a day, not once, but twice. The second time, we did it to try to make it Guinness World Record official, and he was literally with me the entire 24 hours, pretty much. He was there, passing me propagules. And when I say passing propagules, he didn't just do it like it's a job. He did it with enthusiasm and like excitement. And dude, he helped keep me going like straight up so much because I was like, okay, so we're doing like a Twitter space while we were like freaking planting. I don't know, we're crazy. So another thing, Kyoto, who's the guy who funded us to do 1 million mangroves. He was like, instead of, I was saying like more propagules like every time because they're passing propagules, right? I'm just planting them 2 by 2. And then he's like, can you say reload instead? That'd be funny. So I started saying reload every time I needed more propagules. I'd be like reload, and he'd be like, here is the reload, and he'd like come with the reload, and he'd just be like, no, he'd be like, the reload is here, and like literally every time, like with a huge smile on his face, and just an amazing human being. Like, he eventually did get a little bit of rest because he actually like barely slept or didn't even sleep on the bus ride the way there. I told him multiple times, like, you do not have to work the whole time. Like, it's me doing this 24/7 thing. We got other people. 24 hours of tree planting. But he really wanted to push through, and that meant a lot. So in terms of enthusiasm for regeneration and character, he is 10 out of 10. And John of the Kawagumba Village Project is a great guy. What's he doing in Gitcoin? He's planting trees. He is a regen farmer using regenerative agriculture. He's empowering a lot of people. He's posting videos all the time. If you go to the Touch Tree hashtag, he's the #1 user of the Touch Tree hashtag. I think more than me, if not definitely second place right there. And he's just a great guy. So I think we should give him some money. It goes a long way in Kenya, right? A little bit of Ethereum on Optimism really goes a long way. He's in Kenya, and I've met him. He's legit. He's a great guy all around. So navigate. I don't have his thing right now. Actually, let me see if I can pin it. Let me see if I can pin. All right. So I'm going to go to Kawagumba. All right. And let's see if he's shilling. We followed him back on this page. All right. He is look, he's shilling everyone else's grant. That's the thing. Oh, look at this touch tree. That's great to see. All right. So he's shilling us. All right. So what you got to do is go to grants.gitcoin.co. All right. I'll do a tweet about him later as well when I donate to his grant. All of y'all should do this. By the way, how do you maximize positive impact? Yes, get matching, but also tweet about it. Tweet out who you're donating to and why you decided to donate. That, probably will inspire another person to donate, to GrowNate, if it's growing the movement. So go to grants.gitcoin.co, navigate to the climate solutions round, and then you will find Kawagumba Village Project and his big, beautiful smile. Or you can simply click on the Tree Gens one on the thing and then go click back to Climate Solutions, and that's like another way to easily navigate there. All right. Oh, happy days. Cool beans. The beans are cool. And Anna, let me ask you a question. We got you up here on video. So tell me about, what are you excited for? CocoDAO has been going for how long now? And what's the future looking like? And what are you bullish on and excited for in terms of what's going on with CocoDAO?
Yeah, so I'm actually very excited because all the work we do is like very, very related with the political kind of ecosystem of our country. And like we build solutions for farmers that want to preserve their small scale forest. And right now, what's happening in Latin America specifically is that we have seen that all of these illegal crops, these coke illegal crops, which are like one of the #1 enemies of native forests, especially like small scale native forest. So to give you like a context, like these farmers can make 4 or 5 times the revenue if they produce some illegal crop, like you know what, instead of just producing food, instead of just, of course, like if they have only 10 or 20 hectares or even less than that, the reality is that they cannot like create carbon credits, especially traditional carbon credits, because the barriers are like way too high. So they are kind of forced to go into these illegal crop productions. And right now, what's very, very interesting is that the consumption of drugs in the world is changing drastically. And now like the drug cartels are not really buying so much of this product. So farmers are faced now in the situation which they have to find another source of income. So this is in a way is great because they love to produce their plants. That's what they do. That's what they live very happy doing. So they love to work with their soil. They love to understand the ecosystem, and it's just like part of their genes. So I think like this situation in which we have all these local communities like searching for new revenues of income is going to be great for CocoDAO, because we have now the tech. I think like 3-4 months ago, before we started our partnership with Game Forest, we really struggle a lot with how are we gonna implement the MRV into our very small scale forest. So now we have the tech layer, and it is now about really like going from community to community and building the project with them. Every single community has a lot of different difficulties. For example, there are communities that are lacking water. There are communities that are lacking education. So we have to work really in creating these microeconomies based on really what they need and based on where they are located and what type of products they are gonna be able to produce, while at the same time, of course, using the DMRV technology to preserve all these small scale native forest for them to create like different types of revenues. We're also very excited because our legal figure in Colombia is almost done. We have been working almost a year in this because working with crypto, especially in these types of like non-profit scenarios, is quite it's hard in Latin America. It's still pretty much very obscure kind of system. With this legal figure, what we're aiming is to register all these small scale forests in the land registry system. So instead of like right now, most of these forest, you could legally, unfortunately, deforest them, because right now they are being registered on their agricultural soil. So you have again all the right to just deforest and grow food. So what we're aiming is to voluntarily register all these small scale forests as part of a forest reserve. In this case, like we are trying to ensure that these forests are gonna really stay like really, really long term, and it's not like something like a cash grab for maybe for communities in need. So once we have the forest like registered legally as reserves, then it's gonna be like they're gonna doubt way more to deforest them, because then like it becomes like illegal and the environmental police can get involved. And I think we are aiming to preserve the forest even legally as much as we can. And like also we have been we are hopefully soon starting our second pilot project. So our first pilot project was 7 hectares, and now we are going to 300 hectares of endangered forest. And in this particular project is very important for us because the research and the biodiversity research and in this area the last study that was done was like in the 80s. So there's like a whole lack of knowledge of what's happening in that region. This region is also the five biggest rivers of our country, of Colombia, are born very close to this reserve. Colombia is the second most biodiverse country in the world. So we are very, very hopeful that by doing a biodiversity study with legit biologists and experts in fauna and in flora of these types of ecosystems, we're going to be able to even maybe find new species every time some of this type of research is done in Colombia. We're able to find new species for science. So yeah, we have the big challenge that we have very small scale forest, but as Jimmy said, like now we have a bigger understanding that forests are not only carbon, thanks to groups like the Ecological Benefits Framework that are showing that biodiversity and water and all these characteristics of the ecosystem are also important, and that we shouldn't stay just like with the carbon tunnel vision that we are looking at the forest right now. So it's a lot of moving pieces that are finally taking place. And yeah, I'm very excited because now I think it comes the fun part. For me, it's very fun to be in the forest, to engage with these communities. I think that they are the biggest teachers. They are the biggest gurus. So, I mean, I learn so much when I'm with them. And yeah, it's such a rewarding work. It's such a rewarding process that we have been through. And yeah, we always keep in our priorities our rural communities. So I think that's also like a little bit answering like Steve's question. Yeah, we aim to have very different revenue incomes main very different income revenues from for these local communities. Again, each local community has different realities, have different needs. Some might be able to produce avocados, some might be able to produce coffee. It all depends on their culture, on where they are located. Their nature that they are surrounded by is also very different. So yeah, all these moving pieces are taking shape, and yeah, hopefully we'll be able to be all around Colombia, maybe even to other parts of Latin America like Ecuador, Panama. I'm very hopeful. I think that the last few weeks, months, I guess, we have seen a lot of social movements in Latin America, especially in Panama, in Brazil, in Ecuador. We see that the people are fighting for their nature. Like right now, there's a huge social movement in Panama trying to avoid a big contract, a mining contract that will really damage their forest. So yeah, I think that's also a lot of what we're gonna do in CocoDAO slot during this Let's Grow Live. I'm finalizing some slots with some local NGOs that have been organizing this Panama movement. Also in Ecuador, we saw that there was a referendum and the people voted again for defending the rights of indigenous communities. So yeah, I think that that's something super interesting. I think that Latin America has huge potential in refi. People love to protect nature in a way. So yeah, we need to keep encouraging those types of like environmentally positive behaviors. So yeah, I think that's a little bit of
Definitely.
what we're excited about.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Thank you for sharing every time you talk about the impact that you're making over in Colombia, and not just helping with regeneration and conserve the forest, but also empower people, giving them alternative incomes that are not based around growing drugs, which are going to have some negative consequences. It makes me very happy. I'm glad people like you exist, Anna. So thank you for doing all that you do. Much love, friends. We are 3 hours into the 24/7, 300 plus hour broadcast. So that's what 1%. We're 1% in. So please help us spread the word. All right, we gotta grow the movement. That's why we're called Let's Grow. All right. So bottom right, retweet, like, and comment. I want to see all 3 of those actions done right now. If you haven't done that, now is your chance. Go there, grow there. If you've already retweeted, you can quote tweet. If you've already commented, you can drop it again. Drop an emoji. Say let's grow. Look at all these let's grow. That makes me happy. I'm retweeting everyone who says let's grow. I'm just going to spam our feed. I'll retweet that for multiple accounts. Love to see it.
Don't forget to use the hashtag. Let's see.
Yeah, use the hashtag, guys. Hashtag let's grow. Hashtag let's grow. Drop it in the chat, in the box, in the bottom right. Bleep, bloop. Cool. Steve, how you doing? Still surrounded by people, or are you soaking in the green? Are you
Dude,
taking your green pills yet?
I'm still in the car, man.
Oh, damn. What is this, a road trip?
This is terrible. This is terrible.
So what's the background noise? The radio's going. Tell them to shut the radio off.
This is the taxi. It's like, I'm in here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Oh,
6, 7
carpooling.
people.
That's more 7. What is this?
7 regions.
Circus taxi. You're just jumping out infinitely. 7. Is it a van?
Yeah, it's a van
Oh,
taxi.
okay. My bad. I was imagining you guys just cramming in there. Okay, fair enough. All right, cool. Just tell them to shh. And then what do you want to talk about? This is your slot. Oh, you got 1 more minute. And then we're rotating to Kingfisher. Kingfisher's Media, ladies and gentle friends. We love Kingfisher.
All right, let me chill with the background noise, all right?
Oh, yeah. She'll like the wind, my friend. Wait, you're about to step into the Shillevator. All right. Growing up? Are you growing up? Okay, start the timer, Anna. Okay, ready?
Wait. Give me a second.
Okay. You get seconds. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Ready, set, grow!
All right, I'll be showing Giveth. Giveth is a donation reward platform. If you donate on Giveth, you get rewarded in Give. But the long-term vision is to turn nonprofits into microeconomies with what's called an augmented bonding curve. And this is a pretty cool tool that you will have a collateral in the bonding curve, which will, you put money into the bonding curve, it creates a token, and then you sell the token into the bonding curve. It makes the pump and dump features that you have with no liquidity a lot less, and you'll always be able to sell your tokens even if nobody wants to buy it. So it's a pretty cool feature that's coming out on Giveth in the near future, and you're going to start seeing impact tokens with nonprofits. So I'm pretty excited for that to happen. So yeah, that's Giveth, and then I'm going to quickly show Pairwise, which is with General Magic, which takes the instead of voting like 1,000 choices, you signal your preferences for every pair that appears on the screen. A little bit like Tinder, but yeah. Was it Giveth is I think is on Web3 communications, and Pairwise is on Web3 open source in the Gitcoin round. Cool. That's my show.
Boom! Look at that. You got a double shill, a 2 for 1. We got more than we bargained for. Love it. Amazing. Thank you for coming through, Steve. I look forward to hearing more about all those magic things that.
Yeah, I'll probably be Giveth and General Magic the next time. I just figured I'd jump on as me this time.
Yeah, that's cool.
So just look out for that when I come through. I'll probably message you as well, just to be like, I'm Giveth or I'm General Magic this time.
Super cool. Hey, when next QF round Giveth? Is there any alpha you can share there, or is that not?
That's a good question. I don't think we've got a set date, but we've got funding for, I think, the next 2 rounds. So there's enough money there for 2 more rounds without extra funding at the moment. So definitely going to happen in the near future. So look out for it.
Woo-woo! How cool is that, guys? You can donate on quadratic funding mechanisms on Giveth, and the donor gets like 60-70% back, depending, in the form of crypto, and that's in a bear.
Yeah, it depends on the project ranking. So you can get between 50 to 80%. The higher the project's ranking, the more percentage you get. And also, if you that comes from staking GIF you stake your GIF into GIF power, and then you use the GIF power to increase the ranking or sort order of the project. And if you do that, then they also appear higher on the screen. So it becomes like a community-led way of making your project appear higher, and then people are more likely going to donate to the project that appears higher on the screen rather than at the bottom. Right? So a couple of incentives there. It's a bit different to Gitcoin QF, but yeah, it's another QF that's building, and I have a funny feeling. Give it,
Oh, chopping out there. He's going through a tunnel. My man's in a tunnel. He's got a bridge. Couldn't hear you. Yeah, you couldn't. But it's okay. We love you. Thank you. Shill. Yeah.
Bold claim.
Yeah, can't hear you, bro. Pin it to the tippy top. To the tippy top of the jumbo. Pin your things. Let's make sure we support Giveth. And yeah, keep these public goods funding mechanisms growing around the clock. All right, without further ado, we are passing co-host responsibilities over to my man, Kingfisher. So, Kingfish, what's going on, my friend?
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to GG19. I believe also from the schedule, Ecosynthesis X is supposed to be up here in a co-host role as well, and I'd love to hear from them and hear about them because they're not familiar to me, and I do this all the time. And let's get some fresh blood up here. How about that?
Let's go. Love the energy, my friend. Jump in the video if you would so like. I love that you typically do spaces plus video. It's a great combo. We got it growing on. Link is in the chat, the Let's Grow live chat, host chat. So boom, jump on there on your computer. Spaces on the phone. That's the setup. Let's freaking grow.
All right, let me see if I can pop in there. Last time I did it, I was on your account, so I don't know how that happened, but give me a second. You said it's in what channel? Are you still there?
Yes, but I was muted. Yeah, let's go live general chat.
Let's grow live general chat. Okay.
Generally speaking.
Generally speaking, yeah. Good.
Let me create a.
Let me see.
I'm gonna create a permalink. There we go.
Oh my gosh, everybody's talking about their passport scores in there. Yeah, let's do a
everyone's
permalink.
flexing their passport.
Yeah, and then so it's like, who are you with the passport score that high? Oh, I think I've got one right here.
Yeah.
I've got one here. Let me see.
That's
Let me in there. Let's see if this is gonna work. I don't know if I'm joining on my account, on your account. I don't know. Let's see. Oh my goodness.
I believe it's Paul behind the Ecosynthesis.
Yeah, guys. I'm just waiting for
Paul from Refi.
Yeah, Refi Pangan.
Refi
I thought you were gonna meet a new thing. No, it's we know
snap. What's up, Paul? What's up, brother?
I try my best, actually. I think you can feature that remind that we should post because also jump, but I was already in the flow. So I tried my best to use camera on my laptop, but looks like it doesn't work. And I remember that last time we jumped and I shared my screen. So yeah, I'm only capable right now to talk with you guys, but I have in front of me a screen with Anna. And you look beautiful with this bit purple background. And
thank you. You're so sweet, Paul. Where are you, Paul?
Thank you.
Come by.
I'm at my co-working place. Actually, we just the space before 30 minutes. Our Gitcoin 19 Impact Radio, and we talked with Rod there and Anastasia living in Vision, and Rod just being, hey, let's go after we back from border run in 2 days. We're going to visit you, and we want to make small, maybe a party, and also we can do translations as we do last time with photos, with links, without video, but just like voice and So
for those of you who don't know what they're talking about, they're both in the beautiful island of Pangan, which is an island in Thailand, and this is where the Regenaissance is being born, ladies and gentlemen, friends. We're gonna grow what's gonna be the biggest regen festival in the globe. On this island, you're all quarterly invited mid-December next year. More than a year to plan it. Make sure it is top notch for all of your beautiful transformative experiences.
Yeah, and just announcement on that. I'm from my side as contribution preparing, let's say, kind of packs to make easy and with discount to purchase airplane tickets and maybe some transportation here. And also I will try my best to provide some discount with accommodation. So basically, we're going to prepare some packs, and it's good to, let's say, book a flight and accommodations for December, start in April and May. And basically, we should start to kind of safely provide these for regents and for people who want to attend the fest in May, April. Yeah, sorry, that's totally off top. Yeah, just want to say a little bit on that. Back to you, Jimmy. Or
Love it. Basically, he's saying
yeah.
he's got your back. They have a beautiful place called The Heaven over in Pangan, and there's like this beautiful. You got it. Yeah, it's literally called The Heaven. You walk up a bajillion stairs, but when you get there, it is like freaking heavenly. Like you see the beautiful forest from like a super high up viewpoint. You basically have like all the like they made this amazing like barbecue, but it was like healthy. There was veggie options. They were making cocktails and all these different things. And they're like, no, it's all by donation. What the by donation, guys? Like, how cool is that concept? You know, like the give it concept is flowing. Yeah, it was just super cool that you could donate what you like and be surrounded by amazing regens doing cool things on that island. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up now and pass the mic back to my amazing co-host.
It's amazing. It's amazing. And you know what, Paul? Oh my gosh, it's so refreshing to know that you're the one that's behind that PFP, because you know what, you and I, we vibed in a meaningful way during GG18. So it's good to have some familiarity up here in our co-hosting slot, because we don't always want to talk about necessarily what we do or what we're doing at Kingfishers Media, but especially in these early hours, right, of the phase of Gitcoin Grants 19, I feel there's extreme value in getting to know these other people that are our cohorts in these fundraising opportunities. So let's continue, if it's okay with you, Paul, let's continue the Shillevator with other amazing people that I see just joined us here in the space. If they want to come up, talk, get up here on stage, raise your hand, we'll put you in the Shillevator. You'll have 69 seconds of which to shill your project like no other. And, you know, don't worry about it. Paul or I will keep time in the background. So how's GG19 going for you, Paul? Kicking off.
Yeah, that's actually first with Data Centers X, and we kind of provide a solution from our side. And yeah, I'm actually excited. It just started. I'm not feel myself like on 100%, and I'm just preparing to, you know, speed up a little bit, and with the spaces, especially, you know, with all energy that I have with you guys here. Because of course, Gitcoin 18, and you know, it's already some connections for me, some emotional connections, and we spend some times. So yeah, basically, I want to show this part of Gitcoin 19. It's huge co-working, huge, as Kingfisher says, like the same vibes you can find with different people, and maybe like some inspiration. Yeah, I wish everyone has successful and fun and productive Gitcoin Grant 19. That's all from my side. Back to you, Kingfisher.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. And you know what? And by the way, Let's Grow Live. I'm in the green room waiting to be brought on the broadcast, just FYI. So I don't know if you saw me or not. But anyways.
Did not thank you for letting me know. I'll bring you on right about now. Yep. Ecosynthesis. You're in our Telegram as well. Jump on a computer, jump on the video. I actually don't see you in the green room, bro. Don't see you there.
It says you're not part of the broadcast yet. The host can see you and add you to the broadcast at any time.
I do not see you. Do you see you, Anna?
I went in that link. Maybe there's a new link. Hold on, let me go. Yeah, I see my avatar.
I did make a new
Yeah, because we changed, yeah.
Okay, no worries, no worries. We'll get in there. But anyways, what I wanted to say, Paul, what is it? Ecosynthesis X? I love it. I love it. In terms of this, right? So the difference for us between GG18 and GG19 was GG18. We didn't get in right away, right? We didn't get approved right away based on our proposal. And so we had to kind of come on here on this platform and just allow ourselves to be heard. And when somebody from the Gitcoin community, they'll remain nameless for now, but they know who they are, especially if they're listening. But anyways, they heard us talking about what we do, right? And they're like, oh yeah, they need to be in here. So for us, it was like a roller coaster of emotions. It was like a whirlwind, right? It's like, I don't know how many of you out there have ever had this experience, but it's like when you're at a dance or maybe you're in a club, you know, and you're trying to get out on the floor, but everybody you ask, you know, you keep getting turned down, nobody will dance with you. But then that last dance, right? That last dance, you get to dance with the, you know, maybe the most beautiful person in the room, whatever it is, right? So for us, it was kind of that experience. There's a whirlwind of emotion, you know, and we took advantage of the opportunity of finding people here, like-minded people here in the regen space who resonate with our project. Now, this time we're better prepared. We actually did, leading up to this, we did 4 live video and audio shows, so a full broadcast, so 4 full broadcasts on getting people prepared for GG19. So because we ourselves were more prepared coming into this round, it gave us the ability to be able to prepare others. So that's the difference for us. We're looking here to make a splash in GG19. I've already DM'd you Impact Stream, or I'm sorry, Impact Market. Already DM'd you. I think we have some like synergies in our focus of what we're building and what we're going into. So we definitely should have a meeting here at some point in the near future. If the next 2 weeks doesn't work for you, that's fine, no problem. We're not in a hurry because we're building systematically, we're building strategically, and we're building very thoughtfully to ensure that our infrastructure does not outgrow our user base. Go ahead, let's grow.
I said, boom, drops the mic. Hey, I made a chat here on X. Oxygen is in there. Hello, Oxygen on the video stream. Let's freaking grow. Everyone who is currently a speaker should be in there, except Refi Median. I couldn't find your profile. Let me check. It's just Refi Median? All right. I'll try to add y'all all to a group chat. It's called Let's Grow Green Room. And you're invited to video stream, baby. I couldn't find you for some reason. Let me try to add you to the group chat right now. Don't worry about it, Juan.
Where?
Okay, relax. No, don't worry about it. Refi Medellin. I think you're like search band, my friend. Oh, Medellin. Oh, Medellin is spelled M-E-D-E. I'm sorry. I just misspelled it. All right, we're good. We're good. Yeah, I got it.
It's Medellin, bro. Medellin.
I know it's Medellin. Medellin, right?
Like
you pronounce it like a J,
yeah. Jean.
Medellin. I got my jeans on. Medellin.
Yeah, like
Medellin more. But you have to add more.
Medellin more. Medellin, papa.
What? How did my dad get into this?
More is like honey. Medellin honey.
Medellin, papa. Honey?
No.
Make honey there.
Like
honey.
love.
Oh, like your honey. Your funny honey. That kind of honey.
Medellin more.
Okay, all right. Getting freaky in Medellin. That's where Wasabi's ex is from. Colombia, baby. All right. Oh, Kingfish is in the building. Boom! Here he is. Kingfish. The fish of the king.
I don't see anything. I just see all this source.
Well,
source. I don't know. There's all this code. There's all this
Okay.
code over everyone's pictures. What the heck's going on here?
Code. That's weird. I don't know, bro, but you're live, so just roll with it. Just imagine.
Yeah, no worries. Okay,
We
we'll
can see
roll.
you.
I'll imagine.
Imagine
I can
all
see you
the
too.
regions
Okay, I don't know what's
living
going on here, but
for the Renaissance. Yahoo! Okay, I'm gonna be quiet. As you were.
as I was. Anyways, yeah, let's get some more people. Let's get some more projects. Let's get some more startups, some more companies in the Shillevator here. In the Shillevator. So I see Ibrahim joined recently. I see Oxygen joined recently. I see Alexis joined recently. So whoever wants to come up, let's get them in here. Let's get the Shillevator going again. I see Giveth. Oh, Giveth just joined the official Giveth account. Give it,
Yeah, just
welcome.
invited
Beautiful. All right,
Givus, yeah, to join space and maybe to
Yeah.
share.
It's Aloysius is up here. Aloysius. Shout out to Aloysius. I'm sure, although
Hello.
initially not approved, you will get approved very soon, my friend. You're doing great things on the ground. So yes, we're all hoping for you. By the way, shout out to Aloysius,
Thank you.
the Syntropic Regen himself. Also a Let's Grow DAO co-founder, built our brand out from Screedy Scratch. It looks freaking amazing. I don't know if you see us on the stream right now, but we got Let's Grow, we got our orb things growing on, we got the vortexes. He is literally the MVP designer of the regen movement, and we love it. So now we just got to figure out how to get your animations and our backdrops here. So we're just going to be like animated ourselves the whole way. Boom! There he is. You're back, Kingfish. Are you still seeing weird code? I don't know what's going on there, buddy. But you're good. You're good on my side. Okay. All right. Stepping into the shillevator. Who is shilling next? Who's shill? Ecosynthesis?
I think you're muted, Kingfisher.
I'm not muted anymore. I forgot. Computer, phone, mute, unmute, mute.
I know, right? You'll get the hang of it after week.
Yeah, I know.
After week one,
It's like this broadcasting gymnastics we're all doing right now, right?
Yeah, like you can really explain what's happening, but it's happening, you know?
Yeah, I know. Unless people are seeing it for themselves. So, hey, yeah, that's great. Call out Ecosynthesis X. You want to come into the shillevator?
Yeah,
Step
I'm
right
ready.
up.
Actually, I'm ready.
Oh, you're already in
Okay,
the
let me get the
shillevator.
timer set. We're going with 69
Get in the video.
seconds.
You got a laptop, bro?
69 seconds.
I my camera isn't working, so I cannot fix it right now. I will try my best to find technical solution for tomorrow.
Happens to the best of us.
Not right now.
Just grab Rod's computer. Let me comment.
Okay.
All right. No worries.
All right.
No worries.
Here we go.
Stepping in.
Here we go. Okay. Let's forever grow.
Okay, guys, Paul Burke, a marvelous scientist, founder of Ecosynthesis here, and let me introduce what we're doing, what is our impact and activity. First of all, it's Impact NFT collection, and we're going to start first with Clean Pangan here with community who doing climate impact, and they collect plastic on the beaches. The second, our initiative at Air Quality AI system that bring in awareness and knowledges. Basically, it will be environmental scientists, that expert that can provide reports on air quality, provide useful recommendations, and also provide opportunity to chat on different environmental, regenerative, and more topics. So the third initiative is an app that basically will pilot here on Pangan and reach NGOs and bring NFT, digitalize current tokens that, the paper tokens that existed on islands, and many more with blockchain, on-chain bank, and many more. So yeah, that's our activity. Support us. Donate on Gitcoin round. Thank you.
Not bad, not bad. All the time. Love the effort, love the emphasis. Let's keep growing in here. Who wants to step into the shillevator next? Who would it be? I think we should have Giveth in the shillevator. What do you guys think?
Yeah, give us welcome, please. That will be a pleasure.
Thank you guys. So my minute already started.
No, you're gonna get 1 minute
Ayan.
and 1 minute 9 seconds. When I say let's forever grow, as soon as I say grow, I'll start the timer. Is that fair?
That's perfect. Gotcha. I'm
Let's
ready.
forever grow.
Great. Thank you for having me. I'm Almond. I do comms for Giveth, and maybe you already know us, but we're a crypto donation platform, and we're really trying to empower public goods by free access to amazing fundraising mechanisms. And one of them is, of course, our platform and also QF rounds. Stay tuned because we will have our next one in January, very soon, early January. So yeah, if you go to the Giveth profile and you see the thread that we dedicated to our quarter upgrades, you're going to see all the milestones that we achieved this last quarter. Adding new chains to Giveth so you can donate and have more options. Donate through X and way more things. So I will really encourage you to go and check it out. And if you can share our thread or donate, we really will appreciate, so we can keep empowering amazing projects like yourselves. And stay tuned to our X account so you can see all the information for the next QF round. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Perfect
Thank you.
timing.
That was great timing. No doubt.
Much love for Giveth community.
Yeah, that's a grow-nation right there for sure. If you donate, you're also grow-nating because you're growing the movement. If you support Giveth, pin it up to the jumbo there.
Very nice, very nice. And that's one thing that we haven't taken advantage at Kingfishers Media. So definitely worth exploring. Giveth came across our radar in GG18, and just I'll be perfectly frank and honest, we've just been so busy working and building in the background that we have to kind of prioritize what we do, right? So we're definitely going to be looking at all the opportunities that Giveth has as well, because it's absolutely amazing. And from what we've heard from other people that have participated, it's an amazing ecosystem. So be looking for us in the future. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have a full stage right now in the X space. So if you have requested to speak, please be patient with us. We'll get you up on stage as soon as possible. If anybody is up on stage who has already spoken, who would like to step down as a listener to make room for other people to make their way to the stage, we would greatly appreciate it. Back to you, Paul.
I'll jump down from Jimmy. Stay right where you are, Shillers. I'll jump down from Jimmy. I joined there because I figured it'd notify some people. Jimmy is a speaker right now. Okay, so boop. Bam, look at this. 43 peeps. And it's not even a peak hour. This is going to be the biggest 24/7 broadcast in history for public goods mechanisms. And there's been 2 so far, and we are already making huge waves to make this massive. So, all right, welcome up to the stage. Wasabi running behind the scenes, making sure all the tech is going smooth. Whipped out a website like it was nothing. Built our DAO like it was nothing. Wasabi is a freaking legend of legends, and we love him. Welcome up to the stage, Wasabi.
Brrr. What's up, Jimmy? Jiang, how are you doing? How's stuff going?
Great and grateful, brother. Better now. I'm making
Jimmy, you have to add that he is also moving houses, like at the same time that he was creating all the tech and all those amazing visuals. Like, he was moving. He also has a kid. So yeah, call that efficiency for sure.
Beast mode. Love it, Wasabi. Kudos to you. I'm having my 3:25 p.m. breakfast. So I'll let you guys run the show. Give me some minutes here.
What about second breakfast? What about 11 C's? Anyways, okay. Get some food, get some sustenance. I actually figured out what that was. I am on the live stream. If you guys haven't experienced the online broadcast studio that we're also broadcasting video from as well, there is a media debug mode option, and I had selected that. And that's why I had all that other code on top of the thing. So now I can see Anna clearly. Hi, Anna. Yeah. All right. This is awesome and amazing. One thing that we're really excited about in all this, because at Kingfish Media, when we broadcast through X Spaces, we also rebroadcast the video back to X Spaces. So when Jimmy came to us and said, hey, let's do this for GG19, we're like, yeah, let's do it. We're all about it. Let's go. The only thing I can't do from this view and this console view is change the virtual background, but that's okay. We'll push through it.
Sorry, sir. Did I hear the forbidden word? No.
What?
No. What
did I say?
Right there, sir.
Let's grow is what we say
Oh,
here.
let's grow. My bad.
Right.
Let's grow. Let's forever grow.
Thank you. Thank you. Very
Thank
good.
you. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you for keeping me on
But
my toes. Thank you
no,
for
it's all
holding my
love. I
feet to
love
the
your
fire.
space. I love your streams. Great to have you here, good sir.
No, it's great to be here as well. So, anyways, we're overly joyed and excited that Jimmy wanted to go with this idea. And I think so far early on into it, it's working beautifully. You know, time, repetition. This is going to be a polished professional production at the end of the next 2 weeks. And then when we come on for the next round of Get Coin grants or whatever we do with Let's Grow Live, right? Because we are a DAO, we can do more than just Get Coin grants. We can do, we can cover all kinds of different fundraising opportunities in Web3, right? So this is just the start, folks. This is just scratching the surface of what we can do and what Let's Grow Live can do. And Kingfishers Media is very honored and privileged to be included in the conversation. We have secured our membership with this DAO as well. So we are one of the members of the Let's Grow Live or Let's Grow DAO, which is hosting Let's Grow Live until the 29th of November. So, Paul, over to you. How are things looking in Pangam?
Yes, pretty awesome. Rain season is just like finished. Like I have just went out for 5 seconds actually, and it stopped right. I think for the next 10 minutes. Then it again like huge rain. I think so. That's what's happening here right now. And part of course, Bitcoin chill mode that is starting here. What's going on there?
Oh,
Kingfisher,
yeah. Go ahead.
how was your experience onboarding in the DAO? Share with us. Did you
With
enjoy
so,
it? Was it hard? How
Well,
did
so
you
with the
like it?
DAO, so yeah, that's a great question. So thank you for asking that. I do appreciate it. So for anybody that doesn't know, if they want to join the DAO, it is a Moloch DAO, right? Am I saying that correctly? Moloch DAO, which means it's open access to anybody who wishes to join. You don't need to go out and mint a token necessarily to join, right? You don't need to go out on OpenSea and sweep the floor to join our DAO, right? It's pretty much open access. So the experience was good. I did learn that in submitting the proposal, because the one thing you have to do if you do want to join, you have to submit a proposal, right, to the DAO. That's all on chain, it's verifiable. And you submit a proposal to join. Well, I did figure out with Wasabi's help that I submitted the wrong proposal because I wasn't paying attention to the different options, right? I submitted a signal proposal rather than the appropriate proposal. But what I like about this too is that because we're on DAO House, and I don't know where this came from, who built this, whatever, but it has a separate,
It's Wasabi.
Wasabi built it. Oh my God, it's so incredible. It's not a web page on your desktop. It's a separate application, desktop application. So it makes it so much easier, especially when you have, someone like me. I've got, I don't know, 30 different windows open, and each window has probably no less than 10 tabs, and I have them all categorized, right? So for me to be able to find it easily with having this desktop application, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. And I can go in there, I can connect my wallet, I can look at the DAO, I can look at the proposals, I can look at the safes, I can look at the members, and more. And there's more, settings and profile, right? So I can look at all that in a single view. I can look at all the proposals been submitted. I can go interact with them. We have a quorum in there that each proposal has to reach a certain threshold in order for it to pass. So I think that's absolutely amazing. So we initially submitted a signal proposal, and it should have been a token proposal because that's what's going to mint our membership path. I know it wasn't a hard experience at all. It was very easy. And then once we're in, it's like, come on in, here's all your resources, here's all your assets that you need for the DAO. And it's one of the easiest onboarding experiences to a DAO I've ever had. So Wasabi, over to you.
Bravo, Wasabi.
Yo. Something to add on top of all of the wonderful stuff that you just said is that we are introducing gamification into every major problems that organizations are facing out there. For example, one of the biggest problems with DAO is lack of clarity, lack of proper access, and proper, who is responsible for, anything. We are introducing something called time-bound roles. So basically, becoming a DAO member is you can see as the most basic level of voting member that you are going to be. But by participating, being part of the community, you earn the community currency, and this community currency is what was going to power the whole movement, and all of the stuff that we have planned is going to be based on this currency. For example, for these, every host that already joined to already applied to host is getting 100 tokens from the community currency of Let's Grow DAO. And we will build a whole financial system on top of this currency. For example, we launch a merch store. You get a discount based on how many community tokens you have. You getting tickets for the festival. You qualify for different tiers based on how much involvement and engagement you previously had with the community. So yeah, we have a bunch of stuff in a plan with the aim of addressing the biggest and most pain point problems of Web3. That's our goal, besides of uniting the movement.
Amazing, amazing. I see Oxygen. Oxygen is joining again. What's going on Oxygen?
Quick note here. So yes, it's like open to anyone to join. It's permissionless to apply, right? You do have to be voted in, and basically we're kind of you have to be contributing. Like it's like an active member. It's not just like a community membership. It's more like a team membership. So if you want to play a significant role in growing the regen movement, start contributing. Keep showing up here on Let's Go Live. Keep trying to participate, jamming on our Monday spaces, talking about the Regenaissance Festival that we're planning, talking about on our Thursday spaces when we're onboarding people into the Web3 ecosystems. Try to participate and be an active member so that you can grow Let's Grow DAO. And yeah, we'll be posting a link for that soon so that everyone can join. Welcome you up to the stage, Oxygen.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Am I shilling or am I just talking here?
What do you, man? I don't think you've entered the Shillevator yet.
He has not entered yet. He's still standing on the platform waiting to be let on. So first off and foremost, do you have any skin in the game for GG19? I haven't heard about you yet. Oxygen?
Might be a bug. It looks like he's unmuted, but I don't hear anything. So.
Yeah, darn it.
Bug-a-lugs. Do the old off and on again.
X spaces.
Yeah.
He's got to do that airplane mode.
With love. Okay, we're inviting you swiftly back up. Also with love. All right. Good. Shimon up. Get on up. Stay on the scene. Like a Sheila Grant machine. Okay, Oxygen's back up. Back up. Come on, one more time. Let's grow. Still nada. Not a goose.
Oh, there he is.
Oh. Hello. Mic issue, good sir. I don't know if you're using a mic. Just come back with your phone. That'll do it. Now we can't hear a word you saying, boy. Ain't nothing coming out of your face.
Out of it, PFP. What do you think of this? What do you think of this GG19 overlay PFP, by the way?
I love it, but yours is skewed, right? Like the 9 is cut
No,
off.
I know it's skewed, but when I went to apply it, there was no other option other than to zoom in. So I don't know how to fix that.
So you zoom in and then you move left.
I did zoom in, move left, but it didn't
Oh,
stay.
that's literally the only. Okay, then you got to like center it perfectly in the center of your square, such that when you zoom, the bam-a-lam.
All right, you guys got me now?
Yeah.
Oh, boom,
Yeah, we got you. We got you.
Awesome. Cool. Yeah, sorry I had you guys on my computer and my laptop and my phone. I'm trying all kinds of whatever works best to get the least amount of lag here in between my audio and the video. So We'll get it.
You're good, but you know, they're in broadcasting. There's a natural 7-second delay, so
Sure.
that's true of all sources. But anyways, do you have any skin in the game with GG19?
I dropped an application. I haven't received any kind of notification whether we have or have not gotten approved. So I'm not 100% sure there.
Builder.gitcoin.grants. Sorry, builder.gitcoin.co, and you'll find it.
Yeah, I was gonna say just go into your builder page and it'll tell you.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because that's how we found out. Yeah, that's how we found out. We're not waiting for any emails. We found out. We went to our builder page and it said approved, and we're like, yes, let's get it out there.
Got it. Cool. Good to know.
Okay. So, anyways, are you ready to step in this elevator?
Yeah, let's do this. Why not?
Okay, you have
100% unprepared for this, so this is all off the hip. Let's go.
All right, you have 69 seconds from when I say grow. So I'm going to say, let's forever grow. As soon as I say grow, your 69 seconds starts. Are you ready?
Let's go. Let's grow.
Let's forever grow. Time starts now.
Awesome. So I am co-founder of Oxygen. Oxygen was originally started as a conservation organization on the Navajo Nation. We were advocating educational workshops for regenerative agriculture, permaculture design, and holistic management of livestock. And the locals needed more resource, so we started to develop a conservation coin out of the X Prize that turned into pretty much what I believe is the regen movement. And we only have one developer really, and he had to redesign the whole thing. So we sidestepped, and we're building a crowdfunding platform essentially for direct investments to ground projects on the reservation. We've already mapped over 1.5 million acres. We still need lots of funding. We don't have any funding. A lot of the people out there are on like half poverty in the United States. They make like less than $12,000 a year. But anyway, Oxygen is a crowdfunding platform that is trying to gain resources for people to do more impact.
Amazing. And so you're US based primarily, or?
Yes, actually, the conservation organization that we developed is Nizhoni Nahtzan, which is solely on the reservation. So it is only doing work with the Navajo people. We don't outsource past that. We will hope to grow that. We design food forests, layered ecosystems that I've kind of come up with for food production to help the local economy, to help kind of remove one of the biggest hurdles there is food security for the people. So it was all just creative ways to get around the problems that people were having. Whenever we hit a hurdle, we just found ways to jump it and keep on moving forward. So that's where we are today. Workshops to conservation to crowdfunding to regenerative movement.
Amazing. I love it. I love to hear about food forests rather than food deserts.
Yeah.
Much more pleasant to hear about that. So
not easy eating cactus, you know?
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, Paul, I need to change earbuds real quick. Can you hold it down for a minute?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
I love that we have co-hosts this round, guys. Last Gitcoin 24/7 stream that we did, it was one person holding it down each hour, you know, and sometimes things happen, you know, and then it's like, what do we do? But now we got co-hosts, like we got the main host, we got the two co-hosts who are rocking and rolling, covering each other's backs. I love to see it. Over to you, Paul Ecosynthesis. How did you come up with the name Ecosynthesis, by the way?
Oh, that's really kind of very interesting story. So I actually went to ChatGPT and worked a little bit on the kind of conceptual name, but at the same time sounds interesting and at least, you know, yeah. that's like that. Eco is like, okay, environment, ecology, I'm an environmental scientist, it's ecosystem, it's in a bigger meaning, right? And the second synthesis is like, gathering together, making something new, it's, in our case, it's like bridging Web3 with the traditional world here of Pangan. And it's kind of, let's name it NX. It's kind of new technology, blockchain technology, tools that develop, and we're doing crypto for good. We're trying to use blockchain tools for good. That's important, of course, right? And that's new, that's kind of cut edge, and I like it a lot. And that X that's representing X represented exactly this field of humanity and our activities. Something that's beyond, something that's not here yet, but we're trying to bring it here. So yeah, back to
Right,
you.
I braced myself for like a riveting story, and then you were like, "We chat GPT." No, I do like the meaning behind it. It's cool, and I love all the work that you're doing.
Yeah, just true story. Yeah, I can made it up a bit, but yeah, that's true. It's pretty nice, because yeah, I know different ways, where in my life I like wrote lyrics a bit, songs, and when you try to get it from like your heart or from inspiration. Yeah, sometimes like that, but sometimes I'm more, conceptual, more in my mind. It's more like it's different, let's say, approach. And this time it was exactly this approach. Yeah, back to Eugenia.
Love it, brother. I also want to welcome up to the stage New Spirit, who is one of our co-hosts here on the Let's Grow Live. What's going on, Gabriel?
What's going on?
What's going on? Love it. Love to see it, man.
They make me smile so much. Like, it's rough time building in the bear. You've got so many things on your plate, but every time I pop into one of these spaces where you're around Jimmy, it's just super happy times. So I love you, brother.
Thank you so much, brother. That makes me very happy. I'm an empath, so I feel other people's emotions very strongly, but it's like very much accentuated when I cause those emotions. So making people happy makes me like one of the best things in the world. I love that so much. So thank you for saying that. Means a lot. Well, why don't you step into the Shillevator? Kingfisher, have you sorted out your earbuds? I'm still making my brunch. Almost 4 p.m.
Yeah, I've switched them out. Give me 1 second. Let me get the timer set up. Okay.
All right. So the way this works, New, I'll lay down the ground rules. You can go to the 69th floor. So basically, how it works is you have 69 seconds to shill your grant. All right, and so you gotta share the most important parts. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, and of course we're doing deep dives throughout the course of the 2 weeks. But this is a Shillevator.
Right.
When you step in, you know what to do. When you hear the bing sound, when Kingfisher says "Let's forever grow," it's our new LFG. Then you know what to do. Shill like the wind, as Ben West says. All right, Kingfish, are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready. Is our contestant ready, Nunu?
I am ready. Ready when you are.
Okay, you've got the ground rules.
Anything, but let's grow. Let's do this.
All right. Let's forever grow.
Hello, everybody. My name is Gabriel. I'm the co-founder of New Spirits. It's a hybrid, free-to-play Web3 game ecosystem, and it's all about planting real trees in the real world. And since our launch back in 2022, we have already planted 20,000 trees. We've got more going in the books, and we need your help so that we can continue to develop the game, make it even stronger, make it stickier, make it more fun, and so we can get the mass market involved in this eco evolution, this eco movement of regeneration. Done. Time. What's the time?
You got another 27 seconds.
27 seconds. I've got a lot of time. So yeah, we just have a lot of fun, and the idea is that we can leverage gaming to bring new users, new people in, new interests into reforestation, specifically, but hopefully our model can be an example for others as well. So we provide consultation services for others in the industry. We work with Jimmy on a regular basis and a lot of people around this space with the tree gens. That's it. Thanks, guys.
Amazing. Are you guys in the CCN round?
We are in, we applied, we were told to apply for 2 rounds. One was the, I got to connect my wallet. I can't remember which one it is now.
Community education and then climate, my friend. I believe
Yeah,
those are the 2.
that's
Yep.
the one. Yep.
Yep. Awesome.
So they are part of CCN? Did I hear that correctly, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the
Education and CCN.
Climate coordination.
Oh, they're in education as well.
Is running the climate round. Yeah.
Oh, they're in Web3 community and education like us then.
Yep. Yeah. We did both. Like, I don't know if we were supposed to, but I was encouraged to do both. So
No, I think you can now, and I know Jimmy, you want to chime in on this, but I believe you can now because they're considered 2 separate categories where like Web3 community and education is like a core program round, right? And CCN is like its own separate round as well. So from what I understand, go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, exactly. You're totally right. And we can see some projects that participated on both rounds at the same time. So I think that's okay now.
Very cool. Well, it's great to meet you, Nunu.
It's okay.
No, it's great to
really
meet you. I'm
happy to
sure
be
it's
here,
fine.
and yeah, I'm hoping while I'm hosting these spaces as well, it'll be a lot of fun. Hopefully, I can bring some other people in and get them excited about what we do here. So super fun time.
And it looks sick. I was looking at your graphics and the game, and it's awesome. Like,
Thank you so
everyone
much.
go check it out because it's like super awesome. Yeah, super excited to have you in
we-
the broadcast, and
I
you can
started
show us some
sculpting those
fun
little
stuff.
guys 6 years ago. I started sketching and sculpting little tree-headed spirits, and they were the original like protagonists in our flagship game, which we launched our studio 5 years ago on. And they've evolved a lot since back then it was just a 2D project. Now it's a full 3D operation. They're high poly, low poly. They print out on home 3D printers, so you don't have to ship things around the world, guzzling up gas and stuff like that. Super fun, super cute, super collectible, and hopefully with a little bit of help, we can keep going.
Keep growing, my friend. Keep on growing. I
Amazing.
love it. Let me just pump your tires for a second here, because Gabriel is, really, he's built an amazing game. Like, it's better than this Temple Run thing that actually went viral, and he's built a bunch of games. Like, it's on the App Store. You can play it, and it's fun. Like, it's actually a good game. You won't even really realize that it's Web3 oriented, but it is in the back end. And yeah, the characters are sick. I had no idea that you actually drew the original one, man. Like, these are really cool characters.
Yeah. I used to be much more of an artist than I am these days, now that I'm running a studio. But every once in a while, I get to dust things off the shelf and do some prototyping, which is really super fun for me. So I love being a part of this.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. Super
Wait a
cool.
minute. Wait a minute. You just made some light bulbs go off my head. Is this Gabriel? Like the Gabriel that I know?
From Geezers?
From Geezers or Hula Girl? Yeah.
Yep. This is Gabriel. Yep.
Oh, snap, dude. Yes. Love it. Love it, man.
Yeah.
Cool. So I guess my question.
I was on a space just before this with GameStarter, and I was using the company official channel, and I forgot to switch. I was going to switch, but I left it up anyway.
So I guess my next question for you, for anybody here who's looking to contribute to what you're doing, what for you would be the more meaningful way for people to donate? Would it be in the Web3 education round on PGN, or would it be in the CCN round on Optimism? Since you're in both.
It doesn't really matter, and you don't even have to do it that way if you don't want. If you want to just go download the game, we have trees for purchase inside of the game. If you want to really support us, just grab an NFT from a marketplace. I mean, there's loads of ways you can do it. Really pick what inspires you the most and do that. And we'll also kind of be watching where those funds, where those donations come in from, and we can also kind of help tailor our direction towards what is most responsive for you guys as well. So pick what lights your fire and what gets you growing, and we'll grow with you.
Yo, flawless use of the grow terminology.
Yeah.
Love to hear it. This is super cool, man.
I spent a lot of time in branding, so as soon as something sticks, man, you just got to stick with it. And you feel a little stupid at first, and you're like, is this gonna work? And what, and then you just stick with it. And if you're committed, man, it really, really helps people connect and really unite over something as simple as a few little letters. LETSGROW. Let's grow.
Let's grow.
Let's grow.
I'd be more enthusiastic, but I'm also trying to have brunch. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
No, you're good. You're good.
No chewing sounds.
Anna, I'm gonna say goodbye to you in the studio broadcast, because we are preparing, folks, ladies and gentlemen, to co-host, to switch co-hosts and transition to the next group of people coming up here to run this conversation. So I want to edify them a little bit, if I may. So let me get to the right page, because if you guys haven't noticed already, right, there's this amazing website out there, Let's Grow DAO, called letsgrow.network. If you haven't tuned in yet there, please do. It gives you our Telegram for the Let's Grow DAO. It gives you our Twitter. It also gives you the streaming page of which all the video broadcast is going on there. But it also gives you the rundown of the host schedule for this entire broadcast season through the 29th. So we have coming up next at the top of the hour, Refi DAO, and I don't know who's going to join from Refi DAO. I hope it's Anna, right? And we're going to have Impact Market up here co-hosting and driving the conversation. But before we get to them and bring them up on stage and make the transition, Crypto Altruism, you have your hand up. What can I help you with today, sir?
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment as we're switching over, and you were just mentioning like all the videos are online and the amazing work that's gone in the creation of this Let's Grow live space. I was like late to the game joining in, and when I joined the Telegram group, Wasabi was like burning the midnight oil, sending out emails to all the hosts with detailed instructions, or people like setting up the dashboard, answering questions in the Telegram, like all hours of the night, PM in the case of Jimmy, so that they could focus on getting this up and running. It's just like mind blowing. So I just want to take a moment to shill all the folks behind this. Like, I'm blown away with what you built, and a lot to organize and coordinate something like this. So kudos to you, and everyone definitely check out the projects of these amazing people and support them with the donation. So just wanted to take a moment to say, and I can't wait to continue to be a part of this over the next couple of weeks.
Hell yeah, brother. That means a lot coming from you. And, you're an amazing podcast host. So the fact that we got the Crypto Altruism coming through every day to help us hold this public greats community together is a very beautiful thing. So thank you so much for being a part of it, my friend. It is an honor to work with you. It really is, to work alongside you. And yes, shout out to Wasabi, who's really done so many great things. Shout out to all of our stewards. So just to give a bit of a rundown, I'm literally DMing Monty right now, but we have an agreement to be in support of the Gitcoin spaces. So apologies if you planned a lot of programming. Let's do the first half hour of as scheduled, Refi DAO, Impact Market, coming through as well. But at the 4:30 p.m. UTC time, we want to be going to the Gitcoin space. I mean, it's in everyone's best interest to be on the Gitcoin space anyway, right? It's going to be huge. Go up there, chill in the main Gitcoin space. So I'm thinking during that time, we chuck on a mix or something here, maybe a meditation or a mix or something like that from 4:30 till, they're actually going to be going for 2 hours. So is it 4:30 or 4? I'm pretty sure it's 4:30.
It's 4:30.
4:30. Okay, so for 2 hours, they're going to be doing that. So yeah, just so y'all know, we should be kind of directing people there. Chuck on a mix here, but for the first half hour, it is bombs away, and of course, we got time. We're doing this for 2 weeks straight, so y'all can come at any point. It's not just during your hosting shift to really spread awareness on the impact that you're making. So yeah, just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. So that sounds like a good plan to me. We're definitely going to be up in there, and hopefully we got an opportunity to get up on stage.
Oh yeah, you definitely will. I mean, it's going to be a 2-hour space. They normally do 1 hour. I think they're trying to really give as many opportunities as possible to people. We got 2 people trying to join us up here. If you can jump down, please do. You know, if you're not speaking necessarily, and let's let those other 2 peeps up.
Yeah,
You know what?
I'll jump down.
I would
Thank you
jump
so
down from
much.
Tree Gens, but that's the audio feed going into the into the thing.
No,
So.
I'll jump down. No problem. Thank you for the time up here. Anybody wants to reach out to me, as always, open door policy. I'll do what I can to help you grow.
You're a legend, good sir. I'm a holder of the New News. We've done giveaways of the New News. I think another giveaway of New News Spirits is in order. I love what you're building. Real utility, actual games that are fun, not just trying to farm some play to earn business. Like, it's actually really fun. So love it. Play the game. Download it on the Play Store. I think you're also on iOS App Store. So yeah, that's the situation. That's what's up. Okay, welcoming back up to the stage, Utkarsh from Solarpunk DAO, Earth, and D-Space. I'm assuming that is Rod.
Yo, so I was just wondering, you were saying that we were heading towards the Gitcoin space. So is that like a definite scene, like 2 hours of music here and then we're all jamming over there?
I think so, yeah. So you are up to steward, right? So, oh shoot, wait, you know what? If you're stewarding, wait, oh no. Oh yeah. Oh, damn it. Yeah. So yeah. So you're up to steward at 4, and then for 2 hours, and from 4:30 to 6:30. So how are you gonna play a mix? That's the question, because it's stewarding. You know, or we can discuss this, guys. We're a DAO, all right? Let's discuss. This is not me making decisions here. We can all decide. Okay, we should be supporting the Gitcoin space, but it is 24/7 spaces, right? Video, we could keep up. We could, in theory, close down the mother flipper for 2 hours, and that way we could actually get Let's Grow DAO up there as well. And I'm sure they would, promote us as well. Bit of love. 69 as Utkarsh describes it. But up to you guys. What do you think? Should we keep the space growing? Should we keep the video growing? What do you think?
I think what made sense last time was only because we were operating with the main Twitter account on Gitcoin space, or then we were constantly sending people from this space to that space. And that's why it kind of like made sense to operate parallel spaces. But if the goal is for people to be over there, like I think the role can be that usually when they have their spaces, they are not able to give enough people the chance to come and speak. And in that case, we end up hosting the after party for that Gitcoin space. So we can probably tell them that, like, yeah, dude, this space is happening 24/7 now. You can go here and continue shilling, and they can then send people from there over here once they are done with their 2 hours. But keeping this up will just probably on some level warrant attention here. So it might make sense if I mean, if we're just like operating with the Grow account and all our accounts at the Gitcoin space, and then we can probably just keep, no, but like from which account do we keep it open also?
Right. Okay, so you're suggesting we do actually bring Let's Grow DAO page over there, meaning we would shut down the space. The video would keep growing, but it would be filming and importing the stream from the Gitcoin space from 4:30 UTC. Why do we do a quick vote? So option number
Yeah,
one.
thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yeah. Okay. So thumbs up. We keep it up. We keep the Twitter space growing. And we anyway have to bring the video stream to highlight what's going on over there. I did tell them I would do that. Got to maintain that integrity. But that's option one. We keep the space growing. Option two, we shut down the space. Of course, the live stream continues on video, and then we all go there, including Let's Grow Live page. And then maybe maybe we start up the space a little bit early just to kind of warm it up so that it's not like right at the second we da. So maybe like in 2 hours we warm it back up, or an hour and a half even, from when their space starts. That way we have a little bit of traction growing again, and then we can direct everyone. It'd be super cool as you guys go up on stage on the Gitcoin stage, like be like, yeah, show your grind, da. And by the way, more at the Let's Grow Live stream afterwards. Hey, that way we can like all just direct. We can all show everyone over back here. All right. Yeah, beautiful two-way flowing rivers. Okay, so we're clear on the votes. Okay, thumbs up. We keep the space up, though the video goes there. Thumbs down. We shut down the space, though the video obviously stays up, even though it's over there. Okay. Okay. 3, 2. Okay, ready, set, grow. Okay. So only 4 people. Come on, everyone in the audience. Thumbs up. We keep the space up. Thumbs down. We shut it down, and all go to Gitcoin. Thumbs up. Keep it up. Thumbs down. Okay, we got 1 up, 3 down, 4 down. Come on, audience members, participation. It's 1 person, 1 vote. We got 2 ups. We got another 2 down. Okay, another down. All right, yeah. So we're shutting down the space. Oh, we got another up. Okay, so we're at 3 ups. More than that down. Okay, so don't worry, guys. We're going to have plenty of time to run this space, okay? It's 24/7 Gitcoin community, because one of the 2 is always going to be up. We will still be in spaces as Let's Go Live, but yeah, as that. Okay, so bada bing, as they say, bada boom. All right, so it's decided. Okay, but we've officially started the next space, which is Refi DAO. Welcome you up to the stage, Refi DAO. Okay, I'm gonna drop co-hosting privs. Yeah, much love to my co-hosts, the co-host with the most. And Refi DAO is co-hosting. Shout out, we've got like 3 or 4 shout outs so far, but another bit of much love to Refi DAO for being one of our channel partners. We are live on YouTube right now. I think LinkedIn. I don't know if we cracked that in the end, but we are live also on their X page, giving that extra eyeball to the stream. Don't pay attention to the 0 views. I don't know why it always says that in our back end of Streamlabs. I've seen we got a bunch of viewers on Bankless and our other partners on the Restream. Okay, so boom, there we go. We got that. Happy days. Let's grow. Let's
Hey,
grow.
Monty.
Hey,
Monty.
can you hear me? Hello, good to be here.
Yeah.
I'm loving this. This is such a crazy experiment. It's like it's going into the Refi DAO YouTube, the Bankless one on. I don't know if LinkedIn's working or not, but who knows? But yeah, it's been quite a lot to wrap my head around, the video and the audio. But I feel like it's a pretty cool setup once it works. But yeah, grateful to be here. We've got a 1 hour slot every day, from 4 till 5 today. So. Kicking off, we can call it Refi Hour, but I imagine looks like pretty much everyone here has been discussing Refi all day. So I hope everyone's not too tired to continue discussing Refi. But yeah, how are you guys doing? How's it gone so far, the space?
Oh, loving it, fam. This is better than expected. Way better than the previous 2 24/7 radios that we did. And that's just on spaces. It's doing better, you know? Now we think about all the other platforms, adding that up, the fact that we're going to be reaching new audiences, onboarding people on other social media platforms who may not even know about this stuff. It's a beautiful thing. When we talk about growing the movement, we can't just be talking in our echo chambers. We got to branch out, spread our wings, and fly. So I'm grateful that you're one of our channel partners, Refi DAO. That is super, super cool of you.
Yeah, awesome. And it's been so cool as well to see Let's Grow DAO actually like coming together, and like Wasabi and Anna and all of the different people who have contributed to making it happen. And yeah, I'm super inspired, and hopefully can learn a thing or two for helping to implement some of that within Refi DAO as well. And yeah, I saw the website that Wasabi spun together as well. I think it's made on Softer. I've obviously built the ReFi DAO website and knowledge graph, and so it'd be cool to align on that and think about what it would look like to kind of plug in the different data sources and whatever, and collaborate and build similar build things. But yeah, super cool to be here. And yeah, I mean, I'm gonna chill ReFi DAO for a sec. That's what's gonna happen. Let's do that, and then let's talk about it. Invite anyone else to come and ask questions and chat about ReFi. Let's do it. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how much I need to introduce ReFi DAO really. I mean, we've been around for a little bit since the beginning of the kind of ReFi explosion, I guess. Obviously starting with founder circles and with Daryl and John kind of taking the lead in the early stages, and ReFi Spring, led by Anna and Herwood and other amazing people that kind of kickstarted this events movement that did over 75 events all across the globe. And of course the ReFi podcast. And really, I guess what that all kind of came towards was these local nodes that have started to form. And we've got between 30 or 40 of those kind of at the moment that I've been super proud to kind of help support incubating those over the past 2 rounds. We've deployed over 55,000 in grant capital in local node quadratic funding rounds. And yeah, we only just managed to pay out the last round, unfortunately, but we did get there in the end. It was a lot of hurdles to come through, but we're super grateful to our match funding sponsor, Cello, in that as well. And yeah, so we've obviously reached this point as well. There's been a bit of a kind of change in the kind of core team and leadership kind of dynamics, and it's really now an opportunity, I think, for us to go, okay, look at what are the resources and the opportunities that ReFi DAO has, and the stuff that the podcast, the blog, the website, the connection, the community, and what can we do with that as a community together, and how can we invite new leaders in, and implement new organizational DAO governance ownership structures, and work towards building like an organization that can really support ReFi initiatives, the local nodes, but also founders, investors, builders. I'm gravitating to public goods for the ReFi ecosystem. I love this community and this ecosystem and the potential of what we can all build together. And yeah, I think there's a lot of potential to keep building in that direction. And so yeah, couple of the next steps that I'm really keen to kind of get involved in. At ReFi Week, we've just concluded ReFi Week, and I know we've got some ReFi Week participants here. I can see Ram in the audience, and a few others, and Jimmy, obviously. But it was a really amazing time. It was super pivotal, I think, for me and for just bringing people together in real life. And it was such an awesome, diverse group of people that, like, it's so different to a normal conference. When you go there to a normal conference and you're just like looking at a presentation and then you go away and are like, okay, cool, like maybe I learned a little bit. But to actually be with a really diverse group of people for a week and like have the ideas and then actually start to like do the ideas and build things together and the relationships that form. And so yeah, we did a kind of retrospective article. You should definitely check that out if you haven't already. But some really cool kind of ideas emerging around there. We planted 700 trees. We minted a hypercert. We were thinking about the ecological benefits framework, which I'm excited to talk more about. And we also started the process of this community-driven evolution of ReFi DAO. And so we did some exercises, partly guided as well by Ram, who's here in the audience as well. I'm going to invite him up as well, who is a bit of a DAO expert, having worked in one. And so we did a DAO canvas, taking you through. Okay, so you've got to start with the purpose, right? Define your mission, vision, values. And so I'd love to. I've got the next ReFi DAO forum session. I'm inviting everyone in now who wants to come and kind of co-create the future of ReFi DAO together, starting with our community-led mission, vision, values statement, and working towards establishing kind of clearer organizational governance structures. We're looking at HATS protocol and various other fun, nerdy DAO stuff. But yeah, so that's on that side. Of course, super keen to continue with the ReFi DAO blog, education and media and podcasts and all that kind of stuff. And supporting local nodes is like a key focus, and identifying new fundraising opportunities and opportunities for that. And more more partnerships and collaborations with Let's Grow DAO, with TreeGens, with Crypto Commons Association. Really interesting ideas with Sylvie Protocol, Regens Unite, Green Pill. So yeah, lots of things in the pipeline, lots of things happening, and yeah, really grateful to be here. I'd love to open it up and hear if anyone has anything to say or to ask, or just open up the conversation, really. Yeah.
I do have a question. Hey.
Yay!
Yeah, maybe like you can share with us. I think like how long has it been since the local nodes exist? Like it has been a few months, right?
Yeah, it's been about 2 quarters. So I think it was in February, March kind of time that I think we really started looking at this seriously, and you know, it had a lot of different pieces in place, right? We had the online community, the media, the kind of culture, and then all of the ReFi Spring with all of these events and the communities that were forming there. And so obviously at the time there was this network state meme that was pretty hot, and or pretty hot in some circles and not in others. And it was a kind of, parts of that architecture were super interesting, right? Like having these decentralized communities all over the globe that then were coordinating to make advanced political kind of structures and influence the real world. I think was a really interesting angle, and we kind of had these ideas of, oh, what if we could join the United Nations as a nation and have the kind of but as a regenerative nation that would advancing the interests of refi and regeneration. Like what would it look like to be to do that? And so it was, you know, super ambitious stuff, but obviously we then have learned a lot more about it, and you know, digging in with Josh from the Blockchain Socialists and Primavera from Blockchain Gov, you know, understand the much more problematic sides of certain things of the network state ideology, particularly from Balaji specifically. So I think we've yeah, I've been super inspired by the kind of coordination work that's been going on there, and so yeah, it's been yeah, not long. It's been about less than 6 months that we've kind of seen these local nodes emerge, and yeah, it's been a hell of a journey, and hopefully this week looking forward to speaking and interviewing and meeting some of the nodes who I haven't managed to meet yet. We've got Carla from ReFi Costa Rica, Sandra ReFi Tulum, I think is tomorrow at this slot. So yeah, it's going to be cool.
Yeah, I mean, I asked because like I really like have like appreciated and really noticed like the amazing effort you guys have done like since the beginning of the conception of the concept, and like all the amazing work you guys have done, like to listen to the community, to you know, to really like be open to what the community was saying. And yeah, like from the outside perspective, CocoDAO is not very active in any refi node, but I can tell you that from the outside perspective, it shows like the amazing work you guys have done. So yeah, amazing. I clap to you guys, and yeah, super excited for what's coming with refi.
Oh, thank you so much, Anna. It means a lot. It means a lot to hear that. And yeah, I think it's super interesting, the local node stuff, because I think so often we spend so much time in this refi Web3 bubble in a slightly isolated kind of quite theoretical zone,
Yeah.
you know? And for us to actually truly make an impact, and for our movement to grow beyond this kind of niche of nerds on the internet, I'm one of them, but you know, we need to actually think about how this interfaces with real people and real communities on the ground. And so that's why I think some of this is super interesting. You know, like for me at ReFi Week, it was my first time planting a tree. And until you've actually planted a tree and like try to interact with a refi measurement protocol and generate a carbon credit and do an ecological benefits analysis, you just don't quite know the challenges of the actual real life interface of it. And so I think it's a super important interface between bringing the awesome stuff that this whole ecosystem is building, and how we can support local entrepreneurs and local communities to implement and in their local context. So,
And
yeah.
I'd just like to add one thing to what Monty's saying. So, hey, I'm Ram.
Hey, Ram.
To anyone who doesn't know me or haven't met, I was on with Jimmy yesterday on another session on building regenerative DAOs. But just on the notion of the fact that, ReFi DAO wouldn't exist with all of the local nodes that now kind of fall within the broader ReFi DAO network. And I believe the vision is to be a network of networks. And as Monty was saying, this means that all the nodes should also be a very integral part of the governance and operations of ReFi DAO going forward. So it's extra important that people in these nodes, in these networks, in these communities are also included in the conversations that will be happening over the course of the next weeks and months to actually structure the DAO and define governance and memberships, etc. Just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to try and see if I can share a link here. It's to our it's the Jumbotron or something. Oh yeah, you click on the I don't know exactly how to do
We're
it.
calling it now the garden.
Yeah,
Oh, the
now
garden or the
The
shill
garden.
something, shill stage.
the garden. Okay, so here's how to pin to the garden, friends. The thing at the top. All right, so you find a tweet. Step 1, find the tweet. Step 2, click the share button. It looks like an upwards arrow with a little container on the bottom. That's at the far right of the tweet. Then at the very top, as long as you're a speaker, you will see a pin to the top of the space button. That is step number 3.
Nice. Cool. So I'm just posting the ReFi DAO Luma calendar. And yeah, we've got 2 upcoming forum sessions that I've kind of scheduled in. The first one is for the new chapter, starting with the mission, vision, values. And so, yeah, we're going to do a kind of, with Ram's kind of design help as well, co-create a little session there where we can all come together and kind of co-create a mission, vision, value statement that hopefully evolves into a kind of new ReFi DAO manifesto. And I think that's the first place to start before you start digging into the weeds of organizational and governance structures. And you first want to work out what we're all uniting behind potentially, or whoever is interested to join anyway. And so, yeah, excited to get into that. And that's going to be on the 5th of December, just after the Gitcoin round. And then the following week, I'm keen to kind of dive into this topic of Celo. And obviously, they sponsored our last match funding pool for ReFi local nodes. And I've also been building another proposal to have another have a new quadratic funding round for ReFi for not just local node, but all ReFi projects that are building on Celo. And so that's a bit of alpha that I've just dropped here. But hopefully, if I can get that proposal passed, it'll be a nice new source of funding for awesome ReFi projects that are building and aligned with the Celo ecosystem, which I think is an awesome ecosystem that have been supporting ReFi and regenerative initiatives since day one. I could talk much more about Celo, but I see that there's lots of hands up, and so excited to hear what people have to say.
I'd like to jump on Spaces that's right behind DSpace QF. Shout out to ReFi DAO. Actually, just a quick story how the term DSpace QF emerged. Almost a year ago, ReFi DAO held its founders cohort, founders circle. I forgot. Yeah, founders circle too. And with a group of active people, including Manuel, we have created a DSpace founder circle. And after a year, that founder circle led to a project that is run for space exploration projects. So huge shout out to ReFi DAO. In a sense, you've kickstarted the decentralized space exploration activity, and as I know, many will want to reach you soon and discuss the possibility to create a ReFi DAO DSpace node. It would be kind of a global node, and if we talk about the map, I think the right place would be put it somewhere, above the ocean with a trajectory like the ISS. Also, happy to collaborate on fundraising activities for regen projects. So back to you, Monty.
That's awesome to hear. And yeah, I've been kind of thinking about this debate a little bit. Like, we have local nodes that obviously the mission is to implement and enact the regenerative economy on the ground in these local regions. And then maybe there could be a pluralism of kind of like global nodes that are there to support various aspects of the global refi ecosystem and community, whether that's local nodes, whether that's space projects, whether that's media and content, whether it's the refi knowledge graph, kind of forming these different working groups, of which Let's Grow DAO is definitely one of could be one of those, right? And other aligned regen organizations, Regens Unite, do amazing facilitated events, and obviously Green Pill are doing some really awesome work as well. And I've just been starting the refi EBF node to activate the ecological benefits framework potentially in this ecosystem. So it'd be super cool to explore a DSpace one more node actually as well. There was a refi women's node idea that emerged as well at Refi Week, led by Eve, who's been doing some awesome inner work, inner regeneration kind of stuff, and maybe creating a space for the refi women to get together. So lots of cool ideas there, but yeah. Cool. I see we've got some other hands on. Wasabi, I'd love to hear from you. Solar Earth as well. Who's behind the Earth account again?
Utkarsh.
Utkarsh. Okay. I'm going to butcher that name. But yeah, let's. You have your hand up.
Yo, so I mean, I think this is your hour and you're supposed to be hosting, but I want to just ask you something because you were mentioning about the whole transition from the network state meme to the coordination meme, and I was curious because I was also following, like, you ReFi DAO had put up a whole blog post on what your learnings were from the network state exercise, and then like how you were transitioning. What I do want to understand a bit more was, like, beyond what is very obviously problematic, like what were the nuances in terms of issues with the network state meme? And let's say that, like, if the community decides that the coordination meme is what you want to go ahead with, like how does it differentiate in execution from what the network state meme is right now?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and I think disregarding Balaji's like just generally quite right-wing ideology and stuff that I kind of just don't really vibe with, I think one of the biggest differences is the real drive towards like state-level sovereignty and exit from the national kind of systems. And so instead of like trying to work with existing nation states and institutions and corporations, it's basically like we're going to kind of build a wall and draw a new border. And actually that theory, that political thesis of change, I think from speaking with Primavera and listening to the podcast, is actually just not a very sound theory of change, because you're just going to create more conflict. You're going to create these isolated, like potentially, tech elite billionaire dictatorship bubbles that aren't really going to solve problems necessarily, then exacerbate problems, in my view. And so I think that focus on national sovereignty, although initially I was kind of like drawn to it a little bit, because I was like states and institutions are fucking this planet up, so not even like by accident anymore. Like it's so obvious, the corruption at the highest levels of our institutions, that there was a kind of a draw of, okay, like can we exit from that whole system and build something new and build something afresh and actually create a new state. But now actually thinking through the steps of what that actually looks like, I realize that's not actually what we want to do. I think what I think is a more sound strategy is looking towards this coordination concept, which is more how can we work within these institutions to actually leverage our voice and actually amass. If we coordinate a giant global network of regenerators, kind of like what we're doing here with the local nodes and with you guys all here, and actually get really coordinated, and we're having huge impact, and we're having lots of people and resources that are moving, and we kind of have a political body that we can engage with these institutions, with corporations. Suddenly we can actually make bridges and actually start to shift them towards this positive direction within those frameworks and institutions and structures. And so I think that is just a more sound theory of change. It's like the Buckminster Fuller quote of instead of trying to tear the old system down, you need to build a new system that's better and get everyone to come join that. And that's what I think we can potentially do here if we do coordinate and align all of these amazing regenerative projects and communities across the globe. So I think that was one of my main takeaways. I'm curious to hear any thoughts on that.
So yeah, a couple of things. Maybe I feel like one, I personally do not envisage the fact that if you are able to, if at all, create a network state, that you would be able to operate in isolation, because we do live in a fairly globalized world right now. And even if you are able to declare self sovereignty, like, I mean, being completely devoid of any external influence is a tough nut to crack in any circumstance, no matter how like techno utopic it is. But at the same time, like, I do feel that there is some merit in the fact that, what the problems I see in being able to like bridge the gap with the existing institutions and the existing state is that the incentive alignment is completely like mismatched. And it's like, when you have a giant in any sector, and then new technology comes in, and then like it's the incumbents rarely dig their own grave to embrace the new set of tech to like create a new socioeconomic framework or new way of just existing. And that's where I do see some issues coming up in terms of being able to actually implement what needs to be implemented in order to tackle, let's say, the climate crisis being one of it, but there are a bunch of others that are also coming up. And like the common term right now being thrown around is that the meta crisis is the combination of all of these things. Now in a situation like that, when, let's say, after all the conversation, we do realize that the state is just not acting fast enough, and maybe the technology that surrounds us is like evolving so rapidly that maybe they're not keeping up with it. In
Yeah,
that situation, like, I mean, it's a couple of things, right? I feel like either or on both ends have like, again, we would probably end up taking calls of like, being right wing or left wing. And I mean, I think I've personally moved beyond it. I feel like we're trying to build something, and then we see what's working towards it, and like maybe not endorsing both fully, but trying to see what works from where to help us get where we want to. Maybe that as a framework or as a way of going about it is something that I've personally been dabbling with. But yeah, because I saw you guys also were on a similar journey, and like this whole transition also is happening right in front of us. Like, yeah, just different approaches, I think. And like, yeah, I'm trying to understand like what's going on.
Yeah, no, I totally hear you, and I think you make some interesting points. I think I would just question, I guess, whether the actual specific structure of a state is necessary as an absolute to achieve that. Like one of the examples I'd give is like Refi Week was held at TDF, Traditional Dream Factory. They've acquired a 30-hectare plot of land that they've put in a Swedish land trust that can now never be bought or sold. They're regenerating that 30 hectares to the point where it can actually have an upward spiral effect on the entire bioregion. They have their own energy supplies, water recycling system, community there. And yeah, they do pay some tax, just like a regular citizen. But they can implement this regenerative society, regenerative economy right there within Portugal. And they don't necessarily need to be declaring independence from Portugal. In fact, what they're able to do is now work with the Portuguese government to say, look what we're doing. We've now created this community that's getting more, eco entrepreneurs coming, building new businesses, boosting the economy. And the Portuguese government want to support them in that. They give them tax subsidies and incentives for planting the trees. And so I think that for me feels like a really exciting model to say, okay, how can we, not everyone in these institutions, in government, in corporations are bad people, but a lot of them are locked into this system that is perpetually enabling this ever-growing extractive economy. But if we can create the pathways towards the regenerative economy, I think we can really start to build momentum and channel people and resources towards those new systems. And I think for me that's a really exciting theory of change. But yeah, I mean, also like help, if maybe it gets 50 years down the line and are so successful that maybe there are some regenerative state experiments, but it also is like so far off from the realm of like where we are right now as a small niche on the internet.
No, so yeah, I mean, I don't. That's why when I started, also I said that I don't see like a complete sovereignty situation happening. But it's what I have in mind is maybe something similar to what TDF is doing, but maybe at a little bigger scale, where you have a bunch of these like places which are experimenting with their models internally, and collectively, globally, they are like tied in with another framework. And like that's probably what I'm in some and in some ways imagining right now, that you have a bunch of these experiments being run parallelly in different geographies, and then you see how that evolves and how that grows. And I don't think I mean, you play with the state where it's feasible, but if it's not, then you like also try and run your own experiments. It's
Yeah.
a bit of both.
Totally, and I think that for me is what we're kind of experimenting with the local nodes and this coordination kind of structure, is how can we create the interweaving and interdependency within those nodes, that it is a kind of cohesive whole, and each have local autonomy and sovereignty as well, sort of these overlapping sovereignties that are interconnected and interdependent in various ways. I think is a really interesting model. But yeah, curious to open up the conversation for anyone else as well. We've been talking about network state stuff, but yeah, any other thoughts or ideas, questions, anything from anyone? Can also invite some other people up as well. I see we got Sunflower. Is that Sev? Is that Sev in there? I thought it was the middle of the night for you, Sev. I'm going to invite you up. See what's up. We've got Refi Medellin. Going to invite you up. Impact Market. Who's behind the Impact Market account? Is that anyway, yeah. Anyone else got
friends? Hey, I love the conversation flows. This is really great stuff. I'm terribly sorry to do this. We did do a bit of a vote earlier, whereby we thought it'd be good to bring Let's Grow Live onto the Gitcoin space. She'll like the win. It'd be great if everyone who goes up there on the stage talks about, yeah, this is my grant. By the way, more on Let's Grow Live later. We're gonna at Let's Grow DAO. If we could all do that, including the Let's Grow DAO page, that'd be amazing. And then that way, we'll also, broaden the net beyond this wonderful echo chamber to also include other people, maybe from other rounds, so they can also come into this round. I'm so sorry about this, Monty. I think what we could do, I'm happy to dedicate some of my hour if you want to jump on there. I'm happy to interview people from Let's Grow. I know you've already done your Max Impact, but we could do another Max Impact, maybe another key player from Refi DAO. Anything like. By the way, check out my headphones.
It's all good. It's all good.
Look at these headphones. I got the sticker. I found the sticker.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
I saw that in the chat.
Yeah, you want as a channel partner, we gotta shout you out. So here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Every day I'm gonna be like, and there's a channel partner. All right, so
dude,
all right.
absolutely no worries. It's been lovely to chat to you, and we've got a slot every week, every day. So
every day, baby.
Not shortchanged at all. No worries at all.
We got plenty of time. And and it's not just your hosting slot when y'all can come up and chill and open these conversations about what you're bidding. Literally any hour, it is open floor. Come through, friends. I love how many people we got in here, and it's not even the most peak hours. I want to make sure that you ring the bell on the Refi, also Refi DAO, but on the Let's Grow DAO page. Ring the bell so you get notified when we grow live again. You don't miss out. Let's Grow DAO is our page, not to be confused. Let's Grow Live, our stream, though that is our handle. That's our name, username, but Let's Grow DAO is our handle. All right. Much love, fam. Much love. Okay, so we're all gonna grow over there. We're gonna grow over there. I'm gonna heyo. So I'm gonna exit the space from Tree Gens. So on the video stream, we're doing this live. I'm going to Gitcoin. Oh, this is fun. I've never gone from space to space broadcast across all these different channels before. Okay, this is cool. All right. So Tree Gens is officially in the Gitcoin.
Just such a pleasure to get to spend so much time with. So I'm so happy to be here with you as we kick off Grants round 19. And then, of course, Matilda is behind the Gitcoin account. I'm sure she'll maybe say hello because she's probably sitting there just waiting to say hello because this is a space where she wants to chime in because you never see Matilda more fired up and excited than when a grants round comes around again. She puts so much work and effort into these rounds behind the scenes beforehand and during, and just, love to see her shine when we are actually out here kicking things off.
Yeah, thanks, John. And I hope you feel better soon. Thank you so much for still being here with us. Yes, it is true. I am very excited. I did get sleep last night. I forced myself to sleep, but I was very excited for today. So, yeah, really happy to be here. Yeah, super, super stoked.
Matilda, should we try to do like a fake ChatGPT introduction of John? I'm ready to give it a spin. Let's see if I can. John is a regen solar punk who built over 400 megawatts of solar. He can't wait to share more about Spark Eco and what they've been building during the Bear. He's excited to see all the rounds running on GG19. He's a fellow of Kernel. He's a supporter of DreamDAO. He's involved in the Solar Foundation and Gitcoin, a man of many talents who loves solar power and powers the world through his creativity and his smile. Please welcome to the stage, John Ruth. I don't know, that's the best I got.
That's amazing.
Yes, amazing. Well, so as to conserve maybe some of my whatever voice I do have, Ben, maybe you can give everybody a little bit of update. Obviously, they know that the grants round is started as of this morning or afternoon, evening, depending where they are in the world. But maybe you can fill folks in on some of the new features we're going to see in the platform and any other maybe details that would be good to get the general community to hear about. And then we'll start bringing some friends up to hear about all their great grants.
Absolutely. And actually, we have two friends from the community rounds who are going to join us before we start the shill. I guess they're going to shill the rounds. It's very meta. But yeah, welcome to GG19, friends. It has just kicked off, going on for 2 weeks. I don't know about you, but I already filled up my coffee mug a couple of times in my basket of my cart. What do you call it? My Vonation station. I have done that just once, but we'll do it again today. We have all kinds of cool stuff going on this round that you might not have seen before. Matching fund estimates when you go into the checkout flow. Unless you are like the very first person donating to a project, you will see an estimate for how much your donation will be matched in the checkout flow, which is something that I am super excited about. We haven't seen that since way back in Sea Grants, way back in, 2022, on our old centralized grants platform. So back with that feature now. Also, you will see for every round a little report card in the top right-hand corner. This is like a dashboard where you can follow along and see how much each different grantee is raising, as well as a leaderboard in terms of the donors to the rounds and how much they're donating. If you are a grant round operator, if you're running one of the community rounds or really just anybody using Gitcoin grants, this is going to continue to be a feature that anybody can use, and the round admins have the ability to customize the page, highlight tweets, add some description and some text, as well as all the auto-generated stuff. So you're not going to have to wait for a dashboard made by community members anymore. A big shout out to Umar, who worked along with one of our devs, whose name I am forgetting, but I will go pull it up in my DMs so I can tell you. But yeah, really, really cool that we have those new features. Also, you're going to see Karma. For anybody who's not familiar, Karma is basically a tool that gives you the ability to report on your progress, to like talk about what you've committed to doing and how far you've come actually getting it done. So you'll see that as a grantee on your page. There'll be this tab where you can go to Karma, can actually set that up, and anybody wanting to kind of follow your grant from round to round will be able to see the progress that you're making. So we might not even have to ask you the question anymore in the application flow. Let's see, what else? We have 3 program rounds, what we used to call core rounds. There's the Core ETH infrastructure round, the Web3 community round, and the Web3 open source software round. Those are running, the Core ETH infrastructure round is running on Polygon, and the other 2 program rounds are running on the Public Goods Network. If you're not familiar with the Public Goods Network, that is the L2, the layer 2 on top of Optimism, built as basically a smart contract on Optimism, an optimistic roll-up, as they call it, which gives us the ability where a little portion of all the funding, like basically all of your sequencer fees, kind of the equivalent of gas fees, go to public goods. So, you'll see low gas fees on all the L2s. We've got rounds running on Arbitrum, Polygon, Optimism, and PGN. It's like we're having the L2 wars right inside of the Gitcoin grants round. But the cool thing is that you will see all of those in the same checkout flow. You will basically be able to do it in one transaction. You'll just have to sign once for each of the different chains and switch chains. But you don't have to like kind of go through the process from start to finish each time for each different network. So that's also very cool. The other thing that you're about to see, which I think is kind of like the sleeper exciting new thing actually, is search functionality. We now have the ability to search not just inside of a grants round, not just inside of the title of the grants round, but actually across all of the rounds that are running on GrantStack. So if you go in there and you just type in, say, for example, climate or female founder or whatever it might be, you will find all of the projects, whatever round they're running in, that sort of match your search criteria. And it doesn't just match directly based on that word, but also looks for like associated words. So, you know, I think grantees are going to have to start working on their search engine optimization now. We're entering a world where you are now going to be found through search just as much as you might be found by, you know, showing up on a page or finding a link on Twitter. So super curious to see how that all plays itself out. And we're also about to have a bunch of curated collections. So you'll see a couple of collections coming really soon. We just got a little alpha at a meeting this morning. I'll share it with you. That you will be able to see new grantees in a collection as well as OGs in a collection. So if you're a brand new grantee in this round, you will be automatically added to that collection, which I think is super cool. So, and you'll be able to add everybody that's in that collection to your cart in one click, which is also super cool. So let's say you wanted to support all of the brand new grantees, you know, updates, GG19's kicking off. If you're not super familiar with Gitcoin and you're just showing up going, what the heck is this? Definitely recommend going to just gitcoin.co or grants.gitcoin.co if you want to see who's in this round. And I'll give a special shout out to the grantee portal, or the community portal, really, the portal for grantees and for donors, which is grants-portal.gitcoin.co. Basically the same as grants.gitcoin.co, but with a /portal in there. Did I miss anything? I think we covered everything. You know, go check it all out. Go explore. Oh, I see a hand. What did I not think of? Please tell me.
Maybe I missed it myself, but did you go over the passport new sliding scale? Maybe
I did not.
Yeah.
You should. Do you want to do that?
Sorry?
I said, do you want to do it or should I?
Yeah, sure. I can do it. So yeah, so our passport, our Gitcoin passport, which protects our rounds from Sybil attacks, has updated this round. So if you've been a part of GG rounds in the past, you'll know that you need a certain threshold. So you need a certain amount of points before your donations get matched. What we've done, our team heard feedback from GG18. And what we've done this round is that there is a lower threshold. So you only need 15 points or above to get matched. But we've also introduced a sliding scale. So if you get, the higher your score, the better your match. So if you need 15 to get matched, which I think is an automatic 50%. I have pinned it to the top Jumbotron, the breakdown of the percentages, and then 15 to 25. So 25 and above, you'll get 100% match. So that's something really new. So yeah, hopefully it's a little bit easier to onboard into Passport, but definitely encourage you, the higher the score you do get, the obviously the higher percentage you get matched. And you can also see your percentage. If you're in Explorer, you just go up to the little passport toggle and you click on it and it'll show your percentage right in the UX, which is really cool. And I think that's pretty much it. We've covered a lot, so yeah.
Fabulous. Thank you so much for all of that. If anybody wants to dive deeper, by the way, we had Daniel from the Passport team on a recent Twitter space. It was phenomenal. He is a real pleasure to hang out with on a space. I think you'll get a lot out of listening to it if you want to dive a little deeper into what's going on with Gitcoin Passport. There was also a call we did, was that last week with Nicole from the Public Goods Network, if you want to dive a little deeper into that, as well as some security sessions we've done recently with some awesome community members from the Web3 security world. Shout out to NFT Drew and Cyan and Mac and others who I see hanging out in the audience, who I know are also grantees, many of you, in this grants round. I'll also give a quick shout out to Kalen from the team. How you doing there, bro? Igly, Crypto Altruism, Monty, holding things down for ReFi DAO. Great to have you with us. The Noun Square, so many cool people with us today. Oh, there's Colleen. Couldn't do this without mentioning Colleen. Colleen, why isn't your hand up to come up on stage? You got to come hang out with us. And hey to Kyle Smith and everybody else. Too many people to name you all, but just great to see so many longtime community members and contributors here to help spread the word. By the way, please do help spread the shill. If you haven't shared this out on your Twitter, we're just about to get into the shilling, so now is a great time to share if you want to skip over all the introduction stuff and just get right to the juicy, good shilling. Okay, we've got Zerate up on stage with us to talk about what is going on in the world of Arbitrum DAO grants rounds. We got all kinds of rounds running on Arbitrum. You guys are crushing it. What's going on, bro? How are you doing?
Hey, well, it's an Arbitrum on Gitcoin Winter, so we're kind of celebrating. Thanks for having me here. I hope some of our grantees also join. So, yeah, the Arbitrum on Gitcoin Winter effort is... should I share more now or later?
No, go for it. Show your round and your rounds. And also, just how are you doing? You having a nice day? How's the world treating you today?
It's okay. It's just the first day the round launched, so it's a little busy. I'm kind of all over the place. The grantees are asking questions. People want to rounds on Arbitrum. They're asking questions, but it's all fine. Also, we have to pay out the last round. There's a lot of stuff going on, but it's all cool. It's all going well. I'm just glad to be here. Glad to share about the efforts that were behind. So the Arbitrum on Gitcoin Winter has 3 components. The first is the Arbitrum Citizens Retro Funding Round 1, which is live on grants.gitcoin.co right now. The second part is we have 300k ARB in matching for organizations and people that want to run rounds on Arbitrum according to some criteria. I'll be happy to share those here if people are interested. And we're also preparing for the Allo on Arbitrum Hackathon, which will start at the end of the month, if I heard correctly. So, yeah, most definitely a lot of stuff going on.
Right on, bro. You are absolutely crushing it. I can 100% relate to the getting a lot of questions and requests right now. All I can say is touch grass, drink water, take deep breaths. We will make it through. And we've been through some real battles together too. Just for the sake of saying it, Zerate used to be one of the leads in the fraud detection defense team at Gitcoin and is now doing all kinds of other cool stuff. So great to have you with us here today, sir. I can tell you that you cannot escape the never-ending questions. It's a seasonal thing. And I am here for the peer support. One of the cool things about all these rounds is that we have this group that we call the Grant Round Operators Guild, where anybody who's running one of these rounds, can be part of the conversation, do peer support, help each other out, solve problems, ask questions, whatever good stuff. And, not only is Zerate doing all kinds of cool stuff in his own round, but also like jumping in there and being part of conversations. Shout out to Joe too. I see Disruption Joe in the audience. Much love, brother. Oh, and look, there's Carlos. Why are you not up on stage with us, Carlos? I know you're, in Istanbul right now, but come hang out, bro. Who do we have here from Open Civics? That was the other community round that we were going to highlight this morning, I believe. I'm not sure who it is, though.
Yeah, so Benjamin, so for those who don't know, this is going to be a 2-hour space. So get comfortable. We're going to be here for a while. The Open Civics, Benjamin is going to join us on the hour. So
Okay.
he'll hop in. He'll hop in about 10 minutes. But I'll look out for him and I'll just flag you when I see him on stage.
Love it. I know Benjamin. All people named Ben know each other. It's a rule. We're all members of BenDAO, actually, which is a whole other story. Don't even get me started on that. Don't buy Ben. All right. Who do we got here? Look at that. There's Robot Fish Girl. We got to bring Robot Fish Girl up here. Adding Robot Fish Girl to speakers. We have so many requests. I love it. So cool to see you all showing up. All right. We got you up here, Robot Fish Girl. I don't. Do you like to be called Robot or Fish Girl? I'm not sure. The whole thing, is it one word? Not sure. Hard to answer when you're not actually on stage. I blame Elon. We also have Carla God. I'm trying to add people just in the order that I saw them coming to hang out. Okay, so just as far as the way this is going to go, I mean, you've all done this before. Take a minute or two to like give us the quick shill rundown. It's a friendly, supportive space. Don't worry, you can have a good time. Come hang out. Hey, there's Keith. I'll get you up here too. Crypto altruism. I'll get you up here too. We're going to try to get through everybody. Just try to respect the fact that there are a lot of people who want to come share. That's really the only thing I got to say. We might ask you like a question or two. It'll all be friendly and fun. This isn't Dragon's Den or anything like that. All right, cool. Do we got anybody up? Carla is up. What is up, Carla? How are you today?
Hey guys, can anyone
Hey,
hear
Carla,
me?
how are you?
I'm
Yeah, we
great.
can hear
It's
you.
good to see everybody. It's good to see you all. Thanks so much for all you guys do and the support. I can say definitely our work at Borderless has really gone up 100% in everything, in the number of students we raise, the quality of their work after they come to take our program, the knowledge of Web3. I mean, we had a learn-a-thon session with our community yesterday. We had 4 hours of training, and it was so cool to see more people hungry to understand Web3, to, understand how to build on the blockchain. And I'm really happy about the different grant rounds happening this period, and I'm particularly happy about the public goods round for Africa. And I'm so excited that I'm seeing all the projects doing something really good in the space. Yesterday we had I listened to the recording that we had yesterday, that public PGN Africa, had, where we talked about what public goods are and how, with Web3, we can do something really good for our society, and how it is our responsibility as individuals, to do this, and not just the government. And I'm really happy that Gitcoin exists, because I've got to meet a lot of really cool people, really nice people. I keep seeing, your tweets, I keep seeing your projects, and it's so beautiful, it's so amazing. I just want to use this opportunity to say thank you so much to the Gitcoin team. I know it's shilling time. I'm gonna shill maybe later, but for now, I'll just say really thank you. The work has really gone better. It's gone up. I see all the work you guys are doing. I see what the work you're doing, John, Matilda, Ben, Jimmy. You guys are amazing. Solarpunk, Carlos. You guys are really amazing. Every time I go through your feed, I get inspired and just like, let's do more. I want to do more with my community. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. And I'm so happy that you shilled the Public Goods Africa round. That is one of our small independent rounds this round, and super excited for that to be kicking off. And so thank you for shilling that, and really thank you for all your work at Borderless. I know that you are making a tremendous impact in not only the lives of the people that you're educating, but you're onboarding people into this new technology that has so much potential for the planet, for the world. And so, the work that you're doing is, it fuels the work that we do. So really, really appreciate you and everything that you're doing. Can't wait to connect some more and see how we can collaborate on some things. And but thanks for coming up and shilling and getting us started right today.
Yeah, that was a lovely, good vibes way to get us kicked off. Thanks so much, Carla. Always bringing such lovely energy into the space. It's really a pleasure to have you as part of the community, and so glad to hear about the progress that's being made. And please do shill before the space is over. Let people know about what you're working on and make sure there's an opportunity for them to find you. Robot Fish Girl, what's up? We got you up here.
Is my mic
Hooray!
working now?
It is, yes.
I got up on the stage and then immediately couldn't hear anybody because Twitter is a flawless app with no flaws. But anyway, GM everybody. I'm Robot Fish Girl. I'm here from the Noun Square. Ben, it's so good to talk to you again, John. Like, this feels so homey now after the last round.
Right? It's like it's why we don't show up on as many spaces between rounds, so it feels like going to camp every few months or something.
Yeah, that's a perfect way to describe it. The vibe is like going to summer camp. It's fantastic. Seeing a lot of people from our community as well. I see ETH Daily down there, some Mart, Carlos, Salman. So a lot of familiar faces in here. But anyway, I'm Robot Fish Girl. I am one of the hosts on the Noun Square, which I have joined on my phone. So if you see it below, it's the little clock tower with the noggles on it. But that's just me on both accounts, so that one's not going to come up on stage. We've submitted to the last round, and we've submitted again this time in the community and education round. And basically, we're funded by the Noun Square. We actually just got our season 3 funding this morning at like 3 a.m. EST. That officially went through. So excited about that. We've got at minimum another 6 months. But we are basically, the main thing that we do is I host Noun O'Clock Live at the Noun Square. It's a daily Twitter space where we follow the end of the auction for NounsDAO, talk about everything that's happened in the last 24 hours. And we're really focused heavily, especially in the last 6 months and going forward, our next mandate, we're really heavily focused on public goods. And education around public goods. To that effect, we have millions of views on our TikTok. We've got a bunch of stuff up on Instagram, on YouTube. We've got the Zero Rights Reserved podcast where we interview incredibly knowledgeable and wonderful guests. There were these 2 guys that we had pretty early on in Zero Rights Reserved that were kind of interesting, I guess. Ben, I don't know if you remember who I might be talking about. That's what kind of turned us on to the to Gitcoin grants. And yeah, GG is an awesome project, and we're really happy to be back in it again. Because everything here too, and the claim to fame that we seem to have within this community is that my co-host Toady, who founded the project, is the one who coined the term Vonate. So that apparently has been our primary contribution to the whole Gitcoin ecosystem.
I would say it just captures the good vibes that you bring to the community. Although I must say, at first I resisted, but resistance is futile. I have now been saying it regularly.
Yeah, everything that Toady, trust me, having hosted as of this morning, 518 shows in a row with the man, he's how would I describe? I would describe him as hard to dislike but worth the effort sometimes. No, he's great. The only reason he's not here, by the way, is he is on vacation, and his wife and I have teamed up to keep him away from the computer. So, which he's utterly incapable of doing. He's been dropping by in the Discord every hour to
just throw his laptop in the pool,
and I'm just like, you are on vacation with your family. You have a 1-year-old. Go away. So that's the only reason he's not here, is because I told his wife in the background that, if he spent too much time on his phone while they were on vacation, I would hold him down for her.
That is absolutely perfect. Absolutely love it. Please throw his laptop in the ocean or something like that.
Yeah, that's the plan if he keeps trying to work, because this is his first vacation since before 2020. So
Yeah, that definitely needs to happen. Well, let's
It
make sure
tracks
we
with
get
him, doesn't
some. That 100% checks out. Yeah, no. Let's get some donations going to you guys.
I did
Where can
put
they find
the
your
link
grant?
to the. I put the link to the Gitcoin. What are they called? Props.
Yeah,
I have
let's
Prop
go
House
with it.
Brain because we've been doing the garden rounds recently and everything. So, but I did put a link here. Can I pin it up above? Is that cool?
Let's do it. Let's go. Everybody who comes up here, please feel free to use the Jumbotron to spread the good word. Also,
It
feel
is up
free to
there
put
now.
links. Look at that! Bam! I'm glad you know how to do it because I never seem to be able to figure out how to get it.
I'm actually on desktop this time. That's what when you were talking about doing the ChatGPT descriptions of each other, I was like, if you want a really good ChatGPT impression, I mean, I can supply that, no problem.
Whoa.
That's really easy for me to do. So there are certain advantages to doing these spaces on desktop.
That is amazing. Thank you so much for showing up and repping the community so well, Robot Fish Girl. Great to have you with us. Definitely go check out the Noun Square spaces too. They're amazing.
Yeah. Related note, our show tomorrow morning, we're actually going to be hosting Cheryl Lazar. Going to be talking about MetaQueens. It's a really awesome project. It's minting tomorrow, and the only reason I bring it up here is because 50% of the proceeds are going to their operations, and I've done my due diligence on them, and they're wonderful orgs. Transtech Social and Outright International. That's what it was.
Thank
so
you.
if you
Yeah,
want
I'm
to
a
hear
fan
about
of
that, that's going to be tomorrow morning at 9:45 a.m. Also, if anybody here wants to shill about Gitcoin grants outside of these spaces, please do not hesitate. We literally have a show at the end of the Nouns auction every single 24 hours and a little bit. It drifts forward, but we would love to have you. Would love to, Gitcoin is probably one of the most nounish projects that isn't nouns out there. So we would love to hear more about it, and we would love to get our community connected with you. Get as many people donating in Gitcoin as possible.
Love it. I will definitely come and try to check that one out tomorrow. Please feel free to share the link to that too. I will make every effort to be there. Hey, speaking of podcasts, and sorry to cut you off, bro, but Fish Girl, I just want to make sure we get everybody up here. Crypto Altruism, who I just talked to like last week and just went live yesterday. Great to have you up here on stage with us. How are you doing today?
Oh, Ben, thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I was so excited to get that episode out yesterday. Definitely one of my favorite ones I've done so far. Great conversation. And actually I have another one coming out on Thursday with John Ruth, who's also on stage, and Colleen Chase from Solar Foundation. So exciting week on our end. So yeah, great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Right on. Thanks for being here. Love what you do. I don't want to dox you, but like great to have some fellow Canadians in the mix. It's a big enough country. Hopefully you don't mind that. But, tell us a little bit about Crypto Altruism. What's going on in the world of crypto altruism?
Yeah. So Crypto Altruism was founded with the mission of showing the world the good of Web3. It came from my early experience trying to onboard nonprofits to Web3 and getting a lot of pushback around, oh, it's just for scammers. It's all a big Ponzi scheme. It's terrible, those sorts of things. So I really wanted to shift that narrative. So we have a blog with about 250 blog posts. We're actually releasing a blog post tomorrow that's written collaboratively with MetaQueens. So it was just mentioned as well. Huge fan of the work they're doing. Love Outright International and Transtech Social. So we're going to be putting out a collaborative blog post sharing more about that tomorrow. We have a podcast that Ben mentioned with 132 episodes across 2 series. Gitcoin, the last 2 rounds actually supported the launch of a new series, the Web3 Nonprofit, that highlights 10 nonprofits that are using Web3 for good. And then the main aspect of our project as well is we're creating a Web3 Changemaker toolkit, which is meant to be a one-stop shop for nonprofits that are interested, no matter what their size, scope, where they are in the world, how much knowledge they have of Web3. It will give them the tools and support to be able to understand the use cases, whether it's crypto philanthropy or monitoring and evaluation and impact reporting on chain, or creating cool metaverse experiences for donors. We'll give them an understanding of those use cases and then point them in the right direction of how to leverage them to grow their impact. So that's the main thing that we're working on. I did pin it up top, so feel free to check it out. Reach out if you have any questions or want to partner. And a big shout out to the Gitcoin folks for all the hard work reviewing the hundreds of applications, putting in place all these new features based on the community feedback. You guys are awesome. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I'm just curious. Tell me, is it just me who's hearing people crack up a little bit, like or is it me who's getting rugged? Maybe throw me a thumbs up if that sounded crackly for you, just so I know if it's me or other people. No, it's just me. I'm the one getting rugged. All right, cool. All right, well, that's better. At least other people can hear. That's good. If I start being all crackly and stuff, maybe throw me a thumbs down so I know that I sound like crackly crap. All right, so who do we have up here? Look at that. It's NFT Drew. What is up, Drew? Nice to have you with us, sir.
What is going on? Appreciate you inviting me up here.
Right on. This is your first Gitcoin Grants round, am I not mistaken?
It is. I participated in donating, I think it was the last 2 years, so it's cool to be kind of on the flip side of this.
Right on. How does the world look like from the flip side? And please do tell people about your grant and like what it is you do, and if they donate to you, what will be different in the world.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's an amazing job. Kudos to the home
You can talk while they talk.
Everything was super easy, smooth from a GUI kind of user experience, which made it just that much more seamless. But for me and who I am, so my name's Drew. I'm a cybersecurity engineer. Been doing this for almost a decade, almost 8 years, and have been in the Web3 space for about 5 or 6. And being in the Web3 space, have just been, kind of advocating security. My main kind of focus is doing like Discord security audits and making sure that everyone from that front is secure, getting founders to actually care about security, because we know security isn't, mostly top of mind for a lot of people. And then, they only worry about security when it's too late. And, in Web3, you can't really kind of call a 911 or get things back. So, just really kind of advocating for security, making it sexy if that's possible, and just kind of being very proactive about it. And then also education. I post a lot of threads, do a lot of spaces, do a lot of Discord AMAs, teach people about installing the right tools, what the tools actually mean, because just because you have a tool, you have to make sure you're aware of it properly, like Wallet Guard and a couple others. And really that's pretty much it. And, everything from this round and everything else, would help a ton. There's a lot of automation and just advancements. It's always a chess game, kind of fighting these scammers, getting, contracts made aware of, getting domains taken down. There's a group of about 70 of us that kind of do this behind the scenes. And I feel like we're maybe the Robin Hood of Web3. A lot of people don't know what we do, but, there's so many domains, so many scams, everything that we take down on a daily basis. That really hopefully makes a difference, kind of across the board, because we really want to change that narrative to someone joining the space, them unfortunately not being aware of, the red flags that maybe we're all aware with, and then they get scammed. That leaves a very bad taste in their mouth, and then they just think all of Web3, crypto, the blockchain, it's nothing but scammy stuff. And, just really kind of trying to change that perspective, or just educating so they're aware about it. We can't stop them, but at least we can educate to be aware of them.
Love it. Honestly, you guys really are the Robin Hoods of the Web3 space. And I just want to give a special personal thank you to a bunch of folks in the Web3 security community. When we had our issue with our Twitter being hacked, shortly before Vitalik's Twitter was hacked, which, oh my God, that was horrible to see. A bunch of folks just like out of the kindness of their heart reached out, not asking for anything in return, just offered to help. And in the process of that, I think we have now educated a ton of our community members through 2 different security spaces that we've done. That's had, a bunch of really great folks involved. Maybe we can put the links to those up so people can find them. There's way too many scams happening. Just getting a little bit of a window into how much stuff you guys are seeing and how much you're shutting down every day. You really are doing super important work. And I'm glad to see that a bunch of folks from the security community are getting involved in the Web3 community round. Please do give some love to those projects. Maybe we can even pull together a little list of links or something, so make it easier for people to find. Or you can even go into the search functionality and just search for security. I'm curious to see what happens. I bet you guys will all show up. Also, I'll just one quick reminder before we move on to other people. If you haven't applied yet and you still want to be a grantee, the applications are open all the way through the grants round. We have now successfully gone through all of the people who applied before the round started. We started with the folks who got in for the early birds, and then John and myself and others did a bit of a marathon yesterday of like just trying to get all of the finalized decisions made. I heard from our friend Connor O'Day that he was up in the middle of the night. I was getting messages from him like when I woke up this morning saying, okay, I don't think I'm going to be at the meeting because I was up all night finishing off reviews and doing a bunch of things. So yeah, but all that to be said, you know, you can still apply. If you wanted to be part of this round, you didn't apply yet, you know, no fear, you can still apply. Each of the community rounds has their own rules, so you'll have to check for each of the community rounds when their cutoff is. I'm guessing most of them are open all the way through the round, but I can tell you for sure that all three of the program rounds, the Web3 community round, the open source software round, and the ETH infrastructure round, you know, are open until the end of the round. That being said, the Core ETH infrastructure round is actually curated, so you need to be invited into it. But if you are one of the grantees in that round who was invited, you didn't get your proposal in yet, you still can. Okay.
Yeah, I'll,
eating up a lot of oxygen. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Drew.
Sorry, just one more thing. I'll get all the links. I think there's myself. There's, I think Cyan, Boring Security, Zach, and all them. I'll throw all the links to I think all the security ones that are in there now in the comments. Mine's Drew Security, and then all the other ones I'll throw in there just to make it kind of easier for everyone if they're interested. But nonetheless, definitely appreciate y'all so much.
Right on, bro. Thank you so much for doing that. Mac, I think, is the other one, just Web3 security. And there might be some others I don't even know about. But yeah, great to have you up here. I see your hand, and I'm guessing it's because Benjamin Life is here with us. Is that right, Matilda? That is correct. What's up, Benjamin? Great to have you with us. By the way, if you are up on stage and you're not planning on speaking anymore, please do drop back down to be a listener so that we don't have to boot you out of here so we can bring more people up. I think we're getting to the limit on the number of people we can actually bring on stage, and we got a bunch of hands raised. So, you know, if, Carla, if you still want to show, would love to have you up here. Zerate, if you want to hang out, all good. You know, but like basically if you've already done your shill, you know, please do just drop back down so we can let other people up. Okay, great. Benjamin. Oh, sorry, Matilda, did you want to say something?
No, this is Carla. You called me, so I'm thinking I'll just chill, then drop that back down so that other people could join in. Okay, so what we do, Borderless, we started last year, June, and what we do is we raise developers, we sort of bring people into the tech ecosystem and into Web3. So every quarter, we have something called a Cypher session where we raise Solidity developers, we raise data analysts, we raise cybersecurity students, we raise students to learn how to use JavaScript, Python, and sort of different stacks that help people build Web3 products. And we do this by the way we fund this is through grants. I have a company called Crypto Smart, and we allocate 25% of our resources to Borderless to running those programs. And so we found Gitcoin, and it's been amazing being able to plan, you know, with funds that come in and allocate resources. Even if it's stipends for volunteers, the different event meetups that we have. We also do something with the schools and campuses because our focus are university students in Africa. We do something with the schools and campuses where we go to different schools. If they don't have a tech hub, we start by forming a tech club first, an association with different students who want to learn tech skills. We start training them. And then when we raise enough funds, we build a tech hub in their school so they could have physical classes for these various tech skills. We actually have one already right now in Port Harcourt. We're looking at building another one in one of the schools, University of Port Harcourt, and then going to other schools and building others. And while all of this is going on, our Cypher sessions are going on, classes are always going on. You could check out our different Telegram groups later on and, you know, scroll up to see all the classes that happen. We have our classes on Telegram and also on Google Meets. And then we also have meetups on a quarterly basis and graduation, you know, for the students who come in. So
test out the new Vonation infrastructure, play with those matching estimates. It's super exciting to see that working. Okay, Benjamin, welcome to the stage, sir. Super stoked that the Open Civics round is happening in GG19. Tell us all about it. How are you? How are things?
I am doing fantastic. I am proud to be a representative of the Gitcoin grantee to Gitcoin round operator pipe. Can you guys hear me? It looks like I lost connection.
Cut out for me for a sec, but I hear you now.
Yes. Okay. And so we've gone from receiving funding from Gitcoin as our primary seed for Open Civics, which is a consortium of civic innovators. And now we are launching our first grant round, which just went live today. And so we're giving away 14.3 ETH. And we've curated a small yet mighty group of projects in the civic space. And what I love about the curation of a Gitcoin round is that it really tells a story about a particular impact space. There's such a diversity of different things that need to happen on our planet right now in order to create a world that works for all. And I think the civic space is one of the most powerful domains for innovation and impact that is often overlooked because we think of it as like roads and bridges, but actually it's our systems of care, systems of mutual aid. How do we show up to steward our ecologies and our governments and our communities? And so what I love about the curation of this round is that it really tells a story about what civics really is. And it's both ecological stewardship. We have some amazing projects in water stewardship, in regenerative land trusts and mechanisms for Web3 to actually put land into these new legal instruments that helps protect them for 7 generations. We also have traditional governance tooling, and how can we better steward our communities better through governance. And then we also have projects that are focused on advocacy. How can we be a bridge between this new world of decentralized governance and the legacy world of governance, and really use Web3 to create shared power to be able to advocate for systemic change in the legacy systems as well. And so if you go on to Explorer and check out our round, the thing that I'm most excited about is not only just the caliber of projects. We have Magenta from Bloom Network here also on the stage. I would love to hear from them about their work and their experience. And then the last thing I want to share is just that one of the innovations that we're contributing to the Gitcoin space as an experiment with this round is that one of our criteria was that the projects that we approve for the round must have at least one member of their team as a member of the Open Civics Consortium. And the idea behind that is that I believe that the changes that need to happen are only going to happen through non-rivalrous coordination between innovators, and that we don't have time to compete for grant funding or be antagonistic towards each other's projects, that we actually have an existential mandate to collaborate. And so the idea of this round is that we want to fund projects that are making that commitment, that we value creating a world that works for all more than we value competition. And so we're entering into this non-rivalrous space together. And that was one of the criteria that we chose for this round for that reason, so that we can direct funds to projects that are really holding that collaborative spirit and working with other innovators to create the changes that need to happen in our world.
Wow, I'm super inspired by that. That is so dope. And I have to say, it has been really just like very cool to watch the evolution from grantee to grants program. And like, just have a little window into the conversations and the discussion and how y'all are doing decentralized governance. Talk about really building the spaceship while you fly it. You guys are walking the talk. It's very cool to see. Best of luck with this round. Let's just make sure we get your a link directly to the round up on the Jumbotron for anybody who wants to give to any of the grantees in your round. I think that's important. So I'm not sure if you can pin that up or somebody else can, but let's make sure that gets up there. Speaking about being up here, we got Carlos up here. What's up, sir? You are in Istanbul, are you not? Posting all kinds of cool pictures and stuff. I've been watching.
GM from Istanbul. I hope everyone's having a time. Starting to kick off GG19. I'm really excited for this round. I'm really excited for all of the community rounds that are sprouting, the Open Civics. Also, we've got other grantees that are now funding rounds to fund what matters in their own community. I'm really excited about that. I think that's going to be a great way of continuing to grow the ecosystem. And I am already looking at my cart. I've got a bunch of projects on there. It's not too late to apply if you haven't. There's a lot of rounds that haven't approved the applicants, so make sure you get your applications in there. Community rounds all have different shut-off times for applications, so make sure that you keep track of that. Don't wait till the very last minute. It's already the very last minute because the round started, so really excited to see what happens this round. Shout out to all the grantees that are here in the audience. ETH Daily, the Noun Square, North Star, Crypto Conexión, Nación Bankless. It's great to see you continuing to participate in the Gitcoins Grants Festivals. D.org as well.
Love it. Hey, I'm curious, who else in the audience is at DevConnect right now or hanging out in Istanbul? Throw up a thumbs up if you're somewhere in the general vicinity of Carlos right now. And if you can, go give him a high five because that guy deserves it.
I've got someone in my general vicinity that wants to say hi.
Hi, everyone. This is Kevin Iwaki, one of the co-founders of Gitcoin. I'm in the backseat of a cab with Carlos right now and trying to summon his energy for Twitter Spaces on Gitcoin Grants Round 19. How am I doing? Carlos is giggling at me in the background.
I'm feeling the energy all the way over here.
Yeah, this is why we don't let programmers do the shill spaces. No, it's great to be in DevConnect in Istanbul and to meet all of the amazing grantees. We actually just toured the Earthist store, who Earthist is a project that raised on Gitcoin in the past. Yeah, really exciting to have Gitcoin Grants Round 19 kicking off right now. I'll give it back to Carlos. Thanks so much.
Right on. Love that. Oh my God. We got none other than the man himself, the OG founder in the back of a cab. This is the real life moments in the middle of GG19 for all of y'all. Please give each other a hug in that back seat if you can. Special shout out to Carlos for all the work he's been doing, onboarding so many of these community rounds and like making the Latin America round a reality, so many other things. Not to mention all the work you're doing with Web3 Beach. I don't know if that's a high five or your hand up, but Carlos, go ahead, my good man.
Well, I have another public great and Gitcoin team member here that wants to say hello.
GM, how's everyone? I'm
oh my God.
so happy to be here. Yes, hi. Yes, we are in the cab, and I am so glad to be here. Yeah, I just want to say congratulations to everyone who applied, and just know that you can still apply. And I'm just so excited for GG19. Happy GG19 to everyone.
Right on. Sajel doing amazing work all over the world, holding down all kinds of Green Pill Network stuff, leading the Avengers team through a whole bunch of training, now holding things down as another team member in the grants program team, the GPT, as we like to call ourselves these days. Did you know that this whole round was being run by GPT? It's true. So yeah, that's so cool that you're all there together. Please give each other high fives. This is, just the magic happening in real time. Love it. And Sajal, I hope you got some sleep. Sajal was up like at 2 o'clock in the morning doing grant reviews from Istanbul with us. So thank you for that. Carlos, my man, what's the word in Istanbul? What's going on there? Tell us, is there any alpha coming from, direct from the source?
Actually, there is a lot of alpha coming out of all of these. My optimism was really great. It's cool to see that ecosystem continue growing. It's cool to see protocols that have been deployed on other chains slowly migrating over there, or at least integrating. And a lot of them are very conscious of their participation in the OP stack, contributing to public goods. That Optimism had on Gitcoin back in the day last cycle, and it's been really great. Right now, we just left the Green Pill Turkey meetup. That was really a great environment. It's really cool seeing a lot of the local ambassadors working to onboard NGOs and creating meaningful adoption. Yeah, just really exciting. I think all of these conferences are a great opportunity to kind of re-energize your mind and get motivated to continue building.
Love it. That's so cool, and really cool to hear that you guys were at the Earthist store. I'm jealous. I've been talking to those guys for several grants program rounds now, but haven't had the pleasure of hanging out in person, seeing what they're up to. That's also so cool to hear.
Yeah, some more alpha. There's Idris. Everyone knows Idris from the last round, the Twitter plugin that allows you to donate to a GG round directly from Twitter. They now have a browser extension. I think that was deployed today. So yeah, it's cool to see them continue building, and then having their thought process revolve around like how does this directly add value to the Gitcoin ecosystem and the Gitcoin users. Really excited about what they're doing. Juice is such a nice guy as well.
Dope, love it. Oh, by the way, speaking of alpha, just while we were talking, Meg from the GrantStack team just told me that the collections just went live that I was mentioning earlier in this space. So go to explorer.gitcoin.co and you can see for yourself, or you can just click the little link at the top of any of the grants program rounds where it says explore grants, and you'll see those collections in the flesh. And stay tuned, because I know that Milwaukee and others are curating rounds. There is a little joke race to determine who would be the curators pulling together these first set of collections that we were doing. And a whole bunch of really cool people are going to be pulling together some collections. So stay tuned for that. But already right now you can see the collections that were auto-generated based on the number of rounds that grantees have been in. So there's one collection for new grantees and one for folks who've been around for a while. So very cool to see that. You can go check it out right now at explorer.gitcoin.co. All right, I am going to stop rambling at you and let's get back to the shill. We've got Bloom Network up here. What is up, Bloom Network? Would love to hear more about your grant and how you're feeling about this grants round.
Hey, everybody. I just contributed to, I'm Magenta from Bloom Network here. And I just contributed to the Gitcoin Grants 19 round across a whole bunch of rounds, and it was super smooth. So just really appreciative for how the new protocol is coming along. Oh gosh, so much to say about Bloom Network. We have been around since 2008, and we waited to plug in. We kind of knew people out there were working on the technology we needed to run our peer-to-peer financial so we're local hubs so far, and so we're working on regional food security, building regional economies. We have about 4 of them that we've built over time. They kind of like build relationships between different projects and companies. And grassroots groups in a region to help them collaborate and share resources. So it's like a combination of climate, financial across Bloom Network. to reward people for doing regenerative actions, because most people doing that work, it's they're not receiving financial compensation for it. So it uses open bounties, so people can report actions they do, make them more visible, learn from each other. And then our online network acts as basically a peer-to-peer incubator. So on the ground, that tends to happen as local projects form, and it happens online as well. So yeah, that's the exciting news of our grant this quarter. I've become a developer. We've had to skill up our existing grassroots local solutions that we know work, but are kind of disenfranchised and structurally incompatible from the centralized finance system. So just everyone here is a freaking hero, and just the infrastructure of blockchain. We're so grateful that y'all have been building it, and we're now building it with you. And yeah, I'm just gonna cry, like how grateful I've been to meeting people through Gitcoin and how you run this round, and that we're all the form of collaboration is like so miraculous and beautiful, and really grateful to be here. So we're on about 4 rounds: climate solutions, Web3 social, open civics, and the Web3 community. So you can search for us on the page and find each of those. We really appreciate your support.
Right on. Big fan of what you're doing. So glad you're here. Please do throw some support to the Bloom Network. And so cool to hear about the progress you've made. Thanks for sharing. Let's get you up on the Jumbotron. Let's make sure your link is in the feed. People know how to find you, can throw you some support. Great to have you amongst us here today. Speaking of great to have you with us, my favorite name of a grant in the Gitcoin Grants program is Salman Needs a Job. I have donated to you in the past. I don't think we've had you in one of these spaces before. Please tell us how your search for a job is going, and also what is going on with your grants proposal, and really just how you doing.
Hey, thank you, Ben. Thank you so much. Great to be here, and always wonderful to hear about all the good that Web3 is doing in the world. We get to hear them during these rounds, and it is really nice. Yes, I'm Salman, and I explore the world of work in Web3 and a project I call Salman Needs a Job. And this project I started like many years ago. While on a pursuit of career and enlightenment, to figure out what the F I should be doing with my life in terms of my job specifically. And finally discovering DAOs and fully committing to Web3, all of which is documented on my channel, link in my bio. So if you go to my channel, you'll find documentaries and podcasts about working in Web3. The documentaries, I think, are really interesting, as well as a lot of work. Conducting a prop house round every week for the past 72 weeks and accepting contributor into the ecosystem one round at a time. Wildly interesting ecosystem stewarded by a single person, and perhaps the most underrated DAO contributor on the planet, I think. Anyway, really appreciate all the good work the Gitcoin community is doing. And your donation will help me keep my pursuits alive and bring more awareness about getting involved in the space.
Beautiful. Great to have you, and really cool to hear about that journey that you've been on. I have to say your marketing is on point. I love that you also have the .eth. What if people donate to you, what will funds go towards?
The production of my content primarily, which like a lot of them are documentaries more recently, and also I'm working on a project called Who Needs a Job, which is going to use all of my learnings into like, well, it's hard to describe. It's production of my content primarily, and new initiatives that will bring that will help people get involved in this space. And you can check some of my work on my YouTube as well as fulltimedao.com, where you'll see examples of the kind of work I do. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for that. Also, shout out for the Noggles. Always good to see Nouns community members hanging out in the space. Much love to all the public nouns working on public goods and you know, making things great again. And big thanks to the Nouns community, by the way, for their contribution to the advocacy round a couple of rounds ago. You know, some great advocacy projects working to make the Web3 community, you know, safe and secure from stupid regulations that don't really help anybody. A little editorializing there. I see the impact market just came back up. I was rambling on so much that you guys dropped off the stage, or maybe you got rugged, but great that you got back up. And then right after that, we'll go to Coco and then Keith. Impact market, how you doing?
Hi, Ben. I'm Suzanne from Impact Market. I'm doing pretty good. Very happy to be here and very happy to see all these people that are some familiar faces, some projects that I already know and that I'm really bullish about. And at Impact Market, we participated in the beginning in the Kernel Genesis campaign. So a long time ago, but it's actually our first time participating in this Gitcoin rounds. We are super excited. Some of you already might know Impact Market. We are the Human Empowerment Protocol built on Celo. We started in 2021 distributing unconditional basic income, and then we reached distributing this recurring income to support vulnerable communities, around 50,000 people in almost 30 countries all around the world, mostly developing countries, empowering people who are mostly unbanked and underbanked, understanding that this is definitely one of the most pressing challenges of our times. We have like almost 2 billion people that are still unbanked and underbanked. And then over these years, we expanded as Impact Market from the UBI. So most of you might know us as a UBI protocol, but then we started expanding to microfinance, to community finance, to create all of these other services that also will keep empowering these users that for so long have been overlooked by traditional finance. So we recently launched our crypto wallet Libera. We launched as well our microcredit. Right now, we are running pilots in Uganda, Brazil, Nigeria, and Ghana. Very successful pilots. We're super excited to expand this product to even more communities, supporting small entrepreneurs all around the world. We also launched a Learn and Earn platform. So, because we definitely believe if we want to drive financial inclusion, we definitely need to provide, we need to promote quality education to empower people to make their own decisions, to take the power of their money, of what they do in their lives. So we launched a Learn and Earn platform, launching courses,
in the process of hiring biologists and experts in forests to really get the baseline of biodiversity, because again, it's very unexplored nature in this part of Colombia. So yeah, super excited to be part of GG19, and also to invite you all guys to join us in Let's Grow Live. We're doing 24/7 live stream. So yeah, we have more than 50 Gitcoin grantees hosting spaces, not only shilling, but also interviewing and creating all types of amazing content, music. We have sound healing events. And yeah, I'm sure other participants of the Let's Grow Live are gonna share a little bit the experience. And yeah, again, thank you so much for hosting. I'm so happy to see you all again. And yeah, thank you so much, Ben.
Always such a pleasure to hear your bringing such good vibes into the community and doing really important work. Love to see it. And, wish you all the best of luck in this round. I'll definitely add you to my cart again. I think I already did this morning, but, another round coming soon. What a great, exciting Gitcoin grants round this is already. I mean, here we are, a few hours into the round, and I don't know about you guys, but I'm already feeling the good vibes. It's making me feel great. So always such a pleasure to be here with all of you. We got another old friend of Gitcoin here up on stage. It's Keith. How you doing, Keith? What's going on, man?
Hey, am I coming through okay?
Yeah, I hear you just fine.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. It's amazing to be part of the round in this incredible public goods community, as always. Yeah, I guess I'll get right into it. As some of you know, I've been working with Gitcoin since 2021, when I was a cause round curator on the longevity and decentralized science rounds. And for those of you familiar with my work at Gitcoin and Lifespan.io, or who supported me in the recent Citizens round, you'll remember I was working on building out new types of dynamic demi-soulbound NFTs that can grow and change based on tracked and provable on-chain philanthropic giving, called Proof of Philanthropy, or POP. And I'm really excited and happy to report that this work has gone forward successfully, which has led to a grant in the current open source software round to bring this capability to the Gitcoin community. So what this means is that if you simply donate to our grant, which you can find by searching for Proof of Philanthropy on the grant search, and hopefully we can get it on the Jumbotron here as well, you can get an amazing limited prototype POP NFT on Polygon, essentially for free, aside from negligible gas, that you'll see transform based on how much you've donated to the grant, which is pretty cool. The amazing art of this NFT, which is based on the ancient regenerative symbol of the Ouroboros, which, if anyone's watching the Loki series on Marvel, will now have a newfound appreciation for, was also done by Colton Orr, who some of you might be familiar with, who's done a lot of work for Gitcoin and is truly an amazing artist. And right now, this NFT's dynamic elements are based on donations to this Gitcoin grant and a few other philanthropic sources, which is described on the campaign page. But as you'll see, if you read the page, the roadmap includes phases to extend this first to track other Web3 public goods initiatives, to track their giving to those, and then all on-chain giving, and then eventually, ambitious, all on-chain and off-chain giving with the help of oracles and other connectors, which can be very powerful. And there, as you can imagine, there are lots of ways to additively synergize this with various other regen projects, some of which in the current rounds. And if you have any ideas after reading our grant page, please reach out. One key thing to note is that having this kind of single, easily understandable and verifiable proof of retroactive giving will make it very easy for huge brands and other partners to kind of add right along additional perks in a decentralized way. And this can be an amazing tool to bring the Web 2 world into Web 3 and create a lot of interesting partnerships. Everything's open source, and to accomplish what we're doing for this grant round, we're interoperating with Gitcoin's transaction data in interesting ways. So I think everyone would find that interesting to check it out. Our team includes some excellent members of our community here and from organizations that you might be familiar with, such as Angel Giving, Weave Chain, Freeport, VitaDAO, and Lifespan.io. And we've just launched a new nonprofit organization called the Proof of Philanthropy Foundation to help keep everything above board, incredibly neutral. And we're very actively looking for more partners, board members, collaborators, advisors, etc., which you can again read about on the campaign. So I'm very eager for not just donations to the grant, but for ideas, for people to reach out and come up with the ways that we can work together. And our campaign page also has a lot of graphics and videos and such, so you should hopefully be easily able to understand what's actually going on here, including the technology. And, you know, we'd like to engage a lot of major organizations and KOLs, so any help anyone can provide, that would be amazing. So yeah, I guess, you know, please donate to our Proof of Philanthropy grant. Get your dynamic Ouroboros NFT that will power up based on that grant donation and be a verified pioneering part of creating the new giving pledge for the modern age. How's that for, is that a good pitch? How's that sound? Is everybody excited? Let's go.
Keith, you know what's funny, man? I actually donated to your grant. I didn't even make the connection it was you. I just thought the project sounded cool. So you know, you were definitely doing it right. And I got to say, I could not be much more excited about all the different ways of like looking at impact through impact certs and, you know, hyper certs and all the different approaches like karma and how they're all kind of working together, interoperable, composable, you know, different mechanisms that are evolving in our space. You know, just super, super exciting. I love that you gave that shout out, not just to looking for money, but also looking for ideas. You know, our old friend Pranav, I see you in the audience there, sir, you know, once said people come to Gitcoin for the funding, but they stick around for the community. And I think that is absolutely true. Like a lot of the time, really the most valuable things people will get from around on top of the money, you know, is these new relationships, the ideas, the co-founders, the code that somebody else wrote that they didn't know about that they can, you know, fork and use on their own project or even pivot or, you know, create a new project together. Just really cool to see that round after round, and you know, really excited to know what you're working on now, Keith. Can you just let people know a little bit about like when they donate, what are the funds going to help make a reality in the world?
Absolutely. So, which you can also see more on the grant page because we actually have a roadmap with phases. But basically, right now, where the project stands is this prototype, which is limited. You know, I think it's only 1,000 of them. So get in while you can. This prototype NFT is tracking giving to our Gitcoin grant and a few other charitable sources. But the next phase is to expand this out to involve tracking and retroactive appreciation for, like, you know, all of the Web3 public goods charitable initiatives that we're familiar with, you know, your giveths and your endowments, et cetera, and then the phase after that will be to broaden this even further, you know, using, like, you know, I'm not sure if you even noticed this, but if you look on Etherscan, you can see that there's sometimes flags for, like, if this transaction was charitable in nature, you know, how do you verify that and bring that into this? So that's kind of phase 3. And then phase 4, which is complicated, but where it gets really exciting is then when we work with oracles to actually track, you know, off-chain philanthropic things as well, and that's when you can pull in the Red Crosses and all those of the world. So it's ambitious, it's multi-phase, but hopefully you'll be able to see when you read on the campaign page, you know, I think no problem is intractable if you can break it down to component bite-sized pieces and take clear deliverable steps. So hopefully that is what we have done, and hopefully everyone will get that when you look. But yeah, it's a big vision. But as you just mentioned, one of the things that I love about the Gitcoin community is that everyone has an understanding that, like, we can't do it alone, that we're stronger together. And instead of just everyone trying to do everything themselves, it's better to just do what you can do amazingly and find out how you can interoperate with everyone else. And that's what we're really trying to accomplish with this project, is to basically just additively, you know, if you're doing any philanthropic thing, if you just have this additional vector, we could say, hey, you know, this other organization just providing some other cool thing and free perks for doing this thing that you're already doing. It's a way to create a rising tides raises all boats situation. So that's what excites me personally about this whole ecosystem.
That's so cool, man. Very well said. Could not be a bigger fan of this work that you're doing. I am sending you virtual high fives through my phone right now. Thank you for being with us, Keith. Best of luck in this grants program round, and I hope you're able to join us in some of the other spaces that are upcoming. By the way, I'll give a quick shout out. There is a calendar that you can subscribe to that you can find at grants-portal.gitcoin.co. If you're wondering when these spaces are happening, like, of course, you'll just see them popping up on the Gitcoin page. Also, there's the spaces that Jimmy and others are holding down that run 24 hours. The sort of the new version of what was called Gitcoin Radio. What's it called now? Let's Go Radio, something like that. I forget. I'm trying to get you up on stage, but it's not working for some reason, Jimmy. But you know who we do have up on stage is none other than Colleen Chase, who I called out like an hour ago and then never brought up on the stage. I'm so glad you're here with us.
Hey, Ben, that's okay. You know I prefer listening usually more than talking, but it's always good to be up with you guys. Hi, Matilda. Hi, John. Hi, Carlos. Hi, everyone. Always amazing to see you all and hear all of these incredible projects. My list is growing. I have this long list that I keep, and then I just keep donating, and it's getting longer already, and it's only the first day.
I'm so glad you jumped up here with us. It's really great to see you here on stage, and I'm hoping maybe you'll share a little about our work at the Solar Foundation.
I would, of course, love to. For those of you who don't know, I used to work at Gitcoin, and then I decided to, I met John Ruth, who's a solar god, and we decided to start a small foundation with a really big mission, which is to fund and accelerate off-grid solar for underserved communities in emerging economies, mainly in sub-Saharan Africa at the moment. We're doing super exciting projects, and I just have to say, I'm really into shilling our partners and all the great projects, not just our own. So we've worked with Ioweka Uganda. Please check out their grants. They're doing amazing agroforestry and regenerative farming work, and they are in both climate solutions along with the Solar Foundation and community and education. And also we're doing a brand new community center, solar and computers for a community center in Nigeria. Super important project. And our partner is Helpers Social Development Foundation, and they're in community and ed. So basically what we do is we empower NGOs with solar to do their work and to further their missions. And I just love being a part of this effort. And our grant for GD19 is a new venture for us. Tororo, Uganda. And we're really excited to see how this happens. We're going to utilize the Good Dollar, which is a blockchain-enabled universal basic income, to deliver digital connectivity and clean energy to 50 women who currently lack phones and have no direct access to electricity. And we hope that this might expand our impact and develop more of an open source model that we can use in other communities. It's been a dream of mine to really figure out how to get women and their children and their families empowered with solar in Africa. So this is like the first step, and I hope you'll check it out on our Climate Solutions grant. And there are my dogs. They're very excited.
Doggos. We love that. Well, it's such a pleasure to spend a portion of my time with you building the Solar Foundation, and I couldn't be more proud of the work that we do together in the world. And it's certainly up there with some of the most inspiring things I've done in my life. That's for sure. Let's see. I know we're going to have to cut actually the space a little shorter than we had planned. Would love to get maybe one or two more up here, Ben. Or I know, Carlos, you're still up there. I don't know if you're still in a cab and would maybe be up for hosting for about 30 minutes or so to finish out. I think Ben and I are going to have to bounce close to the top of the hour. So chime in if that might be a possibility, Carlos. Otherwise, I think we're going to wrap up here in a few minutes. Maybe we can get one, maybe two more shills in if we go quick.
Of course. I would love to jump on. I can do live and direct from Rave for everyone.
Amazing.
Oh, are you at Rave? That's awesome.
Well, then I guess we have another little few minutes, and you all need to pump Carlos up with your shills so that he has the energy to dance with Ronnie. Make sure to say hello to Ronnie, and I can't wait to Rave again soon myself. Please dance your heart out on my behalf. I see Jimmy jumped up here. Jimmy, my brother from another mother, how you doing, buddy? I think the Twitter overlords are rugging you, my friend.
Rug is real. I clicked on bring up to the 5 times on Jimmy. Are you there, sir? Yes.
Amazing. Always a pleasure to have you come up onto the stage, Jimmy. I just want to say, John and Ben, I know you've got things to do, so if you wanna drop off, it's top of the hour. I'm definitely down to hang for the rest of the space and just hold it down here for as long as Matilda has time as well.
That sounds great. I think she has another half hour or so. So if you can hold it down for that, that would be amazing. On that note, I guess I will say my goodbyes to all you, my friends. We'll see you again or hear you again on many, many spaces over the next couple of weeks. Get out there and shill your projects hard, but make sure you take a few minutes to get out there and touch some trees, as Jimmy says. Drink some water. Take care of yourselves. It's a marathon, not a sprint. But we will see you all again next time. Appreciate you so much.
I think when John gets sick, his radio voice gets even more radio. Like that was like the most late night radio John I've ever heard. He was like, to all of you out there in the radio land, I love it, man. All right, John, I will see you in a Google Meet in like mere moments. And the rest of you, best of luck in your first day of GG19. Much love to all of you. Big thanks, Carlos, for holding it down straight from the Rave. That is way too cool for school. I really appreciate all of you and all the things you do. Much love to Matilda, by the way. You are not getting nearly enough credit for holding down these spaces and all the other things you're doing. Sending you all the virtual high fives in the world. And you can catch them while you jump out of a plane. All right, cool. Everybody, have a good day. Have a good time. I am out for this call. See you on the flip side.
All right. Thank you so much, Ben, and love line, John. Anyone else that wants to come up and show, please.
Let's go, let's go! Okay, we're gonna start warming up our space again. Let's get it, let's grow. And we're growing. We are growing the movement. Let's go, let's grow! Okay, we are officially warming this puppy back up. Thank you for coming through the Gitcoin space over there. A lot of you, so everybody, we're retweeting this room. Let's grow, let's grow! Okay, we're officially warming this puppy back up. Thank you for coming to the Gitcoin space over there. All right, thank you everybody who tuned into the Gitcoin space. We are officially warming this puppy back up. We have a very special guest, and that is Alan Carroll, the co-host and vice friend. Grow, ladies and gentle friends. Okay, there we go. All right, thank you everybody who tuned into the Gitcoin space. We are officially warming this. Hey, all right. So the space just rugged. Yeah, that ain't happening. Shit. Okay, no worries. We're just gonna redo this. Hey, okay. Let's okay. Let's go live. Bum bum bum. 24/7 Gitcoin community. Boom. All right. Shoot. All right. Let me fix that over here. All right. Okay. Here we grow. Here we grow again. We're growing again. Here we grow. Here we grow. 24/7 live streams. Let's get it. Let's get it. All right. Woo. Hey. Up, bloop, up, bloop, up, bloop, bloop. Oh, hey. Okay. 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 Hey. Oh. Speaker. Bam. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Excelente. Whoop. Okay. And we are back. Welcome, Deep. Welcome, welcome. Sending you the co-host privileges. Boom and bam. Okay. So, excellent. Excelente. We're just going to tune while we warm back up the space. Okay, so, bear with us. Bear with us. Here we go. Steve.
Hey, hey.
Hey, hey, Deep. How you doing?
Oh, man, I'm great. How are you?
Excellent. We're doing well. Okay, amazing. We're gonna play a quick tune. All right. Welcome back, Aaron. Sorry we got right there. All right, we're gonna warm up the space with some music, and then we'll get the show started in just a few minutes. All right, inviting you, sending you the link. It happens. It happens. Sometimes the luggage is. Oh Lord. Okay, you back, baby. You back. The legendary Alan Carroll is with us on the stage. Super grateful to have you here, my friend. Absolute legend. Okay. Boom. All right, everybody. We'll get started in about 2 minutes. Invite us to the video link to your computer on Zoom.
Yeah, you wanted to do
no, like you're just gonna be in this okay,
I'm not jogging around nervous.
Hey, you are, Diaz.
Co-host too, not just a speaker. You're making me feel special.
So special.
Once upon a time, there were beings who wanted to create something. These beings carefully guarded an aspect of consciousness called light. At different times, these guardians of light met and worked together in the different realms of reality. And they designed a time when their plan would go into effect. These beings are you, and that time is now. And each of you knows, in the deepest portions of your being, that you have come here for a purpose. You are beginning to feel what may be coming.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Live show that's all about empowering you, the change maker, to maximize your positive impact in the world. I love this thing. The latest and greatest technology. With me today is none other than Alan. It is an absolute legend. He actually got himself a pretty cool position over at Vayner 3, which is Gary Vaynerchuk's organization that did Friends and is now making an impact over at Path Below. So I'm really excited to get into marketing. As we talk about how we can grow different movements, and you have an amazing amount of expertise. You can all definitely take some knowledge bombs, nuggets of knowledge, if you will, overcome. So let's go. We have a tradition here on Maximum Podcast, and that's always start with why. So when I ask you, what is your why? I'm talking about your personal why, your energizers, your motivators. What gets you specifically out of bed in the morning and fuels you do all the amazing things that you do, if you were to encapsulate it, how would you describe the why of Alan?
Well, number one, appreciate you for even having me. That was a very kind introduction. Number why, I think regret is a very powerful emotion. I mean, I think anybody is, who's paying attention is
The
aware of the
why
opportunities
of
right
Alan.
now that we all have.
Well, number
Say
one,
whatever you
appreciate
want
you
to
for
call
even
it.
having me. That was a very
So,
kind
I don't really
introduction.
want to be
The why,
10,
I
20 years
think
down the road
regret
and
is a very
not
powerful
then
emotion,
that kind of
and I
like
think anybody
be like the
is,
early
is
internet
paying attention is
boom.
aware of
A
the
lot of people were
opportunities
very
right
excited
now
back
that
then.
we all have in crypto and Web3 or whatever you want to call this industry.
That's kind of why
So,
my
I
why
don't really want to
manifests like
be,
so much
10, 20 years down
bullish
the road and looking
and
back at what could
belief
have
in
been.
this
I
space.
kind
I'm
of
just
like
trying to
look
give
at
it
this
my
as
all
what
right
could be
now.
like the early
I'm
internet.com
really
boom. Like a
later.
lot of people were very successful back then who were
Like,
paying
I like
attention
that you
and doing
can
themselves accordingly.
tap
So
into
that's kind of why
that
my why, man, is
potential
I have
regret
so
and then
much
live each moment,
bullish sentiment
as if
and belief in
as
this
if
space. I'm just trying to give it my all
might
right now,
be
so I can
your
have no
last. Like,
regrets
you really
later.
gotta seize the day, like
I like that. I like that you can
and do all you can
tap
to make
into
most of it. And yeah,
that
I love that,
potential
if
regret
you
and
miss
then
the internet
live
boom,
each
but
moment
there are other
as
amazing
if
technological
it
revolutions
might be your
right now.
one of your last, right? You really
I
gotta
like to hear your story,
seize
like
the
how
day,
you
right?
came
Carpe
across
diem,
Web3, like how
and do
you
all that you
first
can
come
to
across
make the
this
most of it. And yeah,
wild
I love
world,
that
and then
we missed
ultimately
the
start
internet
dabbling
boom, but there
with the
are
afternoon.
other amazing technological revolutions that maybe we can
Never
talk
life,
about
no
different
regrets,
technologies
never
that are
thought.
bubbling up.
I mean, look,
But
your
I'd love
history
to
may
hear your
not
story
lead
of like
you
how
to
you
your
came across
so
Web3. Like how
that's
did
why
you
you look
first
at
come across
.com
this
boom,
wild
really
world
evolved with
and then ultimately start
technology
dabbling
now.
to live a life of no
You're
regrets?
going to be betting on
Live
one
a
thing,
life of no regrets,
technology
man. That's awesome.
be
I mean,
going
look,
anywhere.
history
We're
may not
pretty
repeat,
innovative in
but it
that field.
certainly rhymes. So, that's why you
Yeah,
can
that's
look
kind of
at
the
the
one thing I
.com
would
boom,
note.
early
And
2000s, and then look at the
what was
technology that's going on now. And
was
if
what
if
was
you were
my
going to be
Yeah,
betting
how did
on
you
one thing,
create a Web3 and
technology
ultimately start
doesn't seem to
dabbling in
be
it?
going
yeah, man.
anywhere,
I mean,
right?
look,
We only continue to
again,
innovate in
I
that
really don't
field.
think it's
So
things
yeah,
that
that's kind
I
of
think
the
matter, like
one thing I look at the most.
or
And
video games are fun. I'm paying
attention to the
attention to
government printing billions of dollars in our currency and the dangers of that. And I'm
but
worried about people like my parents and my siblings and my friends who are working their whole life in this fiat system. And, I really don't want the rug to get pulled out from underneath them. So trying to protect wealth, the current wealth that we have and the future wealth that I'm going to be earning. And I feel like, that's my main reason for everything is like, hey, we got to be paying attention to what's going on. That's when I first noticed crypto and Bitcoin, right? So Bitcoin was the first thing that kind of crossed my lap here of like, hey, this is something that makes sense to me, right? Like, again, history may not repeat, but it rhymes. Look at the historical track record of fiat currency. It's always led to the same ending, which is hyperinflation and collapse. So yeah, when Bitcoin came around, and it seems to be tamper-proof, that was sold. So been a big Bitcoin believer. Ethereum, believe in Ethereum as well. I'm not like a maxi on one coin. What got me into NFTs was actually SoRare. SoRare is like a sports fantasy platform, and I saw the utility that the scarcity and value that these players could bring, and then honestly, you mentioned Vayner. I got super lucky when I was at Vayner. They were talking about this thing way early on called Bored Ape Yacht Club. And I was like, I got no idea what this is, but these cartoon monkeys are selling for, what I thought was a lot at the time, but it was only like 30 grand. And the mutants were like 10. And I was like, dude, I have no idea what I'm doing. But I guess I'm going to spend $10,000 on this cartoon monkey. And the mutant, and I'm certainly glad I did. I round tripped it from, the big offers that we had to current day, but it's, it's so awesome. But yeah, it's been quite a journey, man, to say the least.
Wow. That is super cool. Okay, so you started out at Vayner before it became Vayner 3 and then transitioned over to Vayner 3. Is that how that happened?
Yeah, man. So Vayner has many umbrellas, like in terms of companies like underneath VaynerX. So like VaynerMedia, you guys have probably heard of that one. Like we work with a lot of big clients, DraftKings and Pepsi and Budweiser and all that fun stuff. And Vayner 3, it actually was Vayner NFT when I joined. We rebranded to Vayner 3. And yeah, that was kind of fun. That was like their crypto Web3 AI strategy arm, and that was a blast. I mean, that 1 year that I was at V3, that was like, still in a bull market. Every company that you could ever imagine was trying to launch an NFT project and get involved in the space. So it's like, even toward the end of my time there, I was like working with Team USA and like doing all this cool stuff, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. And then I moved to DeFi because I didn't know a lot about DeFi, and I still am learning a lot about DeFi. And this kind of goes back to my
Main reason why I'm even in crypto, right, is like the current separation of power, of money and state is, you know, one of the most significant historical power separations probably since the church and state separated way back when. So again, you know, I've said it before, history doesn't repeat, but it certainly rhymes. So you can kind of look and see that maybe the states are not going to be in control of the money anymore, which would kind of be an interesting, you know, area to be in.
Absolutely. Yeah, that would. I feel like we're definitely at the precipice of a very interesting transition in the world. So it's cool to have people like yourself who are really getting after it to go build it. So, all right, I want to delve in because thinking about a lot of the audience who's, whether they're on Spaces right now or they're on any of the other video platforms they're broadcasting out to, a lot of these folks are either trying to market themselves for Gitcoin, which is a grant program whereby these big matching pools are allocated according to how many people donate. So they're kind of voting with a donation of at least $1 with the cryptocurrency. And so you're the meme master. And when I say, like, when people think of meme, they typically think of like an image with text on top of it. But I feel like you tend to simply post the image and then your caption is the text. So I feel like that makes it kind of easier, but at the same time, you have to kind of curate all of these different, and not just images either, it's also like video and things like that. So where do you find, first of all, where do you find the content? Let's start there. Like, are there like libraries or websites where like these viral video ideas are flowing and then you're thinking about how you can write the captions for them? Or do you start with the idea and then try to find the right video or image for it? Like, where do you find the content? Let's start there.
Yeah, man. I mean, there's definitely different approaches, like during a bull versus like during a bear. You know, you still have to find the content, but in the bull, there's so much news that is breaking that the ideas kind of come to you, right? Like I have a bunch of videos and whatnot saved in my phone so I can respond quickly. But I mean, for those that were here during the bull market, there's literally breaking news every single day. So the memes literally write themselves. The bear market is where you more like looking at an image and trying to find inspiration for a joke, or you're kind of treating it more like a comedian and you're writing based on your own personal experience. Because again, there's just not that much going on. So the jokes are less news jacking, which is like reacting to the breaking news in the space, and they're more like relatable, emotion invoking content. And finding the content, like the videos and the images, takes the most time out of what I do. I mean, I'm scrolling through Reddit and Pinterest and Instagram, just trying to find the right videos and images. And you know, I don't really know what the alpha is there. It's kind of like I'm scrolling through, and if a certain image or video captures my attention, like outside of the caption, right? So if like, you know, this is kind of the funnel of virality. You know, it's like if the image or video alone can capture attention, and then you can add the cherry on top of a caption that's funny and original, that formula is a pretty good chance to go viral. And you know, like what's been working a lot recently are these like pop culture / paparazzi photo. So it's like, you know, you saw me post about like Forrest Gump, you saw me post about like Batman, like these movies that are in the zeitgeist of pop culture, very good. And then also these accidental memes of like celebrities, you know, like a lot of them are paparazzi photos, you know, like for example, that's like some serious alpha, like Google celebrity paparazzi photos, you'll see a ton of meme templates. You know, they were accidental memes, you know, like the image was taken and the internet made it a meme. So that's kind of what I look for as well.
How if you're in the audience helping me with social media content, please take notes. Really good stuff. Paparazzi accidental memes. Okay, so that's cool how that content can be found, and so then relatability. I feel like that's a really crucial part, right? Like people respond when they can relate. It's like, okay, yeah, we're talking about like how you know how people are gonna feel when they're going back to their families at Thanksgiving, and you know, now finally crypto is like going up, and it's a very different experience maybe last Thanksgiving and stuff like that. Do you just kind of like reflect on your own experiences and then draw from these things, or are you actively like trying to empathize with like how you think, you know, Web3 Twitter is like feeling, or like, you know, any tips you might be able to provide to help people create more relatable content? Because I feel like that's part of the magic sauce.
Yeah, man. I mean, definitely like being in the space is like how you create relatable content, is being here. Like even like stand-up comedians, right? Like
I've heard a couple of them talk about, like, when they suddenly start doing the road all the time, their inspiration for new content isn't really there because they're kind of only focused on performing now and not really focusing on what inspired them to make the content in the first place. So like, I just think like being active, being in group chats, like looking up people talk, you know, and then what you're experiencing as well, like going home to Thanksgiving, that's something that a lot of us are going to be experiencing. That's a highly relatable event. And I'd say holidays are an easy slam dunk, where it's like, hey, like if the market's pumping, great, and if the market's not pumping, that's also opportunity for memes. And again, what I was talking about before, the pop culture photo, I even did that today with the Steve Harvey post, my most recent meme. I'm pretty sure he posted that on his Instagram story. And the internet was like, what the hell is this? And just took that photo and ran with it. So that's kind of a hard example of what I'm talking about. And then also when it comes to relatability, you kind of want to avoid the low-hanging fruit, right? Like, you know, when something happens, like, it's like, okay, whatever that first idea that you think of, like, assume 10 other people thought of that. Like when I like scroll through Twitter and I see memes, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's a meme that like anybody could think of. You kind of want to like read in between the lines and like, okay, like what are certain people feeling? How are certain people reacting? You know, it's like, how are you reacting? Like, you just kind of like take notes versus just the low hanging fruit, is what I would say.
Okay, got you. So yeah, not the obvious, but really thinking one step further into how people might be feeling and relevant events, right? I think relatability and relevance are kind of two secret ingredients if you were to draw this concoction of virality. Or are there any other ingredients beyond relatability and relevance?
I mean, I would look at memes like the shortest stories that you could ever imagine, right? Like you look at a meme within 2 or 3 seconds, if it's a good meme, that story is told. And, you know, that is a good filter I would use for any content that you're producing where it's like, hey, like, you know, is it like, oh, is this some kind of advanced humor that you have to get or whatever? It's like, you know, the meme has to be, you know, snappy. Like you should be able to, you know, understand it, you know, instantly. That's why like when I show my memes to my dad who's 75 and he laughs, I'm like, okay, well, you know, he's not even a target audience. This meme is breaking through and the joke is hitting. So that's kind of bullish if it can be digested that quickly.
100%. Wow, that's good. You get through your 75-year-old grandpa. Yeah, super great. Okay, got you. That's really cool, man. So maybe we could speak a little bit about what a day in the life is looking like now. So I understand that you're chief DJ, not sure exactly what that entails, of Hashflow. So yeah, what does a day in the life look like now? And what are you getting up to? What's new on the horizon for you?
For sure, man. I mean, again, the bull market is definitely seeming to be coming back. You know, just the feeling that I have in my stomach and you know what it feels like. You know, this year compared to 2021, compared to you know what 2024 will probably be like. Yeah, right now, chief DJ at Hashflow, like I said, I'm kind of becoming a DeFi maxi. I love the you know being in control of your own funds and you know just not having you know any kind of funds on exchanges like FTX and whatnot because again that can be dangerous as history has told. And now, man, yeah, it's just like about executing a lot of content. I mean, I'm like a content factory over there. So, you know, give me a content calendar that I fill out. You know, I do Twitter Spaces, and you know, that's kind of my main priority for them. And then same thing for me, man. It's like, hey, you know, I'm making sure I get memes up on my page every single day. You know, I'm sourcing content. I'm like, hey, I need to find the best images and templates that maybe people haven't seen before or haven't been used in a few years, and then kind of like integrating my own jokes with that. So, you know, the creation process is funny, man. Like, you know, it's it takes time, and you can't really rush it. You know, if you're not really feeling creative on a certain day, like you just can't really force yourself. You kind of have to wait for that moment to come. And what I call flow state. And when you can get yourself into flow state, you can just absolutely cook. And that's something I would say people should practice doing.
Nice, yes. Getting the flow state, the kind of possibly by. I think you get into that.
You're on mute. I don't know if you know that or not.
Oh shit! Yeah, no, my bad. I did it because I can hear myself when I'm on mute. Okay, yeah. Okay, so getting in a flow state, so time just passes you by. You're, you know, I think you need like a task that's not too hard, not too difficult. And any other tips for getting in a flow state? I feel like yeah, people are really going to be grinding the next 2 weeks. Shout out from the rooftops. That's not just going to help their Gitcoin grants, but really like. You know, help build their brands as well. It's like an accelerator almost. I mean, when TreeGens, you know, got first place a couple rounds ago, we got funded to 1 million mangrove trees because of that, and we made a whole bunch of noise, and that was an amazing thing. And now a lot of people are going to be making noise. So, how do you think people can get into the flow state in order to do their best work?
For sure, man. It definitely changes for everybody. Like one, like you kind of have to look at yourself and be like, okay, when am I most productive? Like for me, like the mornings or like the nights are like where I'm like super productive. Like from like 12 to like 3. I don't know why, but it's, you know, it's like the dead zone. I'm like, yo, like maybe coffee is wearing off or whatever. But so you kind of have to know which part of the day works best for you. And then there's a couple things that I do, right? There's some songs. Like I know it's kind of crazy, but music. Like there's this playlist on YouTube. It's like intense classical music, and whenever I'm working, I always kind of play that. So it's almost like my brain knows like when this song comes on, like it's go time. And you know, again, there's no word. It's just like literal like I don't know, woodland instruments, like whatever you call classical music. I don't know what I'm not a music guy. But you know, it's like rap music. I can't focus, right? Because like I have to focus on the words of the song. So there's a couple playlists that if I know I have to get focused on, like in the morning, I'll just like play it, and you know, I don't know, I just kind of like start cooking. And then also like you have to tempt your, like you're gonna like come up for air sometimes in flow state, and it's like don't pick up your phone. Because if you like pick up your phone, like that concentration and focus is gone. Like, and then you have to like re-get back into flow state. It's like, so you kind of like when you come up for air, you just like recognize, okay, cool, and then you just go back and you keep your head down. You don't get distracted doing something else.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay. So the music is important. Not too many words. That can definitely distract you if you're trying to write words. And then coffee. Okay. So I saw a famous like Stanford kind of neurochemistry guy talk about this. Like you're supposed to actually avoid coffee in the first 90 minutes of your day, which is really I for one do not do that. I try to at least avoid the first hour maybe, but like it'll dip in like the afternoon if you have it first thing in the morning. But if you can wait some part of the brain, I don't know, it's not released about I don't know what the science is about it, but if you wait you can control yourself. 90 minutes before your coffee, you will actually not get a crash, which is really cool. So yeah, little tidbit of productivity for you right there. But that's cool. Okay, so let's talk generally social media. Maybe we can do this in the context of Gitcoin. You're aware of the Gitcoin ecosystem. So look, let's say if you're trying to you're trying to build a brand, you're trying to connect with people. Ultimately, people are trying to get donations, right? They're trying to get votes and donations to Gitcoin grants. A lot of people listening are thinking about that right now. So, I mean, creating relatable content, definitely, maybe like storyline, more emotional stuff. I don't know. What would you maybe recommend for the Gitcoin grantees in terms of marketing? Is it, do you think long form is a good format? Apparently, the more time you spend on a post, the better. So but you really gotta have hooks and things like this, or make it really good quality content as you do that. Or do you think just like the more for the merrier? Like it's better to make like 5 posts than one long form. What are your general tips in terms of marketing and in terms of a Gitcoin grantee lens, perhaps?
Yeah, man, I mean, it's tough because, like, you gotta, like, definitely focus on quality. Like, I don't like spending tons of time on one piece of content because, like, what if it doesn't hit? And, so it's like, then you just wasted 3-4 hours of your time. And then you kind of get frustrated, right? Like, that's why, like, why are the memes so successful? It's because I enjoy making them. So if suddenly you as a creator get into, like, a death spiral of my content isn't performing and, like, even, I don't know, dude, I don't even know what word that they would use, but it's almost like you start going against yourself. You overthink your content, not getting the best out of yourself. So I would definitely like recommend that people don't spend hours and hours and hours on one piece of content if you don't even know if it's going to hit. And you have like research and data to be like, yo, like for example, newsjacking, right? Releasing a thread or a long piece of content on a piece of news that everybody's focused on. Sure, I understand that. But you just like picking a topic and guessing that this is what people are going to want to read. I mean, look, guys, people don't read anymore. Like, they really, there's very few. So you kind of have to figure out in the world that attention, right? Like, what can be thumb stopping? We're looking for attention arbitrage. In the world where attention is like so few, like brief, like people are used to seeing Vine, used to seeing TikTok, like. How are you going to make sure that your piece of content is going to stand out? In my mind, it has to be pretty short, or at least the hook has to be, convincing enough for somebody to spend 2 or 3 minutes of time on a video, which is an eternity. You know what I'm saying? So you really have to like not overthink your content. Just like get those reps out there, see what's working, whatever is working, try and innovate on them.
Nice. Yeah, so it's about the reps. Also, like you said there, it's good because you enjoy it, right? And I think not only does that mean that it's going to be quality and it's you're making something you care about, but also I think it's going to mean you're ultimately going to be able to put in all the time that's required to be excellent in your craft because you enjoy doing it. So that's one of those reasons there. But then you also mentioned about like having enough at bats, putting it out there, and letting the data decide. So maybe now coming into like analysis of content and different tools and such. Like, what kind of tool stack would you recommend for a social media manager or someone who's looking to do marketing online? Maybe for analysis, or I don't know, you're looking into AI or things like this. Like, what are all the tools you recommend for promotions?
Dude, definitely ChatGPT. Even for like writing, right? It's like I might have a caption, and it's like, again, like writing, you guys really want to. We don't want to sound like scholars. Like, it has to be the most simplified language. So I'll be like, hey, ChatGPT, here's the caption I have. Can you reword this in the most simple way possible? And sometimes it gives me it makes my caption better. So that's like maybe one of the tools that I would use. Midjourney as well, right? If you want to create an original caption, like, I mean, we saw some Midjourney meme templates going viral. Like the Pope was wearing like the puffer jacket, and like Mark Zuckerberg was walking down the fashion runway. So they're like, I'm still becoming a prompt engineer. Like, I'm nowhere near where I need to be. I would not be sleeping on AI, and AI is just going to make your life easier. It's like, you can either be your parents and be like, this internet thing isn't going to last, or you can embrace that AI is probably going to be here for the rest of our lives and beyond, and learn about it. Those are probably the two main tools. But also timing, man. Timing is everything. Like, like this is the wizard of algorithms. It's like the same piece of content with the same caption can get posted, an hour too early or an hour too late, and have completely different results performance-wise. Like I posted a meme, the day before, and it didn't hit. It literally was. I deleted it. I was like, wow, I'm surprised how this is funny. I posted it the next day and it went viral. Like very viral. So I was like, that is crazy. Like, I didn't change anything except the time. So, if you have conviction on a piece of content, if it doesn't hit the first time, maybe try again. Yeah, that's what I would probably do.
Okay, timing is that important, eh? I heard Social Sprout. You check out Social Sprout. That's actually free trial.
I lost you. I don't know.
I don't
know. Oh, sorry. There you are.
Yeah, I'll talk in a minute. When it comes in. Yeah, so Social Sprout allows you to check out when is the best time for your audience, which is pretty good. But I think you actually have to post at all like the different hours for it to tell, because it only said like this many stars for this hours, but then there was a whole bunch of hours where there were no stars and it didn't actually say how good the post performed. So I think you really need to like schedule a whole bunch of tweets, and then it'll have more data on like when people likely to respond. I don't know, but yeah. So all right. Friends, by the way, we just kicked the start of the space after shutting it down to support the Gitcoin space. So I really appreciate it. Bottom right, everybody retweet the room, drop a comment, drop an emoji, type "Let's Grow" in there, drop a like, and let's share this amazing marketing alpha for all of y'all as are growing into GG19. So. All right. By the way, I have a co-host, the D, who is empowering women in Web3 and doing some really great stuff. So, the D, I want to also pass the mic to you. If you have any questions for Arul or anything you want to comment about some of the things we've been discussing, mic is yours.
Amazing. Great to be here, guys. I love this live video setup vibes. Actually, yeah. It's kind of a big part of, like, I come from the film and TV world, so, like, that was my background prior to this, both as a creative, but also, like, as a producer, so I'm loving, like, further enabling interaction, connection, etc., everything online, and continuing to, like, grow what everyone's building in this awesome way, so great to be here. Alan, super cool to meet you. Also because you're working on Hashflow, which is super interesting. You guys are doing some really innovative like engagement tactics around like getting users to continue to be interested and continue to like participate with what you guys are building. So that's really cool. Yeah, we're the Deep. Basically, me and another awesome lady, Ava, we created this initiative to essentially get more women into DeFi and to be like more and more advanced in terms of their own like financial ability to actually use DeFi tooling and also like by building it, contributing to the space, creating projects, etc. So super cool to see what you guys are doing at Hashflow. On the like marketing and content note, would be super curious to learn any tips and tricks around prompting, because that's what it's all about with AI at the end of the day, right? Is like how well you can articulate the kinds of information you need it to generate. So I'm just curious on your thoughts and experiences on that one.
Sure, definitely experimentation, one. But two, I can look at Midjourney and you can see like what other people have created, and you can see like what their prompts were. So you can like take pieces of certain prompts, like if you're like, wow, this turned out really well, and try and piece them all together. It sometimes works great and it sometimes is atrocious. But eventually you start kind of like realizing there's a couple things that the machine just seems to understand, because the machine is not like, it is obviously smart, but it's not like that smart. Like it's like it needs to be told exactly what you want. And you need to figure out how to word it in a way that a machine can understand. So you kind of just like play around with that. And again, I think that one of the best things you can do is to go on Midjourney and look in those public channels. And people are entering prompts like every second, and the image is generated and it will tell you below what the prompt was. So I would just kind of like look at what people's results are and what you're trying to emulate, and then just experimentation on your own. I mean, even recently on ChatGPT, I was like, hey, like word this in a way like that Tony Stark would say it. And it actually did a pretty good job. Like, if you say like tone of voice, like TOV, you're like, hey, like this is an announcement I want to make. How would Morgan Freeman say this? And you can kind of like play with that. So that's what I would kind of recommend to people. Just go like dive in there, and even if you don't know anything, like you'll just start learning very quickly.
Yeah. Have you seen any content around like what have been the metrics or the takeaways around what makes a successful prompt versus a not successful prompt? You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure as more and more people are prompting, there's more and more information around what like are the patterns of what makes something successful versus not. I'm just like, interested on that angle.
Yeah, definitely. I will definitely say this is not my area of expertise.
Mine either.
You guys would be literally, but what I will say is you would be shocked at how complicated some of the prompts are. I mean, they look like paragraphs, so it's like there is an element of prompt engineering that is very, very detail oriented. And that's how you get some of those crazy. I mean, you've probably seen even Harry Potter, AI stuff. Like, those engineered prompts are probably paragraphs long. So yeah, that'd be my guess.
Wild. So cool.
Okay, I got a little bit of AI chat alpha. Chat.featureroom.1. I just dropped it in the chat. Okay, so my brother set this up. It is actually using the GPT API, which means that you're actually going to get an even more advanced version than GPT-4, which you have to pay for. And I believe this is no card required, free for a month, which is cool. But yeah, the reason he made this is because it has a bunch of like prompts already built into it based on different job functions, and it's also like it's also private. So whatever you feed into GPT goes into train their AI like overall. And so like there was this famous case of like Samsung that posted like their employees were prompting about their new product stuff. So you could literally just ask GPT like what Samsung was going to release next, and like really went into all the details. And so yeah, he made that. So just so if you want to use the most advanced version of GPT-4 and do it for free for a month, then yeah, boom, it's in the chat. A little bit of alpha for you there. But another thing that I heard about with prompting is that you can ask it to improve your prompt. Right? Like, how can I improve this prompt? There's even like this one thing I saw on YouTube where it was like the one prompt rule them all. Where like basically it's like you can Google this, the one prompt rule them all, but basically it's like it structures it in a way where you do one prompt and then it will repeatedly ask you questions to refine your prompt. So the prompt just gets better and better and better, and it just keeps asking you questions until the prompt's just like this epic prompt, and then it'll do the thing. So like you don't necessarily have to have like a really specific prompt in mind. You can just say like I have this objective, and then it'll just like really get into improving it for you. So yeah, use the tool to improve the tool at the end of the day. Some prompting alpha. And friends, we are in the midst of GG19, so if you want to come up here and you're a grantee, please do feel free. If you got questions, you got comments, you got shills, feel free to shimon up to the stage, but do pump the algo back up, retweet the room, all that good stuff. Let's freaking All right. So let's talk about like general marketing trends. Like, I assume you're still paying decent attention to stuff that Vayner is. I mean, the Gary Vee is, talking about. I used to follow him quite closely in terms of like, who really knows the most about what's going on with social media. That guy does, and unfortunately, I'm not playing like. I watched a video like not too long ago, but I've not been paying that close attention. Like, because like which tools have the attention arbitrage? You kind of spoke a little bit about arbitrage before, like versus like how many people are looking at the content versus how many people are creating on the content. Do you think that like LinkedIn or I mean, he doesn't really mention X very much. He's always like spouting like TikTok and LinkedIn being like the best in terms of organic reach. But then again, like where's the Web3 community? It's on X, so there's a huge focus on X. Obviously, if you're building in that space. But what would you recommend in terms of like general marketing trends, whether that be like the platform that we should be focusing on, or like maybe you should be multi-platform, or you can talk about general trends as well if you notice something.
Yeah, dude, I think LinkedIn is definitely attention arbitrage. I think there's not a lot of people posting quality content on there, so if you can easily stick out versus the engagement farmy stuff on there. Look, X is either going to work out really well or it's going to completely collapse in flames. What I would say is it's run by Elon, and Elon puts rocket ships into space. So I do have some belief that he can figure this out, but it's either going to go really good or really bad. I think people get a little bit tool crazy, and like I think you need to focus on. I know it's like cliche, but you gotta focus on creating good content. Like like for example, like there was like a time period last year. Like there always is. Like the trend was to be a memer and to be a shit poster. So everybody tried to be a shit poster for a while, and then it was like everybody wanted to be an album caller, and everybody wanted to be Zach XPT. So it's like people like just need to commit to one piece of like the market that they want to enjoy doing what we talked about. Like I really enjoy making memes. Doesn't matter if it's the bear market, doesn't matter if it's the bull market, and you only become better at it over time. Versus like doing this like hopscotch of like this month I'm a memer, this month I'm an alpha caller. It's like you got to commit to one and perfect that shit. Like this jack of all trades nonsense is not the move. Like become the best at one thing. What I recommend.
Love it. Best at one thing. Zero win. Focus in. Put in the reps and get good at it. And also something that you enjoy doing, right? Like how you're making things like that, creating content, accidental memes. So do you recommend this style of simply making the caption the tweet itself and then posting it out? Or do you think that in some cases folks should be putting the text over the image, or maybe experimenting with video and things like this? Video memes are the meta.
Definitely the algorithm is pushing videos, so not a bad thing to try. I just think it looks cleaner. I don't like having text on the video or photo. I think less reading is better. I don't have data to prove this to you, but again, I just know people don't like reading. So it's kind of like the image is kind of in my mind what makes it viral. Unless you have a really funny, snappy piece of copy. The image again is like the funnel. The image is that first thing that piques awareness, and then the joke can maybe bring it home. It depends what platform you're on. Obviously, certain algorithms push different pieces of content. I don't like heavily branded or memes with lots of words. The memes have kind of evolved. Like the memes that would go viral in 2013 are not the memes that would go viral in 2023. The memes that go viral in 2023 are probably not going to go viral in 2027. So the meme game is evolving. And again, there'll probably be a meme history museum, because look at the memes from like 2000. Like you would look at them today and be like, what the hell, these aren't funny at all. Well, when people saw them back in 2000, they thought they were the funniest things they'd ever seen. So you got to kind of think about that contextually.
Love that. Meme it into existence, friends. People really underestimate the power of the meme. Like green pill that a lot of people are aware of. This whole take green pill and kind of turned into a green pill movement of regens all around the world, and chapters, all this thing like that. That's their meme. And obviously like Doge, like freaking Elon's backing that now in some ways. Like that's obviously is a meme for big meme coin. And so memes do shape our world quite a lot. But do you think there's a difference between like phrase this. Like, there's comedic memes that are just for enjoyment, and then there's like memes that an organization is also trying to like influence culture. Like they're trying to do something very specific or like build a thing or perpetuate a message. That's what I feel like some of these memes that are put out during Gitcoin season are like a little bit like cringe in a way where it's just like, all right, well, you're just like promoting your company here, but like trying to be like slimy, but it's not really hitting. You know what I mean? Like, how do you draw that balance? I mean, like maybe trying to communicate information, maybe trying to like promote a startup, but at the same time, you want. I guess you want to be funny about it. I mean, to be funny by definition, right? Or at least like engaging and enjoyable. So how do you find that balance?
Look, man, branded memes really don't work. Even the best corporate accounts that are humor don't really post a lot of branded memes. Like, look at Wendy's. How often is Wendy's posting a picture about like, ooh, like when I'm at Wendy's, I get a really good burger. Like, that's fucking cringe, bro. They don't do that shit. Same thing with Ryanair. Ryanair makes fun of themselves, which is another good tactic. Where it's like, hey, like we're Ryanair, you know what we're gonna get. Like, there might be a rat underneath your seat, but lol. You know, and people are like, hey, like the company account is acknowledging that they're not. You know, it's not like amazing thing. Like, it is what it is. So I would look at those examples. And I would say for the most time, branded memes do not work. They come off as cringe. Yeah, they show that you're not in touch with the culture. It's probably getting 2 likes. One of them is your burner account. So look, I think the best thing that you can do is really like a good meme. So people will be like, made that. Then they click on your page and they see what you're doing. The memes should not have anything to do with what you're doing. Like, I just post memes, and those are lead generations for me, because people slide into the DMs and like, hey, I love this content. We'd love to, have you make it for our company. I'm not like trying to sell myself too hard. I'm just making great content, and they come. And I think as you, as a company, as a brand, that's what I would focus on. I would focus on making great content and not silly content, and then people are just going to start following you because you're entertaining for free.
Got you. Okay, so the memes should be pure entertainment. They should be relevant to what is going on in a timely manner and things like that. It should be relatable, so that people, feel like you're speaking to them and things like this. Should not be shilly. Should not be branded. Should not be trying to push a message. It's just gonna allow people to connect in a deeper way to your brand, right? It's an emotional connection. I mean, you got your PFP, but like that has a brand, right? But then the post itself, it's pure enjoyment. You hear that right?
Yeah, look, occasionally is there like a way to do branded memes? For sure, but I think when companies make that their bread and butter, and then tell me, like, we're trying the meme thing and it's not working. And it's like, well, let me see what you're posting. I'm like, yeah, these are complete shit. That's the other thing, you have to look at yourself as well. It's like, hey, maybe my content isn't good enough, right? Like, here's the thing. I look back at the memes that I made like 2 years ago, and I'm like, yeah, these aren't that great. I'm glad I've gotten better. Like, I think a lot of people are like, my content's so good, why is nobody engaging with it? It's like, bro, if your content was good, don't you think people would be engaging with it? And again, you can't, sometimes they can't look at themselves in the mirror. It's like, the algorithm, it's whatever. It's like, no, it's not. It's the fact that you're good enough. And that's something that not a lot of people can accept, and that's all. I'm almost the opposite. I'm like too critical. I'm like, yo, like, this shit's awful. Like, what am I, whatever. And it's like, you got to be a little nicer to yourself too. So it's balanced on that spectrum, accepting that your content might not be good enough, and then also being nice to yourself.
Very cool. All right. Makes sense. It's the balance. That kind candor. I see we got Melissa joining us up here. Melissa Mimosa, welcome. What's going on? How you doing?
Thank you. I just joined the space. I'm a huge fan of Alan's memes and everything, his content. And I just joined it, and then you literally, when I walked in, you said meme it into existence, which is something I like. I don't know. I sometimes I'll get super high and I'll be like, dude, we could just meme it into existence. It is so freaking true. We've seen it. And another thing I just wanted to add to that is if you can meme it, you can achieve it, And So yeah, the power of memes, man, it is magical. I love. Is this space all about memes? Is that what we're talking about?
Not at all, actually. I mean, I think okay, all right. Let me break this down. No, this particular hour, yeah, actually, like this is our. We got Alan on, like he's the meme master maestro. I'm gonna pick his brain a little bit, and we're exploring the memes and how we can make this into existence. But generally speaking, Let's Go Live. We're live 24/7 for 2 weeks straight throughout the entirety of GG19. That's a Gitcoin grant round. I don't know if you've heard about Gitcoin. Have you come across this grant initiative?
No, I mean I've heard of one, but I did not know about the grant initiative.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, GTC is like a governance token, but Bitcoin is a huge grant initiative. They've given out more than $50 million so far, and basically what they do is instead of like one person reading an application and saying yes or no, you get funds, you don't get funds. It's like the entire Web3 community decides how those funds are allocated every single quarter. So there's a bunch of rounds like Planet Solutions, Web3 community education, open source software, infrastructure, stuff like that. And basically, it's all public. It's all making the world a better place in some way. And you vote and you donate. You just got to give at least $1 worth of cryptocurrency. Negligible gas fees, because most of the rounds are on optimism chain. So if anyone optimism, push that over. Give $1 worth of crypto. It could end up being like $30. Going to the, I've seen 30x, which is insane. Like where else can you see 30x matching on donations? It's mind blowing. It could be 10x, could be 100x, could be anywhere in between. What matters? Yes, the dollar amount influences it a little bit, but really it's more about the number of people that contribute. And so we're doing this platform 24/7 to give more voice to all the grantees. So anyone can come up here. They can shill, they can share, we can each other's brains, we can explore collaborations, we can do all kinds of wonderful things. And so we're live on Facebook, we're also live on video across a whole bunch of different social media platforms, broadcasting this audio as well as videos and all kinds of good stuff. So yeah, we're gonna have like musical performances, we're gonna have meditations, we're gonna have workshops, we're gonna have all kinds of really cool things over the course of the next 2 weeks. So make sure everybody is not following Let's Grow DAO. Follow our DAO. We are an on-chain wallet DAO, built on Optimism to grow and unite the regen movement. Basically, regenerating nature through technology is a movement that a lot of folks in the Gitcoin grant ecosystem are building towards. So let's freaking grow. That's what it's about. So go back to this topic of like bringing it into existence, and at the same time not branding the meme or making it about the company, right? So like maybe it's more about like the culture or more about like outcome that's still relevant, and it's a little bit about, it's not like, hey, we do this and we're the best at this, like obviously cringe, not a meme. But if you say like, take the green pill and on, it's like the Morpheus guy, it's a little bit funny and like a little bit edgy, like that kind of worked, and that kind of became a thing, and that led to a big thing. And then there's there's a bunch of different memes that have led to. I think it comes down to culture, right? Like you can push a culture with a meme, and that culture can back an organization, or that can the organization can stand for that culture, and therefore you can connect with people who represent that culture, right? You get that right, basically? Or how do you think you can meme things into existence without being cringe?
Yeah, I don't want to be too mean to branded memes, I guess, because there is like a way of doing it that it does work. The only reason I like hammered it so hard is because I think a lot of people's game plan is too much branded memes. And yeah, dude, memes shape the narrative. You look at how people express themselves now. I mean, memes are some of the main vehicles that people respond with. You think of a world event. Look at the comments section. Any social media platform, most of it is memes. I mean, even platforms are updating their comments to allow people to respond with, images, which is what Instagram did. Twitter was doing it first, and Instagram, as Zuckerberg does, just continues to steal shit. That's kind of how they operate. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a very tough thing, dude. Like, I really don't have the best answer because, again, like the Morpheus one is great. Like that does come off awesome. And then sometimes you just see examples that are like, I can't post it. So again, just a balance, and like I would lean more into the humor, throw out one of the branded memes. And I love using memes for announcements, like versus like some thread. I think a meme used an announcement is effective. Because then it's like, okay, guys, this is
a business or corporate like host, but we're trying to do it in a funny way. And
That's where I think you can get a little bit of leeway in that.
Right. Going back to the right. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, there's one of my friends in the space. He's not in the space anymore, but he did run a famous meme account on Instagram and on Twitter. Pretty big meme account. But he's anonymous, so I can't say who it is. But what he said was what he would do is he would do like a meme if he was trying to push a brand, because he would work with like Tinder or different companies and stuff. If he was trying to push a brand, he'd put a meme that was like, had a bigger net, so like anybody would think it's funny, basically what Alan's saying, not like geared for that brand. And then you would plug another tweet right under it. Once it's starting to go viral, then you plug another meme, like, yo, if you like this content, like check out this, and I thought that was a good little tip. And during the bull market, I saw a few of those like really take off and see like the potential of what that can do. So that's another tip.
Love it. Tips all around. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate you. Right on. Okay, so in 2 minutes we are supposed to be transitioning to Coconut Network and blockchain at Escola. Okay, so good. Yeah, so the way that this works is every hour we rotate hosts, and that's how we can run 24/7 like a bunch of crazy people. So yeah, let's grow. But yeah, Alan, thank you so much for coming through, man. It really means a lot that you took the time to come through here. And yeah, share this with people that are hopefully going to make the world a better place with this meme knowledge. So we appreciate you a lot, Alan. Any final words of wisdom or things you want to share with the folks listening before we conclude?
Bro, look, you first of all, shout out to you for being here. I remember we did space like a year ago when it was like peak bull, and now we're doing it when it's somewhat fair. So, bro, shout out to you for being here when the other people left. Just keep crushing, guys. You gotta focus on one thing. Don't try and spread yourself too thin. Like, get really good at one thing. You'll never have to worry about, Floyd, the rest of your life. You're gonna be the best in the world at what you do.
Booyah, love it. Yeah, thank you for that. This is actually the 384th episode that I've done of Max Impact. So yeah, throughout the bull, throughout the bear, you've been showing up, and I'm just super grateful that I've been able to pick the brains of some really amazing humans throughout this time and all of those episodes. It's been really, really rewarding for me, and the fact that I could maybe provide some useful, impactful knowledge bombs to the next wave of change makers is also really rewarding. So yeah, no, that makes me very happy. Loves it. All right, friends, thank you so much, and we are going to be transitioning very, very soon. Everybody go to the comment section and tag Coconut Network. Just let them know. He's actually moving houses right now, so stewards and hosts have got each other's backs, just in case. But I know he did say that he's moving his houses, but he has nonetheless been coming through and being an amazing person behind the scenes. Coconut Network, that's Wasabi, by the way. He basically built our DAO in like a week, as well as the website has the content schedule, 300 plus spaces that we're hosting through. He figured out all our back-end tech for the tutorials, and he made tutorials on how to use the streaming software of the Majestic application. Yeah, really awesome dude, and really excited to explore DAOs with him throughout the next couple weeks here, because yeah, he's really a maestro of how to build a DAO that does not follow some of the pitfalls that a bunch of other DAOs do. So, good deed. But we haven't actually, I know you shared a little bit about what you have going on, but I'd love to hear a little bit about what you are working on with Deep and what your vision is.
Yeah, 1,000%. I'm happy. I mean, this was great. Just hearing content.
Yeah, right? I really get that kind of content in the regen spaces, though. I love it.
Yeah, exactly. No, so in some ways, it's kind of playing around with content to an extent. I mean, like, being this, like, global force and this global movement, there's, like, that natural, obviously, alignment of, like, communicating and connecting in these live spaces, like, through Twitter or through video. But I think like what I've noticed personally in the crypto world is like a lot of the value that I get is the in-person stuff, if that makes sense, you know?
In-person stuff like at events, like Web3 events, stuff like that?
Totally, right? It's like if you're part of, you know, an NFT community, for example, and you guys like all get together and hang out as like PFP holders for something, or if you work in the space, like a lot of the times the levels of conversations that you end up having like one-on-one with people are incredible. And then the amount of times that you've seen people make connections where like you've just been these anons on Twitter or on Discord and you're like, oh my God, you're like at XM75, like, bro, we've been talking for like years and we finally get to meet face to face. It's like you're meeting like a long lost like brother or sister or whatever. And so I think the in-person component's really interesting. This is like added layer to deepening a lot of the connections that we have across the space. It doesn't, I think, undermine the connections we have across the space. Like on the online side, it just really heightens it a lot. And so I think with what like we're trying to do, part of it is educational based. Part of it is like getting women more involved in decentralized finance, both through education, but also then like through participation and like creating projects. And then part of it is like roping in that in-person element. And so by that, I mean, not so much events, but actually more like we almost want to recreate the conversations that you have in like a random place, like in a coffee shop that you just stumbled into together, or you like go really deep into like what you're working on or the whys behind like what we're doing and why we're building what we're building and why it matters. And so by recreating that sort of like in-person environment, that in-person sit down, let's have a conversation, and recording that, filming that, and then being able to distribute that and share that across these channels in ways that are engaging, in those like meme snippets or whatever that may be, where you have a combination of like the educational stuff that can help people like get interested and engage and learn more, but also the human stuff, the in-person stuff is I think what we're really trying to capture. So that's what we're up to. And we've been a part of Gitcoin for a while, like for a couple seasons now. Just slowly but surely chipping away to get, you know, what we need to raise in order to basically like pay like an all women crew locally, wherever that will be at like whatever conference we can align it up to once we have the funds, and then make it happen, like get it out there and feature some really cool projects that are also helping to like onboard more people and make DeFi a bit more accessible and easier. So yeah, that's us in a nutshell. And happy to be here and happy to grow with everybody else in this whole crew. So
let's grow. Amazing. I said happy to grow. I'm just welcoming some friends who are just moving into this flat that I'm in now, but amazing. Love it. The Deep, thank you for coming up here and sharing. I see we also got Syntropic coming in. Shout out to Syntropic, who is also a DAO member of Let's Grow DAO. He designed all of our amazing graphics and logos and really helped design the Regen Movement brand through all these phenomenal animations that he's been doing. How you feeling, Marco? What's going on? Yeah, what are the feels for GG19?
Hello, everybody. Let's grow. I'm super excited, to be honest. It's been a very busy morning. My computer is on the limit, and I can't imagine how is your computer going on, Jimmy, because you have a lot of things going on in that same place. So yeah, everything is cool. I already appealed to my grant to be how do you say, like accepted. Anyway, whatever happens, it's a win. I've been enjoying the moment since the beginning, and I'm very excited to just keep going on here with you guys and see like how this is developing. I'm very excited for Let's Grow DAO. It's doing great. I think, yeah, Let's Grow DAO it's in. And yeah, just saying, I wanted to talk about memes, but I think it's about time. But maybe we can continue the conversation on the next time, or in my space, which I'll be hosting in 3 a.m. UTC. So feel free to join. I'll be on Aloysius. Aloysius is also here in the space, so you can just follow and stay tuned for more info to come. And just, I don't know if people got. I really wanted to ask you, Jimmy, about the 3 things that make a meme, or not a meme, but the 3 things that make content thrive or to be successful, which is to wake up the core feelings in you. Do you remember that you once said that it has to generate awe, joy, and what was the other one? Rage, correct?
Oh, these are the 3 most viral emotions, according in a book called Contagious, which was written by the YouTube trend analyst. Yeah, so unfortunately, anger is a pretty viral emotion, right? Like if you're outraged about something, people can definitely take, like you saw what happened with Trump. They were very, not a joyful bunch, but kind of went viral. But I also feel like every movement, like activist groups, those folks tend to have a little bit of that outrage, anger kind of sprinkled in there, which can be like a lot of energy channeled maybe to make a change in the world. But yeah, no, ideally I try to focus on the other 2 emotions, joy and then awe. If you can do something that's awe-inspiring, then it will definitely tend to get more shares. And this kind of makes sense, like as opposed to like sadness, right? So like when we think about positive impact, like a lot of nonprofits tend to focus on like the negative, right? Like the sad, person with the fly on the face and the suffering and things like this. Like no one's gonna share that online, right? It's not. Think about when you're sad. Do you tend to feel very outgoing and sociable? Like no. So same goes with social media. So yeah, awe, joy, and anger.
Yeah, and speaking about it, it's funny because they are like constantly shooting information about sadness, sad things coming up. But what happens? It makes you angry in the end. So that's why some of the content that they post, that generally is posted about climate change and stuff, it generates anger, and that's why sometimes it can become viral. But yeah, let's focus on the joy and awe. I'm to be honest, that's more harmonious, but it's important also to consider the other one, right? And yeah, Alan unfortunately is not here anymore, but he said many times a bunch of funny memes, funny memes, funny. So apparently, I think the most successful emotion to become viral is to be funny. So yeah, for all of the meme creators out there, because everybody is a potential meme creator, it just requires time and patience, and really think on what could it be and how could you express some idea. Everybody can do it, and try to do it funny. I think there's a big chance if you make some people laugh, they can start reposting your stuff. So yeah, it's gonna be cool.
Most definitely, yeah. So I hope that was a nice little crash course in basically getting the word out there, as a lot of people are going to be focusing on during the thing. And yeah, sorry to hear that yours wasn't initially approved, but I know that it will be swiftly approved. In the meantime, after you do the appeal, because I know you're doing great work and making a positive impact. Same thing happened with Jerry, right? Jerry wasn't initially approved, went through the appeal process last time, and then was not too long after was approved. And then still did decently well, right? So we'll all chuck in a bunch of grow-nations for you, because you're definitely helping grow the movement and doing a bunch of things as soon as you are approved, my brother. So yeah, I'd love to learn a bit from you about what your process is for making content. I mean, you're using different softwares on your iPad, and let's talk about the first few ones that really blew up, like with the Dr. What was it, Dr. Regen?
Yeah, the Dr. Regen it happens most of the times, at least in my creative process. Sometimes when I really like something I created, I post it, and I'm just waiting for it to blow, wow, it's gonna be fantastic. And most of those times, that kind of content that I love is not as successful as others. So this is the case with Dr. Region. I was like one afternoon thinking like, okay, I really want to create a meme. I really want to include all these tribes of the region movement, and yeah, it could be like this drug dealers spreading green pills, because it was all about the green pills, and I was like, pill. Yeah, maybe just some shady guy like in the alley showing you what's the menu, and I just drew it like. I was not even pumped doing it. I was just like, okay, let's just create it and see what happens. It will help me at least to learn how to draw a drug dealer or something. And I was, yeah, I just posted it, and sometimes, most of the times, I really try to schedule on the perfect timing, right? And say like, okay, in the morning has to be the best. And that this meme even was in wrong time, wrong schedule, wrong, like everything was wrong. And I started seeing like all these people reacting and seeing like, wow, you get reposted, and was like, oh my God, am I doing something wrong? Because this was not the plan. So after that, I started learning a little bit more about the community, and just exploring. It's always about exploring, like you just have to shoot everywhere and see whatever happens. You have to try every kind of mechanisms, ways of communicating. Sometimes can be like images, real life images, sometimes can be animation, sometimes still images. It's just about exploring and see what sticks and what not. And yeah, about the process, it's like I would say 80% of the time is about the idea. It's just thinking what's the idea. That's why I love brainstorming. I really like input. I love feedback. I love to discuss ideas with people, because that's where I get like the essence of the conversation, or the essence of the point that is being made. I get a lot of my inspiration in the Green Pill podcast of Walkie. I just put it before sleep. I just put my earpods and just try to just meditate on what they're talking about, and try to just re-understand it in my way. And a good strategy that I've been using is how would you express or explain this idea to a 5-year-old kid, right? Because in social media, we're all our 5-year-old kids, because we have like 5-second attention span. So if I can't convince you of an idea in 5 seconds, it's gone, right? Unless it's like a super documentary or whatever. So that's part of the process. I think the idea is the most difficult thing to get. Then once you get the idea, anything can work. If the idea is perfect, you can even do like this stick person's very, very, very bad drawing, and if the idea is perfect, the meme is going to be perfect. So yeah, it's 80-20, I would say.
Got you. Yeah. So a lot of things to unpack there around. We were talking about relatability and it being like relevant for folks, and so, but it all comes down to the idea, and that idea. So you said that you just wanted to kind of experiment with things. Like, how do you come up with ideas? Like, where does that come from? Do you try to get in like a more creative state? Do you start to do you have a process around idea generation? You just like naturally a creative person, or do you try to, I don't know, accentuate creativity and come up with different ideas in a certain method?
Well, that's $1 million question, Jimmy. I would love to know also as well the answer, like how to come up with a great idea. But at least my formula and what I trying to be like focusing on is to quotes. Like I just extract quotes. For example, I still don't do that meme. I will do it about the Gitcoin allocation protocol. And for some reason, Owaki said like, yeah, it's like a Swiss knife, right? It's like a knife that has many tools. So I said like, that would be cool just to draw a Swiss knife. That's the idea. It's a quote, no? So the simpler, the better. So if you can synthesize a complex idea in a quote, that's what you have to focus on, and try to just push through and try to make it happen. Another like formula is like trying to imagine a cartoon scene, right? I'm trying also doing I'm yeah, I have a lot of work to do, but I have on my to-do list one meme about the Gitcoin passport, which is like many people, like the festival is Gitcoin. No, imagine this scene where there's a huge festival in the background, and you're like, like wow, I can't wait to get in, right? Like sometimes when you go to a festival and you're like in the entrance, and you're like, oh my god, I'm just so much looking forward to just access. And the entrance is the Gitcoin passport, and there's humans that are entering this gate that is the Gitcoin passport, I would say, and they're very happy. They're taking pictures, and there's a line, an endless line of robots crying because they couldn't make it. So I'm just trying to, like a cartoon scene of many robots crying because they couldn't enter the festival. That's the civil attack, I would say, and the passport is the filter, and the humans are entering. And that's another formula to make it like a scene of a cartoon. So I just have to watch a lot of cartoons. That's that's a good idea as well.
I love that idea, man, of like an actual passport to get in, and then you have the robots, so you're like recreating things in IRL. I think it's like finding references, as you said about like relatability, like we think about these different things, but then like what have we actually experienced? Like maybe somebody experienced a festival, they've experienced
trying to get into maybe a country with passports, so you make it referencing these things that we all know and have experienced, but at the same time, it's relevant to the certain topic that is happening right now. G19, all these different things like that. But then it's also like that's like funny, right? Engaging, right? You want to focus in on that emotion that ultimately you can promote through these things. So loves it. Go ahead.
Yeah, vibrant colors, different shapes, everything. And just speaking about ideas, you were asking, that's funny because you come up with great ideas as well, Mr. Jimmy. So don't think that you like don't ask too much. You also have to provide answers on how you come up with so many great ideas. For example, this awesome wait, I'm accepting this awesome animation we did together. Your idea about the three gens evolution, which is like primates and Homo habilis, Homo sapiens, and then this G-gen, and then region, and then three-gen. I mean, wow, that's incredible. That was your idea. Mainly, I just provided the tools to make it happen, but the whole idea was yours, bro. So big shout out to you and your project, and whatever you're doing great, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. I feel we bounce ideas off each other really well, right? We were talking about like, okay, we're like thinking about why do we think this did well? Like we're referencing these initiatives, like the startups, with the Dutch region and the menu, and then how can we recreate that one, right? Was that how we went? Like you're taking the green pill, and all of a sudden, it's showing all the different worlds, like with the eyeballs growing up. You built up on that idea, and like this whole back and forth. I feel like coming up with ideas like with friends and having like open brainstormings also like because one person can like come up with one branch of the idea, then another person can take it a different direction, and like you build upon it, like it's like you're stacking dominoes, and I love it. So I also want to recognize that we have two other legends here on the space. Not only do we have Oxygen, we also have Decentralized CEO, who is making a positive impact through the Green Pill Nigeria, right? Green Pill Nigeria, right?
Yes, for sure.
No wahala. I love it. Cool, friend. What time is your slot? See the schedule?
Don't hold me against it, but honestly, I'm not sure. I've been looking to try to find out. There's a lot going on right now, a whole lot. Like I have so much energy going on to this GG19. It is ridiculous. Like I said it here first. I believe that this Q4 GG19 will probably end up being the best one thus far because there's a lot of new people being on board. There's a lot of things going on. But I will get back to on that slot. But I'm pretty much free to. I'll accommodate with you on that one. Whenever you guys want to add me on, I'm free. I'm willing to do it. But I just wanted to hop on and kind of just give my appreciation of what's going on, what I'm seeing all around the ecosystem with the tree gens and GG19 and even the Green Pill Initiative and even in the region, Nigerian region, West Africa, or Africa as a whole. Like the fact that we're bringing public goods to that region is going to be a humongous thing. Like there's a lot of DJing, a lot of regulated trading, a lot of different things going on in the nature. When we change that cultural mindset to make a positive impact, by Q3, Q4, 2024, you're going to see some amazing things happening with different other projects popping up. I just wanted to just put my 2 cents in there, just show my appreciation, man. That's pretty much what I wanted to do. Thanks a whole bunch to what you guys are doing on 24/7 radio, and thank you guys, man. Thank you. I'm very excited. I definitely took the pill, and I haven't looked back, and I'm not looking back. And individuals that need help applying for the GG19 round, even though we're deep in it now, it's not too late. You can go on the Green Pill Network Discord, or you can reach out to me on DM, or reach out to Green Pill Nigeria, and I'll be more than happy to assist you with that. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Right on, brother. I love it. Okay, I'm looking at the schedule now, and I see that your time was not assigned because you only picked one possible time option, which already has two co-hosts. So let's do some back and forth. We can do a different time, but of course, at any point, you're welcome to come through here, and help us hold down the fort. I feel like we're each going to cover for each other. We create these schedules, but it's also a little bit fluid. So I did send you the co-host invite, my friend. If you want to co-host with us up here, you're more than welcome. And I got Oxygen on the screen. What's going on, Oxygen?
All right, I'm trying this again. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, finally. So I got my laptop, I got my computer, got my phone. Like I said, I was having problems earlier, but we got it locked down. So it's good.
Got it on lock. Love it. So yeah, we're discussing a few things. We just went deep into memes and content generation, how we meme things into existence, how we can communicate. Ultimately, we're trying to grow a movement here, right? Like we don't want a little tiny niche bubble that does a little bit of good. Like we want to build an actual movement of people around the world. That takes appealing to a broader audience. That takes making a lot of noise, a lot of content, a lot of great things to really engage people and make them feel like they can take action. That's one of the things that I love about the Green Pill Militant Network is because the Green Pill chapters rather is that like people all around the world can get involved, can learn, can take action, and it's very easy to just direct people towards like a book or a podcast. And then there's a Discord community that's like, okay, we got a chapter in your area, or you can set one up. Like these kind of models I think are really good for growing the movement. But I'd love to hear your 2 cents on this, man. How do you think we can grow a movement?
Awesome. So I think the first piece is to perfect your craft. That was already said, right? To understand what you're creating, what you're wanting to do, where you want to put yourself in the niche that you want to really fit into, because that's going to be huge. If you perfect your craft, then it's really going to be recognized. People are going to follow you just for what you produce and what you put out there. Apart from that, it's not just content, right? It's you. You got to put yourself out there, because if you create something fake or false that doesn't really resonate with you first, it's gonna collapse at one point. It's gonna fall, because you yourself are going to not back it at some point, right? So make sure it's like something that you vibe with, that you can commit to and be completely and fully immersed in. Like taking the green pill. If you really feel it, it's going to really hit with other people. And then if when you start getting into your own craft, you're going to find things that vibe with you, and that's going to vibe with your followers. So building your followers is not really the point. It's about building your content that vibes with you, so that people can vibe with you too. And then once you put that out there, I mean, that's really how you get your own content to roll. A lot of the conversation was targeting how to build content, tips on how to go viral. Those are really great tips and pointers, but it has to be rooted in you first. It has to be rooted in your vibe and your tribe. Reaching a wider community, if it's comedic, if it's impact kind of driven, again, it's all on what vibes with you so that you can really connect with people. When people try to just push something else, it doesn't really hit because it doesn't. I just posted this the other day on if you're not vibing, then other people aren't going to really feel it either. If you're just sitting there trying to create, racking your brain, you're not really gonna hit it. But if it hits with you, like Centropic just talked about, he created this this drug dealer about flipping pills and stuff, and he's like, I posted on the wrong times, I did all this stuff that wasn't even meant to be, but it hit that crowd, right? Because it was like personal creativity, and he was like, this is kind of fun, and then they just threw it out there, and it hit the people that a wider range of community, right? Because he didn't follow the data, he didn't follow the numbers, he just put it out there, and he put it out there in the vibe of what he was creating. And when you do that, you're gonna reach outside of your own box. You're gonna break through that wall of our own kind of like self-contained box. And if you can kind of reach that level of being creative and allowing yourself to post it out into the world in that kind of way, like not following those numbers, not putting yourself into that box, not like really just shrinking in. If you just throw it out there, you get it, you feel it, and if you go with the flow, you're gonna have better results. So that's kind of my 2 cents.
Grow with the flow. Love it.
Grow with
All
the flow.
right. Go with the flow.
Yeah,
That's
grow with
decentralized
the flow.
CEO. What's up, brother?
Basically, I kind of want to piggyback on what he just said, Oxy said just now. Like, I would say not to focus on the followers and things of that nature. I would suggest, if, like, for example, how Jimmy is doing his hosting these 24/7 radio, you can tell by his voice the passion inside, the passion in what he does. Like, you can hear it, even if you're not there physically. Someone can hear the passion in what you're doing and can align with it. Whether you don't think anybody's watching or you think that you're alone in the movement, if you just continue and be consistent in what you're doing and you're passionate about it, everything else will fall in line. Shooting back to Awoki with the green pill, not just green pill, just Awoki in general. Time after time, he mentions how when he first started Gitcoin, he felt like he was alone in a space that nobody was really thinking about public goods in that aspect. But he kept doing what he believed in and kept going and kept going. And you see how Gitcoin has grown to what it is right now. Not only that, when he opened up with green pill, green pill, and then the other chapters that's within green pill. The thing about green pill is that each chapter is aligning with what matters in their community. So if you believe in what you're doing and it's aligned to what you are passionate about within the community, everything else is coming full circle and come around. And when you think nobody's watching, trust and believe a lot of people are watching. Your higher power is probably watching, and the law of the universe, the law of attraction, is that what you're wishing, what you're putting out is what you receive. So if you're pushing and putting out that passionate thing that you want to be doing, it's going to come back in full circle. Maybe not today or next hour or tomorrow, but eventually, being consistent, it will come back and you see the results eventually. That's my 2 cents.
Comes around, it goes around. Right.
Also, another thing, just wanted to point this out is sometimes when we understand memes is about images or videos, but language is super powerful. Slang and all these like new words that are coming up. You're great at that, Jimmy. For example, like tree gens being mixing region with tree. That's let's grow. It's like the best thing I ever heard. And now I can't say go anymore, and I just say grow. And all the derivatives, like playing with language and trying to create new words with the whole whatever is happening. That's also super powerful. So yeah, just memes are just cultural represent funny. I wouldn't say funny. I would just say cultural representations of whatever is happening now. That's a good question. Give me the definition of meme.
Good.
Good
I mean,
question.
yeah.
I mean, yeah.
It-
I
it-
think of
it-
it like. Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say you made a extremely big point there. The creation of new words. I don't know if many people understand the value of that. In SEO specifically, SEO is based on like terminology and
words
that algorithms use to find substance on your page and and find content that you create. So when you create, that's one of the reasons why oxygen is oxygen, because it's oxygen based on like what we do with air and carbon, but it's a new word. And when you create a new word, it is the very first thing that shows up on search engines. So if people type in that word because they saw it, and instead of just typing in oxygen, no oxygen, they type in my name, and it's the only thing that exists on the search engine. It's the only thing there. You're not competing against anything. You're not competing with anything at all. It is the absolute only thing that exists. So you are already ranked at #1 in the search engines when you create new words. So using that as a tool will really kind of boost your exposure.
Love that. Yeah, same with the tree gems. And, even like Jimmy Cohen. I mean, I didn't invent the word Jimmy, right? Like Jimi is how Jimi Hendrix spells his name. By the way, Jimmy is short for James. I hope everybody knew that. Fully docked, James Cohen's my name. James Andre Luciano Cohen is actually my full name. But there's a lot of Jimmy Cohens out there. James, there's a lot of James Cohens out there, right? But if you search Jimmy Cohen, I'm like the first 5.
I'm like the first 5.
So let's freaking go. Definitely, that's food for thought. Loves it. We've got another person up here.
We've got another person up here who has not been fully welcomed up yet. So, Ogien.
I might put your last name.
Zawiec.
I'm sorry. Again. How you doing?
Yes, hello. Hello, guys.
Hello. What's going on?
What's going on?
Currently doing your conversation because you're telling right things. I'm agreeing with many things, but I'm new here, so I just looking around, I'm developer, full stack developer in chain background. I'm working with blockchain last 3 years, and I have a bunch of projects. But right now I'm repairing my laptop, and everything is in the process. I can't show anything, so go on. I will listen. Sometime. You're online 24 hours.
Yeah, full power, 24 hour, no toilet, no shower.
If I'm rolling up some new information, I can came and teach it here to some.
What do you want to teach?
No, I tell if I launching new project or some pet project, and can project, I can find this area. You
will always find us. Follow Let's Grow DAO.
Yeah, but this conference leave all the time. Builders came and saying what's here.
A lot of background noise. Clicking and cracking. It's kind of hard to hear.
Okay, so.
I don't know what you're saying.
Never mind.
Project. I mean, what kind of Bitcoin? Have you heard of Bitcoin, my friend?
I saw it, but never used.
Okay, let me give y'all the rundown. All right.
Okay,
so I'm just gonna You can unmute yourself.
You can unmute yourself
Whenever you want to talk.
whenever you
Okay,
want
so
to. Okay, so
just a lot of clicking
just a
back
lot of
here.
clicking back.
So Gitcoin is the best way to allocate grant funding. They have a pretty substantial grant pool. So if you're working in open source software, if you want to build Ethereum infrastructure, if you have a Web3 community education startup, if you're building towards climate solutions, any of these categories and more, you can actually get grant funding for that. Now, most grant applications work like this. Most grant programs are based on applications. So you write an application, and someone will read that and either say yes or no. And of course, humans, we have bias, right? We might see the world in a certain way and think one thing's better than the other, where it might not actually be better. And so by taking the masses en masse, hundreds and even thousands of contributors, we let everyone decide what gets voted. Now, how do you do this? Well, you actually got to put your money where your mouth is. You have to donate at least $1 worth of cryptocurrency as what we call a donation. It's like a vote and a donation. How that matching pool should be allocated. Okay, and by doing so, you can effectively get like massive matching. I'm talking, I've seen 30 times matching, and even 100 times matching I've heard about through this program, and it really comes down to how many people contribute, right? So if you go to WTF.com, you can see this quadratic funding formula. This paper that was written by Vitalik Buterin, Ethereum. And basically, it values the number of contributors more than it values the amounts that people contribute ultimately. So this allows the system to be a lot more fair of like do all the people want, and like it tends to be really good. Like so by the way, they've given out $50 million worth of grant funding so far, and that's led to like 29 billion, or maybe just 23 billion. It's a lot of billions in terms of economic output, and the reason is that that's way better than a VC firm, right? And the reason for that is, it's allocated not by one person, but by all the people who really know what's good and what isn't good. Does that make sense? Do you have any questions, again? You can unmute yourself if you want.
I understand everything. Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome, brother. Yeah. So if you just go to Gitcoin grants. Wait, sorry. Grants.gitcoin.co. Then you can let's just do the walkie-talkie method. So when you're talking, unmute, but when you're not talking, otherwise, we talk, right? So that's how you can find all of the grants. Who's in here that I can show? We got Impact Market. So Impact Market is working towards universal basic income or unconditional basic income. I've heard different things about the UBI. Basically, they have a learn to earn platform. They are supporting folks through their cryptocurrency as reward for this learn to earn, and also distributing to those amazing things there. So boom, in the Jumbotron, you can find them. All right. We got Kingfisher's Media. He's done so many. By the way, this whole 24/7 stream, people give me credit. I got huge inspiration from some of the work that Kingfisher Media, Will T in particular, pulled off with the social. Any other community can say that here on Web3 Twitter. These days, 24 hours, mind you. And he shows up very consistently. And boom, here's his grant. So he's talking about, Web3 education, financial education, all kinds of different forms of education that he is doing. Oxygen. I don't see your grant in your feed. Are you done yet? Are you approved yet? Or are you waiting on approval?
So I looked at, we were rejected on this round. So I'm looking into
appeal it.
Yeah.
It happened.
But also want to say it's not the Jumbotron, it's the Garden.
Right. I love the Garden as an analogy. Hey, kudos to you for being here when you got initially rejected. Yo, I know. Here, look. Last time there was a Bitcoin round. I don't know how correlated this is. Pardon me. Or what, chicken or egg, but wait, hold on. I gotta go. Right. So here's what happened. I've been unmuted this whole time.
You're good.
Okay. Oh, pardon me. Okay, so there were several folks who were not initially accepted into the Gitcoin round, right? They weren't initially accepted. Now, those who consistently showed up and still did their part on the radio and part of the community, blah, blah, they appealed it. I don't know the different factors they take in, but eventually they did actually get approved into the round. And then there were others who were just like, I'm not going to participate in this stream. I got rejected, threw in the towel early on. And I don't think they ever got approved. I didn't hear about them. Maybe I just didn't hear about them because they weren't really online and things like that. But so yeah, keep shining, brother. Jerry, for example, amazing human being behind this 24/7 initiative. He was initially rejected and then was swiftly, approved. So we're all gonna flood you with donations once you're approved, brother. Do the appeal, and we'll support it because I know you're doing great things.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a second. What's on your agenda right now for this piece?
This hour?
Yeah, for the rest of this hour anyway.
Well, I'm filling in for my homies. It's supposed to be Coconut Network who is doing this particular slot, but basically he's moving houses and I don't know, electrical issues. So I'm filling in. It's supposed to be So yeah,
let's talk about consistency.
Yeah, being consistent, super key.
Yeah, huge.
I want to add something about that. Oxygen.
Sure.
So what I came up to is that it's not about the donations. I think the biggest currency in Gitcoin is the community. So as long as you're here, as long as you keep sharing your all your knowledge and just being curious and learning about new projects and being around, that's going to pay off way much more than just donations. Of course, donations are important for projects to keep pushing through, but community, I would say, it's even more important. So yeah, doesn't just focus, consistency, continue growing, and you have a wonderful community that is backing you up, bro. So don't worry about that. And I would just want to say something that it's a personal experience with Oxygen. I want to share it in public. We had this, I think it was in a conversation we had for the Region Festival, and then we had this call afterwards, and Oxygen was like, man, I just don't like to speak in public. I prefer just to have one-on-one conversations because it's so overwhelming and so. And bro, you're doing fantastic. I don't know, you've been super present. I've seen your development and how you're handling stuff, talking with many people at the same time. That's a win, and I'm very grateful to have you in the community and in the movement. We need people like you, and how fantastic that you overcome this quote unquote fear of speaking in public and stuff, man. You're a public figure now.
I appreciate that. It's definitely been a journey. In the very beginning when I jumped in spaces, man, I was like super anxiety, like super overwhelmed, super like almost couldn't like contain myself, had to like really work on the concentration and trying to organize what I wanted to say, and it just came out like just like all the ways. Like as soon as I got called on, it was just like boom, 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 and I still have it, but I think it, being in these spaces, having the support of the community, especially like this right here, right, the just that support and the feedback, and being able to take all that feedback in and build on it has been extremely helpful. The community is the biggest piece to that, though. The anxiety came from not knowing how it's going to be received, right, and how I'm going to feel and how I'm going to look and all this other stuff. Like, and none of that really matters. It's really about being real, being who you are, and connecting on what really matters to you, right? So fund what matters, but be, find yourself, find your center, find what really connects with you, so that you can build on that, and then you can grow with a community that supports that. Because if you come to the table with anything kind of fake, like I've kind of really been promoting that, is if you come to the table with anything that's not not real with you, you're not going to support it either. You're not going to be wholeheartedly in the game for it. You're not going to really be able to be there with it. So but again, that's from the community. You guys have really kind of helped guide me into where I feel really connected, and Regen was a big part of that. I do conservation, and I do like a lot of design building and stuff like that. and I couldn't really figure out how to do it. And being open on these spaces has allowed me to do that. And it's just like, how do I help you? What more can I contribute to your project? What is it that you need, and how can I help you get that? And that's really kind of what I've been doing. I still don't know where to like make money on that. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter though. I'm just like, I want to see this movement happen, and I need to, like, that's a part of me, and is I need to see the changes happen in the world. So it really doesn't matter, the money anymore. Like you said, it's not about donations, it's about the community. And if I can help push this movement forward, like that's what's really helped me open up, is just understanding that what we're doing, how we're connecting, is helping move all that forward. So I appreciate you guys, like, completely.
Appreciate you. I will have to leave, but yeah, thank you for this wonderful conversation. See you guys at 3 a.m. UTC. I'm gonna have lunch, gonna have breakfast. So yeah, it's about time to take care about myself. See you
Same,
soon.
bro. Yeah, all right, brother. Enjoy that food. Get that nutrition up in you. And yeah, let's grow. I appreciate you coming through here, spreading all the good vibes that you do. And yeah, 3 a.m. UTC. You know what? Might be doing a late one tonight. May make it. We'll see. All right. Love it, love it, love it. Well, Oxygen, I'd love to learn more about your story, man. Like, how did you first, like, get involved in this thing to do conservation on the blockchain and support creators and all that stuff? Like, yeah, what's your story?
Oh boy. So personally, I was involved with, like, just the interest of, so I see patterns. I connect with energy, and I move energy, the energy worker type stuff. And so I have a really deep feeling in the environment around me, and that was one of the reasons why talking in public was really hard, because there's so much coming in, it's hard to articulate out. And I observed so much all the time that it was just overwhelming. But apart from that, I had personal interest in the environment, because I could see this cascading decay of just the environment in general, and systems in general, like the human systems that we've put into place. There's a lot of downward spiral, and we call it like negative backward succession in conservation, where the natural progression of things forward and a natural progression of things backward. And if you tip the scale into the backward or negative succession, then it just keeps going in that way. So when weeds start to show up, more weeds start to show up, unless it's mitigated to where you can turn it into forward succession, to where the more beneficial plants, the more beneficial organisms show up, and then the ecosystem starts to roll in the forward progression. So we've over the last 80 years, there's been a lot of research done on that, and desertification and degradation in the ecosystems. And the research shows that we are degrading, and there's been a lot of work on setting it into a forward progression by biodiversity building, soil building, because that is the platform, is the soil. And so I was really heavy into, like, the Alan Savory's method of holistic management, where it focuses on soil building and biodiversity. And that was just a personal interest. Like, what is the problem? I've always been like, I've always asked lots of questions, like, what is the problem? Trying to get to the root of the cause. Like, what can you actually do, instead of treating the symptoms, where you get to the root of the cause and then solve that problem, and then the symptoms go away. Like, I'm a big supporter of saying, if you just focus on building the soil, you don't have to focus on killing the weeds, because the weeds will just go away once you reach the right point of balance in the ecosystem. So anyway, I met my wife during that time, and she was in school, her second year of college, for microbiology. And I wanted to help her kind of plan for the future and set up a senior project. And so what I did is I kind of helped her design a project based on regenerative agriculture. And she's Navajo, Native American. So I was like, we'll do it on the reservation, because that's one of the worst areas of desertification in North America. It's a large region of Arizona. And so we went out to the reservation. We lived on the reservation. We moved out there for a period of about 3.5, 4 years. And like in the community, I lived in a house with no running water, no electricity for a year. People might not understand it, but there is a third world country in the middle of America, and it's the Navajo Nation. Very low poverty level, very low resource, very low access to resources or anything. And so I lived it for over a year and a half. And then after that, we moved in with family, but we were building the community. And I went out there living it firsthand to see, what is really all about. And it's real. It is absolutely real. And so we worked with the communities directly on an educational workshop that I designed to help educate on how they could use the resources that they currently have, which is livestock and the land. Those are like pretty much all they got. So they're barely holding on to their cultural resource, which is livestock, because the agency level keeps reducing that. You can kind of do some research on it. I won't bust out too much into the agency stuff because it's kind of a battle that I inadvertently found myself in. But it's degrading land because they're not managing their livestock, and they're overgrazing because they're not managing their livestock. So we wanted to help them manage their livestock better to increase the forage on the land so that they could increase their herd size. And that kind of did this win-win where it offered them a new resource, offered them more resource, and then it solved my problem, right? Where we can help regenerate the land out there and grow grass. That was the bottom line, easiest way to put it, grow grass. And the way we did that was using their resources with the livestock to manage it properly to increase the biodiversity in the soil. And once that happened, then we could go on to the next section of that. Well, we couldn't get any funding and support for the people out there because they're limited resource and there's no structure in administration or anything for the people. And so I set out to then advocate for the people. I created a conservation organization that then had a member program where we could represent the people directly and at an agency level. And even then, we still couldn't get the resources needed because most of the setup out there is for traditional agriculture, inputs, fertilizers, traditional farming, traditional ranching. And there wasn't any kind of program set up for people to do any kind of new age regenerative models. And so, again, I pivoted, jumped a hurdle, and went into developing a cryptocurrency for conservation. About that same time, we entered into the X Prize. The X Prize was just launching. Elon Musk was like, hey, $100 million for regeneration. And I was like, yeah, let's get on that. I was like, the best scalable way to do that's natural, right? Because if you can create the biodiversity in soil and grow naturally, it'll just scale because it will scale itself. And you just kind of jump on that wave. Well, I still getting agency level support. I was then teaching myself how to code Solidity for like 3 months. I sat in the closet where my computer was set up in the house. Like it was, like 3 months straight, just like grinding, learning coding. And I found my developer. And so he loved the idea, the concept of the token. We developed a secondary idea on like how to support and launch that token, which was a crowdfunding platform. We ran into some agency issues there as well with like, how do we get this to be a token where it's like the tit for tat thing with Gitcoin is a big SEC kind of regulation. Whereas if you promise something back, it turns kind of into a security. And so the way that we got around some of these things was like creating a membership program, creating like this mutual agreement platform where investors could donate for a project, and then in that project we designed a token, like an NFT token, where you get it's assigned to an asset. So a tree, we plant a tree, but the model was it had to be productive. Like it had to create some sort of production model behind it so that there was some sort of return to the investors. And so that's the whole model behind the PST token that we designed. And then went out, promoted the oxygen, tried to get the sourcing for the auction. And then here we are, still trying to build the auction platform so that we can actually list. We support over 100 communities on the Navajo Nation. Well, I can't really say we support them yet, but the idea is to get them registered in this model so that we can get an investor structure with the PST, because I believe with the PST model, we've created what I like to call passive residual income.
Sorry, what was the
So,
PST model?
it is a project steward token. So project steward token allows you to invest, rather donate, okay? Because you can donate to a project, and then those fundings go directly into planting and supporting the life cycle of a production guild. So we've designed a model which is a 7-layer ecosystem, and it's a food forest ecosystem based on native plants and food production. So when you donate up to the certain amount, kind of like the traditional Kickstarter, you donate that certain amount, you get the token, and the token is tied to a production asset. And then once that production asset gets to production and goes to market with the produce, then a piece of that is then returned in the token, like the ecosystem token, back into the cycle. So you once it hits production, you have this circular economy now that's created, and you get a consistent flow each market cycle back to those tokens, or back to back to the steward pool. So I've had a hard time explaining it without going in this tit for tat thing, but it's not, because it goes into this pool model where the member benefits are, they supported the generation of the production, and then that production comes back and supports the supporters that supported it. So that's kind of the whole model of what I talk about, is, creating that third step in any of your production to get a cyclical or a cycle economy, like a full circle economy.
Full cycle economy. Well, kudos to you for not only trying to help a environmental cause to make the world a better place, but also to help equity, right? To help the people as well, right? Like it should be any good business should think about people, planet, and profit, right? Obviously not just profit, then you're screwing the world and the people over. And unfortunately there have been some examples of even environmental causes that have screwed over people, right? Like there have been carbon projects that have formed questionable partnerships with governments that have taken over land where people live, and they've been relocated, and it's like, that's not okay. Like, you got to think about helping the people, right? That's why Treagen is really bullish on this like environmental ecological benefits framework, whereby we're talking about all 6 different categories and measuring all those categories of impact. One is carbon. Another one is biodiversity, all the animals and all the other, fauna, things like that you can measure and create proxies for. And then there's the soil. How are you impacting the soil? How are you impacting the air? How are you impacting the water? How are you impacting the equity, helping the people? Creating measurements for all of that to really get a full scope of the picture of like really what is the impact here, right? Positive and negative, and all those different things considered. So I like your model. I think it's a lot more cohesive to also think about how you can help those people. What do you think is holding you back?
Well, that's been a question that I've had to ask myself a few times. I have a problem with asking for things or asking for help. I've done a lot of this myself. We've been doing this for about 4 years. It's between me and my partner. I've found team members, but at each point, like wearing the different hats, delegating certain tasks is hard. Getting the help or the resources that I need in place, it's hard to answer that. I don't know, and that's why I just decided to give it away. I've posted in our channels the model that I built. I put hundreds of hours into modeling and documentation of these things, and I couldn't seem to get past that hurdle. And instead of just fighting it or finding my way through, I decided to give it away. And I think that's the best way to go. I think it's a I decided to give it to the communities that had the resources, that had the team members in place to develop it. And I've seen a lot of that come out of it. I've seen people kind of take that idea and run with it in their own way, which is really great. But I think that creating the model that I have in place specifically would allow for it to be built in a much better way. Like it would have much more benefit. Just not saying like, me or mine. It's just that I don't see the full cycle happening in the scale that I had intended for. I created a 7-layer ecosystem based on food production and, tree gilding based on beneficial relation to different types of plants. So I took like the system model of the Three Sisters and tried to build on that. And I even tried to like implement that into my own life. I'm like, how do I get past my own hurdles? And I can't even answer that question appropriately. So I don't know. I think part of it was about talking in public, getting past the ability to talk to people directly and in a way that was understandable, or at least at a level that was like receivable. I think that was a big thing earlier, like, putting your stuff into a ChatGPT to say, how do I say this in a more simple way? How do I refine my meme to a level that is absorbable right now?
I don't. John would though. If you mentioned I think they're in some cabinets. Thank you for sharing that. Sorry, and let me share a story that maybe will illustrate something. And I think you're making your way there in terms of your communications. And this is something that obviously we can continuously learn and grow. And there's a lot of really great experts that you can learn about communication from. But okay, a lot of people would know me today as someone who's, done almost 400 Max Impact Twitter Spaces, has been a part of these 3 now. We're going to the third one, 24/7 live stream. And, speaking to people all the time, I have zero hesitation to do that now. But believe it or not, I was not always this way. I was a completely different person before. I definitely considered myself to be an introvert for like the majority of my life. I would even sometimes see people that I know and would like look the other way to have less interactions. I was a completely different person back then. I think certain experiences shape who we are. I think to a huge extent we are an accumulation of experiences, and then certain experiences definitely completely transformed the trajectory of my life and propelled me to be the person that I am now. So at that point, I definitely was a person without purpose, right? Was a person without a huge reason for doing the things that I needed to do. And so I would kind of maybe overthink interactions and, minimize them. Okay, now, when I was in university, I was going through a lot of just, I guess, wandering around, not feeling at all fulfilled and a strong sense of purpose. And I was actually in a pretty dark place at the time. And then my roommate invited me to a student club meeting and said, hey, this girl invited me to the student club. Would you come with me? And I, at the time, was saying no a lot. But I was like, you know what? I'm going to start saying yes. So I was like, yes, you know what? I'm going to come with you, and I'll go to the student club meeting, right? And I went to the student club meeting, and they were flipping through a slideshow showing all the different ways. This is a charity club. It was called Feed the Children's Time. And all the different ways they were raising funds for charities, right? And they were clicking through, and then eventually, am I frozen on the screen? Oh, my computer's freaking out. They're clicking through, and all the different ways that they were raising funds, and it looks ridiculous. And one of those ways was so they're looking through all the different ways they were raising funds for charities, and one of those ways was a party. So this party came up on the screen, and they said that a downtown nightclub promoter in Vancouver said, hey, if you sell tickets to this event, we can fund a clean water project, which is really needed over in this town in Kenya called Kipsongo. And bro, Oxygen, something inside of me just clicked. Like I felt this surge of energy literally flow through my entire body, and I raised my hand, and I was like, I basically convinced them to let me take a leadership role in that event, even though literally no one except my roommate knew me in that room. I was a complete stranger, but it was that sheer energy and enthusiasm to do the thing that that made them put the trust in me. And it was for a clean water well. We called that first event Party Well, because we were funding wells, and that ended up becoming a nonprofit, and then they grew and grew into big charity festivals, and now we're doing the Regenaissance together. But basically, I knew to make that first event a success, I had to put myself out of my comfort zone. I had to actually speak with as many people as I possibly could. So that's exactly what I did. I set up a booth in the most high foot traffic area of my university campus by the water fountain. Everyone who walked by, I tried. I know I'm like, I'm busy. I'm going to class. Da da da. But I just kept trying. I did trying and trying. I answered some rejections happened, and then some people were like, "Cool, yeah, absolutely." And then they're like, "Well, how can I help you, dude?" Like, and then it just grew. And then I saw like, wow, this is making a difference. Worst case scenario, negligible negative impact, very minimal. What did they say? No, who cares? Move on. Upside, literally can help save or transform someone's life. Right? Like, so that to me was like the spark difference of like when you're connecting to something that actually gives your life meaning and purpose and fulfillment, and you're like, this is the thing that can actually, it'll help you push through those uncomfortable moments to speak with people, right? And to ultimately do things that will put you at the edge of your comfort zone. And that's what all the growth happens, by the way. Like, you're not going to grow lounging about doing the same old. Like, you actually need to be doing new things and pushing yourself to actually grow as a human being and be the best version of yourself that you were actually born to be, that will actually be capable of making some of the change that you're capable of making in the world. And so now, yeah, we do these 24/7 spaces. I was live 60 hours straight one time to get the attention of Mr. Beast, and now we have 3 points of contact with the Mr. Beast team because we're trying to grow a freaking movement, baby. And you know, and then I knew, okay, well, I'm gonna have this conversation with Mr. Beast, but I wanna break this record of most trees planted in a day by any number of people. It just went up. Now it's 560 million. I want to first set the world record for most trees planted today by one person, so that when I have that conversation, you know, we have that credibility to now go break the next record together, you know. And so that's what I did. I freaking like twice. The second time so that he can get it approved by Guinness World Records, so that we can have that like, okay, most trees planted by one person. Twice, dude. I might even have to. It's really sad, dude. I might have to do it a freaking third time, dude. I know, dude. Like, I had so many freaking challenges. So first of all, Guinness was gonna come to Kenya to be there to like certify on the spot. Like, when you do it, then they like, all right, good, it's official. But all this stuff like popped off in Kenya, like riots and things, like protests. Like, they're like, you know what, we're not gonna. It's not safe. And so
We're not gonna do
well,
yeah.
But at that point, dude, I was so ready, dude. We'd already collected the propagules. I had my video team ready. I had my dude, I was so ready. I'm like, you know what, dude, I'm going for it. So we did, and they're like, really, you should have more time to plan this. And I'm like, I'm going for it. It's happening. And dude, but everything would have. Okay, so we did it. By the way, we planted 26,810 in 24 hours, but you have to film the entire thing for Guinness, right? And it was bucketing down rain, and the camera broke. And like, even though we had like a raincoat around the camera, like to protect it from the water, it somehow got enough water in there, shut the inverter or whatever the hell, and it shut down. So we're like, dude, so we had a backup camera, like for photography originally, but like we can use it as a camera, and then that ran out of battery, and we like ripped out a phone, and we're like, dude, we did film the entire thing. So I was like, we did it. And then so we upload, I'm like, well, we only have like 20 hours of footage. Like, where's the rest of the footage? And it turns out these other like 7 gigabytes of footage was like a broken file that I couldn't even open the file. And he didn't even know that this happened until like recently, like a week or two ago. I was like, bro, like, these numbers aren't adding up, dude. And it's only like 20,000. We got like 4 hours of like non-footage. Like, where is it? And then he's like, basically, well, turns out I spoke to the guy. It's actually possible to recover like corrupted files because when the camera shut down, they still have the footage, but it's like not openable unless you work some, I don't know, video matching whatever they're doing. So they went and got a bunch of consultants. So right now, it could happen very soon that they actually fix that footage, and then we'll be like, hallelujah, Jimmy doesn't have to break the record a third freaking time for tree planting. But you know what? I'm not complaining. Like, if I do, hallelujah, I'll do it, and it'll be even cooler when I do it then, because I'll actually have the Guinness people with me, and it'll probably be in Thailand in January. So that's my plan. I'm beating this damn record if I have to do it 3 times. And I look at people like, I don't know if you've heard of David Goggins. Have you heard of this guy, David Goggins? Freaking beast mode. He's done like 100-mile runs, and like he's done like, so in like the Navy they have a thing called Hell Week, which is like what it sounds like. It's really awful to go through, and he did that 3 times as well. So I'm like, you know what? If he could do Hell Week 3 times, I could do a 1-day, 24-hour tree planting craziness 3 times. So it's totally doable. But anyway, coming back, you know, if I didn't have a strong enough why, 0 chance I would have been live for 60 hours straight. I was hallucinating by the end of it, dude. I was like, you know, in Harry Potter where they have like photos of like the photos are moving, dude. PFPs were moving, dude. I was like, this is not okay. Like there's no chance I would have been able to do that if my why wasn't like that freaking strong, man. Like it's so, the reason I'm so passionate about the environment. Okay, my mother's an environmentalist. She's very passionate about planting trees since 4 years old, planted my first tree. But the main thing, okay, this is what really got to me. In 2019, I don't know if you saw the forest fires that happened in Australia.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah,
dude.
bad.
I force myself to be uncomfortable sometimes, right? Like remember I'm an empath, so I feel emotions of like sentient beings when I come across them. I watch a lot of videos of animals like literally being burnt alive, dude. And I saw numbers like 300 billion, or 3 billion animals, like 9 Holocaust amount of death of sentient beings able to experience pain. Like that to me was like, oh damn, like that literally, like I broke down. Like I was like really sad watching those videos. And even just thinking about it now, dude, honestly, it's like getting to me. But then I was like, all right, you know what? Instead of just feeling down about this, I'm gonna launch like a fundraiser. I did a little fundraiser back when Facebook fundraisers were a thing. Probably still a thing. I don't use it anymore. But anyway, launched that. We raised like several $1,000s, and that felt good, dude. Like to actually take action towards something that I felt was a really important cause, and like, dude. I felt that energy again, and then but I was still very much involved in the Clean Water Project. So I went over to Africa, I went to Uganda originally doing biosand water filters, went to Kenya doing biosand water filters. I got involved in Rotary clubs. So Rotary is like a 1.4 million person network of, philanthropists around the world. And they're doing all kinds of projects. But one of the projects was planting mangrove trees. And dude, I learned that mangroves absorb 8 to 10 times more carbon from the atmosphere compared with all terrestrial forests. And I learned just how impactful they are to also help biodiversity and all these different things. And around the same time, my roommate from, my friend from university hit me up, and he's like, man, these NFT things are popping off, and people are using it to fundraise for good causes. And I like art, I like positive impact, I like technology, and this was like the perfect blend of all of those things. And then went to ECC, stumbled upon the Sustainability Blockchain Summit, met all these regens like John and Flow Carbon, all these different guys building the space. It really is the entire ecosystem around this thing. And then boom, man, I was spinning a lot of plates at the time, doing a bunch of stuff. But when all that happened, I dropped them all and just went all in. And here we are. I basically just told you the story of my life.
Yeah, man. And here we are, man. This is awesome, though. I think you are kind of spearheading the regen movement, and keeping that energy is essential. I totally dig it, and it's definitely an underlying factor for I think a lot of people. I mean, one for me, I kind of grabbed a hold of your coattails. I was like, I'm not letting this guy go. You know what I mean? You've been a big inspiration to me for sure. And just pushing through. So keeping that energy is definitely. I appreciate you, Jimmy. Like on a real level, personal level. That's real. So yeah, keep doing what you do. And just don't stop, man. Don't stop, because you give a lot of people one guidance, but a lot of people hope. So that's real. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that. It means a lot. It means a lot. Come from you. Welcoming up to the stage, Mr. Crypto Whales, the highly artistic Nick. What's going on, brother? How you doing? Welcome up to the stage.
What is up, gentlemen? How you guys doing today?
We're doing well. Day 1 of GG19. I'm already
let's
sharing
grow.
some deep experiences. Dude, like it's been a blast, man. Yo, when we launched this thing, we had 50 people in here earlier. We shut down the space to support the Gitcoin space. I don't know if that was a good idea anymore, but it was still great. Sending people over there, supporting the public as ecosystem, and connecting with amazing people coming out of the woodworks. Yo, you have 50 plus hosts for this thing. So now is actually your turn to host, my friend. So I'm gonna send you the co-host invite. Oh, you already got it. Amazing. There you go. There you go.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah, buddy. How you feeling? Have you been approved yet? Were you initially rejected? Are you on? Are you still pending? What's going on?
So it's the first time ever with this whole Gitcoin stuff. I know I hosted or helped host a little bit last round with you guys. And I've known about Gitcoin for about a year now. This is my very first time writing a grant, applying for it. Inspiration from you to just actually do it and go for it.
Do it.
I woke up this morning and I got approved. I'm so shocked. I'm so shocked, man. Yeah. So yeah, got approved for the first time to try and blow up my Earth Day. I can't wait.
Hell yeah. Dude, for those of you guys who do not know, my brother Nick over here has been doing monthly Earth Days. Oh, and it happens to be during a Gitcoin round as well. So
yeah,
21st of every month. All right, that's in a week.
22nd.
Say second. My bad. 22nd. Yeah, so that's a week exactly from today, right? 15. Boom.
Yep.
So 22nd of every day. You can do anything, big or small, but do something. Document it. Earth Day, ladies and gentle friends. So yeah, let's brainstorm. Let's all commit to doing something on Earth Day. It can be picking up litters. It can be planting a tree. It can be doing recycling, contributing, whatever it may be. Let's all make action. I'm right behind you, brother. I really want to grow this thing so that in April we can do something really massive. So yeah, I'm going to make sure that I'm being more and more active. And I'm glad that we're going to be able to spend more time together to talk about this stuff, man, because I think the more discussions we have, the more brainstorms, the more that the meeting of the minds can happen, and we can really make some strategic plans to do the good thing.
Heck yeah. Yeah, no, I'm just really excited because being able to host every single day with you guys, like you said, the whole brainstorming thing, because it's a type of thing, like the whole monthly Earth Day, it's the type of thing where it doesn't cost any money to join. Where I'm going to be stepping out of my comfort zone this year, and this whole getting approved with Gitcoin has kind of solidified it that I need to be stepping up my game this year. So I'm really excited I'm very nervous, and I know that's a good thing. So if I'm not scared of doing something, then I don't think that it's maybe the right thing to do. But I like being scared. It puts me into kind of work mode, gets me going. But yeah, I'm excited for that because I have these collaborations that I got coming up. I was on the phone with somebody helping plan a climate fest that's coming up. So there's a lot going on with this whole monthly Earth Day, and yeah, I'm super excited. But as far as the impact and measuring goes, that's one thing that I'm super excited for also, to try to I guess record things a lot better, record things on chain, which is going to be able to just show proof and allow me to actually record some stuff. And so I'm excited about that as well, because I've been keeping track of the impact that we've all collectively had throughout the last year. It's been going on for over a year now. And we've had some incredible impact, but a lot of it, it's just like some of it is hearsay also, which I don't want to count because there's not any hard evidence. So I've been going off of just the pictures, which I'm going to also encourage a lot more of, just because, again, I think it's something that the more we can show, the more like awareness that it builds just with everybody else out there seeing these pictures floating around, kind of wondering what the heck everybody's doing. I know that's what I do when I'm on X. If I see something interesting, then I'll click on it to see what they're responding to, the original post. And hopefully we kind of get the word out that way also. So I'm super excited to see who all is active, probably gain some more people into the monthly Earth Day ecosystem, some more participants. It's been kind of a weird time for X lately with the bear market, and there's been a lot of people that have kind of taken a break from X. And so I'm just excited to see who's all super active and out there to really make an impact, because I know some people that I definitely have never met before. So yeah, I'm excited to keep the community growing and just keep the impact going.
Keep it growing. I love it.
Yeah.
So, are you able to join us on video, perchance? By the way, we are live on Bankless DAO, X and YouTube, and Refi DAO, and a whole bunch of places. Are you in a position to stream or nay?
I think if I do that, then I lose Twitter. I can only do one or the other, I think, from my
you
phone.
need computer. Yeah, you need computer.
Okay, yeah. Today I don't have it, but I want to get it figured out, because I want to.
Right.
Yeah, I want to get music going and all sorts of good stuff.
Yes, music. Hey, if you got tune requests, I got the Rodecaster, so just let me know, and I'll play it. We'll play it.
That's awesome.
High-ish quality on Spaces, but video, very high quality, super
Heck
great.
yeah.
Heck yeah! So I recommend when we start jamming out here, you should come on the video. We can like literally be like doing a little dance party together. We can be like actually jamming with really good high quality music. It's great. It's really, really great. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know the full rundown of Crypto Whales, what's your story? What are you biddling?
So Crypto Whales, so there's two sides of the business, if you want to call it that. I have the NFT side, which is the Crypto Whales. That's the NFT. My profile picture there is, I guess, kind of basically what they look like, similar. But that I use to help with, I take 40% of those proceeds and help with global reforestation. And I know you guys were talking about basically companies that help with a lot of different things when they're helping, like as far as a charity goes, not just like you said, somebody coming in and helping do one thing, but while they're helping that, they're hurting another thing. One Tree Planted is a really good organization that helps the economy, the ecosystem, the people, the villages around them that they're actually helping with the tree planting. So I help 20% of my sales go to them, and then another 20% I have with ocean preservation or cleanup. I've had to donate to two different ones, so I chose, one of them was the cleanup and one of them was the preservation. So going forward, it's still going to be something ocean related, either or, the preservation or the cleanup. And then I'm planting trees with Jimmy and the Tree Gens. Yes, a goal of 50,000 trees. And I know that by the time I hit that, it's going to be well over that. So I'm excited to see what that final number is going to end up being. And then that's I guess one side of the business. And then the other side, which I focus very heavily on, is the monthly Earth Day. Monthly Earth Day I created in September 2022. I created it because I felt like I was letting everybody down, letting myself down. I was supposed to be out here helping the environment, helping plant trees, clean up and stuff like that. And I just wasn't doing it with my NFT project, the sales. And so I felt like I was letting everybody down. And so I was born on Earth Day, like the official Earth Day, April 22nd. So it's always been very dear to my heart. I've always been very much into nature, fishing, hiking, camping. I live in Colorado, so I get the privilege to be able to do all of that, literally any of that. So that's kind of how I got into environmental side of things. And I fish a lot, so I just started picking up trash. This was like, I think at the beginning of last year. I just started picking up trash every time I was coming back from my fishing trip, just from where I was fishing to the parking lot, tossing the trash away. And it just, I don't know, like you said, it was just something that clicked. I was like, this is something that I could literally have people get involved in for free. Like, it costs nothing. And I know there's probably other people out there that are going to show interest in, you know, cleaning up, planting trees, wanting to see the world be a better place. So I came up with the idea and ran with it. And I'm the type of person that I don't let things sit and kind of steam. If I get an idea, I just run with it, and then I learn as I go. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but in this case, it freaking worked out amazingly. The first couple months, there was like less than 10 people participating until I think it was December. I finally broke past 10, and then I saw the impact that I was able to have just with those 10 people, and I was like, you know what? This is something I'm really, really going to focus on going into 2023. And I hit the ground running. I was literally DMing everybody. I think I got in trouble from Twitter, and kind of put on like some kind of ban because I was like sending out way too many messages at a given time. And so I just gathered as many people as possible. And so on my Gitcoin grant, I made a chart basically of the participants, and it's so crazy how it goes from 12 in December to all of a sudden it was like 20, 30 plus in January. So you could tell that like my work was actually kicking in. And so that's where it started feeling really good, because people were responding. I was getting more and more people to jump in. I was meeting tons of people that again, just wanted to make an impact in a lot of different ways. And that was really surprising to me. I came from Polygon. I'm still on Polygon, but the ecosystem over there, since I focused heavily on my NFT side, just the crowd that I was involved with, I guess the communities, it was all NFT based, trying to sell NFTs. And so it's like, that's all I knew. And so I don't even know how I met Jimmy, but I feel like I've met you like a year ago at this point. But all of a sudden it was like, I met one person and they were like, hey, have you heard of this person? And it was just like, I don't even know. It was like a snowball. So it got huge. And then in September, we broke 100. I think it was 105 businesses, projects that, you know, wanted to make an impact, which was amazing to see. But again, that was after year one. Year two, I've learned a lot. And so I really want to focus on even more impact, always more impact. And so that's why, you know, I'm so stoked to get approved with this Gitcoin grant, because, you know, I want to focus on blowing up live events. Obviously start in my local city, the state, and kind of go from there to just try and get noticed with this monthly Earth Day to kind of get more people involved. And then at the same time, getting these people involved, most of these live events are be coming from people that are not in the crypto space, not into NFTs, Web3. And that's just been another one of my goals, is to bridge that gap between people that have no idea what NFTs are, or Web3 or refi. If people are going to start hearing about it, I want them to be hearing about our projects, what we all do. I want us to be their very first impression of the space and the industry, because it's like, hey, then if they all of a sudden see these companies that are just selling, you know, cartoon pictures and that's it, then it's like, okay, well, what else are they doing? Then that's the expectation. It's like, well, what are they doing to help out, or what kind of impact are they having? So it's big dreams, but it all starts with baby steps. And I'm definitely feel like I'm going the right direction, and a lot of it comes from everybody's help too. I obviously am not doing this alone. So yeah, and Jimmy, you've contributed to a shit ton of the numbers, with your multiple attempts at tree planting, you're breaking the record. So thank you, man, for that first one, because I know it was pretty much like on that monthly Earth Day or something like that. But yeah, no, this doesn't go without saying, thank you to everybody, because the resharing, the people that are showing up, participating, other people see it. I mean, if we're getting 4,000, 5,000 views on this, then people are definitely seeing it. So I definitely appreciate everybody there. But this year, I'm going to focus on participation. Like I said, more impact. And so physically making that impact is what I'm going to be focusing on. So the people, yes, I'm still going to be showcasing impact projects, people that are doing amazing things out there. But I really want them to start posting in like the monthly Earth Day to say, hey, like this movement that we're all a part of, we are all literally going out and doing something. Just thinking based off of the September poster, if everybody went out and even just picked up one piece of trash, like that's 100 pictures that get sent in. Those 100 pictures are definitely going to be sent by a lot of people around Web3 getting curious about what the heck is going on. So that's just going to be my goal coming up, is bringing more people on over to Web3 through cleaning up trash and earning crypto, because there's definitely awesome things that you can do for cleaning up the trash. So I'm super excited.
Love it, brother. That's such a fun story. Go ahead.
Awesome. So Earth Day, like the 1 year round Earth Day is what, the 20th, right? April 20th?
April 22nd.
22nd, okay.
Yes.
And you're doing this on the 22nd of every month.
Correct.
Have you looked into, how like you have like National Hot Dog Day and like National Cat Day and all this? Have you looked into registering monthly Earth Day? Just
is that something that I can literally do myself?
Yes, that is something that you personally can do. Exactly. Right.
So then it nope, but it's probably going to happen today.
Yeah, exactly. So like that's
no way
that reaches out to a national broad base that just generically throws up that date into people's calendars if they have like that, show me the off holidays type thing.
Because I was actually looking at trying to get that on like a statewide calendar to start, but I didn't know you could actually go and try to put it in yourself. I'm definitely going to be doing that.
Yeah, that became a big kick because once people found out that like anybody can kind of register it.
Oh my gosh!
Support, you can exactly right. You're feeling it, right? Cool. So. That's one big giant thing. Outside of that, you can then start to push it on those calendars, right? So then there's like, how do you get that? Once you have that, you can start to just promote it in a bigger way. So yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that helps kind of promote.
That helps a ton. And I actually, so I work for a pretty big corporation. And then my wife also works for a big corporation. She actually works for, I mean, I think I can probably say it, but she works for Starbucks. They're like big on volunteering. They're big on trying to be, more sustainable and stuff like that in certain ways. And so there's also, I guess, like a grant program for people that host events type stuff. And I don't know if I'm necessarily going to request money from them, but one thing that I can do is I can get basically this entire region up here, like get it on their calendar to basically say, hey, 22nd of every month, there's going to be this big event that I put on in different, probably different areas around where I'm at locally, and anybody can come and volunteer. Those volunteer hours get counted towards like their personal and company volunteer hours. And so something they can also do is, bring free coffee to the events, to hand out to people. So there's a lot of different cool things. In my company, I know there's a lot of different people that get out and they have like a walking group. And so it's the type of thing where I'm like, cool, you guys walk in the same areas that I pick up trash. Let's coordinate this together and get some trash cleaned up together. So there's a lot of different ideas that I'm working on right now. It's just, I don't like saying stuff and making broken promises or just throwing ideas around. Like, willy-nilly. I don't know.
So another thing, like I think we've talked before past too. I think we've DM'd each other. How involved with the Evergreen Coin are you with the trash cleanup stuff? Like, have you registered your own project with them yet?
So I do have a wallet. I am not as involved as I want to be. It's something that I literally shame myself over every single freaking month.
Same, bro.
The reason why I want to say this is because if you register your own project with them and become like kind of the host of the event for the monthly Earth Day, because it's not just trash, right? It's green events, green activity, green impact. So
Right.
if you register yourself as the project for the EGC, so that means you become the organizer there, but you are then also the main point of contact for anybody that is involved with monthly Earth Day. So then any impact that is shown to you can then be forwarded into that project portfolio every single month. And if you do it that way, like, you could be generating a lot of return for the EGC and then reciprocate that back to your community to incentivize then at that point, because now you have, like, even if somebody sends just one picture of like a couple trash bags or a trash bag that they picked up on the side of the road, like that becomes EGC collection power on the Earthly Month Day. And then you can use those tokens to just incentivize people, and then even use that as an onboarding resource into Web3. You know what I mean? Like, just many birds with one stone. So that's just where I roll.
Dude, you are literally like reading my notes. I swear that is it's exactly what I want to do. And that's part of the reason why I tried to literally stop focusing on the NFT side of things, because I know I can grow a community a lot bigger and a lot more meaningful community through this monthly Earth Day. But that's literally my vision, is the amount of stuff that we can do as a community together, the raising the Evergreen Coin, there's litter token, there's plenty of different things that we can earn crypto over. And you can literally take that and, like you said, either incentivize or use it towards either planting tree, almost like either not necessarily like a DAO, but whatever people are requesting or wanting to see. There's a lot of different ways you can do it.
So the word incentivize just kind of struck a nerve for me too, because like, if we start to look at this as gamifying people's lives, right, and attaching ourselves to individual passions, like, you want to do the monthly Earth Day and people want to pick up trash or plant trees. If you instead of incentivizing, you create an avenue for people to live their passions, right? Like we could try to build that perspective of things more, instead of incentivizing, get off this old mentality of collecting a paycheck or money, but to a more kind of supporting people's passions, supporting people in what they want to do and build, spend their time on. So I don't know, that's just what came to mind when I heard you regurgitate the word incentivized for me. So
No, and I guess that's also, you brought up a really good point. That's also, I've been very careful with this whole monthly Earth Day thing, because I don't want it to get super crazy. I don't want it to get political. I don't ever want it to be pushing, looked at by, towards pushing something else. So I agree with the whole fact, as far as like not looking at it as incentivizing, because I don't want it to ever be like, hey, the only reason why I'm doing this is so I can get something in return. Like, I want people to do this because it's a feel good moment. Like, if you're not going to do this because it feels good, then you're not going to continue. It's not something that you're going to continue to do. And that's why, like, I like focusing on this whole building the monthly Earth Day community, because they're actually people that are freaking passionate about the impact, passionate about making the world a better place. As I don't know if you followed along for very long, but like, I've never also told people you can't do a certain thing on monthly Earth Day. yes, I like it to focus on like environmentalism, helping the environment, because that's just what, monthly Earth Day is about. It's, nature and stuff like that. But if somebody wants to join monthly Earth Day, because I have a project that goes out and once a month they go to a local animal shelter and take animals on a walk because they don't get out of their little cage. That is something that I want you to be a part of it. I want this to literally be just a feel-good moment for people, because that's where it starts. And then people get the ideas of, oh, I can make this even better. Like, if I do this, like, that would be freaking insane. If I get my group of friends and we all go down on a weekend and we take 10 dogs out, like, it's just, again, it's a snowball effect. But I just want people to know, like, you pick up one piece of trash, that's cool. Like, don't feel bad about your one piece, because guess what? 100 other people picked up one piece of trash, and we just cleaned up 100 pieces of trash off of this planet. Like, I just want people to get that mentality started of what you do actually freaking matters on the bigger scale of things.
Totally.
Yo, I love how bringing Regen together, like, it's just a perfect conversation. You guys just bouncing things off each other. It's just like you two are on such a similar wavelength, and I really like don't want to interrupt this flow. I also do want to welcome. I'm sorry, as I interrupt the flow, as I say, welcome, Terexita, Terexitarius, T-Rex is up here on the stage as well. Who's technically our co-host. Oxygen covered for your booty. He's a little bit late, but better late than never. We love you still. I see you're on the video stream, but it's like pitch black, dude. I don't see. It has like a tiny little light in the back. Like, what's going on? You're
Sorry
in
about that,
Morocco,
y'all.
huh? Hey, no worries. Hey, all good, dude. All good. At least you showed up. So you're in Istanbul right now?
No, so I'm in the middle of Sahara in Morocco, in Erchigaga,
Middle of
and
the Sahara.
it's been quite a journey to get out here. But yeah, I have good enough Wi-Fi to join in on the call.
Nice, dude. I'm so glad you found that in the middle of the Sahara. Super cool. So, by the way, T-Rex is doing a Refi Hackathon, which is concluding today, right? Today. My guy submitted. Hope you got his submission. Oh, hell. In time. But yeah, that's super cool that you're doing a Refi Hackathon for COP28. So he's gonna green pill a bunch of the people at COP28. Anyway, welcoming you. Okay, but as you were, I didn't want to fully interrupt the flow, but I also wanted to make my brother from another mother feel welcome, or my T-Rex feel very, very welcome here. So thank you, friend. Appreciate you coming through. I'm excited for all the thoughtful discussion we're gonna have over the next 2 weeks.
Also want to say, Jimmy, if you need me to jump down real quick, sorry, not to take it from you, off co-host, because I know co-host is a big deal, right? So like, it's kind of taking the spotlight from people if I can drop down again.
Not that big of a deal. It's just like we just need 2 co-hosts so that we don't get rugged on the space. But yeah, technically T-Rex is co-hosting, so all right. I don't want you to go anywhere though. If it drops you down to listener, you come right back up, all right?
I'm gonna have to take off in about 15 minutes. Go pick
Okay,
up
you
my
gotta take
wife.
off.
Back
That's
after
fine.
that.
But
Yeah.
15.
But then I'll come back and I'll jump on the co-host again.
Legend.
I'm all day.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be up here till Centripa comes on at 3 a.m. Hey, all right.
I'm here all night.
I just brewed coffee. It's 8:45 p.m. Hello.
Nice.
All right.
Y'all are champions.
Well, it's day 1. We're still figuring shit out. No, so far no one else has stewarded with the tech. I've just been fucking running the show. Not great, but we do have stewards, and they are learning. But one of our chief technology officer for Let's Grow DAO is moving houses today, so I'm covering for him, and I don't know what's going on. So no, it's fine. We got this.
Well,
Okay,
it
cool.
still seems like it's flowing, so that's
Yeah,
a good
we're flowing. We intentionally shut it down for like an hour and a half during the Gitcoin space because we are here to amplify Gitcoin, and we didn't want to draw people away from that. People miss opportunities to show, so we shut it down. We retweeted. We did the video stream for their space, and then we started it back up. Maybe next time we'll just keep this going with like music, and then like still amplify their space and stuff. But yeah, anyway, so King Fisher's up here too, Mr. Fisher. What is going on?
Audio check 1 2 1 2.
Check yourself before you break yourself before you. Yes, you're good.
All right. Hey, Crypto Whales NFT. Did I hear you're in Colorado as well?
Oh,
I am in Colorado.
You know, Igley is also in Colorado.
so's Milwaukee when he's not at
I'm
Raleigh.
actually in the back end with Igley, and we're working on meeting up in real life coming up soon because we are very close to each other. Actually, crazy
Oh,
enough.
okay. Well,
Look
I'm
at
just 50 miles south of where you guys are at, so
Oh,
we
heck
should
yeah!
definitely. Yeah, I'm in Southeast Aurora, so we should definitely
Oh yeah,
organize something here for Colorado,
Yeah.
yeah,
especially around
Why
the
don't y'all
yeah.
Earth Day
why don't
theme.
y'all meet up on Earth Day? Huh? Touch tree.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Touch tree.
what's that? The 22nd. Oh, that's the day before Thanksgiving. Not gonna work this
Yeah,
month.
it is.
Oh, come on. I just
Are
gotta
you all
say.
part of Refi Denver? Refi Denver is a great
Ah,
little group too.
I'm trying to
okay,
show.
so I've actually reached out to them multiple times, and all she said was, "I'll just let you know when we have events." It's been very quiet, and I was like, "Well, let's get it going on the 22nd of every month. Like, I got an event. Like, let's go." And I haven't heard back.
You know
So,
where your
Well,
mistake was is you didn't say let's get it growing. That was your real
I
Grow,
mistake.
grow.
knew it.
Yeah,
I
you
knew
dropped the
it.
ball on that one. Yeah, you gotta hit her up. Be like, just
you know
call
what
her
we
on
could do
Telegram and be
though?
like, let's grow. And then you should be like, all right, goddamn, all right, get off my website.
Hey, you know what we could do? Because here's an inspired thought: is we could have our own Refi Down local node for Northern Colorado,
I
right,
wondered if that was
outside
There you
of
go.
possible.
Denver, and all you need is 2 people. We have 3 that could apply for it. So, and you know, Kingfish Media is a business. I know Igley owns his own business through Fractal Visions,
Highly
and
Artistic's a business.
yeah. So let's
Yeah.
grow it. Let's grow it.
Oh my gosh, that is
Let's grow
awesome.
it. You know it. All right.
So you all have
You
heard
gotta
of the
get buttons.
Regenaissance from Jimmy. And one of the things that I'm wanting to do next year is I have 120 acres out by the Great Sand Dunes. And
Yes, I heard about that. That's you?
yeah, so
Yeah,
would
where's
love
this
to,
Okay, T-Rex, I got you.
yeah, would love to connect on that one. And
Where's
it's
this
out by the
location?
Great Sand Dunes. So that's Sangre de Cristo. It's a beautiful little area. It used to be one of the most agriculturally productive spaces in Colorado, but then industrialized agriculture overexploited the land, and it's been left very degraded. So we have 120 acres out there that we're looking to regenerate. And yeah, we've done one little gathering so far on the land, but now I've been inspired to each year do another gathering. And this one is called the Precipice of the Regenaissance. And yeah, it's going to be trying to get everybody in the art and regenerative movement.
You should do it right after ETH Denver. Huh?
Yeah, so what I'm thinking is I usually live in New Zealand, and a lot of my friends come over to the States during August because that's right before Burning Man. So a lot of those individuals are also international DJs. So we could get international DJs and artists from New Zealand and elsewhere coming together right before the big burn, and yeah, get it all going.
And Jimmy, to your
Growing,
point,
growing.
too cold during ETH Denver, too cold. Plus, they already have their own
Grow,
giveaway
grow.
attached to the conference they do. So, yeah, too cold.
Too cold, eh? Yeah, it gets cold. I watched
But you
South
know
Park.
what, T-Rex?
And that's in Colorado,
but-
right?
Yeah,
Snowy.
but that's but
Sorry,
anyways.
super irrelevant. Go ahead.
It's
No
not
cold.
good, but T-Rex,
It looked
T-Rex,
cold in
what I was
South Park.
thinking. Hey, T-Rex, here's another point we can collab on, because for the holders of Kingfish Media, right, because we've already have 2 mints out there. So for all of our holders, we were thinking of doing a retreat for them next summer anyways. I was thinking about doing it in Palisade, but why don't we just collab and bring everybody to Regenaissance, Colorado?
Yeah, sounds good to me. I'm
Or
down
whatever
for
you're
it.
gonna call it. Yeah, no doubt.
So there's actually a site already up called Sand Angel. It's sand slash, or not slash, the little dash thing, whatever that thing's called, angel.org. There we go, hyphen.
Sand
Do you, so are you gonna .org? I think.
.org.
.org. Okay.
Yeah.
T-Rex, are you gonna have
What team
like
you-
music?
Yeah, so
Artists?
currently what the thought is just have like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, like music on one stage and workshops going on, and I might even pair it with like a regenerative finance hackathon and have it to where it's coming in and trying to work with organizations locally to utilize some of the technology that we're developing in the refi movement and apply it in a local context.
Heck yeah. One of my things that I do is I like pushing my comfort zone, and I try to get into a ton of music artists. Like I try to get in contact with a ton of music artists. And that's something that there's a lot of like Denver local artists that we could probably ask to come down also, that I see them doing a lot of different festivals and stuff like that. But yeah, I definitely want to chat with you about that too, because that would be freaking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey, and here's another thing too. So I don't know if you guys know who Jaden Violet is in this space, but I have a personal relationship with him. And he always has in-person UVRs, ultraviolet raves is what he calls them. Well, we get his buy-in on this. So if we get a proposal put together, say by February for East Denver, and we get his buy-in on this, I'm sure he'd be down to chip in and get in where he fits in.
Yeah, I love that. Some good light therapy is always a great thing. We were doing some good light therapy in Lisbon area a couple weeks ago.
That was insane. Have you guys ever heard of this light therapy thing? I was tripping and I was sober. Like, dude, it was insane. Dude, y'all lie down, you kind of put your heads together in a circle, and this, like, you close your eyes. Your eyes are closed the whole time, but this light just flashes. Dude, I was seeing fractals. It was the most insane visual experience I've ever had, and I was sober. It was super crazy. I don't know if you guys ever experienced this. Anyone?
I've never even heard of it.
Yeah, neither
It
had
sounds
I until it
freaking
just
awesome,
was there.
though.
Yeah, it was at this refi week event, and it was wild. By the way, the potential of festivals for societal change. I just want to touch on this for a moment. I don't know if you guys have heard about the French Revolution, but that was a pretty big one, and it was sparked, I've come to know, due to festivals. Festivals happened, a bunch of people came together, and they're like, you know what, let's change people share ideas, right? Ideas grow when people unite, and that's one of the things I love about Spaces here, is that we are, and these broadcasts, is that we are coming together, and look at how we're just building upon each other's ideas. You know, Crypto Whales talks about his monthly Earth Day, and then Oxygen's like, hey, what about the monthly, make it an actual day, put it in the thing, just build upon that. And then you talk about, you got a festival, but how about you connect this guy? But you know what I mean? It's like, we're coming together and we're building upon ideas. And the next 2 weeks is going to be an amazing experiment of how can we build upon all the ideas. I didn't realize Oxygen was trying to come back up. Come back up here, Oxygen. I told you to come straight back up, and my bad, I just left you down there. Sorry,
It wasn't
bro.
letting me bring him up, so glad you could.
Oh no, it says error. Oh, hallelujah. Can now speak, but somehow still a listener. Hello. Oh, error.
Huh.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm still trying to do that as well, trying to get him up, but
You're always trying to get him up. I think the old
Yeah.
off and on, you're gonna have to like quit the app or something. Don't you go far. He's only got 6 more minutes. God damn. All right. Just quit it.
Well,
Come straight back. Come back. All right, go ahead.
the monthly Earth Day can culminate into our Colorado Renaissance out there, and that Renaissance can then go pinball effect all the way to Thailand.
Pinball. What is that?
Yeah, that would be awesome. What's this pinball? I'm curious.
Could you define the pinball effect?
Pinball effect. We got one location and we got another location. We just want to bounce from that location all over the place to different locations. So have it go to like from Denver, Colorado, all the way out to Portugal, and then from Portugal down to Kenya, and from Kenya all the way to Thailand, and from Thailand to New Zealand, and have the ball just keep on gaining momentum and have a really beneficial growth go up from there.
Let's forever grow.
It's forever. Such a PG version of the DGen phrases. Let's forever grow.
Grow.
Yeah, that is permaculture. We're forever growing. Love it. We're forever growing. Oh, Oxygen, it says you're up. Are you up? Oh,
Yeah,
he's up.
I'm back.
Hello.
I'm back.
The oxygen returns. We can now breathe our oxygen.
Oxygen. Yeah. So I you know, to side chill here. Kopangan, the Regenaissance Festival musicians. We're looking for people. So if you got connections and want to join us,
Connect the
it's going
dots.
to be the largest festival in the world. Yeah, Jimmy? Huh?
Oh, okay. Well, slow down. The largest regen festival, which, by the way,
The
is
largest
not,
regen.
it's not that high a bar. Like, cause we're pretty niche. But yo, no. So, by the way, you know what? Now that you say that, the largest festival in the world. What is the largest festival in the world? I'll have you know, it was a Positive Impact Festival. 1.9 billion with a B people were reached by this festival. Viewers, they had 2 big old festivals in London and New York, same time, broadcasted to the entire world. You guys, when you get some spare time, maybe after GG19, look at a Live Aid documentary on YouTube. The whole thing's on YouTube. This guy's insane. I don't recommend some of his tactics, a little bit questionable, but he somehow pulled off. He had 2 months, guys. 2 months, and he did 1.9 billion views. So this is what he did. So he's a musician, right? So of course he knew some bunch of musicians, but how do you get literally A1, like all the biggest musicians in the world? So what he did, this is so questionable, but he did a press conference, right, where he literally got all the media and just announced every single huge artist will be playing, and like that they were not confirmed at all. Maybe some of them were, but like vast majority were not. And so, but now like literally all the biggest networks in the world are like, oh, you guys are playing. And so then, like, now what are they gonna do? Like, they're kind of like dicks if they say we're pulling out of the charity festival. Like, this is when like everyone was like, oh no, people are starving. Like 80s, like it really was like really apparent in the news, and so they like had no choice. They just did it. They just like, all right, shit, guess we gotta do the festival now, and they did, and like freaking raised a whole bunch of money and like pretty legendary. But they made it to 1.9 billion. How close were they to the big 2 Bilskis, right? So now, when I went to do a digital charity festival in 2020, when I couldn't do my IRL festival, we did Digital Impact Festival. And the total reach, okay, not concurrent viewers, but reach, including all the views of all of our content across the different platforms. We had a bunch of big channel partners as well for that, blah, blah, blah. It ended up being 3.5 million, which was pretty awesome. But not, I was shooting, you might, be like, oh, great job. But no, I was shooting for 2 billion. That was my goal. I was like, hey, they made it to 1.9. We're going for 2, you know, and, okay, shoot for the stars. You might land on the moon. Happy days. So you know what? Is it possible? Absolutely. It's possible to make the biggest festival, full stop. You know, I think we should do it with integrity and not just lie about the artists coming, but I, you know, but I think we can get there over time, you know, like we really can, like do the IRL thing really well. But now with the onset of the metaverse, you know, we can have everyone tuning in, like wherever you are. But we do need the biggest. We need the biggest musicians. That's ultimately what it's going to come down to, right? Lay it on me. We got time to discuss.
Yeah, I got a couple minutes still. All right, so yo, where are you based out of, Jimmy?
That's a really good question.
Yeah, all over. Right? I know you move, right? You move really well.
I'm moving to Thailand in January. That's my plan. But I'm currently in Portugal.
Currently in Portugal. Cool.
Spent the last 3 years in East Africa.
We you know, we all want to be global, right? We all want to reach a global market. We all right now you're broadcasting on multiple platforms. And if you look at those multiple platforms, you can look at the potential reach of those platforms. Now, what do you got to do? You got to look at continents, right? And say what countries are using what technologies to you know, what's social, you know, what do those countries use for their socials, and like how do you reach the most amount of people? You can't just focus on one platform. You can't just focus on one location. Like reaching a global scale is understanding global social constructs. right? So I'm building on this. I'll come back in about an hour and I'll build on this with you. But this is what's hitting me is like, having people in some of the largest social like countries working specifically in their area, their zone, their country to understand the dynamics specifically in that country, right? Because we say we're going to promote from our own mind, but if we get a marketing team that is global, right, you're going to hit a global base in the areas that work best in those countries or that continent or, in that social group. So instead of just having one marketer trying to find out how to reach, bring people in from each, like find the largest, like the countries that have the largest social connection, the largest kind of social groups, and that kind of relate to those areas, and then reach out to those to find a good marketer for those groups, and then bring them all together. And that, again, like you said, is going to bring ideas, build in public, bring it out, and then start to build on that even more. I'll build on that as I'm driving, by the way. But I got a jet.
Nice.
Give me a little bit of feedback from you real quick on how far are you reaching? Like, what are your current strategies? That way I can understand the platform that you're working with currently so that I can kind of build on that as I go.
For Let's Grow Live, or are you talking about Renaissance still?
Oh man, you said you reached
or just building in general. Oh, for
just
that,
building
yeah.
in general, man. Like Jimmy, you let's
the
grow,
last
bro.
Let's grow. Yeah, so for Digital Impact Festival, we did have channel partners. So Unify has like 2.5 million followers just there, and we had a bunch of channel partners and things like this. So that was actually like Facebook, actually, for Digital Impact Festival. For this, we're more like YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitch, Bankless DAO, Refi DAO. We're live on Tree Gens. We're live on SolarPunk. We're still like pretty much in Web3 world, right? We're not like fully branching out. It would have been nice to get back on Unify if I had a little bit more time. I think between now and GG20, we can really get some of those big, like we're just testing this out for this video stream concept, right? And we managed to get these two awesome channel partners plus a whole bunch of others, also awesome, but those are the kind of bigger ones. Yeah, we can reach out to some. I think it's going to come back to the big channels, but it's also going to come back to the big, content and really high quality content and making it better and better every time and all that stuff. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Did that answer your question? Or am I rambling?
No, that's fine. I understand where you're going. Yeah, let me put some things together because I haven't yet. I haven't like really tried at all. Let me throw some things into AI, man. Let me pull some stuff back for us.
Do it up. Yeah, we were talking about AI the other day. What's
Yeah.
your AI hacks? What are you excited about in terms of AI
Oh
creations?
boy. On the positive, I think we have the ability to unlock creative potential in humanity. So
Sorry, I'm just being weird right now in the video stream. Go ahead.
AI, just in general robotics and everything, we call it a crisis because if you look at the economy, the economic effect, if we replace all of the jobs, we're going to have another kind of Great Depression, right? Because we're going to run out of workers that are generating the money, that are putting the money into the ecosystems or the economics. So that's one of the biggest concerns is because we're still money driven. And if we're money driven, when there's nobody making the money and all the robots are doing the things that, generate the economic system to work, then the economic system's not going to work anymore. So we don't have anybody really collecting money to put that money into the system. So the robotics are to reduce cost in manufacturing, in production, but then it replaces the workers that are collecting that money to put it out. So like, who's collecting that money? Where's that money being spent? What's the production for, right? Like, are you just going to start producing everything by robots for free and then giving it away? But like, that still collapses the system. So like, that's truly like, and then we can see that within the next 3 years, guys. Like, so that's a concern, but also the opportunity there is expansive because
what I think is really unique is we're all kind of grappling on this whole creativity aspect now, which is I think the power that we'll have now is because AI is only as useful as like the person programming it, right? So if I put in like, hey, I need this art or this thing done, the creativity is coming from people, right? So AI doesn't really create outside of us putting in the input, right? We can kind of dabble with stuff, but the creativity isn't really being brought by AI. It's brought by the people that's putting into the system where AI is drawing from. So like if we can kind of expand on our own creativity and create the value between people, that's where I think AI can take us is unlocking the creative potential in humanity and then finding new avenues of value and connecting as people to kind of really source that new value structure. But we don't know what that looks like yet. We just know that the current systems are coming to an end because of AI, and we need to find a way to restructure the mentality about how we're going to progress.
Solid. Yeah, it's very interesting times. Like we could grow from dystopia. You know, we could go into dystopia. We could go into utopia. It really could. Like I think that's the power of AI. And like we're at the precipice of it. We're right at the edge. We're approaching the edge. You know.
Have you all heard of Eclipse Punk? Eclipse Punk is a pretty cool combo that I just saw coming out. I was like, Lunar Punk and Solar Punk combo.
Oh, what's the deal with Lunar Punks? I met a couple of those guys and I didn't fully get it. They're like more not doxed and like let's hack the.
Yeah,
I didn't get it.
I mean,
Yeah.
they're sort of the individuals that are preparing for the worst case scenario, in my mind. They're like, if everything goes to hell, we're still going to be building, and yeah, let's see how we can do that in a strategic manner, because there's going to be people that are going to try and fight up against us in the things that we're building. So have multiple identities, have it be anonymous, do ways in which you can sort of obscure what you're actually doing, everything like that. And yeah, we have the Solar Punks, which are like, we're going to have a real bright future, and we see that vision and we're going to achieve that vision. And then like Eclipse Punk is like sort of the combo of the two, where it's like, well, it might go, it might not go. Let's try and make it positive either way. And yeah, try and take the best parts from each of the movements, as far as I can understand.
Got you. Very cool. All right. So they're praying for the worst case scenario, like in terms of like what might happen with the planet, or is this like also like AI worst case scenario?
Government worst case scenario as well, and also talking about light. I actually got light.
You got you got a light. Oh, let's see that beautiful mug of yours. Bam. Oh, is that, bro?
Oh, maybe.
That's like, you got
maybe.
Like, you got like a few photons coming through, bro.
Few photons of light right there.
You got a couple photons. I see your scarf.
Well, I'm trying a little bit.
How that is. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got
Never mind.
A little something. Is that coming off your laptop or what?
No, we got like a full-on light bulb up ahead, but it's a little farther away.
Look at you bringing the light bulb, whipping out the light bulb.
So
let's go. I'll take it.
I think like a lot of the different areas where we're seeing this is like there's some government governments that are completely banning Web3 technology. And when you completely ban Web3 technology, how are people actually going to be adopting like regenerative finance and those sorts of principles? So yeah, it's those areas where Lunar Punks are like, people should still be able to access the technology that we're developing. So like now let's try and build in a way that they're going to be able to. And there is that sort of worst case scenario that the world government, governments around the world would say Web3 technology is no longer allowed. So yeah, what do you do then? And that's sort of the Lunar Punk scenario. AI, I think decentralized AI and then centralized AI are sort of the two that are competing on those fronts, where centralized AI is sort of like the OpenAI corporation, funny that name, that is trying to make all the money and keep all the rewards for themselves, whereas a decentralized AI is growing together with the community. And yeah, they're face to face right now, battling it out.
Battling it out. Wow, that's very interessante. How these different okay, so we've explored the lunar part, we've explored the solar. Okay, I saw an interesting quadrant where it's like connection to nature, connection to technology. Was it? Yeah. So like solar punk is high on connection to nature and technology. I have to pull up the quadrant actually because yeah, I don't want to butcher it. Sorry. Connection to nature, technology, solar punk, and there's like the dystopian world where you're disconnected from sustainable technology. And okay, it's hard to find the quadrant. You know what? We're gonna get Timothy on here. You remember Timothy from he's also a interesting DJ.
Oh, nice, the disco punk.
Yeah, the disco. So we've explored those words, but what I was trying to get is like, what is punk? So punk is like anti-establishment, like you're trying to change something. Is that the idea behind punk? What's up?
I mean, I would think that the change something is definitely there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Making a
being
change.
against sort of like what you see in the world that you want to be against.
Yeah.
Or make a change towards. Yeah, I think we're all a little punk in our own ways.
A little punky. Yeah. What are you guys against? Oxygen? T-Rex?
I'm against mass deforestation.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm against what takes away that which supports our life, structures our life here on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Totally agree with that.
And what
Love
is that? What takes away our life support systems? Oh, like nature you're talking about?
Well, yeah, there's
So
like we
deforestation,
come
yeah.
from the planet, from the dirt, right? So like
the dirt.
We breathe oxygen. Our symbiotic relationship is very, very simple. We share a relationship with the trees, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why there's so much of a connection with the deforestation and that type of thing. It is like our partner, our symbiotic relationship on the planet. Like if the trees are gone, then there's nothing like producing the life blood of our breathing oxygen, and that's kind of a big piece there too. But apart from that, it's also water, right? We can go weeks without food, depending on how well off you are. But we can only go a matter of days without water, and those types of relationships are what I talk about. Is there's a couple very key pieces in the ecosystem that support our life on this planet, and those same things support all life on this planet. So that's what I'm against, like the deforestation and the polluting of the water, and the government aspect of things. What I don't think they understand is, they want to keep control and have the power and set the rules, but when they create the system of collapse for like when there are no more workers, they want to reduce the cost of production so that they can get more profits out of the cycles. Well, if they completely, they're going to find ways to put us to work, and that's going to be like these different things. Like, well, there's movies out there like put us to work out. Like, well, becoming fit is going to be a rule, because if you are then creating a cost on the medical economy or medical industry, like you're now a liability and not an asset. So if you're thinking like how these things are going to change just in the old mentality of things, like that's just kind of natural progression to me. It's not. I'm not sitting here trying to be like a conspiracy theorist or anything like that. It's just like natural progression of the mentality of where we're at currently in the state of mind, and it's still based on money, and we're still kind of given that power back. Like, okay, well, even if the refi has to be based on growing, the ecosystem somehow to supporting life, instead of just like an extraction method. Because we focus on building some sort of reproduction instead of production. I think maybe like that might be an outlet, but I'm still trying to build it too. But yeah, I'm against going against our life systems.
Well, I love what you're saying there, and I think that's something that we're really going to have to reckon with in refi is like how do we build systems that aren't extractive but actually provide further abundance? And there's many different solutions that we're going to be coming up with into the years, and yeah, looking forward to seeing what those are. One of the things that is coming out really strong at this point in time is called the Ecological Benefits Framework, and the Ecological Benefits Framework got announced on Earth Week this year. And it's a really simple way in which we can communicate the positive impact that we're having on this world. And it's 6 words. It's air, water, soil, carbon, biodiversity, and equity. And with those 6 words, we have a frame in which we can tell a powerful story. So before I heard about the Ecological Benefits Framework, right at the beginning of the pandemic, my background is in spatial analysis, satellite imagery, and especially in ecological benefits and ecosystem service evaluations. And in the start of the pandemic, I was modeling how the world around us was impacting our health and well-being and the trajectory of the spread of the coronavirus, and ended up coming up with those 6 attributes before even hearing about the ecological benefits framework, and saying we could potentially model disease transmission based on the environment and these 6 factors, and model it pretty effectively at around like 70% accuracy of how diseases could spread globally. Gained almost international recognition for that methodology developed through the MIT Trinity Challenge. And yeah, I think there are organizations and people waking up saying like our worldly health really depends on the world around us and how we're treating it and valuing it. So yeah, that's one of the reasons that I'm really proud to be part of this regenerative finance movement, and being with this community of people that is ever growing, that says let's change how we value the world around us.
Change how we value the world around us. That's ultimately what it comes down to, doesn't it? It's like, what do we value? Whatever we value, we will see more of. If we value something, if we value the degeneration of nature more than we value the regeneration of nature, what do you think we're going to get? We're going to get a degraded world. We're going to get a world where there's mass deforestation and they're cutting it down because there's a price on timber, ladies and gentle friends. Well, what is the price on keeping those trees alive? You know, what is all the economic value that could be re-injected back into that? I mean, there are things like one exciting project that I'm looking forward to getting into more is bee honey, mangrove honey in particular. So I don't know if have you guys ever tried mangrove honey? Put your hand up. Put your hand up if you've tried mangrove honey, or in the audience, give us a thumbs up if you've ever tried mangrove honey. So as nobody. All right. See now, I don't know why that is. I feel like this should be a really big thing because it is actually, and I swear, I mean, of course I'm a little bit biased, but I swear, according to my taste buds, the most delicious honey I've ever had. It straight up is, and it's like this dark, rich color. And it has that actually means that it has antioxidants within it, which has a whole bunch of health benefits. And so yeah, it's like but the idea is having these beekeepers adjacent to the mangrove. Of course, it's organic honey too, so that's a huge demand around the world, things like that. But by supporting beekeepers next to the mangroves, that means that the community can see these trees as valuable while they're alive, right? Because they're what produce the honey. If someone comes in and cuts down the trees, guess what? You don't have your honey anymore. And so, you know, that's a problem. So that's one way that you can, you know, inject more value to how we value the trees. Another way it could be, you know, I mean, we're talking about all of these different public goods mechanisms, right? Like having someone hold a token that is a eco credit that scientifically proves that a mangrove tree has been not just planted but grows for 3 years. We plan to issue our MGROW token, this mangrove eco credit, a sixth every 6 months. Over the course of 3 years, you get 1 per tree. So it actually shows that you've grown the tree and you're not just planting it for the, you know, and not doing it the right way. And then And then, yeah, we can airdrop all kinds of things, whether that be from different public goods funding mechanisms, grants, and things like that, or if it's from like actual EBF boards. Like we want to get boards not just on carbon credits, but also on biodiversity credits, on all kinds of different things that that we can re-inject more funds back into. Of course, planting more trees is the most of it, but also a portion to reward the people who do the thing, right? To make people more bullish on the thing. Am I frozen on the stream, by the way? Because I look very frozen where I am. I know it's my computer. Yeah, I've been live for a very long time. Okay, all off and on didn't work. All right. I think I need to quit something. Yeah, that didn't work. I'm still frozen.
Well,
Yeah.
I love what you're saying there, Jimmy, in terms of the ecosystem services and trying to get like a token around the ecosystem services. A lot of the problems that we're going to face when creating ecosystem service credits is the markets for like water credit methodologies and soil credit methodologies, etc., haven't been built up yet and aren't that strong. What are strong are like lumber markets that have existed for hundreds of years. So one of the thoughts that I've had, and I'd love to get people's feedback on this, is like, what if you just create a token similar to like there's tokens out there where it says our token's value is based upon the ground, or is based upon the gold that's within the ground. What if we just say our token value is based upon the lumber that's within the tree? However, the tree is never going to get cut down. And then you have like a backing for that token and can create like a financial system through that.
I like this.
I like this. But when you back
something-
some,
Sorry, I
didn't mean to unmute
there. I like it, but
I like
when
it,
you
but when
back
you back
something,
something, let me take that off.
pardon me, when you back something with something else, so a token with trees, for example, and then does that not mean that like people can claim ownership of that thing and therefore do what they please, cut it down? How do you prevent the cutting from happening once you kind of back it with another thing? And what does that mean practically when you back it? Because like
sort of been extracted or is at risk of being extracted to regenerate around itself. And instead of extracting it, we're leaving gold in there and estimating the amount of gold that there is. The rough estimations, people are still buying into that token, even if it's very rough estimates. Now with trees, we'd be able to actually measure and say, this is the quantity of mass of wood that we have there. But it's never ever going to be extracted. It's just going to be there. Yeah, I think there's definitely some considerations in terms of mass buy-in for those sorts of systems, but just a thought I wanted to throw out there for a second.
I appreciate you sharing your thoughts. I just don't know how that backing works practically. So go ahead, Oxygen.
So my thought on this, just quickly, is how will you, with that type of model, how will you change the mentality behind supply and demand? Like, is there a way to kind of shift or pivot off of that kind of a mentality of supply and demand, whereas instead of a supply and demand, it's more of a consensus value basis of we agreed that this is valuable, kind of like air, right? Instead of turning, like we can all agree that instead of the wood being the value, it's like the oxygen being produced because it's the life supporting system. I know I keep going on there, but it's how can we get off of that traditional stance on the value of thing is only on an extractive method, where you're still looking at the value of the tree and the mass of the wood because it produces a product for a market. Like, that's not really, I don't think that's like kind of solving the problem. It's just kind of creating a new, well, honestly, I think like the goal would allow for another debt-based system to be made.
Another what system? Didn't catch that. You gotta speak a little bit closer. Debt-based?
Yeah, debt-based, where it's like gold is it's predicting the amount of gold in the ground and then selling tokens based on the value of what is perceived to be in the ground. But then in order to realize that value, it would actually have to be extracted, and that's still building on the market of the gold. Now, if this is being used as like a transitional phase to get off of the mentality where it still allows you to carry on through those markets until we find a viable solution, then, I mean, if you can sell it, sell it. But I don't see it actually producing a solution, just more of like a means to an end.
Yeah, I really like what you were saying there in consensus-based value decision making, and like, how do we make it to where the further abundance is valued among a greater amount of people? And I think blockchain is really pivotal to that, because we can put a token of almost anything out there, and then people can trade on that token, and that is sort of like a consensus, can create a consensus. It's still in the supply and demand sort of thing, but it could potentially create a consensus as to how valuable that thing is. And then if you were to say, okay, we need a different system for debt, how do we create that system for debt? Well, what if we said people can lock up that token and then they borrow like 75% of whatever that value is that they were able to lock up? And then we have a system for debt sort of thing there, where it's borrowing something that was locked up by somebody that had value, or the value and that sort of thing. I'm really enjoying community currencies and the community currency design sort of space that I've been hearing about a lot recently, where people are putting in different goods and saying, I will promise that I will pay back, or I will put forward like a bunch of bananas, and this bunch of bananas is worth this amount of currency. And with that promise, they're able to create some of that currency.
I like it. Hey, no need to raise your hand there, Crypto Whales. You're co-hosting, so you're running this.
I mean, I definitely do not want to interrupt this interesting conversation. But I actually need to jump off to go pick up the kiddos from school. But I'm going to jump down to listener, and I will be back at 3 p.m. Eastern to have some more fun with you guys tomorrow.
All right. No worries, brother. Thank you so much for coming through. I'm looking forward to exploring ways that we can make the monthly Earth Day as big as it possibly can be during this Gitcoin round, now that we got you a part of this regular space where we're going to be discussing all these good things. I really have a lot of respect for what you've already built in terms of rallying people around doing positive impact every single month. And let's keep growing it, my friend. Let's keep growing it bigger and better. I see John has stepped in. Welcome, John. I don't know if you're able to come up and speak, or if you're, of course, welcome. Oxygen, what's going on, buddy?
I was just going to chime in on the debt-based system and the community value tokens. So essentially, PST, the Project Steward token is that it says that the token is attached to an asset, a real-world asset, a tree, and then from there, I mean, you can do a couple different things, production or not, or just value of the tree. Instead of being the wood in the tree, or maybe even the oxygen in the tree, or production model of the tree, like there's a couple different avenues that can be taken, and I guess that depends on like the community that's backing that token, and then the investors or funds that would be backing those tokens. You could create a debt-based system off of that as well, going, well, if the trees haven't been planted yet, it's still a promise to an investor. It says, well, the value will be there because we're going to put it in the ground, and it's going to grow, and there's going to be, there's a system in place that cares about growing it. And I think that's still kind of a disconnect where, like, investor side has to understand the values in place by the creator, and then the creator still has to also value the side of the investor, the money side. I think there's like a sour relationship there on both sides, because an investor's like, well, I'm not going to just give you my money and growers like, well, I'm not just gonna, do this because like I have a family to feed. So there's maybe working on that relationship somehow, but it's like that I think is extremely important, is kind of getting out of our own bubbles and kind of engaging. I think this spaces like this is doing a great job, but again, we have to like change our stances, and literally try to put ourselves on the other side of the coin before we can really move forward in that. But that's just the holdup that I'm still seeing, because growers need the support. But I did a little article on the investor-inventor relationship, and that it really kind of speaks on this topic specifically, because investors want the control once they put the money in, but that takes away from the purpose of the inventor, because then they're restricting what they're creating or doing. So I don't know.
Cool.
I did.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your 2 cents. Welcome up to co-host. Green Pill Nigeria, I'm sending you the co-host as well. I believe you're covering for Luciano, which happens to be my middle name, and my grandfather's name, Luciano. Green Pill NYC. But what's going on? Green Pill Nigeria. No wahala. Welcome to the stage.
No wahala. No, we did here, Niger style. But switching back up so you guys, so everybody could understand. Pleasure being here. Kind of to continue the conversation that was ongoing just now. It's a quick question. I have a quick question. You mentioned a lot about mangrove trees. How can geographically individuals or projects kind of get involved? Like um, all right, the direction I'm going is that geographically, some some places, especially like you can grow different trees or different things in different areas. Like for example, like how Coconut Network is growing like coconut trees, and I believe um uh I
Dominican
believe the
Republic.
Dominican Republic. Thank you. Is this is a place where I believe like tree gen or meets like refi. Whereas, like for example, in our region, we can also be growing like coconut trees and palm trees, which palm trees produce palm kernels, which is byproducts of palm oil, butter, and lotion that can yield some kind of economical that can yield some kind of income where we give back to individuals that are involved in that project. Could you kind of like explain a little bit how that would work out? And I'm for more like for a learning topic, I suppose.
Apologies. Which part in particular can work out?
Um, Basically deriving income from the tree so you can be able to give back to investors or individuals that help make it happen.
Got you. So how can we reward people who, in this case, might get an mGrow token for planting mangroves or planting mangroves? Got you.
Exactly.
So yeah, giving a lot of thought into this and all the different. So there's a lot of public goods funding mechanisms that are out there. So of course we got Gitcoin that we're all super bullish on. There's also Giveth. There's also CLTR. There's also a bunch of different ecosystems out there. So that's one. There's grants. Of course, that's not like super reliable or sustainable or scalable necessarily if you really want to reward a lot of people. And so what we're also looking at is the concept of forwards. So are you familiar with carbon forwards?
Please explain a little bit more for those of us that well, no,
With
not
pleasure.
exactly.
Yeah,
Just please.
super bullish on this concept of carbon forwards. So basically what it is, so we all know carbon credits, right? Scientifically proving that 1 ton of carbon has been taken out of the atmosphere, it's been absorbed, and if you can scientifically prove that on a standard like Verra, etc., you can get a carbon credit, and that has a value, right? A lot of people think that value is going to go up in the future. It's kind of speculative, but one thing that people can do is a forward where basically you're buying the future value of a carbon credit before it actually fully becomes a carbon credit, right? So it's like destined to become carbon credits. You've planted the trees, right? but there's a pretty big time delay. So for example, if I plant mangrove trees today, it takes 25 years to fully sequester approximately 308 kilograms of carbon, depending on the different variables. That's a pretty big time delay, and we don't got that kind of time, right? We got to, if the purpose of carbon credits, which I believe it should be to fund more of the good thing, we don't have 25 years, right? We really got to scale these things now. So that's where carbon forwards comes in. So you can work with like impact investors, for example, who will buy a carbon forward. Okay, instead of paying, for example, $20, $30 for a ton of carbon for mangrove trees, because it's more high end, because it has all these other ecological benefits, they might spend like $5, $6, for example. So that's a heavily reduced rate, but we're having them buy it for a long time horizon in the future, right? Now, it costs us 10 cents to plant a mangrove tree, right? And so 308 kilograms of carbon, that means it costs us 32.5 cents to plant enough trees, which will eventually sequester a ton of carbon, right? 32.5 cents to $5, $6, like that's like a 19x multiple, which we can reinvest back into an order of magnitude more. Okay, so 50% of that we allocate to things like sustainability programs. So we're talking about beekeeping. That's one way to get value out of mangrove trees, right? And all sorts of different sustainability initiatives. But then the other 50% we can put towards planting more trees. We take a portion of that and we can literally reward the holders of the MGROW tokens. Does that make sense in terms of like carbon forwards? We get that part?
Yes, for sure. It
Okay.
seems like it is something.
So yeah, so that's just for carbon credits, right? But now UN is launching other things like biodiversity credits, right? How can we scientifically prove that X action led to an increase in biodiversity? Also very important, right? So that's becoming more of a thing as an asset class, which people can also get forwards on. And then as these other asset classes, we look at the whole ecological benefits framework, right? So there's carbon, there's biodiversity, there's soil, there's water, right? There's even equity, right? How do we empower people, right? We've hired more than 100 people now across the coast of Kenya and Tanzania to plant mangrove trees. And in some cases, they're getting an order of magnitude more money than what they otherwise would have gotten. We are hiring people in relatively low-income areas and in developing countries. And so this can. And by the way, Nigeria has the most mangrove trees out of any other African country. Did you know about this? And by the way, and when we talk of Nigeria, but there's also a lot of oil spills that have happened. Smell. Shout out to smell. So lost, and that's killing the mangrove trees and creating a lot of bad situations. There's a documentary. If you go to the TreeGen Telegram, t.me/TreeGenFam, then you'll see. So last Gitcoin round, I made the executive decision to not accept funding from Smell. Okay, because I heard about how they literally killed people in Nigeria effectively, ordering the military. This was like decades ago, but it's still, I think that's unacceptable. And I was like, all right, you know what? I'm not gonna accept. So we said no. This round, funds went down a bit as well. And then I was like, you know what? Why am I making all these decisions? Let's put this out to the DAO. Let them decide, right? So, we haven't launched our governance token yet, so we just did a vote in our Telegram. Actually, most people said to accept it, the funding. So I was like, you know what? If we're going to accept this funding, we're going to dedicate at least 50% of it towards helping people in Nigeria in various areas. So the lady behind Borderless, what was her name again? Starts with a K. Remember that?
Carla,
yeah, exactly. So I showed this documentary about the mangroves in Nigeria, and she's like, yeah, I live there. Like, so she very aware of that, and so support. So we're going to be launching stuff in Nigeria. It looks like to directly help. So creating, not just creating green jobs there, but also how can we, and part of that funding should go towards advocacy, shining light on the fact that Smell pulled out of their climate commitments to go carbon neutral and all these different things like that. Because they got a bunch of positive publicity when they make, oh yeah, we're going to be carbon neutral, and then not that many people will know that they pulled out. So that's that's what we're going to do. With at least 50% of the match funding from Smell, we're actually going to jujitsu those funds kind of against them and try to right some of the wrongs that we're doing over there. I think that was a long-winded tangential answer to your question, but yeah, these are all the things we can look at. The ecological benefits framework, how can we do a forward on that because we don't got that kind of time? How do we re-inject that money back into more trees, but also to reward the holders of these mGrow tokens? Well, first of all, you have to scientifically prove this person really planted the tree, and there's additionality of the trees. And then secondly, we gotta, yeah, and that's bank transfers. You can automate a lot of this stuff, right? Like we receive funding in our treasury, we can be airdropping those people. And we're not saying like, okay, for sure you're gonna get X% return and all these different things, right? Because there's a lot of different variables at play here, and trying to not be a security. So basically, yeah, we're just gonna say, you know, our plan is to reward, but we're not promising that. And we're literally only issuing this token to people who do work, right? So it's like compensation for work. You plant trees, you get mGrow token, right? But at the end of the day, it's up to our DAO to decide exactly which rewards and you know, how we allocate that to those people. Does that make sense?
Well said. Well said. Very informative. Very, very informative. Actually,
Cool.
we actually had the opportunity to work. We'll start working specifically next quarter with Borderless and Carl. And I was asking those questions because we kind of reached out previously about that situation, and then we wanted to find out how we can be involved because there's some substantial amount of resource like land that could be allocated towards this incentive. But wanted to make sure that it's a good fit that like it will that the purpose that not actually that not only is it a good fit that it actually fits what we're trying to accomplish. And then I kind of wanted to ask another question, but you already answered it. Like, how is the impact measured? Like, how are we able to measure like the outcome of what we're doing? But I believe you kind of already answered that in that long the
DBF thing.
but
Oh,
exactly.
yeah. Well, you know, I'm gonna get Douglas on the spaces here. He actually committed to do an hour per day, and then I was like, all right. Although he didn't have Twitter, but Douglas is the one who pioneered the ecological benefits framework. He's gotten United Nations on board. He's gotten Google on board. He's got one of the biggest impact investment companies on board, and like this whole myriad of really interesting and impressive organizations. And we're gonna get him on here because there's an 80-page document of questions that you need to answer to do MRV basically for all of the 6 categories that we discussed. So water biodiversity, carbon, soil, the air, and equity as well. So yeah, we plan to measure all of those things, put a value on them, and Douglas is going to help us find demand for people who want to directly fund those things, either like funding what directly already happened or what is bound to happen in the future.
Nice.
I also wanted to chime in here.
Yeah, please do.
So I'm back. One of the Gitcoin grants, so I'm going to be showing right now, that I just put out is around ecological benefits framework and Demeter. And Demeter is an organization of organizations around decentralized monitoring, reporting, and verification of regenerative actions and the benefits from them. What we're aiming to do is from the Gitcoin grant funding round, we're going to try and partner with Green Pill Network and refi local nodes to do tree plantings and tie those trees plantings into the DMRV system that we've created and the ecological benefits framework. So if you're wanting to plant trees together, one of the great ways that we could do that is you're part of Green Pill, and yeah, we're trying to raise funds through Gitcoin to be able to do that sort of thing. So just go into our Gitcoin grant page and donate a couple dollars, and we'll do the same with you. And this is how we grow.
Let's grow, as Jimmy would say. Let's grow. But yeah, yeah, that all it sounds very, 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 very interesting, and I'm willing to learn a lot. Willing to learn more and see how I can actually not just but how Green Pill Network, Green Pill Nigeria, and partnering on projects can help assist where needed. This space is huge, and I keep saying it time after time, like found my purpose, and
stories about people who've found their purpose in the thing, right? It's really like night and day from going from a life without fulfillment and purpose to one that really does give you the juice of life. You know, it's an amazing thing. I love that there are these chapters around the world that are onboarding people into Web3 and regeneration. Like, that's such a crucial combo, right? Like, what a great first experience of Web3 and crypto to be, of like, oh, you can get rewarded for doing good things. Like, that's the best onboarding there is. Like, you're doing good things as you bring people into the space, and that's like the lens through which they see this world. Not like, oh, let me just like make a quick buck or pull the rug onto someone else and just extract money out of the system. It's like, no, I'm gonna actually use this technology to do good things and reward the good thing more and see more of the good thing and like actually make the world a better place. Like, that's so beautiful. I love the fact that there are chapters around the world, and I love the fact that, like, yo, anytime I go to a city where there's a chapter, like, you know, I'm hitting you up, like, when I get to Nigeria. And that's, like, also so cool that there are these, like, pockets of communities around the world in ReFi. Super cool. So we got King Fisher back here. We got Crypto Altruism. If you want to come up, please do feel free. I'm gonna invite you. Everybody, let's retweet the room, and let's grow. Let's grow the movement. This is gonna be an amazing 2 weeks.
Also,
What's up, Abano?
seeing that Ioweka Uganda just joined too, and since we're talking about regeneration in Africa, Ioweka has been on Gitcoin rounds for numerous times, so they are very familiar with how Web3 technology could potentially be used for public good, and yeah, would love to invite them up as well.
Yeah, we got some. Thank you for shining light. Sometimes a little bit blindsided when I see people roll up in here. Ioweka, come through, friend. Kawagumba Village Project from Kenya as well. I know John very well. We did the tree planting world record together. He was passing me mangrove propagules like a legend. He's a regen farmer. We love John. Come up here, John. Also, we got La Madriguela, who is also making a positive impact. We got Fractal, who's an OG from since the first Gitcoin radio that we did. Yeah, much love to all of y'all. And please do feel free to shim on up to the stage. All right, let's grow. So you were talking about MRV as like a collective. Demeter. So is this like a bunch of different MRV tools that are kind of coming under one umbrella, or like what does that look like today? What's it going to look like in the future?
Yeah, great question. So Demeter got started because Avano did really well in a Gitcoin round. Well, part of the reasons why is because Avano did really well in a Gitcoin round, and we ended up donating $50,000 of what we a shared treasury. And this shared treasury was meant to incentivize collaboration between organizations that are working on DMRV tech. So this included initially organizations like Shamba, Collectivo, Basin DAO, and others. And it transformed over time into organizations like Sylvie, like Orgo, and like Sunflower Ecotech. And these organizations are working together to see how and what decentralized monitoring, reporting, and verification really means and what it could look like. So one of the bigger things that we got accomplished over the year and time that this DAO has been in existence is the creation of a data claim resolution NFT system. And the data claim resolution NFT system is a data standard in which we can store on IPFS regenerative data and environmental data so that that data can then become interpreted by methodologies like those of the ecological benefits framework to tell us how much positive and what we really want to do in the regenerative finance space is to onboard people that aren't Web3 native into the ReFi movement, because people like people in Stanford that are part of the
Oh, is he cutting out just for me or also you guys?
I was just gonna ask the same thing.
Yeah, he's in Morocco. He's by the Sahara right now in Morocco. Oh, hello. You got your bars back. Yeah, we lost you.
CodeBits and Code Connect is
You
a
gotta
tool.
rewind, buddy. We didn't hear it like the last 5 to 7 seconds. We
What
didn't
was
hear
that?
you cut out, so just rewind like 5 seconds.
Okay. So Code Connect is a code base where you put that code base into an existing repository and notifies the repository contributors that that code base has been added. And what it does is basically it creates a Gnosis safe for that repository. And each of the contributors can then get these tokens slices, which are able to distribute a percentage of that safe to each of the holders of the slices. So it makes it to where these non-Web3 individuals can go into their repository, accept the new addition to the code base, and say, we're going to be claiming some of the rewards that we're going to get from this DMRV system. So we now have the data claim resolution NFT and the Code Connect Code Connect code base as some of the core components of the DMRV stack so far. And throughout this process, we've had organizations in ReFi collaborating together on what DMRV sort of looks like. And yeah, we're wanting to really further that collaboration with the local node partners so that we can really build out the DMRV stack further and further. And some of the ways in which that collaboration can occur is also in methodology development. With the Sylvie and Sunflower Ecotech, they ended up last year winning a hackathon from Protocol Labs. And Protocol Labs is the people that are behind Filecoin and Filecoin Green, IPFS, everything like that. And what they created during that hackathon was a methodology for storing, I think it was land-based data. But these different methodologies can start working together to make it easier and easier and a better story for people to really tell their impact together with. So that's really what Demeter is an organization incentivizing collaboration with these ReFi organizations that are building out DMRV. And now that ecological benefits framework is becoming a very key component in the ReFi movement, especially with ReFi DAO pushing forward and major international environmental organizations accepting it. We're pushing forward this with the DMRV system of Demeter and implementing it with a singular regenerative action that we're going to hone in on for this new season, which is tree planting. And we have a tree planting guide, so a reforestation guide that was written up by Sylvie, and they're wanting to have that be peer reviewed and then publish out further for many other individuals to adopt into their local context. So that's a little bit about Demeter.
So cool. I had no idea about all those amazing collabos. And that's really interesting. I noticed we got Ayowaka Uganda joining us up here. How you doing, brother? What's growing on?
Cool. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. My name is Jonathan. I'm the founder of Ayowaka Uganda. I'm actually reporting from Uganda, East Africa Live. Though it is too late over here, but it's good to connect with everyone. Ayowaka Uganda is a community from the non-government organization working on environment and social development, and we've been working on a series of activities from wetland and peatland restoration campaign, promotion of agroforestry, that is tree planting in schools and health centers. Basically, we are focusing on fruit tree planting. We just don't plant trees. Unlike why we plant fruit trees in schools and health centers is because one, the school staffs or health centers or church staffs can take care of them, because the trees we plant 250 in each school, it can't be we can't plant and go and take care of them again. So we plant and give the authority to the school administration or the health center or the church take care of them. We also work on plastic waste and management. That is to say, cleanups, then collecting plastics locally. We never stop there. We give scholastic materials to the most vulnerable children. We train young adolescent girls and women on how to make reusable sanitary towels. We are actually now working on a project with the Solar Foundation to power 50 homes. That is with solar power to and enable those families get light, either for like maybe their children to read in the night, because the Africa is the most vulnerable continent. Like here in Uganda, not everyone is able to afford electricity, and for me, I'm able to testify. When I was growing up, I used the small kerosene lamp to read, but we are fighting to make a bigger difference and to save the environment from the impacts of climate change. I remember just today reading about the IPCC report that states that carbon the emissions may lead to global warming again. So, and it is it is the number one factor to the global warming. So, to reduce these impacts of climate change, we request for your support to power. You please you contribute the Solar Foundation. Then also we are in the community side, and then also in the climate round. In the community round, we actually in the community round, we are requesting for your support to set up a skilling center. That, as I did say before, that Africa is a vulnerable continent, and many people are not able to attain much that education. So there are those who drop out of school, maybe because of the lack of school fees, or one or two reasons. Maybe they are orphans, or like they got married before time. So when we established this scaling center, and we train the school dropouts and women on hands-on skills, it can help them much. Then also in the skilling center, we promise to onboard um, eh, at the onboard communities on Web3, that is through crypto education, awareness, and creating of crypto wallets. So I think that is the brief that I can say. We've been here for so long, and we shall still be there. Maybe to give a bigger impact and show the world that really crypto has a bigger impact, and Web3 has the power. So through your support, we shall always have a bigger impact. And please, you keep an eye on our Twitter page, because we always give that weekly reports and we give updates weekly. So I really love all of you, the Gitcoin. Without you, today, actually, we would have not reached the 98 schools and 68 health centers. Thank you so much.
Yes, my guy,
Yo,
your face shine, your shoes show, your shoes shine, your face show. Your face show, your shoes shine. Your work speaks for itself. Seriously, if you can, I ask you if you can, if you put something on the board so we can follow you on Twitter, it really, really would be helpful. Seriously,
love it.
seriously, seriously. Your courage right there, and your mind there, your mind there. Confirm, confirm.
Boom. I just pinned it up to the top there in the garden, we're calling it, where you can directly support. I'm going to do it right now. Friends, Ioweka, Uganda, I believe, had some funds like hacked and stolen. So up for that. They're making a huge impact on the ground. Weekly updates. That's amazing. Love to see it. I just retweeted it as well. So yeah, let's do some live gronations. Okay, so Solar Foundation is supporting this as well. John, how many organizations is Solar Foundation supporting? Like, I keep hearing about all these different like collabo partners you got on the ground. It's super cool to hear.
We're doing our best out there, bud. We're doing our best. Sorry, everybody. I'm feeling a little under the weather, so I've been mostly listening, but I wanted to at least come up on the stage while my friend Jonathan was up here. Great to hear from you, Jonathan, and thought a good time to talk a little bit about our partnership and our collaboration that he was describing. Yeah, we work with Jonathan to get some solar for his office and for the nursery where he grows all those fruit trees, and a fence around that so that he has some better security. He'd had some problems with some locals stealing his plants before, and so that hopefully helps with that. But so those were kind of the first couple of initiatives. But for a while now, we've been working on this idea of a pilot project where we would integrate solar and digital UBI. And so we're working with Jonathan and 50 women in his community. And I actually haven't told Jonathan this yet, but I'm hoping to come down in January to talk with you and to talk with the community and talk with all these women and really work through all the details and make sure that we build this the right way. But the idea of this pilot project is that for these 50 women, we're going to provide them each with a small solar system for their homes. So they'll have lights and charging capacity. We're going to give them all a cell phone so that they have access to a cell phone, because none of them they don't have any electricity and they don't have any cell phones at this point. So that will help them to really bridge this digital divide, as well as really leapfrog technology straight into clean energy, away from any sort of dirty energy that they might be using now. And then we're going to set up a program with Good Dollar, and so you'll see on our grant this round for the Solar Foundation that we're running kind of a partnership grant this round, because this project is really what we want to lean into with the funding from this round. And the idea is that then we're going to subsidize that a little bit, but we're going to allow these women to collect a digital UBI through Good Dollar. So every day they'll be able to go onto their phones and collect a little bit of Good Dollar cryptocurrency. And then we're going to help Jonathan become a distributor of mobile data in his local area. And so these women then can purchase mobile data from him for their phones, so that they then have a at least initially a sustainable source of data for those phones and ability to use them. And long term, we hope if this sort of programs can grow, that what we'd hope to see is really small little kind of micro economies begin to emerge that are operating on cryptocurrency. So, starting out, Jonathan kind of having this small business of helping with the solar and selling data, but maybe one of these women makes clothes or something, and maybe they'll decide to a little store in their community and accept the same currency for some clothes. Or maybe Jonathan will set up a food stand with all the food that he's growing. Or I have a lot of ideas, but at the end of the day, that's part of why I want to make sure I get down to visit Jonathan and see all the great we've done together so far, but also talk more about this, because I want to make sure that whatever we do for Jonathan and his community is the right fit for that community. I don't want to be the white dude in the U.S. just sitting here telling anybody what they should or shouldn't have in their community. I really want to provide what is needed for people, and so we're really excited to continue moving on. It's been kind of, this idea has been going and percolating for about 6 months now, but we're really hoping to execute this early in next year and really get this moving and make sure it's a good, like I said, a good fit for the community, for these women, that it's going to be a good way to go for them. So that's, I guess, a little bit about what the Solar Foundation's up to more directly. And we're always meeting new folks and trying to support new folks, Jimmy. We want to, I don't know that we can single-handedly bring solar to everyone in the world, so to speak, but we want to make as big a difference as we can with our organization. And we believe, electricity and really the sun is a public good at the end of the day. We all should have access to it. So I'll pause there, but yeah, great to hear you, Jonathan. I know it's getting late there, but I'm glad you hopped up on stage, and always wonderful to hear your voice and hear how things are going.
Love it. Well, thank you so much for coming through, even though you're a bit under the weather there, John. Really says a lot about you that you're not just doing everything that you can, but also that you want to do it in the right way, right? Like you want to actually go there and find out what the best solution is on the ground, because you're right that sometimes is where well-intentioned people can go astray, right? Not actually, with a finger on the pulse of what is the best solution for the right location, because it might be a little bit different. So respect to you for growing down there and doing what you can. So Greenpill, I noticed your hand was up earlier. Ayaweka, I don't know if you want to respond to that, but feel free.
Yeah. It was a quick comment. Basically, like projects like this is project that we try to highlight with the Impact Summit that we're doing, and we're supposed to be an annual thing. The first one is December 9th. But it's to highlight individuals and projects like this to show that to show the impact that's happening there in the region, in the African continent in general, whether west, east, north, or south. And another comment that I wanted to make with toward John is that partner up with Meter and Protocol Switch Electric. We haven't brought that thing to you though, but it's having charge ports in these locations, especially rural locations, because even if individuals have phones or devices that they can get online with, like the electricity is the issue, but like having charge ports where they can easily, that's powered by solar, where they can easily go to and know there's constant power there, they can always charge their phone. It's something, that initiative that we was doing with Taz and Tech and Sun, which is Taz, but you're probably hearing about that a little bit later on. You guys are doing amazing stuff. Like I swear, it just blows my mind, because that's why when I took this pill a while ago, like like it was a no-brainer to me. It was a no-brainer to me, and it just gave us the platform to continue to do things like this. And I'm highly grateful, and I don't know how much I keep saying that. Like, thank you for supporting the continent, supporting the globe, and trying to make a better world for all. Like, I'm serious from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
No, it means a lot. I really appreciate it. And yeah, iChristWin had invited me down to the summit, and just with it being closer to the holidays and everything, it just not the best time to travel down. I'm hoping to get back down, so I'm hoping to go to Kenya and Uganda in January, and then I'm hoping to come down to Nigeria in April is what I'm roughly targeting. I haven't picked exact dates, but definitely planning to get down there too. We have the work that we've done with the Helpers Foundation as well. I think they're actually coming up to the summit. Chidi is I believe coming up, and we just are funding our second project with them as well. We just sent them the funding, and that'll get built here in the next couple weeks. But for a second computer lab for his community, so we funded the first one at a school that he works at, and then at a community center, we're doing a second solar system and some more computers, so that we can continue to grow those computer labs. And then I'm gonna try and connect with Carla God. I've been meaning to. We've been chatting a little bit, but I want to see if we can get some solar on the facility where she's doing all the training with borderless. And it's just solar is just a key component to so much of what we're doing. Like if there's no electricity, there's no Web3. That's for sure. So gotta have it.
You gotta have it. Yeah, no, it's such a crucial component. I love that you're all about the collaborations, and I love to see it. This is such a collaborative community, right? Like, we could try to do things on our own, but I think like we're gonna go so much further and ultimately make so much more impact by connecting the dots, because we all are one piece of the big refi puzzle. And it's really from coming together that puzzle can really come to full fruition, and we can ultimately maximize our positive impact. So. Love it, love it, love it. I noticed we also got Sunrise Steak up here on the stage. What's growing on, Sunrise Steak? How you doing?
Hello, hi Jimmy. How's it going? Good to be here.
It's growing well.
Growing
Well. Yeah, we're replacing go with grow in every context. Ready, set, grow.
You're gonna have to correct me a few times, Jimmy, before it's
I know. It's
but I'm here
catching on.
for it.
It's catching on. Yeah. It takes a minute. It does take a minute. By the end of the 2 weeks, you'll be a full tree gen grow terminology user. I don't know what to call that yet. It's more like let's grow, but
It's a small sacrifice. I'm willing to make it.
Indubitably. Hey, you're doing mangroves too, right?
Well, very, very indirectly, Jimmy. So we're like a staking protocol, and we have in the past collaborated with organizations that plant mangrove forests in Panama. But I wouldn't say that we're doing it. We were a small but proud piece in the puzzle.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? We all have our roles to play, right? And we can't do everything, so collaborations are key.
Yeah.
And that's one of the beautiful parts of this amazing space. Just to reiterate, since doing these 24/7 things, yes, it helps with some shining some light on your startup. Maybe we'll get a bit more grant funding. But I really do think, and I mean this wholeheartedly, the main benefit of coming through here is all the people we get to connect with. I mean, I literally found my co-founders on Spaces. My dev, we connected through Spaces initially. Some of my best friendships, like straight up ride or die, love these people, met right here through the live streams. We got funded to do 1 million mangrove trees because of GR17. Not the grant funding, but because we made a whole bunch of noise and streamed a lot. Like it really does help in so many different ways. And so I really encourage all of y'all to explore collaborations throughout this time. A lot of amazing crowds. The Regenaissance Festival was born through these spaces as well. At least the connections that I found to make that happen, born through these spaces, and a lot of really the hackathon that we're gonna do for tree planting robots through these spaces. Shout out to Hack Refi as well, who's helping us with that, as well as Rod. So yeah, all of these relationships are really blossoming through these streams. So thank y'all for being here. On that note, let's grow the space. Everybody retweet bottom right, drop a comment, drop a like, drop a retweet, and let's let everyone know about Let's Grow. All right.
Hell yeah.
Hells yeah. All right, awesome.
I have to say, Jimmy, it's very inspiring. Just hearing I think it was Jonathan from Ioweca, and that's one of the things that I'm an engineer by the way, so I'm not just a voice behind an icon. My name's Dan, and I work at Sunrise Steak. But I'm an engineer, right? I'm an engineer in a European country, and I'm far away from the direct effects of climate change, and I feel blessed for that. And but working in the space, sometimes it's easy to get kind of, I don't know, it's really hard to get sucked into engineering. I'm building something, and I hope it's something that has a positive benefit, but I don't really know, right? Because like I said, I'm kind of insulated. So this is one of the things, just on the other subject of why you come into a Twitter space and why you connect. One of the reasons is so that I can just understand and try and connect a little bit more with people who have a much more direct relationship with the things that we're working for. And this was one of the things. Sunrise has been around for about a year now. And one of the things that was extremely fulfilling for me from the start was this ability to connect with organizations. We ended up we showcased a few of them on our site. A few organizations, quite a lot of them in Costa Rica, that are researching and the effects of climate change and other effects, and talking to people. And engineers don't get that opportunity to do that very much, so I feel really really privileged to be in that position. And so thanks as well again, Jimmy and TreeGens and all the people involved in creating this space, and I'm very happy to be here.
That is so cool. Yeah. I feel like Gitcoin is also such an amazing way to connect and have these conversations with people on the ground. And there's a pretty substantial chunk of builders in this space who are in developing countries building and are like very close to the impact that we also get to engage with through this space. John, like roughly, like I don't know if there's been like research on this or analysis, like what percentage of grantees are in developing countries? Do you know? What do you think if you were to ballpark it?
I don't know off the top of my head, though. This last round, we did actually ask folks where they were located, and I don't know that actually we've taken that data and done as much crunching on that, but it's something I can definitely kind of dig into and see if I can figure out. But it does feel like in the climate round in particular that we have trended more and more towards projects in developing parts of the world as a whole. Whether we see that as much in like the OSS and I mean maybe the community too, but definitely I feel like I've noticed in the climate overall, and I think that's just kind of what you're pointing out, that it is people that's like boots on the ground actually doing the work, and they're then using Gitcoin to raise some money to get it done. So it makes some sense.
Love that. Love to see it. Not only is it like close to the impact environmentally, but also, we were speaking before about, also in terms of equity, in terms of actually, there's so many multifaceted positive impacts to this stuff that we're doing, even in the climate space, right? Because creating jobs, creating different incentive mechanisms, like there are all these knock-on benefits, and it's cool to see that. And IOECA Uganda is a really cool example of that, talking about sanitary pads in schools and working in hospitals and all of these different institutions. And so it's really cool that we get to hear those stories of impact. Why don't we popcorn style, does anyone have an impact story, like a specific positive impact that they can share that might be interesting that they could share with the class? You can raise your hand or simply unmute yourself if you have a particular impact story or a story that all relates to positive impact. Iowak is back in listener. I feel like he's got some hearts up. He's got some, but I know it's quite late in Uganda. But going once, going twice. I'm sure we're gonna get into stories at some other point. But that is yep, okay. Well, did you? I connected. I don't know if what's his name, Prophet Reward, that person that I met in Kenya, sent a TreeGen over there to look at all of his impact stuff. That guy's very passionate, doing a lot of different things from environment to all kinds of different forms of impact, feeding people. Did you connect with him further? I knew he was exploring potentially getting into Gitcoin this round. I don't know if he ended up submitting, but I did try to send him some resources and support.
I think he did, and I
did.
believe we accepted it. I need to double check, but
Boom, we made it. There we go.
yeah. So we have been talking some more. We're still trying to get some solar for one of his projects, but appreciate you, kind of learning more about that and being some boots on the ground to kind of learn more about some of what his work for me. So.
Oh, happy to. It was a really cool interaction that I was able to have with him. So that was at Eat Safari. So John got a ticket for this person who's making positive impact in refi and in hunger and in a lot of different areas, really. And that way he was able to kind of like connect with folks at the Eat Safari Web3 event over in Kenya, and from there we got to learn more about what he was doing, and it's really cool how these worlds can merge, and how events can also bring people together and connect more. So Sunrise Stake, tell me, so people, is it like basically people do staking of cryptocurrency and then take the rewards they would get and allocate all of that towards impact, or a portion towards impact? How does that flow?
Yeah, that's right. It's actually all of it right now, although speaking to quite a lot of people in the cryptocurrency space, we may have to bend that rule a little bit. But yeah, that's exactly right, Jimmy. So we're a platform that is based on Solana, which I don't know, this isn't going to be the first Solana refi project that's going to be coming your way in the next couple of weeks. But it's a relatively niche space in Solana. And so the idea is to have a completely permissionless smart contract driven pipeline between staking yields and climate impact. And the real driving is this idea that we have in Sunrise of kind of making regenerative action the default behavior of the economy. So, you have chains like Celo that have a portion of their transaction fee sent towards offsetting carbon, and multiple times offsetting carbon to the point that they claim to be climate positive. And I trust the people at Celo. So what that means is on Celo, if the more you use it, the more of a positive impact, the more regenerative impact you're having on the world. And we want to bring that to other chains starting at Solana. So we want to really build the infrastructure that builds a system where the more the system is used, the more beneficial it has to the rest of the world. The classical regenerative thesis, right? That's what we're building, one smart contract at a time, I guess.
So one smart contract at a time. So how did you get turned on to the world of refi? How did you go from developing to making a positive impact?
Yeah, good question. I don't know. This might be a familiar story to people, because I feel like sometimes engineers, like I was saying before, there's been a few downtimes in Web3 and in crypto in the last couple of years. Certainly times when I, as a Web3 engineer, kind of stop and look at myself and go, why is it that I'm putting all of my heart and soul and energy and time into this when I could be sitting down, lying on a grass field, reading a book or something like that? Like, is it actually worth it? And I was kind of feeling quite down about the whole Web3 space when I started coming across, people like Greg Landor at Regen Network, people like Kevin Owocki, and everybody, quite a few people that are on this call, and just suddenly discovered about a year and a half ago, not much more than that, the whole world of refi, and it just resonated with me. I had already been working a little bit in the climate space. I've been doing a little bit of work for Power Ledger, and I just didn't have a name. I hadn't put a name to that movement. I didn't know there was a movement. And once I realized that there were people that were really thinking about the fundamental power of Web3 to change the world, or at least what I hope will change the world, I started, developing more of my personal time and attention to it. And then Sunrise Stake happened when I met a few other people that started thinking the same way, basically.
That is so cool. I love. So you know what? I think we should do a one-story round. How did you get green pilled? panel question. How did you get green pilled? How did you start going down the refi rabbit hole, combining crypto and or Web3 and the environment? So like, what green pilled you? What was that journey like for you, John? And by the way, John, I know you said you're sick. No pressure to. I know I put you in the co-host position. If you want to chill and just like rest up, like please, no pressure. Okay, I know.
It's all good. I'm gonna give you my refi story, and then I think I'm gonna tap out for now. But I'm happy to give my start to refi. So I guess before I found refi, I've been a climate activist and for a really long time. And studied what is called appropriate technology. This is this term out of the 70s, and which is all about building technology that's like most appropriate for the earth and for the, like more appropriate than dirty shit, if you will. So it's, everything from solar to using greenhouses to regenerative farming to all these sorts of things are this idea of appropriate technology. And that whole movement kind of moved into like more of sustainable energy and sustainable development, kind of usurped that technology. But I got a degree in college in appropriate technology and have been on the path of I guess sort of regenerating the planet in many ways before this, and built a lot of solar in the real world before I dived into all of this. But it was really getting back into Web3 in 2021 or so, which I'd been in 16 and 17, and then had kind of got bit by the bear and stepped away for a few years, and got back in initially kind of into NFTs and kind of watching that scene. But a friend knew Kevin, and he was like, that was right when Kevin was kind of starting to drop some solar punk like images and things, and I wouldn't say he coined the term solar punk, but he certainly started to meme it into existence in Web3 and in crypto world. So my buddy was just like, man, you got to talk to this guy, Kevin. Like, he's talking about the solar punk thing. Like, you're a solar punk. Like, you build this shit for a living. Like, and so that really was like the entrance into all of this, was starting to follow Kevin, having early calls with him. A good friend of mine was his mentor back in Boulder a long time ago. And so I was able to connect with him and have at least an initial call. And, but just really, followed Kevin's Twitter hard, and that kind of led me into Gitcoin and down the rabbit hole from there. I watched the whole Toucan emerge, and then Klima DAO, which was really, I feel like, the Cambrian explosion that brought us everything we have today. And was really just sitting right at the edge of my seat, watching all these projects getting built and really trying to think about how I could use this technology for good. So I guess that's my story of finding regen, is, I guess, really is, it all starts with being a Kevin stan at the end of the day. So
you're not the only one, I think, John.
Yeah, Kevin definitely has green pilled many of us, for sure.
Really made the concept of green pilling, so I'm sure he's green pilled quite a few people. That's pretty cool. As I love hearing about these things, because we want to green pill people, right? We want to onboard people. So by hearing how people get involved, you kind of get to learn what that process can be like, and how we can maybe lead to more of those things. We need more Johns in this space. You're a great service to the whole ecosystem, man, and you're doing such great work. So, and then Klima DAO, like, of course we can be critical because it like mooned and then crashed, but they, like you said, they did really pave the way, right? Like, they got, there's this like concept of like the arrows in their backs. Like, those are the people who try things for the first time, and they're like shielding. You've probably seen that other meme where there's like the person kind of like shielding, and they go these arrows, because that's like, you got to try a bunch of things, and ultimately some might not work out. But now for the next phase, we should look at all those as case studies and build upon them, and do the good thing.
I often think about that. I think about that a lot, actually, Jimmy, and I'd love to hear your thoughts more on this, because you're a man of action, as we all know. But I've again, listening to people like Greg Landua speak, and he's also an advocate for, I think he writes in a book of his about like sitting back and observing a system before going in and trying to disrupt it. And again, from a kind of a startup engineer's perspective, that's anathema, right? You have the kind of Silicon Valley startup engineers' job is to kind of not to go in and disrupt a system, and then later maybe learn why that wasn't a great idea, and when it comes to climate, when it comes to climate action, there's a bit of a dichotomy, right? Because on one side, you don't want to interfere with in a naive way, and you could argue potentially that the actions of the likes of Klima may have been in this category. You don't want to rush in and interfere because you don't know what sort of negative knock-on effects you might have. On the other side, we have a very short fuse here. We have a very short time period, and we need to make some systematic changes. And so we can't sit for too long and observe before taking action. So I'd love to hear what other people on the space think about is the right place to fall on that spectrum.
Yes. Yeah, guys, feel free to chime in. I want to hear everyone's perspective on this. Yeah, go right ahead. I see we got Kingfisher up here who's been a little bit silent. Kingfisher, are you with us? He's been up here. I don't know if he's... Oh, hello.
Audio
Kingfish.
check, audio check, audio check, 1, 2. I am chauffeuring around 2 little children under the ages of 8. I've been listening this whole time though, but thank you for asking. Let's see. Do you answer the...
Oh, you cut out a little bit there, my friend. Bit choppy.
Oh, sorry. Phone call interrupted me.
Ah, yes, this happens.
No, phone call interrupted.
Oh, you want to repeat? Yeah.
All right. Do you want to hear how I got green pilled?
I also do. I think Sunrise, you also posed a question.
Yeah, your question first. Answer any of the questions.
Okay, all right. Well, let's hit the panel. And Sunrise, I'm going to give you the co-host because you are hosting right now, my friend. So yeah, okay, we're doing a once round. How did you get green pilled? All right, hit me.
Yes, thank you. Really good question. Thank you so much. No, just joking. So since the age of 14, I've been focused on and gravitated towards initiatives that were for the betterment of humankind and humanity, to raise humanity to another level that it's never experienced before. I've always been environmentally conscientious, and that's just based on my upbringing. I grew up in a rural community. A lot of my friends, even though I wasn't, were children of farmers and things of that nature, right? And then when I came into space almost 4 years ago, I started learning about the space, about the technology, got involved in decentralized finance. But really, the green pilling effect for me, Jimmy, really didn't happen until we met, right? And you started talking about what you were doing. And, it's just kind of had a snowball and domino effect from there. And I mean, look where we're at today, right? So, yeah, that's basically the short of it.
Spaces. We got, so you already had the heart of the green heart, right? Doing good, but then it's like discussing in spaces. Was it like a guest on Max Impact that it clicked for you, or?
No, I think it was before that. I think for me, but I wasn't really tuned into the message at that time. But when you first started talking about the first foray for you with Tree Gens in Gitcoin grants, right? Just started lightly learning about it, but the message didn't really activate for me until you highly encouraged us and highly motivated us to submit for GG18, and we ended up getting approved by coming on here and having a conversation about what we were doing and the modeling that we're doing and the ecosystem that we're building. So that was really the activation point, to be honest.
All right, so the Gitcoin, so knowing that there is an ecosystem that does support this kind of thing, and a little bit of extra motivation from a friend to get you over the line. Cool. I'm taking mental notes here. Yeah, that's cool. Because yeah, ultimately we do want a green pill, everybody. I want to hear all of your green pill stories. How did you get green pilled? Sonny, I see you in the audience, my good friend from Fighters Gang. Love you, brother. You're definitely an OG of the last two 24/7 streams. So welcoming you back up here if you're able. I see you, Monica, as well, who's another great host, as well as Centropic, Igly, La Madriguela, Ayahuasca. I want to hear how y'all got green pilled, because you've all been green pilled down that rabbit hole. I would love to hear it. But of course, we have the one and only Green Pill Nigeria up here. So how did you get green pill, good sir?
Good question. Good question. Just to rewind back a little bit, Izzy, birth name, like I'm an artist, Izzy Lawrence, that's what I go by, throw away Izzy. But I was born in Enugu, Babanike, Nigeria, originated from like Owerri. Like in my country, in my culture, it's not where you were born, it's where your father and your father's is from. That's where you're from. So mine is Owerri, right? And we had the opportunity, my family had the opportunity to move to the US, but then when I turned 18, I started traveling back and forth like nearly every year. So, in doing that, I saw a lot of different things. Like, I had the opportunity to see like the aspect of the US side and the aspect in like Nigeria, West African side, and how people are living, right? And I really had a strong belief in equality and giving back whenever possible. And when I got into the Web3 space, I had an opportunity to work with Oasis Protocol, like doing an ambassadorship program where I was like a lead ambassador for the African region, and I was able to hire individuals from the region, and I saw that as an opportunity to find the right talent and find the right people to help and give back and give the opportunity to. And what I literally did was the income that I was getting from there, I would be incentivizing people in that region and actually starting to kind of arrange how they can get into the Web3 space, whether from front end development to like content creation, and spearhead that a little bit without even doing anything on Twitter or anything of that nature, just from like WhatsApp and Telegram, because in that region that's where people communicate the most on. And I was trying my best to do that with that platform, but I really, really got green pilled when after ETH Denver, I think it was Consensus 2023, when I went to a meetup. It was a green pill meetup. I had no knowledge of Gitcoin grants, nothing. It was the caliber of individuals that was in that meetup that they were doing like introduction of what they were working on, what they want to do, and what they believe in. And it's just a light bulb that just struck in my head like, wow, this is where I want to be. Like, I didn't even know any situation of how to even do grants or how what the funding is, and I didn't know anything about. All I knew was the individuals and what they were talking about, what they were achieving, and what they're trying to achieve, and it just aligned so much to my personal mission of what I wanted to do to help the region that I'm from and where I'm moving back to. And and I see the resilience and talent that they have that we have there that may not be recognized globally. But in this space that we're in, I'm seeing that it's so recognized and it's being pushed forward that that's why I feel just such I feel at home, like literally. And then later on when I found out about the grant awards and things of that nature, I didn't even really apply for any of that. Like it just felt like a no-brainer. All these individuals that's in DeFi, buying NFT projects that's just like JPEGs. Why not invest in something that can help your community and eventually maybe get rewarded for it, but you know that you're doing a good deed to further, like to take your community to the next level. That was my aha moment. Like I I don't know if any of you guys have ever had an aha moment. I'm an entrepreneur, project manager at heart, manage various projects from like logistics to even the Web3 space. That was the biggest aha moment, honestly, that I could speak of in my life. Like I've had a lot of ideas with projects and businesses, but like that moment and that meetup at Consensus 2023. It was like an off-site meetup, like at a restaurant, very intimate. Like it was like a circle, like maybe 10 people at most, just talking about what they're working on and what they believe in. That moment there was a green pill moment for me, and from there, like I might even seem like I might be a little bit annoying because I believe in it so much that I'm just like trying to find out how I can help, what I can do, and unfortunately, like the company that I help start Decentralized Exchange Ltd.
back in late 2019, early 2020, where it initially it was supposed to be like a POS. If you guys don't know what a POS is, like point of sale that's in Africa where you can go and like use your card and they give you cash. I wanted to do make it like a Web3 crypto POS where instead of doing too much peer-to-peer transactions, because the trust is a big thing in that region, you can interact face to face, kind of like back in 2014 when there was no 2013 14 when there were no exchanges where if you want to buy Bitcoin you meet somebody, give them the cash and collect Bitcoin. Like that was the same like idea that I wanted to do, but then because of regulation at that time, we had to pause it and because they were trying to restrict like bank transactions with crypto at that time, but then that's changed now. And when they paused it, any funds that we received like from decentralized exchange LTD, like we were buying properties and land, like and not knowing exactly what to do with it. But I felt like it was a high power that was just telling us to just hold on to these resources that the right moment will come. So when I heard about all Green Pill had to offer. Then after Green Pill, to be honest, I was Green Pill before I got into Gitcoin. After Green Pill, then finding about Gitcoin, I just knew like this is where I belong and this is the direction that I need to take for my own purpose in life to feel fulfilled. I know I sound as like cliche, but I don't know how to express this. I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. But so to answer your question, Jimmy, when did I get green pilled? Um, April 28th, I believe. And yeah, April 28th, Austin, Texas, Consensus 2023 at some restaurant that was a green pill meetup. That was the moment right there. I know it sounds crazy, but yeah. Is it shout out to Awoki. I call him Knockout King because that's Mr. Impact. He will show the impact. And from everybody here that's been saying stuff about like how the guy green pill, they say they know that he's actually been a big movement in the space. And then following along with people like Jimmy giving this platform. Like me personally, I want to follow along in that direction and see how I can help like move the space forward. Thank you.
It's inspiring.
That was a bit much, wasn't it? I hear like crickets.
No.
That was a bit much.
It said you were unmuted for me, but it like all of a sudden stopped. I think I got rug. I was just not sure if I was gonna interrupt you. But no, that's a super cool story, man. Thank you for sharing. And shout out to Dan live on the video stream.
Hey,
If anyone wants to come up to the video stream, just let me know.
you gotta
Green
warn me
Pill,
before that happens, Jimmy. I just switched tabs and it was my face in front of it.
did you not know you were on? My bad, dude. You
Hello.
thought you were in the green room.
I
Nah,
thought I
I
was in the
put you
green
up.
room.
I
You
put
get to
you
see
up.
you get to see the sunrise T-shirt. Then there you go. Hang it off.
I like it. Yeah, so friends, shout out to our channel partners, Bankless DAO and also Refi DAO. We're live on their YouTubes, on their Twitches, on their X pages, on their LinkedIn's, I think, in some cases. So yeah, y'all, if y'all want to come on the video stream, please do feel free. Greenpill, are you in our Telegram for this?
Yeah, I am.
You are, okay, yeah. So I shared the link to the video if you want to jump on there in the TG. But yeah, yep. Shout out to ETH Medellin who's just joined us. And okay, love it. No, thank you for sharing. And yeah, events do play a big role. I love that you were Greenfield before. Gitcoin. I feel like Gitcoin gets a lot of people over the line. But it's cool that Greenfield as an organization. So what was it like then to start a chapter? Were you part of the co-founding or did you join a little bit after?
Well, for the chapter or
Starting up the chapter, yeah.
Yeah, I actually found like it. Yeah, I started up the Greenfield Nigeria chapter because I felt like it was pretty much needed. And initially like starting a chapter is not it's not that easy because like we all know a lot of people are motivated by incentives and reward, and in this space it's supposed to be public goods, and it's you really have to find like-minded people to believe in a goal that's set up for the community, not just the network as a whole, but like the actual the chapters community. Like because how Green Pill is set up is that each chapter is tailored to the community that they belong in. So what matters to Green Pill LA might not be the same thing that matters to Green Pill Kenya. So something that starts from like the bottom up instead of the top down, and that's why it's so important. Like John was saying about how he needed to come on ground and see like the actual needs of the community and see how he can use his intellect to act to help what what matters. Like Gitcoin would say, funding what matters to actually help what matters in that community. So starting a chapter, you either have to be on the ground in that regional in that region, or you have to have resources, or at least you have to have a ties within that community or within that chapter for it to go far. I mean, I love Green Pill Network, as you guys probably know, but like there's been chapters that come and go, but then because you kind of see where it's kind of see who's really serious about the end goal, who's really serious and passionate in what they do. Because if it's a bull market or a bear market, whether it's GG19 or after GG19, you'll see the same individuals being consistent. So consistency is key, and then we kind of use that same ideology to to um we use that same ideology we implement that within the chapter too. So whomever is consistent, showing up, that's who you kind of delegate some of the work that's needed to be done. And I have a saying that I say specifically, like, progress without delegation takes a lifetime. So you can't do everything yourself. So it's not just me just because out behind here in Greenfield, Nigeria, but we have a lot of other projects that's within Greenfield, Nigeria, a lot of individuals that help. Shout out to Armio, Anthony. Shout out to Chris Wynn. You guys probably he's amazing, man. He's a startup with Switch Electric and works with Metering Protocol. They work hand in hand with John. And shout out to Refi, some people in Refi Lagos that isn't as within other organizations that actually like partner with us to get things done, and individuals that even have resources or just like foot traffic that it can actually do things. Or like this is saying that we say in Greenfield was dreamers, hackers, and doers, and specifically that really is true. We have people that dream that go along with the hackers that can actually build the product or build the software that can help the doers do what they got to get done. So it takes a village to raise a child. So it's not just one person. Or you have to really find like-minded people, and it might take months. It might take 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. But eventually, if you're consistent, people will come along, and then universe will bring the right people around you. It maybe for the season or maybe for the whole time, but it just depends on how it plays out. But it's not easy, but it's very very much doable. Just finding the right people to do it with is the key, and being consistent.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Thank you for sharing, brother. That's really inspiring. Welcoming up to the stage as well as Eth Median. What's going on, Eth Median?
Yo, what's up? What's up, everyone here in the room? Shout out to Let's Grow, Sunrise, Greenfield, Jimmy, everyone over here.
Hey, how's it going?
Going good, going
Let's
good.
grow.
Oh, yeah. Here from Medellin, just making part of this movement.
Awesome. Love it. So we shared, how did you get green pilled? And I know Ethereum not necessarily just refi focused, but you're also in the this green Gitcoin ecosystem. So how did you get green pilled? How did your eyes open to the world of public goods?
Oh, well, first of all, these spaces and Gitcoin community is one of the best approaches we've ever done. And it's also because Medellin is a very tourist city. So there are a lot of people over here from foreigners, let's say from another country, not just gringos, just from other parts of the world. And we just want to evolve. So we have like a hub, it's named Hash House, and they always reach out to Hash House. I don't know why. It's in one of the most popular zones from gringos to go and have fun. So maybe that's why. And yeah, we try to embrace them and try to make them work for the community.
Nice, nice.
So anyone here, if you want to come here to Medellin, the invitation it's open, and we will try to make the best host you have ever been here or something.
Awesome. I'll do our best to get there.
For sure, for sure.
What's the time over in Colombia at the moment?
Right now it's 10 to 6 p.m.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm in Europe. I'm in Germany, and it's almost midnight here. It's interesting to kind of. I was afraid I was going to match the energy of the start of the when I joined the start of the stream a few hours ago, maybe 9 or 10 hours ago. It was so much energy, and I was afraid I was going to be powering through to midnight. I was like, man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. I'm glad we've got a bit more of a kind of a, I don't know, chill vibe going this evening.
You're right. Well, look at you here with these vibes. So
It's a marathon, not a sprint, right? We're here for 2 weeks.
oh yeah.
I don't really know how Jimmy does it, but
I'm crazy. I'm literally a crazy person.
Are you gonna be here when I wake up? Are you gonna? The first thing I do, I'm gonna wake up and see if you're still on the stream, Jimmy.
Probably, man. Probably. So, here's how I do it, guys. There's a few things. First of all, tapping into something like deeply connecting to the thing that you're trying to solve, like not trying to shy away, or not look at the uncomfortable thing that is like the negative impact that will happen if you don't do that, like deeply feeling that and then taking massive action around it. But also I love being around regions. Like, you guys fuel me, like being around people who are making a change, making a scalable change using technology to make the world a better place. I love it. Y'all are my people, and being around you gives me energy. It really does. We started this thing at noon. We're almost 12 hours in. We're like what, 11 hours in, and pretty much been here the whole time. And I think I'm gonna be here till 3 a.m. It's almost 11 where I am. I'm in Portugal right now, and Centropic is taking over the stewarding slot. I offered to cover stewarding for Wasabi because he is moving houses and had some electricity issues and things like that. But that's what you do for a team, right? You get their backs. You gotta cover each other's backs, and teamwork makes the dream work. And everyone's doing their part to make this thing happen. But like I said before, so many beautiful things happen from spending enough time with like-minded change makers in the space.
Yeah, man, I hear that. It was really, honestly, one of the things you mentioned just now, not focusing on the negative effects of not doing anything, and that's even doing something, or even speaking to people that are doing something, it kind of makes you feel empowered, right? And it's not a substitute for real change, but it certainly gives you the motivation and the optimism that real change can happen. And that was something that I was definitely missing until I started getting involved in the refi space.
Yeah, amazing conversations, and I'm sorry, I'm also eating right now, so I'm trying to help with the conversation, but also half a mouthful. Oh, Public Goods Africa's here.
There
What's going on, Public Goods?
Yo, I don't know if I should say G to the M or G to the N because it's night. What's up, y'all?
Hey, it's
How's it
N
going?
somewhere.
GN.
Public goods are good.
It's morning somewhere, everywhere. Good morning, GM.
No, you have to say it like GW, just because.
Good world. Good.
Or G to the G to let's grow.
Let's grow.
Let's grow.
Let's grow. G to the P. Good public. No, okay, that didn't land. Never mind. Never mind. Good public. No, that's not a thing. That's not gonna be a thing. Sometimes you gotta try things. If it doesn't
That's
stick,
an
you
11
find
hours in thing. That's an 11 hours in thing.
good public. All right.
Hey, listen,
Yo,
PGA,
no, that's
PGA.
not. English does not
Go ahead,
approve.
go ahead.
No.
I was gonna let you eat for a little while, Jimmy. PGA, we were talking about how you got green pilled. We would love to hear your insight on that. Like, if you want to share with the group, or even share what you're working on at the moment. But the question was, how did you get green pilled, and what was it like for you?
Oh man, that's a packed question. Um, where do I start? From degen to region? Am I completely de- degenerately off? No, I don't think anyone here is actually out of the degen land, right? Um, I think that we are all degens, but also doing regen stuff, right? But that's just by the way. So my green
Uh,
pill.
let me cut you off there, though. Hold on, real quick. Let me cut you off there. I beg
Did
to
I touch a
differ. Like,
nerve?
let me
Did I
tell you
touch
though.
a nerve?
Yeah, speak for yourself on that one. I don't know how deep I went into this rabbit hole, but I was literally at a conference a couple of like last week or something, and it was a DeFi panel that was talking, and they were mentioning how it's a bull market, and did you not see the BTC price at the moment? That's when I realized I'm really a regen for real. Normally I would be on my phone looking at rates and looking at the prices. I'm like, dang, where have I been? And it was literally been a month since it shot up to around 30s. So speak for yourself on that one, but go ahead and continue. I'm sorry, I had to cut you off
No,
there.
I think it's a very interesting thing to explore, right? The like degen in of itself is not a bad thing, right? The market have positive impact on all of the activities that we are doing, right? Um, this afternoon, Jimmy was talking about launching a token and all of that, and I was thinking, damn, he has such a vision, he has such a passion, and the mission that is on has or is going to be making a lot of impact, right? And so if he launches a token and the market favors the token, that is like impact exponential, right? Um, but we have people who would like to get access to the token just because maybe it's doing well, right? And so I think that we all like it when the Ethereum goes up or when tokens that we have goes up. It's part of the game. But what differentiates regions is that the gains that we make, it goes back into the society, it goes back into the community, and then we create this cycle, where we are able to feed positive stuff into the system, and then something good comes out of the system, and it's a cycle like that, right? Um, so yeah. Anyway, so that's just
I,
summarize. Yeah.
I think you're right, but I also think we need to be careful about where when a token goes up, if Ethereum goes up, why is it going up? If it's going up because in a kind of a Ponzi way, in that there are people aping in, and the last people to ape in are the ones that are going to be burnt, then that's extractive, right? So it might end up being net extractive, and even if the gains or part of the gains go into positive regenerative projects. So I'm always like trying to. I'm the person in the room that says, do we want a bull market, or do we want a really rapid bull market? Can we have kind of smooth, steady growth instead? Can we have a few years of that instead? That would be lovely.
No, that's like absolutely right. Unfortunately, we haven't created an economic model that would make sure that every participant um, is maybe well off, right? I mean, the market is in such a way that the time you enter into it might determine your gains, or the monetary benefits you might get out of it. And I'm using monetary specifically because there are other impact and benefits that you might get, like getting into the space. But when we go to the market aspect, unfortunately, we haven't come out with any model where even late entrants who would have access to like tokens or whatever incentive is there might not lose, right? So I totally agree with you that maybe within the region discussion or within the region exploration, we might create new models where late entrants are not heavily affected. Um, so yeah, that is that.
I think that's what refi regenerative finance is there for. Like if we create enough regenerative financial projects that is there in a bull market or bear market, eventually DJs will be sick of being a last candlestick and seeing how sustainable business model in a with a refi project is that they'll even convert themselves. We don't even have to even preach to say, hey, this is a better way of investing, but like they'll even be the ones that be like running away from all this 1,000 APY projects coming from like last bull market or before the bear, and eventually start migrating to the refi space where they know if I put something here, not only is it helping a community, helping an environment or whatever region, but it's all I can gradually earn something. Just like if we started trading like in a capital market or something like that, like with like treasury bills, like it's not going to be a huge gain, but you know it's safe and you will be earning as time goes on. But to redirect the question though, back to you, PGA, if I could keep calling you that. When did you when did you get green pilled? And that green pill statement can be from DGen to regen.
Oh, definitely, definitely. So this is I think 2020. I got very serious about crypto or Web3 in 2019, and for me, I was trying to I was trying to do an international payment, and I tried using PayPal, and I was told that because of where I am, my geographic location, I am blocked, or in quotes, my country is blacklisted, so I will not be able to do it. So yeah, I was complaining, and a friend was like, "Okay, so the type of payment you want to make, you can actually use Bitcoin." But prior to that, I had heard about Bitcoin, but a lot of the information that I was hearing about is the scammy part of it. So I didn't really want to go there. So when he said that, I mean, I got very interested. I said, okay. So within a couple of minutes, I set up a wallet, and then he guided me through, and then boom, the payment was done. And so, my mentality and the perception I had about the technology and the whole thing shifted. And so I got curious, and then I entered into the proverbial rabbit hole, started exploring a lot, and then I wanted to join communities. To learn more about the technology and how I can use it. Unfortunately, during that time, the community I joined, were all about shitcoinery and leverage trading. Um, so yeah, I mean, you act on the information that you have, right? You act with the information that you have at hand. So I got in, played around with leverage trading a bit and shitcoining, got bent so much, lost a lot of money. Right? Got to a point, borrowed even some money, took some business money that I was running, put it inside, got bent. Yeah, and so I nearly quit, but I came across this book, The Bitcoin Standard, and then I started reading it. And then I came across a podcast, What Bitcoin Did, and then I started listening to it too. And the information that I started getting from there, it was amazing. And that particular book, the Bitcoin Standard, it's wow, it's in fact it's a green pill book. It's one of the books that once you read, your perception about the technology, eh, everything changes, you know. So that is how come, and I think that is officially my kind of green pill journey. And so after that, you know, I was here DeFi summer. Then I got very, very interested in DAOs. And so I'm one of the OGs of Bankless DAO. I was here since day one. We built the DAO and we did a whole lot of things. And then I think 1 month after Bankless DAO launched, I loved the mission and the vision so much because it was all about guiding people in this Web3 ecosystem. And so I felt that where I was coming from, there is a need for that, you know. Um, the sources of information and education that we had here, it wasn't legit. There was a lot of scammy stuff, degenerate stuff, right? That's the word, degenerate stuff happening. Yeah, so I launched Bankless Africa, and then the mission was to provide a legit education and crypto information source for all of Africans. And fast forward, yeah, 2 years later, it's one of the biggest Web3 media in Africa, doing a lot of stuff. It has one of the biggest Web3 podcasts in Africa. The newsletter is great, has a strong community guiding everyday Africans to Web3 and stuff. And so also, so in 2022, I came across Gitcoin. And I started, you know, I love the concept so much, started donating to projects all over the place. And then when Bankless Africa launched, we applied for Gitcoin, right? And then we got rejected. So 2 years we tried applying. So we did a couple of applications for the 2 year period, all got rejected. And then finally in this year, this year, I think it was this year that our application was accepted, right? But this was not. I don't blame Gitcoin, but this is also like a problem that like generally we had within the space, where you know I like to call it a coordination failure. So a lot of people or a lot of projects or impact projects within the African continent or in the global south, sometimes they struggle a lot to connect with like global initiatives, usually as a result of lack of trust and also actions of other people, you know. So sometimes it's very difficult to connect and show your impact and all of that. So yeah, and personally, I knew a lot of other very, very impactful projects that they should have been in Gitcoin. And so if you even check some of my tweets way back, there was a couple of times that I kind of complained that so I always contribute in Gitcoin rounds, and I'm always excited to support impact across the globe. Unfortunately, it's always a pain when I don't see, you know, African projects in there. Even those that I've benefited from, you know, that I know that they are making pure impact, they always struggle to get in. And so with that, the idea of Public Good Africa was born. And just like the way Bankless Africa did to helping to provide legit crypto information and education to the everyday African, we decided that okay, it's time to pioneer a new era of public goods and public good funding in Africa, where number one, we make sure that we bridge the gap between African impact projects and global public good initiatives. And then number two, we also educate Africans on how these things work. You know, in fact, another part of the issue was that people struggle to even, you know, write applications or the right kind of applications. And so Public Good Africa officially launched just before GG18, by the way. And during GG18, I was actually here. We're on this same, but then the spaces was called Gitcoin Radio, right? We were jamming all over the place and we were helping to onboard projects. So yeah, GG18, we helped a couple of projects, you know, write a very good proposal and presented it. And for the first time, all of those projects actually went through. So yeah, so bridging the gap and helping impactors understand how the ecosystem works and how to write proposal as well is very, very key. And then the other one also, or the other part is also finally becoming a hub or a super coordination hub where we can run QF rounds for impact projects in Africa. So I'm very, very excited to say that we are running like an independent round in this GG19 alongside GG19, helping to support impact projects in Africa. And then the last one is that we are also building a platform to aggregate all of the impact in Africa, so that when someone asks, "Oh, where can I go to find all of the impactful stuff happening within Africa, leveraging Web3?" You can be pointed to like that platform, and more to come. So that's a bit of like my green pill journey, and it's kind of tied to problem solving. You asked for it. Now there you
Yeah,
go,
you
sir.
gave it to us. You definitely gave it to us. We appreciate it. Appreciate it. Just that
Love it.
platform, would it be something about the Impact Summit? I don't know if it is or not, but that's a good idea. That's a good idea. And another point that you made before about how like you were not rug pull, but you lost so much on the trading sometimes that you actually started going deeper and researching it yourself. That goes back in what we were talking about earlier about like eventually DJs, they'll after being that last candlestick, you're gonna say enough is enough. Like how can I make this better? So definitely glad to hear what you have to say on that one. We just saw that Crypto Conexion just became a co-host now, but before that, Eth Medellin you have your hand up. Did you want to chime in a bit before Crypto Conexion answers the green pill question?
All right, please. Yeah. First of all, say to good public goods that it's impressive what you have done, and well, keep going, man. If you have anything like we want to help or it's something that we can help you out, please feel free to reach out. Second of all, I was like having a question for everyone. Actually, it's like well, it's our first time in a Gitcoin round, but I've heard for some other spaces that they got rejected, the application they got rejected. So is it difficult to get rejected, or why is that?
There could be a
I
different. No, go ahead. Yeah, you can take this.
Okay. Like he was about to say, there's different reasons that somebody can get rejected or a project can get rejected. One of the main things is like really just understanding the rules and guidelines of what's asked, and then if you just simply take time to read the rules or the guidelines as asked before you're applying, or reach out to the Gitcore team, Quadratic Vendors, even the Green Pill Discord that can help, or it's just how PJ just mentioned right now that can help you with the application process. That's probably a good way to start. But like a lot of times it may be like, for example, like one of the rules to this round is you have to be a project that's active at least 3 months before you can apply or get accepted. And some projects is not their season yet, or maybe like they've gotten a substantial amount of funding from somewhere else. I think it's reaching up to like 500K. They're still applying, but that might not contend to you or pertain to you. But there's various reasons that one can there's various reasons that somebody can get rejected, but the main thing is really looking at the rules and guidelines first before applying. But even if you do get rejected, usually they contact you or you see the list and see why, and then if time permits, you can still go correct that, reapply. And I think Mr. Jimmy was just talking about how some projects were rejected, but then they corrected it, reapplied, and then got accepted. The thing about it is not to get frustrated or even or look at the situation in a pessimistic way. Just see where the issue is, correct it, and redo it again. Most likely, 10, like 8 times out of 10, not to quote me on it, you probably will be accepted if you just correct the issue that was initially there. So it varies from project to project, and it just varies. So it just depends on the situation that you're in and why you got rejected. And that information is public. If it's not, you can reach out, and there are very great people there that can assist you and tell you why you got rejected so you can correct it.
Oh, I get it, and I feel you. But is it now? Can you do it right now? Well, is it time for do that, or is it
To do
due?
what? To reach out. Oh, to apply, you mean?
Yeah, like to reapply or to reach out to say, hey, I got rejected and I want to know why and all these things.
Yeah, well, speaking of amazing people who work at Gitcoin, we just have Ben rolling up. What's going on, Ben West? Welcome, welcome. We had John in here earlier, who's an amazing person who I know who personally helped people who got rejected. Yeah, I mean, if you did, I recommend doing the appeal process before actually some feedback was sent out. So I assume haven't received that information this time. So yeah, might not hurt to reach out to some people and try to find out. But were you not received any information? Was this your account you're referring to, or is it someone else?
No, I was just curious. No,
In general, right? Yeah.
I didn't get rejected. I was just curious about
Nice.
it.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what they may have actually received that information. I know last time they did actually, there was some information that indicated the reason. But yeah. So I'm gonna get to the hand very soon. But Madame Crypto Conexion, how's it growing? We're rolling into Bankless Hour. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Monica here, Crypto Conexión, and I'm super excited because I'm partnering with Nación Bankless and Kairos Research this time around for our proposal to create more content and onboard more people in Spanish. Green pill them in Spanish. ¿Cómo se dice? La pastilla verde. I don't know. We're gonna make our spaces Spanglish, Jimmy, so everybody can celebrate. Yes, we can do un poquito de español and a little bit of English.
Yeah. So last time we had Juan, aka Juan Taramera, I named him, giving us Regenlish lessons. So he would actually teach us like Spanish regen words. Like I learned manglares and.
Which honestly, you love to say.
Which I love to say. I'm saying manglares all the time. But also, I mean, but what I heard there's like many different ways to say let's grow, or it doesn't exactly translate as it necessarily does in English, right?
Yeah.
What's your best attempt at saying let's grow in Spanish?
Vamos. I would just say vamos.
Right, but we're also talking about growth, like is it a tree, right?
I know. I don't know. Kairos Research joined, but I see.
That's let's go, by the way, not grow.
Yeah.
Although I guess we do say it like that now. We're literally replacing every go with grow. Sorry, go ahead.
We'll say like vamola, something like that.
But that's grow. Vamos a manglares.
Vamos a manglares. Let's grow. Yeah,
but
love it.
You need to say with Colombian accent. Please.
Yes,
the Colombian accent.
I'm going to spend more time with my Median friends. Eats Median, Refi Median, all the Medians. Please do come here and teach us Regenlish. Quick, we had a bit of a question that I wasn't 100% able to answer here, Ben, and that was in terms of feedback. Did they actually receive feedback, the folks who were rejected this time?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, you should have gotten... Oh, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? I'm doing the desktop thing.
Yeah, sounds great.
Nice. Yeah, so you should have gotten an email if you were rejected from a round. It's also possible that the review just still has not been completed if you just submitted it recently. The priority was given first to the projects that got in before the deadline, and then to the projects that got in sort of on a first come, first served basis. And there was the odd one where somebody reached out looking for more information, something like that. But there was a batch of emails that went out to anybody who did not get approved for any round for any reason.
And does that include like why or just?
It's also worth me asking which round we're talking about, because there's some of the community rounds that I actually don't have visibility into, and in some cases they still haven't completed all the rejections or acceptances. So that also could be a factor. But if you're talking about the Web3 community round or the open source software round, I missed that part, sorry. All the messages for those have gone out already.
All right. Cool. All right, great. So they have actually given the reason. So no need to bug the team asking, why was I rejected?
I mean, you can definitely do that anyway. Basically, if you haven't gotten the form to get an opportunity to have us take another look, definitely make sure you get that. That's really the most important thing. We're trying to get through those at the same time as finishing, there continues to be more applications that are coming in. So we're going through those in real time, along with looking at the rejections that people are looking for another look.
Right.
So
Ben,
stay
I
tuned.
also love on the Telegram, you guys this time around. I don't know if I paid more attention, but you guys were super helpful throughout the process. I know I saw a ton of questions and engagement. So if you're not part of the Telegram group, I think that's a great place to be too,
For sure.
to get information.
Yeah.
So thank you.
And I would add that there's a ton of peer support there too. Like often we'll have answered the question that one person's asking, and then other people have that answer and can pass it on, and we don't become a bottleneck if you're not getting answers. Please don't hesitate to use the intercom, like the little chat box in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen too. Like if you see a bug or you've got a feature request, they really take that seriously. When I say they, I mean the developers at Gitcoin. Like they're very metrics driven. It really means a lot when they hear from individual contributors, grantees, people running grants program rounds. Increasingly, there's more and more people doing that on their own as well. So please don't hesitate to use that functionality, because they're literally categorizing and counting the different types of feedback that they're getting. And it has a huge impact on what features are prioritized. And they also can help get answers to questions if you're having trouble finding them. Like, for example, if you don't seem to have gotten an email that you should have, or one thing that has happened I've seen is if you've unsubscribed from Gitcoin email, and then we try to send you a bulk email through our CRM, sometimes people won't get those emails because they unsubscribed from, like, say, a newsletter or something. Generally, we try to keep that separate, and you should be able to subscribe or unsubscribe from whatever you want, obviously. But that is one thing to consider. And of course, you could always check a spam filter or whatever if you haven't received a ton of email from Gitcoin in the past. But please be careful whatever you're clicking. Like, there are people sending spam fake messages out there in the world. Haven't seen them yet this round, but it wouldn't be the first time. There's also people out there imitating round operators, and in particular, preying on people who did get rejected and are looking for a second look. So do be careful about what you click on. I know it's sad, right? There's a bunch of lame stuff like that out there. It's one of the reasons why Passport is so important in my mind. Because we have a big number of people who try to civil attack the round, and that sucks. But it's something that we all can do something about by using these tools. So the more that you're encouraging your friends and others to use these tools, it just means that the funds are more fairly distributed to everybody in the round. And it can be a little bit annoying if you don't have a bunch of stamps already, but honestly, it goes pretty quick these days. I'm super curious to hear people's feedback about that. Also, please don't hesitate to leave feedback about your Passport experience, like were the stamps too hard to get, were they easy, what is it better than it was last round? All of that stuff makes it back to the Gitcoin team, and it's super helpful for me too in the conversations I'm having with them, just to have a bunch of data to point to, these are the things that people are hoping to see built, and then if we're advocating for features and tools for community members, it's got the backing of numbers, and that goes a long way. So yeah, anyway, I hope that helped. Just saw this this space going on and wanted to hang out and just listen, but I'm always happy to answer questions or whatever, ramble on if you want.
Thank you. And I think we had a competition this morning on who had the most points for the Passport. I'm in the 30s.
Yeah, we got to 50. Wasabi is 59. Does anyone beat that here? 59? Is that the top? Yeah, no one's beaten 59.
So, yeah.
I think
I had a perfect score of 420 earlier today, or 42.
Really?
42.0. Okay, that's
attainable.
That's attainable. I was gonna say, what? Isn't this out of 100? Okay, Sunrise Steak has been super patient with the hand. What's up? What's up, Sunrise?
Hey, I'm tapping out. That's why I was.
Oh no, we weren't letting you tap out.
I didn't want to interrupt. But actually, it's good that I held on, because I also want to reiterate my love for Gitcoin, both the grant team and the Passport team. Everyone's super collaborative, interested in results, detail driven and data driven, and it's just a pleasure to work. I've had the pleasure of working with the Passport team a little bit, and it's just been really great to work with them. So yeah, a shout out to all the Gitcoin crew. And with that, I'm going to leave you. I'll see you this time, or a little bit earlier than this. Great work, everyone. Get some sleep, Jimmy.
I know, Jimmy. How long have you been going? 12 hours, 14 hours?
We're coming up on 12 hours and 36 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Dan.
But no, I think I'm gonna be here till 3 a.m. my time.
wow.
That's when we do the next steward transition. I'm covering some people's backs today. I'm happy to do it. Honestly, it's great for like. I'm leaning towards just doing a 24-hour thing and like making sure all the stewards like or hosts have a good transition and just to get a feel for it. I don't know, but I might be shooting myself in the foot for next day. But okay.
But we said, before you say anything, Jimmy, your ears may have been burning earlier. So I went in September to Medellin, and we were all talking about you. I met Juan in person, and we had so much fun. So now you have to go to Medellin.
No way, you were talking what?
We were just saying how much we love Jimmy, and how we have to get you to. Actually, and then I was in Cuernavaca, and somebody was like, "Do you know Jimmy?" I'm like, "I think everybody knows Jimmy." So you're famous around Latam. We have to get you on a tour of the region.
Wow, my heart is so warm and fuzzy right now. That's so sweet. And I've been back into Latam so many times. Sandra from Refi Tulum is also trying to get me to come to Mexico, and then so many invites to Medellin, and
So you should start Mexico City, and then we take you south. You can go to Colombia, right? Tulum, Colombia. Then we go to Argentina, Brazil. There, you get your tour. We'll join you, right? But I see, Kairos. I was telling you, Jimmy, that we came together because one of the things that we hear sometimes from the protocols is that there's no need to have information in Spanish. And yet, we hear from people in Latam, we need information in Spanish. So I'd love to see here that we have ETH Medellin. Kairos Research is one of the partners, Nación Bankless, but I see also we have Ahí Está La Madriguera. So I'd love Kairos Research. I don't know who's on from Kairos Research. I think it's Ale. If you want to come, I know you're on stage. If you want to say hola, and then we can maybe learn a little bit about the Latam projects, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, I am Ale Ramo in Kairos Research account. And yeah, come to Mexico. I love Colombia. I'm from Mexico, but I love Colombia with all my heart. It's amazing. Yeah, we are making a partner with Crypto Conexión and Nación Bankless to bring more opportunity to other projects of LATAM, get them exposure and help. For example, here is La Madriguera from a friend named Mark. Yeah. Well, I need to talk about my project, no? So we are in the process of developing data analysis and research platform focused on Web3 technology, obviously. Our main priority is to provide high quality resources to the Spanish speaking community, no? Actually, there is no platform where you can find the latest updates of the blockchain ecosystem in Spanish and understandable for its technical complexity, no? Our main goal is to be like Messari, but for LATAM. So our mission is simplify the understanding of blockchain technology, overcome language barriers, and enable people to make informed decisions. According to Chainalysis and Andreessen and Horowitz data, we are 70 million users today using blockchain in Latin America, and we estimate to be like 120 million by 2031. So we are a huge community, and a lot of people doesn't have the opportunities to learn another language and connect with other countries, but we can make this to bring the technology, to bring all the knowledge on Spanish, all in Spanish, and the next year we want to make them in Portuguese. Eu não falarei muito bem português, but I am trying to learn Portuguese to make that goal. In like 11 months, we impact 145,000 people in all Latin America. And before today, we have been 3 weeks doing spaces about Gitcoin, talking with projects that participate on the round 18 and onboarding new projects from all the Latin America to encourage them to enter in the GT19. This with the support of other communities around Latin America and the Latin America Web3 ecosystem.
Thank you, Ale. And it's interesting because I see so much engagement and support, and you could say, Jimmy, that we have the full funnel, I think, in these 3 projects. Crypto Conexión is very much top of the funnel, people that don't know a lot about crypto, but then when you start to go in, you have Nación Bankless and then Kairos. The work that Kairos Research is doing is pretty incredible, and I'm so impressed. We've had them on our podcast twice, and I'm always learning from the content that they create. It's easy to understand, but also really in depth. And Nación Bankless has their podcast and has a great newsletter that they put out several times during the week that also has great content. And everything is in Spanish. Also, Crypto Conexión has a little bit of content in Portuguese, but no falo portugués. We have somebody in Sao Paulo that does our content. We're trying to grow more there because we know that there's a lot of adoption in the region. And so we'll share in the, Ale, if you can help me, we'll share our project in the comments, but I just wanted you to know, I don't think we have anybody from Nación Bankless here. But I'd love to hear, if Jimmy, unless you had a script, I'd love to hear from La Madriguera a little bit about what they're doing. Y lo pueden hacer en español y nosotros traducimos. Again, this is a Spanglish space.
Así sí juego yo. Hola, buenas tardes.
He said that is where he will play. If it's a Spanglish space, he can do it in Spanish. Super.
Buenas tardes a todos, saludos desde Guatemala. Solo para contarles que tengo un parque en el cual insto a los visitantes a sembrar arbolitos. Ya he participado antes en una ronda y con este financiamiento estamos creando, o bueno, sembrando más arbolitos que se van a entregar. En los tweets pineados en el space están ya algunas fotografías.
Okay, so voy a decir algo en inglés porque hablas. No quiero que se
claro.
Guatemala, ¿verdad dijiste?
Sí, Guatemala.
Sí. So he's in Guatemala and he participated last time around. That's how I became familiar with them. He has parks where they plant trees. So they're about Let's Grow, right? So they have plant trees, and with the funding that they got last time, they were able to plant more trees, and so they're participating again this time. And they put their project in the comments section. They pinned it so we can look at it. You're on mute, Jimmy.
Oh, it's muted. My bad. Sorry, I can hear myself. It's so weird when I'm muted. Any Manglares? Sorry, I'm a little bit of a Manglares maxi.
¿Tienes manglares?
No.
No.
La región donde estoy no es de manglares, es de árboles.
Yeah, the region where he is not a manglares region.
Right.
They have trees.
Got you. No,
Manglares coming up.
Still cool. But yeah, let's grow to the coast of Latam. Hey Ben, any Latam initiatives that you're particularly fascinated by?
Oh man, honestly, too many to pick just one. Maybe just for the sake of picking one, the project that I was pronouncing correctly, but history in Honduras. I think that's super cool. Just a blockchain history project with expert perspective and academia associated with it. Really neat project just for the sake of picking one. But I also love a whole bunch of other projects. So yeah, I'll maybe I'll just create some groups of grantees that I'm giving to instead of just kind of doing big chunks. I might say here's a bunch of people I donated to this round just because I love giving shout outs. Hey, just while I'm rambling at you for a second, I just was looking at a couple of different bridge options, and I would love to plant a seed or get some feedback from some of you guys. So if you're in any of the rounds that are on the Public Goods Network, you may have noticed that there's the Public Goods Network bridge that's been built by Gitcoin and others. But there's one thing you should know, and it might not be as clear yet as it should be to everybody, which is the time it will take to cash out DAI at the end of the round unless you use Super Bridge. So basically there's 3 options that I'm aware of. There might be other ones as well. Can you hear me, Jimmy? Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, tell me what you think of this. But basically, I just want to make sure people know that when you get your matching funds at the end of the round, to be able to cash them out right away, Super Bridge, as far as I know, will be the quickest way to do it. It'll happen basically right away. Layer swap, unfortunately, only bridges ETH back and forth, but the advantage there is you can go directly from other L2s onto PGN. So, you know, the cheapest way to bridge onto PGN is ETH from Optimism or Polygon or Arbitrum. And like any of those you could do on Layer Swap, but right now, at least unless Layer Swap adds DAI as an option, the best way to cash out or to get DAI onto PGN, you can do that either way through the bridge that Gitcoin and others have built that's linked to right on the page. But when you are getting your payout at the end of the round, which we're hoping to do before the end of the calendar year, by the way, it'll happen in December this year. Not a 2 or 3 month wait as it has been in the past. But this time it'll be DAI on PGN if you're in one of those rounds that's on PGN. So I just wanted to make sure people knew about that, and I'm telling y'all because you guys spread the word better than anybody. I'm also just curious if that's like too confusing, too complicated, or like if you already knew that and I'm just telling you stuff you already knew. Just kind of throwing it out there because I'm in the middle of playing with the different bridge options and wanted to make sure it was as clear as possible to people.
I didn't know, so I'll say that. I don't know, Jimmy, if you knew. So I'm learning. This is what I love about these spaces. I learn every time I jump on.
Nice.
Very cool. I think Kairos has a question there.
No, actually, we made a kind of tutorial in an article for Spanish speakers for the last GG18, and how to bridge to PGN. So if you want to share with Spanish speakers, you can do it. I will paint in the top of the space.
That's super good. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and we have a tutorial for Crypto Connection. I'll put it on about what PGN is, what quadratic funding is, and what Gitcoin is. And I think we're all working together to onboard more people to Gitcoin and have more projects.
Yes.
I actually do have a question. Do you know how many projects there are from LATAM? Last time there were, I know, more than 50. I don't know. And then there was a LATAM round, but in the education one, I think there were like 50. I haven't gone in today to count. Does anybody know? No. Just curious.
Could not say.
I'm trying to remember. I'd have to go look, to be honest. But I could go take a look while we're talking. Move on, and I'll come back.
All right, we got some assignments. All right. Thank you, Ben. You're a legend to do that. And when you're talking about onboarding, that makes me. We had a little brainstorm earlier. Not a share. We had a share session where people said, answer the question, how did you get green pilled? Because that allows us to understand like how can we green pill others? Because like what was the path is usually a pretty good recipe for what the path could be in the future. And so, how do you think we can onboard people? By answering that question, why don't we also answer the question, how did you get onboarded? But maybe any ideas you have for how you think we can best onboard people? Is it like online trainings, or maybe there's no one solution, obviously, but why don't we just share ideas there? We usually talk about these things on the Thursday Max Impact Spaces, but it's almost Thursday. It already is Thursday if you're in Asia. So let's grow. So let's I don't know, unless I'm definitely not the co-host here. I don't know why. I just feel that I just kind of like I feel the need. I just step in for a bunch of other people. So now that I actually have someone who's an amazing host, I somehow still have this reaction.
No,
please feel
please.
free to lead however you'd like to. Really appreciate your hosting so far. You've been amazing.
Thank you. So I don't remember how I got green pill, but so I will say entered the crypto space during the pandemic while other people were baking. I was learning about blockchain and crypto. And then I met, I don't know if you guys know Laura Navarro Munoz, who is all about public goods and Web3. And she kind of brought me on board to different projects, including Gitcoin. And then I met Carlos somehow, and then Carlos got me fully in. I think Carlos is kind of the ambassador for Latin America for Gitcoin. I think most of us who have come into Gitcoin have been through him, but the green pill happened because of Lau, who's currently at Dove Connect, I think, with a good group of people from the region who are doing amazing work. So I think that's how I got. I'd love to hear how Kairos got green. Oh, and then how do we do it? I think, like you said, it's not one solution, right? We try different things, do a lot of content that's written content on our website, because our goal is to share it with different communities so they can then use it. So not everybody has to replicate the content, but I know that Nación Bankless, for example, does great content on video. I know Kairos does the great research that they have on their website. But this year we started to also do more events at universities. So we did 2 events. We did one in Cuernavaca and one in Medellin, both of where your name came up to me. But we were very focused on doing larger events. So we did our event in Cuernavaca, and then that evening there was an event in Optimus City, and then I think 2 weeks later was Ethereum Mexico. So we're seeing a lot of more engagement through in-person events, but they're smaller in some instances. Ethereum Mexico obviously was bigger, but just I think our event in Cuernavaca, we had 100 students, but the one in Medellin was huge. I mean, we had 300 students, and it was a 2-day event, and we were able to focus on different topics, both blockchain and AI. Does that answer?
Yeah, no, great explanation about. How many did you say? 1,000 students? How many did you say?
No, 300. 300 and 300 and Medellin. And 100 in Cuernavaca.
Trying to think about a room of 100 people. That's already a lot. Not 300 people. So cool. Yeah, those IRL events as well. I think are really, really cool. One thing I'm really excited for is Regenaissance Festival. We're organizing a Regen Festival. We're gonna green pill and onboard people. Bit of a discussion. How were you onboarded into Web3 or green pilled, and what ideas do you have for onboarding? What do you think works well?
So do we want to have Kairos, and then we can do it in Spanish with La Madriguera? I'd love to hear La Madriguera, but Ale, do you want to go?
No, Mark, please start for. Mark.
¿Me dice?
A ver, La Madriguera. No
Sí,
sé
sí.
si oíste la pregunta de cómo entraste, cómo te dieron la píldora verde y qué recomendaciones tienes para que podamos sumar a más personas al
No
ecosistema.
la había escuchado, perdón. Pues, de hecho, yo nací con eso. Siempre
He was born with a green pill.
Yo siempre he tenido amor por los árboles, por el aire puro, por ver un atardecer, un amanecer. Siempre he tenido esa como conexión con la naturaleza, y pues no hubo alguien así, solo se dio. O tal vez porque me gusta la fotografía y los atardeceres, y eso también lo fui adoptando.
Okay, deja responder. So he's saying he's always loved nature. He always embraced nature. So, and he's also a photographer, and he feels that also has helped kind of nurture his love for nature. ¿Y cómo recomiendas que sumemos a más personas al ecosistema?
Pues desde mi parte, lo estoy haciendo a través de que las personas, las familias que llegan los fines de semana, les estamos entregando algunos arbolitos para que ellos los planten y que documenten a través de fotos el crecimiento de estos. Ahora, hablarlo ya desde el punto de vista de cada uno es algo complejo, pero, por ejemplo, lo que es algo que le envidio, porque, por ejemplo, en el caso de los los árboles que nosotros tenemos llevan un trabajo diferente. Hay que pues buscar la tierra, buscar las bolsas, recoger las semillas, que son semillas de los propios árboles que nosotros tenemos. O sea, hay un trabajo un poco más extenso. En cambio, lo de Jimmy es, o sea, vamos a la orilla de la playa y sembramos los... Yo he visto sus videos y es, súper. Pero sí, esa es mi manera de hacerlo desde acá.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to say everything he said. Hopefully, somebody can jump in if I missed anything. So he said that the way that they currently focus on onboarding is when people go to the park, they actually give them trees to plant and then to track the growth of the trees. So to share photos and images so that they know that this is working. He says he's very jealous of what you're able to do because you can go and you can plant the manglares, but that their work is a little bit more, it takes a bit more because they have to find the type of dirt that they're looking for, the type of seeds that they have to do a more thorough kind of process, I guess, when it comes to the type where they are located, the type of trees that they can and where they can grow them, etc. So he loves to see the work you're doing and he's very jealous of what you're able to do. Me falló algo.
Gracias.
¿Quién pueda traducir también?
I mean,
No, I
look,
think
I just want to say real quick, I have a lot of empathy and respect for terrestrial tree planters. Like at Refi Week, we together collectively, I think it was like 30, 40 of us over the course of several days planted 700 trees, you know, and like I also personally planted 23,810 trees in 24 hours as one person, Manglares. So like that's like a bit of a difference in like the scale of like even one person is capable of doing like a crazy person trying to beat a world record. But it is like insanely more efficient, like just putting a propagule in the ground as opposed to like you said, looking for the still and all these different things with spacing. You should be digging through rocks and it's like, oh my god, like those so can be so challenging, but all are necessary, you know. So I really appreciate all the great work that they're doing there. It's so cool that you can track the tree.
Bueno, creo que entendiste todo, pero también habló de la diferencia. Tiene mucha empatía y respeto por el trabajo que ustedes hacen.
Claro,
Ahora
sí, lo entendí. Muchas gracias, dile. Y lo único es, vi su video, ese es su récord que hizo, felicitaciones, tantas plantaciones.
Congratulations on your world record. He watched the video and he was like, so I'm truly translating.
Oh, we have a full I think I released little snippet videos, but we actually have like a professionally cool video that's going to be released soon. So stay tuned for that.
We will. Okay, I want to hear Kaido's story on how they got Ripple.
Okay. I studied cinematography. That's weird to be in technology if you study something about arts. But one of my goals in life is to help people, no, and how you can help a lot of people. I saw in the technology a good way to bring real value to ecosystems. I just I thought when I was in the college, I will make movies and start to create symbols. No, it's about semiotic. Semiotic it's the science of the creation of symbols and representations as visual. And when I entered to Web3, I saw if you say for everyone on the common, we don't have a visual representation of blockchain or NFT or any of these concepts like CK or anything. So with my background of art, I try to create that part. No, I want online. And after I entered full community, find another friend with the offer to Kairos, and with Kairos we try to make that. We try to create all these like new concepts and for understandable and to be understandable for everyone. That's why I am here. I love the ecosystem. I love the people. I love listening new projects. I love to connect with other countries, with other cultures, and bring to other ways to the life. No, I think we don't see the life like in our way in our life. We privacy. We want to help people. We want to take helping people, not just with like great people talking on. At, you know, it's to bring real value to the world. Made say was made.
I love it. I love that. And you know, I have to say this because I'm still here, and Jimmy, you have to hear the story. So I met, like I said, Kairos. I met Nación Bankless. I've met a bunch of projects speaks of the GitFams. And so we were to do an event because our intern asked us to do an event at his university, which is right outside of Mexico City. And thanks to the contacts we made out a note to a number of people we had met, they all made the trip to Cuernavaca, which is like an hour outside of Mexico City. They spent the full day with us. They did panels, they did workshops, and then we all drove back. We had a red van. We didn't take a picture of the red van, but it was really inspiring to see how they all gave their time. But it all started with Gitcoin because I had not met Nación Bankless or Kairos. I met some of the because I'm very active with her. It was really inspiring to see how they came together, and they really inspired these. Like we had 100 students, we had a full day of workshops, and it was really a great day to learn from all these incredible leaders.
Phenomenal. All right, well, we have new people up here on the stage. Ethereum Bolivia, what's growing on?
Hello, everyone. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Well, we are a community here building in Bolivia. We are focused on educating about blockchain and also promoting the projects that are built within the community, and also trying to fight the censorship about blockchain activities and cryptocurrency activities related here in Bolivia by educating about blockchain and what does it mean to trade a cryptocurrency or a token or use even a blockchain technology.
Jimmy, I don't know if you know this, but Bolivia, I believe, is the only country in Latin America where cryptocurrencies are not legal. You cannot use them. And yet Ethereum Bolivia does an amazing teaching people the benefits of blockchain through the activities they do there. I'm a huge fan of you. It's also very courageous because you never know what feedback you're going to get based on the regulatory thing. So muchas gracias y felicidades. Me encanta el trabajo que ustedes hacen en Bolivia.
Gracias. Yes, she's right. We have a very predatory and censoring rules here in Bolivia about currency, and right now some people that are trading cryptocurrency are being like chased by the government and the police, trying to identify them and to by something threaten them because they are using blockchain technology or cryptocurrency. So that is our main focus. And well, we have developed the first blockchain hackathon here in Bolivia, this 2023, and we had had 42 active hackers and 9 projects presented, and so 5 projects, winner projects. And the themes of those projects were amazing. There were refi projects, healthcare projects, also DeFi projects, um, many solutions that really here at the country. And we would like to do again a new hackathon for the 2024, and we're on that road. So Gitcoin is going to be main focus here for getting some resources to
It's weird to connect with people of Brazil in meetups or in spaces for the language, but they move the industry. They have the 18% of all the crypto adoption on Latin America. It's a huge. Argentina also have the 18%, and Venezuela has the 17%. With those 3 countries and Argentina for the inflation of the currency, the peso argentino and the bolivar. They need to use these tools to protect the money from the inflation. So it's amazing how they are building real as real tools for the day to day. No, they are not creating a problem; they are solving a problem. I love that from Latin America and for Argentina, Venezuela, and I really want to connect with more people from Brazil because I didn't see in this is my 8th space today, and I didn't see a Brazilian project right now. So that's kind of weird.
Did you say Brazilian project?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, in literally 2 minutes, we have Agroforest DAO coming up here. They're a Brazilian
Yay.
project. Yay! But yeah, no. Respect for those on the front lines fighting for the crypto revolution. It's wild to think of it being outlawed like that. I see someone in the comments. In Nepal as well, Bitcoin is illegal. Did not know that. I knew in Nigeria it can be challenging too. You still there, Greenpill, Nigeria?
I am.
Yeah, I've heard
Real
different
quick.
things on the legalities. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, basically, initially it was banned for like a year. I think that was like a political thing because they were coming out with a digital naira, which really nobody used. It wasn't really adopted. But then eventually, when we switched, I don't want to say regime, but we switched presidency. They opened it back up. They initially they wanted it. It wasn't that it was banned. They just stopped central banks from offering cryptocurrencies to citizens. But then that is changed now, so it's fully legal. But the only issue that we have is that we get some kind of harassment by like local police or like people that aren't too aware of it because of the stigma of cryptocurrency, and they're thinking it's scam and things of that nature. You might be carrying a phone, like going to somewhere else. They'll try to stop you and harass you, and basically not just harass you. They would just like they would try to get funds out of you, trying to give you a stigma that you're a bad actor in the space. Some are, some aren't, but they just take that and carry on with it. But actually, legally, it's legal now. It's just we need to educate a lot of individuals in the area what we can do.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. I think a lot of banks will not accept you exchanging with cryptos, and they will shut down your bank account for doing this. This happened to my brother actually. He wasn't aware. Binance sent him. He had a Wise account that I think his address was in the UK, and they just straight up shut down his account. And like he's running a business. This is a business account, and he had all these invoices. They're all sending money to this account, which he's not able to. He wasn't able to use, or he had to withdraw it by a certain date. But then he was expecting all these revenues, and like to tell his customers, like, hey, sorry, like I lost my bank account. It seems like pretty questionable, you know. Like, what are you up to? Like, usually it's like weapons and like, you know, real stuff that will shut down. But this wasn't even a country where it's not illegal to have crypto in the UK. So like, why do banks behave like this?
Yeah, I think Chase in the UK, not in the US, but in the UK doesn't let you do crypto transactions anymore. That was a new thing a couple months ago. I don't know why, but I think they can do whatever they want to do, unfortunately. But yes,
Do you
you
think
have
they
to be
see it as a
careful.
threat? Like it's a threat to the banking system? I mean, you're talking about being bankless, right? I mean, that's pretty. I see that and be like, oh snap! These people want to be bankless. You know, I guess you could be your own bank.
Yes, you can be your own bank. As we have Nación Bankless, where I don't know where they are, but yes, you can be your own bank. Do we have? Let me see who else is on here. Agroforest, you said is from Brazil, right? They're speakers.
Yes. Okay. Agroforest is taking over co-hostings. So yep. I don't know if Green Pill, if you wanted to jump in, you've been there for a long time, or if Monica, I don't know
Thank
how.
you.
Yeah. You've been really covered. I was like, yo, I heard you would cover for Green Pill New York. You're like, I got
New
you.
York.
You came through and you've been here for like
Let's
hours.
grow.
Yo, let's grow, bro. Thank you so much. You've been holding it down.
Appreciate
I've been
it.
loving your co-hosting. And hey, just because we were moved from co-host doesn't mean we're kicking you out. You might drop down a listener. You can always come back up if you want. Just throwing that out there.
Cool.
All right. So I'm gonna rotate co-host.
Yeah.
We got you, bro. Okay.
Can I drop off as co-host, or do you need me to
But
stay
of
as
course,
co-host?
I do need
Okay.
two
I'll
co-hosts to
stay
avoid
on.
rugging, but I can also just give
Okay.
that to another if you need to drop it. No peer
Kairos,
pressure
do you
here.
wanna? No peer pressure. Kairos, do you want to be a co-host? I'll be on, but if I could be as a speaker, that would be great.
Okay. You want to be a regular speaker? All right. Yep. I think Endangered Token's not able to make it right now. So Kairos, yeah, we getting some hearts.
Yep.
I assume that's a consent.
I'm here.
Okay, great. Invite sent. Wait. Okay, yeah, we gotta. Okay, I'm dropping you. If you go down to listener, don't take it as offense. Yeah, I'm inviting you swiftly back up. All right, you're getting a swift invitation, and you're cordially invited to the stage. All right, so Kairos, you're getting a co-host. Bing, bam, boom. Bada bing, as they say, bada boom. All right, excellent. Agroforest, Iago, how you feeling? What's growing on?
Yo, Jimmy. Hello everybody. GM. There's lots growing on here, and we just got some good rain. Like I said earlier, we are having the worst heat wave ever to hit the country. It's been like the beginning of the spring, early October. We planted. It was raining, and then 2 weeks of hard sun. But the plants are surviving, and now the rain, they will come back. soon there will be pictures on our Twitter profile, so follow it. Happy to be here again, hosting with lots of people, lots of South American, Central America projects also, this Latin, Indo, and Afro America here all together. That's awesome to see. Can I speak a bit about the situation in Brazil, the context? So,
Of course, brother. Yes. This is your hour. You can run it however you please.
yeah, man. Awesome. Yeah, I mean.
But by the way, no, sorry, just super quick.
Yeah.
I'm inviting you all who are speakers into a chat, and in that chat, I will be sharing a link to join the video in case you're able to join video. The setup is video on your computer and then spaces on your phone. We just mute each other to turn the volume off the computer such that we can just talk audio through the spaces. But we are live on Bankless DAO. We are live on also Refi DAO, Solarpunk DAO, TreeGen DAO, bunch of different places on a variety of different social media platforms. So let's grow, as you are.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll be there from tomorrow on. But it's a great initiative. Awesome to know that, and it's great to be able to stream in different platforms. That's amazing. So yeah, we don't see many Brazilian projects around Bitcoin. We don't see many Brazilian projects or region projects or whatever project, environmental, but just Brazilians, they are not on Twitter. That's the point. When Twitter came, it was English. I think that the Spanish community, Spanish-speaking community, also got into it. But I don't know. In Brazil, I think people were like starting with Facebook, Instagram started in Brazil also. So people are very much into Instagram here, and not really on Twitter. So we won't see much of that. I actually struggle. We are trying to find the best channels to reach the Brazilian community. We are onboarding a Brazilian girl with the project. And yeah, first thing, she needs to create a profile on Twitter, and she doesn't have. But yeah, this is where the world chat, I believe. It's what I sense. So we need to be here, yeah, and build an audience here, not just Instagram, but Instagram is used for Brazilians, for regional audience, and all that. So I think this is one of the reasons why there are not many Brazilian projects on Twitter right now.
Okay, so to onboard the Brazilians, we don't necessarily need Twitter, right? It's not a necessity to use Twitter to get your passport. There's many ways to get your stamp score up. So I think if you know any Brazilian influencers on Twitter and you go, hey, we're trying to do a good thing for the world, would you mind giving us the stream key or whatever, RTMP URL? Then we could add them as a channel. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm,
and we can bring all this content to that community via Instagram, right? That they shouldn't have to come to X. You know what I mean? Some people just don't want to switch.
Yeah.
Because there's network externalities. If all your friends are there, then that's where you want to be. So, we should be onboarding people into Web3, not necessarily onboarding people into X. As even though there's obviously a lot of people here who are into Web3 already, in terms of that's just reaching. That's not onboarding. So yeah, we should really be doing a lot of effort to onboard and do that good work to grow this ecosystem, right?
For sure, yeah. And we're building community on Instagram also. It's just that we started later. We only started on Instagram like a few months ago. It's getting to know the people who are the influencers. I don't even know. I didn't use that. So it's happening. Actually, it's happening. People are getting there. I just shared about Bitcoin grants there was quite a few response for the people. So yeah, it's happening. That's awesome. Hey, Kairos, what's up?
What up?
Go ahead, Jimmy.
No, I was just echoing what Agripor said. What up?
Aro, we are trying to bring the information to your language. We really want to help you to, I don't know what to say, to onboarding all the people, but we don't have yet the the people who speak Portuguese to do that. But when we are ready, we will help you to onboard all of these people on Brazil. Eu não falo muito bem, but I'm trying to learn.
Nice, man. We need to build this, to create this authentic Portuñol language, man. The real one. But yeah,
No,
let's
go ahead.
that's the way. That's onboarding. Brazil may be a bit behind on that, but we are catching up. I think people are like too much involved in speculation and trading, investing, and not really, especially the on the ground projects. They're still not conceiving this possibility and this coordination, but we are working, spreading the message, and soon they will all see. Once one of them see that this is a good option, and it will flock. So, crypto connection. Hello.
Hello. Actually, we have some materials in Portuguese. I'm going to send them to you. But look, I think one of the things that we've thought about, and I love what you've shared, is I think because of the great culture with NGOs and work that happens in Brazil, I think there's an opportunity to potentially try to onboard those projects. So I'd love to see how we can support each other. And I know a couple, the head of communications for Bitso, which is one of the largest LATAM crypto exchanges. She's actually based in Brazil.
Mhm.
She's from Uruguay. Would love to connect you with her because maybe there's opportunities to collaborate with them. And then we do have somebody in Sao Paulo, Rita. So I'll follow up with you on ways we can collaborate, and we'll share some of the content we've created in Portuguese so you can tell us if it's good.
Nice. Yeah, we are reviewing the translation for like the Green Pill book. They translated, but it's not reviewed, so it's like it needs to be a bit more better to read. It's still kind of weird, and that is something we as also I'm part of the Brazilian chapter of Green Pill, so it's something that we want to do, and we've been budgeting the costs for reviewing, the costs for printing, but there's lots of conferences. We are setting up we ever more present in these conferences, and next we've been doing like once a year a side event during Ethereum Rio with some food produced by the Agroforce DAO members, and it's also a moment where we distribute the production for the supporters that come sometimes from different countries, come from the conference and go back home with their rice, with their beans, and the products that they watch growing. So this annual gathering, it's a very special moment. It's a place. It's a moment where we can kind of put together in the same room while eating the folks from the Web3 natives and the on the ground environmental NGOs and projects, and it can improve. It for sure knows. Maybe we can have some events together in a conference. That could be awesome. Yeah, and I'll make sure to forward the materials. Let's get in touch for sure. Well,
Let's grow. Love hearing about these connections being formed here. Friends, if you're in the audience, I see we got Extinct, who is a very talented musician. We would love to hear some of your music. I don't know if you know what we're doing here, but we're live 24/7 for the next 2 weeks. So please do come back and perform. Josie did the biggest vegan festival, I believe, in I don't know, the world, Asia. I don't know what it is. Please come up and share. You did some amazing things, and also speak at the UN about positive impact related diets. So Extinct is going to join us up here. But anyway, back to you, Agroforest. What's going on?
yeah. Well, someone asked. Okay, it's already done. So let me show a bit of Agroforest now. What's happening? What's going on? We are a community that is now 1 year old, 1.5 year old, and what we've been doing, we are supporting food forest culture. That means we support knowledge, we support building collective libraries, and also having shared agendas. We have also the goal of informing and educating, or better saying, allowing the tech native community, the Web3 native, to offer them some content, some info and experiences about growing food, as a community. So not for the markets. Right now, we only get food from markets, from buying from someone. We have this social construct of consumers and producers. Some countries have the culture of farmers, like farmers will produce their food, this kind of intermediary between the person and the food. There's a farmer, and we believe that just like Web3 did to the banks, we can also do that to farmers. There are not enough farmers to feed the world. We're gonna have to be our own farmers. We're gonna have to participate and have stake on some supply chains. And in order to get there, we need to get informed. We need to, learn have the chance to experience, have the chance to taste, have the chance to learn, to study, to ask, and to follow up, because agriculture is persistence. It's not like a technique, a recipe book. No, you can never be perfect. Whatever mistake you do this year, next year you don't do. And this way you improve. And in my experience, bringing agriculture to the internet, folks follow, and once folks follow, they learn. They start even feeling connected to what's happening in the place. So if we can do a good job on sharing the information, sharing updates, sharing reports, but not as separated channels, separated influencers, each one creating content on their own. And no, all in the same narrative. So like, let's share, let's create a profile of the project, let's share the 6 months plan, let's, you know, get everybody in the same page, and this way we can follow in a way that we will be learning also. So this is what we are doing. We are with the project, with the planting in one land. It's been 8 months now that we are working in the same place. There are supporters, local stewards. There are also people from different countries, people that buy the NFTs to support. And we are doing our best to share everything, to bring them. They came for the initial planting experience, and they feel like coming back again, you know, next year or in the future. It doesn't matter, because we are planting perennials. They came, they planted species that will be there for the next 10 years. So anytime they come, they will know, oh, I remember I planted that one. You know, there's a hyper search saying, hey, you were here and you planted those trees. So this kind of link, this kind of involvement is something that we can create using blockchain. You know, we can, that information lasts forever. So we can think long term. You know, a lot of people talk about long termism, and this is something that we can do. We can create the food forests of the future, and you can also create the culture of, oh, how to process this fruit. How can I make it last longer? What are the recipes from my country? What the traditional ways to process this food? So how to distribute, and all this is all part of the culture of food, you know. And if we think of communities, we think long term. We think, you know, not just planting to sell every week in the city. No, it's like, oh, what can I plant for my son? What can I plant for my granddaughter? You know, that doesn't even exist yet. So it's a different kind of thinking, a different mindset, community agriculture and market agriculture. We understand that both are valuable. You know, there can be both, but right now there's just one. So let's try to create a community, global community, and have our own systems. And we are starting here. We are also another project that we are launching is a proof of syntropy, where anyone will be able to share a plan to plant something that they will harvest in the short term, in the mid-term, and in the long term. So they can, you know, also they can become seeds stewards. Oh, I'm here, I'm planting corn for the short term, banana for the mid-term, and avocado for the long term. Okay, so we know that you have corn seeds. You know that if we need banana saplings, we can have with you. So this way we plan on onboarding people, on bringing people from the rural areas of the world, recognizing their stewardship, their commitment to these plants, and yeah, hopefully being able to support them somehow. You know, not only giving a certificate, not only bringing to the events, but maybe transferring some money, or being able to also add to a account that can be used in the future for retirement or something like that. So we are now improving our workspace on Charmverse and trying to, you know, bring this culture of bounties for the agricultural calendar. And this is easy to follow, easy to understand. There will be plenty of pictures showing the process. So I think we will get there. I think it's possible. We are just offering this land as a laboratory. The stewards are very happy to have a digital wallet, to be part of this global coordination. So this is where we are now and heading to next year. Sorry if I spoke too much. Let me hear some thoughts.
Did not mean to mute everyone just now. Feel free to unmute. Yes, raise thy hands and speak up. And what's going on, Centro? Let's just do the walkie-talkie method because there's some background noise there. I go first. Go ahead, Centropic.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Jogo. Nice to see you here in the endless, never-ending 24/7 space. I was listening to what you were saying, and I'm very excited to know more about your project. It's fantastic. I think, yeah, food forests are something that we have to get more common in trying to replace monocropping by syntropic agroforestry. I think it's a great solution to do. I just have some technical questions. So I was reading about agroforestry, and I came up to this concept called consortius or consortium. I don't know how to say in English. I think it's consortius, which is like this, let's say, this team of plants that work together and make syntropy together, right, in order to thrive. So how is the process of designing a consortius? Not designing, but choosing the right plants in order to work together. Because as far as I understand, a consortius is like this system of plants working together. And what I know is that the most efficient consortius ever, let's say, designed is the milpa in Mexico. Milpas are this fantastic system that every plant works for every plant, right? So beans put nitrogen on earth that helps the corn to grow stronger. And then there's this squash or pumpkin, let's say, that covers the ground and prevents other like invasive plants to grow on that same soil. So those plants work together, and that's a consortius, correct? So let's say that you're in another place and you don't want to plant the traditional milpa. So how would you start? You would say like, okay, I need nitrogen, I need potassium, I need, like, what's the process of choosing? Because what we're doing agroforestry systems in Aluches. Later we'll speak about that, and we're just starting. You have a lot of experience in here, and what we have faced is that there's like this not recipe, is like a menu that they tell you, okay, you want to grow avocado, so let's put avocado and then these plants and then these plants. But I wanted to think it in a more creative way, and trying to say, let's not focus ourselves in the plants, but let's focus on the nutrients that each plant gives. So which are the categories, which plants are the ones that you have to start with, speaking of the nutrients they give to the system. I don't know if this makes sense, and I would love to hear your experience and your wisdom on it. Thank you, Joe.
Hey, Syntropic. Nice to be with you in the space, man. I love your work. It really brought art to this movement. I guess everybody agree with me here. So what's the process to choose the consortiums, right? Maybe I snap my fingers and there is, but the process is like this. You will try the best you can. You need to be able to understand what went right, what went wrong. You will go, you volunteer in a friend's place, see what he's done, ask him what went wrong, what went right. You start gathering out this information. You try again the next year, you try by the third year. you will have the perfect consortium on your hand. The point is, yeah, sometimes you work with the seeds you have in hand. You know, if you don't train your eyes, you don't even have any seeds, but maybe, you know, in the streets next door, there's a tree that drops seeds and it's really good to use in the construction, but you never try. You didn't even notice that it produced seeds. So, you know, mankind is so disconnected, and the process of connecting, we can try to use whatever tools we have. If we have science, if we study it, we know what is potassium, we know what is phosphorus or nitrogen. Well, you use that skill sets, but you will try 1 year, next year you will learn from that first. But if you don't have that, you bring another skill set and try also, and evaluate. But the important thing is to keep trying. Like I said, the persistence is the best teacher. We were having this heat wave here. It was crazy. If I had planted only food crops, whatever they are, maybe like the ones you mentioned, the squash or pumpkin, the beans and the corn, it wouldn't be enough. They needed some shade. So, fortunately, we planted the Mexican sunflower together with it, provided shade in the beginning during these hard times, and it really helped. So sometimes, there are some collaboration that some species do that we didn't even think about, and we start using it. I understand that the chemical aspect of it, of this micro or macronutrients, it can be used. It's helpful. There are some plants. Mexican sunflower is known for really bringing phosphorus. There are many others, but the point is, what do you have in your hands? Try with that. Try to improve. There are some tables that we make to choose better for each stage and each level. So that is something. But the best thing is to go plant and share. So if you could join our Telegram and start sharing your experiences, that would be great. There is a small group of Mexicans gathering over there, and yeah, we're about to do something really cool there. Milpa, just one thing I recently heard a podcast from the guy doing syntropic agroforestry in Mexico. The podcast is called Semilla. I don't remember right now. There's Rodrigo something, right? Yeah, you know them, right? He said, Milpa is a consortium of many species. It's not they were not just doing corn, squash, and beans. No, they put a lot more stuff in it. Whatever they can, whatever they had at the time, depending on the region. For some reason, history and the traditional knowledge picked these three species as this is the consortium they planted. This is the Milpa, but they probably planted fruit trees also together. They could plant seeds of wood trees, of medicine, whatever. So I don't really simplify it to only three species, the Milpa consortium. I believe it was more diverse than that. Mm-hmm. So I hope I helped. But it's awesome that you guys are doing it. Awesome to see syntropic agroforestry growing in Mexico. Mr.
Yes, sir, it's
Carbon?
gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, man.
I
Well,
think Carbon have a question. I don't know.
yeah, let's see. Hey,
Hey, yeah, thanks for going over it. I guess I just wanted to say that, it doesn't have to be a tropical area to do agroforestry. And my suggestion is look around for what grows locally and just get
yeah.
what people can grow. Like you said, growing and sharing plants seems to be very effective. Sharing seeds with other people doing it. If you look at your local biome, you can see the natural layers of life, starting with the soil and then like ground covers and all the way up to tall trees. And you just find stuff that's alive and you grow it.
I agree
That's
with that.
great.
I agree with what James is saying, and also Joe. I think it's important to just focus on locality and see which plants are growing there, because that. I think that's a very huge responsibility modern agroforesters have, because for example, let's say that you want to do mango, no? And in that region specifically, maybe mango is not the place where it can grow, yes, but it's not local from there. Who determines that, right? So then apparently the jungle is covered by mango trees, and it's not, and maybe mango was more of southern, like, so it's very delicate to select the plants. I understand that it's important to focus on the local, and that I think that should be the main guide, should be that way. But unfortunately, sometimes people confuse it and just bring other seeds. How? I mean, I think that that's not a sin, of course, as long as you're not planting a plant that is like dominant and destroying the ecosystem in a way, right? But it's kind of delicate on which plants to select. So yeah, I think it makes sense to just focus on the locality. And about the what you say in Jogo of observing, I think observing is very important. Like I think it's, we don't know anything, like we know very little percentage about nature, right? We don't know how it works completely. So it's just a discover things every day, and try to find why and how plants interact. I've came with this fantastic information. I think you will like that. That came from it really resonated because it came directly from Ernst Koch. Uh, he has this book, and I listened to it in Portuguese. It was a trip because it's similar to Spanish, and it was like, wow. So it's kind of understanding, but not quite well some things. But he speaks about the ceiba, the sacred tree of the Mayan, right? And the Mayans believed that the ceiba was this tree that connected the heavens with the underground, right? Well, the underworld. And the reason of that is because the ceiba has a very long, very strong roots that really look for water no matter where, right? They're very avid and very agile to search for water. So the interesting thing here, what I discovered, well, not discovered, what I learned and read, is that Mayans used the ceiba to make syntropy with their milpa. So when the ceiba is flowering, I don't remember quite well if it's flowering or some other moment in the process of the cycle of the tree during the year. The ceiba like converts into sucking water mode, right? So the roots activate and start sucking water. So out of the blues, out of the nowhere, the soil that is surrounding the ceiba becomes humid, and that's free water from the underground, and that's brought up by the ceiba. So that's incredibly cool, and that comes directly from constant observation, trying to learn, trying to understand. I think trial and error is really, really important here. So this is a great example of just putting in the spotlight of how important is to observe the natural environment, because everything works for everything, right? Nature is perfect, and it's abundant by design. So yeah, I just wanted to bring this on the table, and I'm loving this conversation. I think I will have to go in a few
No worries, brother.
moments. Go.
Yep. All good. Sorry. Just if I could make one quick public service announcement, okay, super quick.
Go.
So Mr. McGee makes some pretty awesome art, and not only does it make awesome art, but he's actually finding mangrove trees with these artworks. And I'm going through my Telegram messages. I've noticed that he hit me up about doing a giveaway, and you know what? I'm gonna sweep a bunch of them. They're super affordable, okay, but they look amazing, and they plant some real mangrove trees, which we plant, and I know that that's making a huge impact. So I want to support him. I also want to support people who are supporting this space and growing the movement. So here's how you can win one of Mr. McGee's NFTs. James EGC. I'm talking about Carbon Counting Club. All right, so you have to do three things. In the chat is where you'll find all three. Number one, like, give some love, tap that heart button. Number two, retweet the space. Number three, hashtag let's grow. LETS, only the L's capital, grow, all caps. Technically doesn't matter, but let's just stick to that. Okay, put that in the chat, and we'll do a bunch of giveaways, at least 10 of them. Okay, so let's grow. You got a good chance of winning. We'll do like, I don't know, at least a few a day. Go ahead, D-Space.
Hey, that's again road behind the Space 50 in the next couple of days. I'll be a bit patient with the accounts, but want to say GM to everyone. And right now, I'm talking as a Lunka founder. I'm happy to Lunka issued the profile NFTs. It's not about art. It's about your in metaverse profile, and you can tie your different things to that profile. So I'm happy to dedicate 10 NFTs to the promotion of Let's Grow community. So if Jimmy, you could send me the link to sorry your wallet, I can just send those NFTs to the wallet, and feel free to distribute as you want. Mention Lunka.
Oh, you're adding to our giveaway prize pool?
Yes.
Oh, snap. Dude, I love that. You know, this makes me so happy. When I did this for this Max Impact Mega Space where I was live for 60 hours straight like a crazy person, I planned to give away like 10 NFTs or something, and you know how we ended up giving away? 111. No, sorry, more. 111 came from Matthew from his private collection. He personally gave 111 NFTs. And then, like, it just kept growing. Like, the more we gave out, the more people were like, you know what? You want to contribute. I want to contribute. And honestly, like, it ended up being more than 60 hours at the end because I was, like, struggling to give them all away. Like, I was literally just doing this random number generator. And I was like, oh, God. Like, oh, no, I was going through Hive.co and this like, multi-step, competition software. I think we're just going to keep it simple this time. And, as long as you've done the three things, I'll check if you have. It starts with hashtag Let's Grow DAO, then like and retweet, and that's amazing. Yeah, please DM me the details. We'll post about it. I think I'm actually going to get, Mr. McGee's things are super affordable. I'm actually going to get more than 10, at least 20, all right? At least 20 of Mr. McGee's NFTs we're giving out. And I think he's got different price points, but the ones that you DM me about. So let's do at least 20 of those, and then, yeah, DM me the details of that. Anyone who wants to contribute NFTs, we'll just make this some epic prize pool. And it's all about spreading love, As the Beatles say, in the end, the love you take is equal to the love you make. Well, that cycle sometimes takes a while, but during Gitcoin it tends to be pretty fast because there's like so much love being spread around. It's really amazing. So yeah, love it.
Just quick question to James. I'm also amazed on your art, bro. Like these insects you've been posting are incredibly fantastic. How do you do them? Are they AI generated? Do you paint them? Do you what? Tell us
They
about it.
are AI generated with Midjourney. I can't afford it anymore, but I had it for a couple months, and I would just make them. It takes a lot of tries, and I would go and find the scientific names of animals sometimes to try to get closer to what I wanted. You got to get the prompt right, and then you got to just keep getting it.
I know Mr. McGee so well at this point. Like, we've had so many spaces together, brother. I feel like it's definitely the majority of like the 300 84 Max Impact episodes I've done, especially if you count all the freaking crazy additional streams that we've done together. So, dude, I trust you so much. I think I'm gonna pay for Midjourney and give you the logins to my Discord. I trust you that much. So if you want to just sign into my Discord, freaking have at it, man. I loved your artwork, and yeah, it was trained by the one and only, or trained, I don't know. You collaborated with Tree Jin, who designed the Tree Gen NFTs. So yeah, they did a lot of work together, and he kind of showed Mr. McGee the ropes, I believe, a little bit. But also, yeah, you took it in your own direction, and yeah, it's super cool stuff.
Yeah, we've been friends for years, actually. Long before we even did NFTs and stuff.
So cool, so cool. Isn't that amazing?
But
How that's connected?
James, what I see in your art is that it's like the color palette is very similar. Like you're maintaining somehow per prompt the same color style. So that's not so easy. I mean, that requires a long process of trial and trying. I mean, congratulations. That's a fantastic job. I love it.
You use the color in the prompt, right? Or go ahead.
Yeah, I use the colors in the prompt, and then I just adjust it. I see that DSpace has a hand up, so definitely want to get to that. I definitely appreciate everybody, and the art. They all do plant mangroves, and what profits I do make, I put into refi liquidity. And some of it I plan to just lose the keys to.
What a legend. Fund the refi liquidities. Wait, did I ever send you money to do the refi liquidity NFT giveaway thing?
No, but we can get to it whenever you want to.
Oh,
I know you're busy.
Okay. Remind me your wallet address or how to do that. If I could just send you crypto. I remember you offered to like. First you're like, bro, I think you should set this up yourself. And then I was like, I just never did it. And you're like, yo, okay, I'll do it. And then I just never sent you the crypto to do it. So this is really cool. So like when you stake for liquidity, I believe this is for Evergreen Coin, right? I'm giving liquidity to Evergreen Coin.
I mean, you can do it with any coins, which that's also like, I wanted to talk to you guys about the math and how these machines work at some point.
And they get you
Yeah, if you do it on PancakeSwap, they give you a transferable NFT as a deposit slip. So then you could just send that deposit slip to whoever. I've wanted to find what's essentially a paperclip to put a fancy cover photo on it because I believe that would be more marketable. It'd just be easier to sell. But essentially, once you have liquidity, you earn from having it. And those assets could be impact-based assets. They could also be traditional value assets, or it can be a combination of both. So you're gaining both traditional value and impact just from holding it. And it is an amazing technology that we are lucky to have available to us. And with collective decision making, we can push a lot of good out there into the world.
Shout out to Evergreen Coin. You're in the climate solutions round, right? It's been a minute since I made some donations live. Can donate there. You know what? I'm adding all of you who come up as speakers into a group chat, not only so that you're all invited to the video. The video is in the group chat if you want to join it. But also because, yeah, I'm going to donate to every single person who comes up and speaks on Let's Grow Live. All right, so you tell your grantee friends, literally guaranteed donation if you come up here. All right, as long as they don't lose track. So that's why I got this group chat. I'm going to add y'all in there and make sure you'll get to all of you.
Well done. That's the host. Hey, just one thing about what Syntropic said about all that knowledge, all that, experiences and knowledge created by ancient tribes. That was tribe knowledge, collective knowledge. It was not individuals, each one in your own farm, trying to learn, trying to figure out, and like 20, 30 years later, I understand this, that's how it goes, but they don't have nobody to pass that forward.